Chapter 1, Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The rain fell sideways across the iron crane sword sect's outer courtyard, turning the packed earth into a slick of reddish mud that sucked at Shun Feng's bare feet as he hauled the water buckets up the eastern slope. Each bucket weighed nearly as much as he did. The rope handles had worn grooves into his palms over the past 3 years, grooves so deep they no longer bled, the skin having hardened into something closer to bark than flesh. He was 14, though he looked younger. Malnutrition had kept him thin, his cheekbones too sharp beneath sun-darkened skin, his wrists narrow enough that the iron servant's cuff could spin freely around his left one. His hair, black as ink and roughly cut with a kitchen knife, hung over eyes that were an unusual shade, not quite brown, not quite gray, but something in between that shifted depending on the light. The other servants called them ghost eyes. Shun Feng, where is that water? The voice cracked down from the upper terrace like a whip. Elder Mu Qianfeng stood at the edge of the punishment hall's balcony, his robes immaculate despite the storm. He was a tall man with a scholar's thin frame that belied the coiled power beneath, a spirit-severing cultivator who could split mountains with a gesture. His face was narrow, almost handsome, marred only by the permanent downturn of his lips, as though the world perpetually disappointed him. "Coming, Elder Mu," Shun Feng called back, adjusting the shoulder pole and quickening his pace. He didn't dare complain. Servants who complained disappeared. Not in the dramatic fashion of disciples expelled in disgrace. Servants simply stopped existing one morning, their sleeping mats rolled up and reassigned, their names forgotten by afternoon. Shun Feng had learned to be invisible early. Invisible boys survived. The water was for Elder Mu's private cultivation pool, an extravagance that required 40 buckets of spring water daily, each infused with a single drop of low-grade spirit essence. Shun Feng didn't know what the pool did. He only knew that he carried water from dawn until his shoulders screamed, and that Elder Mu's gaze tracked him with an intensity that had nothing to do with water quality. He'd noticed it 6 months ago, the Elder watching him from windows, from balconies, from the shadows of corridors. Not the casual disregard most elders showed servants, nor the cruelty some displayed. This was something clinical, analytical, as if Shun Feng were a specimen being evaluated. It made his skin crawl. He crested the slope and entered the punishment hall through the servant's entrance, a narrow passage barely wider than his shoulders. The interior smelled of sandalwood incense and old blood, the latter from the discipline chambers below, where disciples who violated sect rules received their corrections. Shun Feng had been down there once, when he was 11, for the crime of accidentally looking a core disciple in the eye. 20 strikes with a spirit-infused rod. He still carried the scars across his back, faded white lines that pulled tight when he stretched. Set them there. Elder Mu appeared beside him so silently that Shun Feng nearly dropped both buckets. The Elder's presence was a physical thing, a pressure that made the air heavier, the temperature colder. Qi radiation. Even mortals could feel it when a spirit-severing cultivator didn't bother to suppress their aura. Shun Feng set the buckets down with care, keeping his eyes fixed on the floor. Will Elder Mu require anything else? Look at me. The command was quiet and absolute. Shun Feng raised his eyes. Elder Mu studied him for a long moment, those narrow dark eyes flickering with something unreadable. Then he reached into his sleeve and produced a small object, a spirit stone, low-grade, the size of a thumbnail, glowing faintly blue. Do you know what this is, boy? A spirit stone, Elder Mu. And do you know what it's worth? Shun Feng swallowed. More than a servant earns in a year. 3 years. The Elder's thin lips curved. Interesting that you didn't try to inflate the number. Most servants would have said 10. He turned the stone between his fingers. I'm going to place this on the table. You will leave the room. In 1 hour, I will return. If the stone is still there, you will receive an extra meal tonight. It was a test. Shun Feng recognized it immediately, the way a rabbit recognizes a snare, not by understanding the mechanism, but by feeling the wrongness of the thing. The stone gleamed on the lacquered table like bait in a trap. Yes, Elder Mu. He left. He went back to carrying water. 1 hour later, when Elder Mu returned to the room, the spirit stone was gone. Shun Feng knew he hadn't taken it. He'd been in the courtyard the entire time, in full view of 6 other servants. But when the guards dragged him to the punishment hall that evening, no one spoke for him. The 6 servants who'd seen him carrying water kept their ghost-pale faces aimed at the floor and said nothing. Theft of sect resources, Elder Mu announced from his high-back chair, his voice carrying the resonance of spiritual power that made every word feel like a pronouncement from heaven. The punishment is death. However, I am merciful. Shun Feng knelt on the cold stone, wrists bound, blood trickling from where the guards had struck him for resisting. His mind was strangely clear. He'd always known it would end like this, not the specifics, but the shape of it. An orphan servant's life in a sword sect was a candle in a windstorm. The only question had ever been which gust would snuff it. The boy will be cast into the myriad sword graveyard, Elder Mu continued. If the heavens find him innocent, he will survive. If guilty, the graveyard will consume him, as it has consumed all others. A murmur rippled through the assembled disciples. Even they, pampered and powerful, feared the graveyard. It sat 3 li north of the sect, a vast crater in the mountains that had existed longer than the Iron Crane sect itself, longer than any sect in the region. Thousands of broken spirit swords lay within, their residual energy creating a toxic miasma that corroded flesh and spirit alike. Disciples who ventured too close reported hearing whispers, seeing movement in the mist. Wild beasts avoided it. Even birds refused to fly over it. No one who entered the myriad sword graveyard came back. Elder Mu's thin smile never wavered as the guards hauled Shun Feng to his feet. And in the depths of the graveyard, something that had been silent for 10,000 years felt the faintest tremor of resonance and stirred. The guards threw him from the crater's edge at midnight. Shun Feng fell for what felt like an eternity. The wind screaming past his ears, the darkness absolute, the stench of corroded metal rising up to meet him like the breath of some titanic beast. He hit the ground hard enough to crack something in his ribs, tumbled through a field of broken blades that sliced his arms and legs, and finally came to rest against a boulder that turned out, when his vision cleared, to be the hilt of a sword as large as a house. He lay there, bleeding and gasping, and waited to die. The graveyard didn't oblige. Minutes passed. The miasma burned his lungs, but not as badly as he'd expected. The cuts on his arms stung, but the corrosive energy that should have been eating into his flesh seemed to flow around him, the way water parts around a stone. Shun Feng blinked through the darkness, his ghost eyes adjusting slowly. And then he heard it. Not a voice exactly. Something deeper, a vibration that resonated in his bones, in his teeth, in the space behind his eyes. It was sorrowful and ancient, a sound like a blade weeping. And it was coming from the massive hilt beside him. He pressed his palm against the corroded metal. The world exploded into light. Chapter 2. Shun Feng woke to a world of gray. The sky above him, if it could be called a sky, was a roiling mass of metallic clouds that gave off their own dim luminescence, turning everything below into shades of ash and iron. The ground was littered with swords. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands upon thousands of blades in every conceivable shape and state of ruin. Jins and daos and glaives, rapiers thin as needles and cleavers broad as doors, swords of jade and swords of bone, swords that had melted into puddles of spiritual metal and swords that were merely cracked, their edges still catching the gray light with lethal promise. They stretched to the horizon in every direction. A sea of dead weapons. Shun Feng sat up and immediately regretted it. His ribs screamed, and the cuts along his arms had crusted over with a mixture of blood and rust. But beneath the pain, he felt something strange, a warmth in his chest that hadn't been there before, like a coal banked under ash. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Took you long enough. He scrambled backward, reaching for a weapon that wasn't there, then realized he was surrounded by weapons. His hand closed around the hilt of a short jin, snapped off 6 inches above the guard. Even broken, the metal hummed against his palm. Easy, boy. I'm not going to hurt you. Couldn't if I wanted to. Look at me. I'm a wreck. The voice was coming from the massive hilt he'd landed against. Now, in the gray light, Shun Feng could see it more clearly. It wasn't just a hilt. It was the remains of what must have once been a magnificent sword, easily 12 feet long. The blade had shattered, leaving only the guard and the first foot of steel, both so corroded that the original metal was visible only in patches. The guard was shaped like 2 wings, their feathers eroded into abstract curves. And in the center of the guard, barely visible, a pale blue light flickered. You can see me? The voice asked, sounding surprised. Most people who fall in here just scream until the miasma eats their lungs. You've been out for, 6 hours? And you're still breathing. That's either very impressive or very suspicious. Shun Feng licked cracked lips. Who are you? What? What am I? The correct question, boy, is what am I? The blue light pulsed with each word. Was a spirit sword. Name's not important. My wielder called me Autumn Sorrow. The sects called me a legend. Now the rust calls me dinner. A sound like a dry chuckle. These days I go by Rust Heart, on account of the obvious. Shun Feng stared at the flickering light. He'd heard of sword spirits. Every cultivator had. High-grade spirit swords could develop consciousness, form bonds with their wielders, even communicate. But that required an intact blade and a living spiritual core. This sword was a ruin. You should be dead, Shinfeng said. Rude. Accurate, but rude. Rustheart's light dimmed momentarily. I should be dead. I've been dying for about 8,000 years. Give or take a century. The process is slow when you're too stubborn to let go. But let's talk about you, boy. Why aren't you melting? I don't know. What's your spiritual root? Shinfeng's jaw tightened. I don't have one. The sect tested me when I was brought in as a servant. Zero affinity. Silence. Then Rustheart's light flared so brightly that Shinfeng shielded his eyes. They told you that. The sword spirit's voice had changed, the sardonic edge replaced by something sharp and dangerous. Those incompetent, narrow-sighted, tradition-blind fools told you that you have zero affinity? The testing stone didn't react. Of course it didn't react. A standard testing stone measures elemental affinities: fire, water, earth, wood, metal. 5 elements, 5 responses. But you, boy. The light pulsed rapidly. Put your hand on me. On the guard. Both hands. Shinfeng hesitated. Then, because he was already in a graveyard and likely dying, he pressed both palms against Rustheart's corroded guard. The warmth in his chest erupted. It wasn't pain, or rather, it was pain transformed into something beyond pain, a sensation so intense it transcended the nerve's ability to categorize it. Energy poured out of him and into the dead sword, and from the dead sword something poured back, fragments of memory, flickers of power, the ghost of what had once been an ocean of spiritual force. The rust on Rustheart's guard began to flake away. Not all of it, not even most of it, but where Shinfeng's hands touched, the corroded metal cleared, revealing bright steel beneath that gleamed like moonlight on water. The sword spirit's light steadied, strengthened, and for just a moment, Shinfeng saw a shape within it. The translucent image of a tall woman in flowing robes, her hair white as snow, her expression one of profound astonishment. Then the energy cut off. Shinfeng collapsed, gasping, and the image vanished. Void resonance, Rustheart whispered. By all the shattered heavens. You have a void resonance root. Shinfeng lay on his back, chest heaving, staring at the metallic sky. The warmth in his chest was still there, but dimmer now, spent. What does that mean? It means those idiots at Iron Crane couldn't detect you because their testing stone doesn't have a category for what you are. Void resonance isn't an elemental affinity. It's a sympathetic resonance with spiritual objects. You don't generate elemental chi. You resonate with existing spiritual energy, amplify it, restore it. Rustheart's voice was shaking. It's the rarest spiritual root in existence. There hasn't been one in 10,000 years. Not since. The sword spirit stopped abruptly. Not since what? Not since the man who created this graveyard. Rustheart's light dimmed to barely a spark. Listen to me very carefully, Shinfeng. What I'm about to tell you will determine whether you live or die in this place. This is not just a graveyard. It's a prison, a memorial, and a weapon, all in one. And you just activated its core formation. In the distance, a sound rolled across the sea of dead swords, a deep, resonant hum, like a bell struck in the depths of the ocean. One by one, across the vast expanse of the graveyard, faint lights began to flicker among the broken blades. Thousands of lights. Thousands of sword spirits, stirring from their endless death sleep, responding to the call of a void resonance root for the first time in 10 millennia. Well, Rustheart said quietly, this is either going to be wonderful or catastrophic. Possibly both. Chapter 3. The lights faded after a few minutes, the stirring sword spirits subsiding back into dormancy. But Shinfeng had seen them. Thousands of pale glimmers spread across the wasteland like stars reflected in a dead sea. Each one was a consciousness, a fragment of will clinging to corroded metal. Each one had felt him. Don't panic, Rustheart said. They sense the resonance, but they're too weak to wake fully. Most of them have been dying for millennia. It would take sustained contact, like what you just did with me, to actually revive one. Shinfeng sat up slowly, wincing at his ribs. How did I do that? I've never cultivated a day in my life. You have. You just didn't know it. The sword spirit's light wavered thoughtfully. Every time you carried those water buckets up that slope, 40 a day, you said? The physical strain on a body with a void resonance root forces the root to activate passively, drawing ambient spiritual energy to strengthen your body. You've been doing the equivalent of body tempering cultivation for 3 years without realizing it. You're probably at the peak of the first stage already. Shinfeng looked at his hands. The calluses, the lean muscle, the endurance that let him work from dawn to midnight without collapsing. He'd attributed it to stubbornness. So I'm a cultivator? You're a body-tempering mortal with an absurdly rare spiritual root, sitting in the middle of the most dangerous place on the continent. Cultivator is a strong word. Rusthart paused. But you could be, if you survive the next few days. What happens in the next few days? The miasma will intensify. It cycles, 3 days of livable toxicity, then 3 days of concentrated death. Right now we're in the livable phase. When the concentration peaks, it'll eat through your skin unless you've learned to circulate qi to protect yourself. Shinfeng felt the cold settle into his stomach. Teach me. And so, in the gray half-light of a graveyard of 10,000 dead swords, a ruined blade began to teach an orphaned boy how to cultivate. The first lesson was breathing. Not the automatic breath of the living, but the deliberate, rhythmic intake that drew ambient qi through the lungs and into the meridians. Rusthart guided him with the precision of long experience, adjusting his posture, correcting his rhythm, occasionally berating him with the exasperated affection of a teacher who'd done this 1,000 times before. Wider stance. No, wider than that. You're not a willow tree. You're supposed to be rooted. Good. Now breathe in through the nose. Hold for 3 heartbeats. And as you exhale, push the qi down from your lungs to your dantian. The lower abdomen. Feel for the warmth. Shinfeng breathed. In. Hold. Out. In. Hold. Out. On the 7th breath, something clicked. It wasn't a physical sensation but a spiritual one, a door opening in a wall he hadn't known existed. Qi flooded in, not from the air but from the ground beneath him, drawn up through the soles of his feet and the palms of his hands where they rested on the earth. The broken swords around him seemed to hum, the faintest vibration, as their residual energy answered his resonance. There, Rusthart breathed. Now cycle it. Don't let it pool. Push it through the meridians. Arm channels first, they're the widest. Shinfeng pushed. The qi moved sluggishly at first, like cold honey through narrow pipes. But the graveyard's ambient energy helped. Sword aspect qi that had been stagnating for millennia suddenly had a path, a conduit, a living body to flow through. His meridians opened one by one with soft pops that he felt more than heard. By the time the gray light dimmed to signal evening, Shinfeng had officially broken through to the first stage of body tempering. Properly. This time, with qi cycling through his meridians in the basic cultivation pattern. Fast, Rusthart murmured, and there was something in the sword spirit's voice that went beyond approval. Unnaturally fast. A normal cultivator takes 3 months to open their first meridian. You did it in 3 hours. Is that the void resonance? Partly, but mostly it's the graveyard. This place is saturated with sword qi. 10,000 swords worth of leaked spiritual energy, building up for millennia with nowhere to go. For a normal person, that energy is poison. For you, it's a feast. You're not just cultivating with ambient qi, you're cultivating with the concentrated essence of 10,000 spirit swords. Shinfeng looked out across the dim field of blades. What happened here? Why are there so many dead swords? Rusthart was quiet for a long time. When the sword spirit spoke again, the sardonic tone was gone, replaced by something ancient and raw. There was a war. 10,000 years ago, before any of the current sects existed, there was a civilization built entirely around sword cultivation. They called it Sword Heaven. Every citizen was a sword cultivator. Every building was forged from spiritual steel. Their ruler was the most powerful sword cultivator who had ever lived. A man who had achieved the sword Tao, the ultimate state of oneness between cultivator and blade. What happened to them? Something came. Something that devoured sword spirits, consumed them, broke the bond between wielder and weapon, turned living swords into dead metal. It swept through sword heaven like a plague. In a single night, 10,000 swords died. Their wielders, maddened by the severed bonds, died with them. The ruler managed to seal the entity away, but the cost was everything. Sword heaven fell. The dead swords were gathered here, in this crater, and sealed with a formation that would keep them, and the entity, contained. The entity is still here, deep below, sealed, sleeping. Rusthart's light flickered nervously. Don't worry about it. The seal has held for 10,000 years. Focus on not dying in 3 days. Shinfeng lay back against Rusthart's massive hilt and stared at the gray sky. Somewhere above, past the metallic clouds and the toxic miasma, the Iron Crane sect carried on without him. Elder Mu was probably already reassigning his sleeping mat. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The dead swords hummed around him, and for the first time in his life, the boy who had always been invisible felt like something in the world was paying attention. Chapter for the next 2 days were a brutal education. Rusthart, it turned out, was not a gentle teacher. The sword spirit had apparently spent its 8,000 years of slow death refining both its knowledge and its capacity for cutting remarks. and it deployed both with equal precision. Your sword stance looks like a drunk crane trying to court a boulder. Again, when I said channel chi to your palm, I meant in a controlled stream, not a burst. You nearly set that rock on fire. Do you want to set rocks on fire? Because that's a different technique entirely, and frankly you're not qualified. Adequate, I suppose, in the way that a puddle is an adequate ocean. But beneath the sarcasm, the teaching was extraordinary. Rusthard had been forged in the era of sword heaven, had served wielders who practiced sword arts now lost to history. The spirit possessed a library's worth of techniques, cultivation methods, and combat theory that no living cultivator had access to. The first technique Shinfeng learned was called resonance breathing, a cultivation method specifically designed for void resonance root users. It involved drawing qi not just from the environment, but from dead spiritual objects, absorbing the residual energy without destroying the object itself. A recycling of power rather than a consumption. This is the fundamental difference between you and every other cultivator, Rusthard explained. Normal cultivators generate their own qi and absorb natural energy to grow. You resonate. You take what's broken and make it sing again. It's not more powerful than standard cultivation, at least not at first. But in a place like this, surrounded by 10,000 dead swords worth of residual energy, you'll advance faster than anyone in the current era could dream of. On the second day, Shinfeng advanced to the second stage of body tempering. On the third day, the miasma began to thicken. It started subtly, a metallic taste at the back of his throat, a faint burning in his eyes. By midday, the gray clouds had descended, pressing down until visibility shrank to a few dozen yards. The broken swords around him began to weep corrosive fluid, drops of liquefied spiritual poison that sizzled where they hit the ground. It's starting, Rusthard said grimly. Cycle your qi to the skin surface. Create a barrier. If even a single drop of concentrated miasma gets through, it'll start corroding your meridians. Shinfeng sat in the lotus position, back against Rusthard's hilt, and focused. The qi barrier was imperfect, patchy, thin in places, flickering like a candle flame in wind. Drops of corrosive mist hit his arms and hissed against the qi shield, each impact sending a jolt of pain through his concentration. Hold it. Don't you dare drop that barrier. Hours passed. The miasma grew thicker, heavier, more aggressive. Shinfeng's qi reserves drained steadily, and he had to draw more from the ambient sword energy just to maintain the shield. It was like trying to bail out a sinking boat with a teacup. By nightfall, his arms were spotted with chemical burns where the barrier had faltered. His qi was nearly exhausted. The concentrated miasma pressed in on all sides, a physical weight of toxic spiritual energy that made every breath a battle. I can't hold it, he gasped. You can. You have to. 3 more hours until the cycle starts to fade. My qi, then draw more. The swords around you are dying anyway. Take what they have left. Shinfeng reached out with his resonance, not to Rusthard, but to the smaller broken blades half buried in the ground around him. He touched their residual energy, felt the faint flicker of dying sword spirits, and pulled. It was different from cultivating with ambient qi. This was direct communion, spirit to spirit. He felt their pain, the agony of shattered blades, the loneliness of abandoned weapons, the slow fade of consciousness into nothing. And beneath the pain, gratitude. They were glad someone could feel them. They gave their energy willingly. His qi reserves surged. The barrier solidified, thickened, held. When dawn broke and the miasma retreated to its normal level of merely unpleasant, Shinfeng was still alive. He was covered in burns, exhausted to the point of hallucination, and something in his left shoulder had torn. But he was alive, and he had broken through to the third stage of body tempering. You survived the cycle, Rusthard said, and for once there was no sarcasm in the sword spirit's voice. That means you can live here. The graveyard won't kill you. Shinfeng opened his eyes and looked at his hands. They were shaking, burned, raw. But beneath the damage, his skin had toughened, his muscles had condensed, his bones felt denser. The body tempering stages were doing their work, transforming his mortal flesh into something that could withstand spiritual energy. Good, Shinfeng said quietly. Because I'm not leaving. Rusthard's light pulsed. Not leaving? Boy, you were thrown in here as a death sentence. The exit is, I know where it is. I can feel the formation boundary. It's weaker on the southern edge. He turned to face the sword spirit's flickering core. But why would I leave? To go back to carrying water for the man who framed me? To be a servant until some other elder decides I'm convenient to kill? He stood, swaying slightly, and spread his arms to encompass the vast field of dead swords. Here, I can cultivate. Here, I have a teacher. Here, I have something no one else on this continent has. 10,000 swords waiting to be heard. His ghost eyes blazed with a light that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with the fury of a boy who had finally found solid ground. I'm staying. I'm going to learn everything you can teach me. And when I'm strong enough, I'm going to find out why Elder Mu really sent me here. In the silence that followed, Rustheart's pale light shimmered and steadied, brighter than it had been in centuries. Well then, the sword spirit said softly, I suppose we'd better get to work. Chapter 5. 3 weeks passed in the graveyard, and Shun Feng transformed. He established a base camp around Rustheart's massive hilt, using fragments of broken swords to construct a crude shelter. More of a lean-to, really, propped against the ancient blade's guard and shingled with flat pieces of dead spiritual metal. The metal, drained of its corrosive energy by his resonance, was surprisingly weatherproof. He lined the floor with packed earth, built a fire pit from a hollowed sword pommel, and fueled it with dried moss that grew in the crevices between blades. Food was the hardest problem. The graveyard supported no animals and grew no plants beyond the gray moss and a species of pallid mushroom that sprouted from the cracks in older swords. The mushrooms were edible, barely, but carried a metallic aftertaste that no amount of cooking could remove. Rustheart pointed him toward a spring at the graveyard's eastern boundary, where groundwater filtered through layers of depleted spiritual metal and emerged clean, if oddly mineral-rich. You'll need better nutrition eventually, Rustheart warned. Once you reach chi condensation, your body will require spiritual herbs or beast meat to sustain advancement. Mushrooms and creek water won't cut it. I'll solve that problem when I reach it. That attitude will either make you a great cultivator or a dead one. The training intensified. Rustheart drilled him in 3 disciplines simultaneously: cultivation base, sword technique, and what the spirit called resonance craft, the art specific to void resonance root users. Cultivation was straightforward if grueling. Shun Feng cycled chi from dawn to midnight, with breaks only for physical training and sword practice. The graveyard's concentrated sword chi poured into him like water into a sponge, accelerating his body tempering through the middle stages at a rate that made Rustheart alternately proud and nervous. 4th stage in 3 weeks, the sword's spirit muttered. That's prodigy speed even by sword heaven standards. Either the graveyard's energy is richer than I realized, or your resonance root is stronger than any I've encountered. Sword technique was where Shun Feng struggled. He had no training, no muscle memory, no foundation in any martial art. He was starting from absolute zero with weapons that were broken, corroded, and barely functional. Rustheart started him with the most basic forms, the 7-star Jian positions, which were apparently so fundamental that even children in sword heaven had learned them before they could write. Shun Feng practiced them with a battered short sword he'd found relatively intact among the wreckage, repeating each position 100 times daily until his arms trembled and his feet blistered. Sword cultivation isn't about swinging metal, Rustheart lectured during rest periods. Any fool with arms can swing a sword. True sword cultivation is about intent, the spiritual will behind the blade. When a sword cultivator reaches the level of sword intent, their strikes carry the weight of their purpose. A blade wielded with true sword intent can cut through defenses that physical steel cannot touch. How do I develop sword intent? By understanding what a sword means to you. Not as a tool or a weapon, as a companion, an extension of your will. Every great sword cultivator in history found their sword intent through a moment of absolute clarity, when the boundary between self and blade dissolved. Resonance craft was the most fascinating discipline and the most dangerous. Shun Feng learned to extend his awareness into dead swords, reading the imprints left by their original spirits, fragments of personality, technique, emotion. Each sword held an echo of its wielder and its own consciousness, and by touching those echoes, Shun Feng could learn things that had been lost for millennia. But it cost him. Every resonance contact drained his chi and left ghostly impressions in his mind. Other lives, other battles, other deaths. After one particularly deep contact with the remnant of a Dao-type cleaver, he spent 3 hours believing he was a warrior named Chun Dagong who had died, defending a gate against a tide of darkness. The dissociation faded slowly, leaving him shaken. Careful, Rustheart warned. The deeper you resonate, the more of them you absorb. A void resonance cultivator who loses themselves in other spirits' memories can forget who they are entirely. It happened in Sword Heaven. They called it spirit drowning. Shun Feng learned to moderate his contact, touching the echoes lightly rather than plunging in. He still accumulated fragments, a stance here, a breathing technique there, a half-remembered combat insight from a sword that had fought in wars lost to history. Slowly, without fully realizing it, He was building a composite fighting style drawn from 100 different swords memories. On the 18th day, he experienced the first sign that the graveyard was more than a wasteland. He was practicing the 7-star positions near the eastern spring when the ground trembled. A blade, buried vertically in the earth like a grave marker, began to glow, not the dim flicker of a dying spirit, but a steady amber light. The sword was a straight-bladed jian about 4 feet long, its edge chipped but not broken, its guard shaped like a snarling wolf's head. The glow intensified. The ground around the blade cracked. And then, like a hand reaching up from a grave, a shape pulled itself from the earth around the sword, translucent, wolf-like, made of amber light and spiritual energy. A sword spirit, manifesting physically. It looked at Shen Feng with eyes like burning coins and bared fangs that crackled with residual lightning. "Oh," Rustheart said from across the camp, voice suddenly tight. "That's Ashfang. He's a paranoid one. I'd recommend not making sudden movements." Shen Feng held very still as the wolf-shaped sword spirit circled him, growling low. Its body flickered and distorted, the way a reflection shimmers in disturbed water, not fully manifested, not fully dormant. Halfway between death and awakening. "It's responding to my resonance?" Shen Feng asked, barely moving his lips. "More than that. You've been cultivating in this area for weeks, pumping void resonance energy into the ground. The ambient sword spirits nearby are getting stronger just from proximity to you." Ashfang was always one of the more willful spirits in the graveyard, strong enough to maintain partial consciousness even after 8,000 years. The wolf circled once more, then stopped directly in front of Shen Feng. Those burning eyes locked onto his ghost eyes. The growling intensified to a snarl. Then, slowly, the spirit lowered its head. Not submission. Recognition. The wolf spirit could feel what Shen Feng was, a conduit, a resonance point, the first being in 10,000 years capable of hearing the dead sword's voices. And it was choosing, of its own will, to accept that connection. Shen Feng reached out and placed his hand on the wolf's translucent head. Light erupted between them. The bond formed, not as dramatic as his connection with Rustheart, but clear and strong. Through the link, Shen Feng felt Ashfang's history, a warblade forged for a general of sword heaven, specialized in lightning aspect sword techniques, loyal to its wielder unto death and beyond. When the light faded, the wolf spirit had settled at Shen Feng's feet like a hound finding its master. "Two sword spirits," Rustheart murmured. "You've bonded with 2 of us in less than a month. Boy, when the outside world finds out about you, every sect on the continent is going to want you, alive or dead." Shen Feng scratched behind Ashfang's translucent ears and felt the spirit rumble with contentment. "Then I'd better get stronger before they find out." The graveyard hummed around him, 10,000 dead swords dreaming of resurrection, and somewhere in their collective unconscious, the faintest thread of hope stirred for the first time in millennia. Chapter 6. The graveyard's time moved differently from the outside world. Shen Feng noticed it first through his own body. By the end of his 4th week inside, he looked older, leaner, more defined, his features sharpening from boyish softness into something that might someday be called handsome. His arms had thickened from sword practice. His posture had changed from a servant's perpetual hunch to the upright bearing of a martial artist. When he caught his reflection in a polished sword fragment, he almost didn't recognize himself. "Time dilation," Rustheart confirmed when he asked. "The graveyard's core formation warps temporal flow. 3 days inside equals roughly 1 day outside. I should have mentioned it earlier. You forgot. I've been dying for 8,000 years. My memory has some holes." By Shen Feng's count, which he tracked by scratching marks into Rustheart's hilt with a sharp stone, much to the sword spirit's irritation, he'd been in the graveyard for 37 days. That meant roughly 12 days had passed in the outside world. Enough time for the Iron Crane sect to fully forget he'd ever existed. Except someone hadn't forgotten. It happened on the 38th day. Shen Feng was drilling sword forms in the clearing around his shelter when Ashfang's wolf spirit raised its head sharply, ears pricking toward the southern edge of the graveyard. A low growl rumbled in the spirit's translucent chest. "Someone's at the boundary," Shen Feng said, pausing mid-strike. "Not just at," Rustheart replied. "Coming through. I can feel them touching the formation edge. 1 person, moderate cultivation, foundation establishment maybe? Hard to tell from here." Shen Feng gripped his practice sword, a relatively intact Jin he'd been repairing with resonance energy over the past 2 weeks, its blade now clean of rust, though still bearing hairline cracks. "Should I hide? You're the master of this graveyard. You don't hide from visitors. You decide whether they live or die." It was meant to be empowering, But Shin Feng felt only a cold knot of anxiety as he made his way south through the field of dead blades, Ashfang padding silently beside him. He was strong for a mortal, peak of the 5th body tempering stage, with 2 bonded sword spirits and a growing library of resonance glean techniques. But a Foundation establishment cultivator was orders of magnitude beyond him. They could fly, project chi attacks, level buildings with a gesture. If Elder Mu had sent someone to confirm his death, this could end very quickly. He found her at the graveyard's southern edge, where the toxic miasma thinned to a mere haze, and the broken swords gave way to bare rock. She was younger than he'd expected, 16 or 17, with sharp features softened by a dusting of freckles across her nose and eyes that shifted between glacial blue and warm amber, depending on the angle. Her hair was long, black with streaks of pure white at the temples, and she wore the gray inner robes of an iron crane outer disciple. She was also on her hands and knees, retching, the miasma's effects already hitting her despite what appeared to be a chi barrier flickering around her body. Shin Feng watched from behind a cluster of upright sword blades. Ashfang crouched beside him, the wolf spirit's eyes fixed on the intruder with predatory focus. She's fighting the corrosion, Rustheart observed through their bond. Dual spiritual root, ice and fire, from the feel of it. Unusual combination. The ice affinity is helping her resist, but not enough. She'll be dead in an hour at this rate. The girl coughed violently, spat blood, and forced herself upright. She pulled a talisman from her sleeve and pressed it to her chest. A brief flare of protective energy surrounded her, and the retching subsided. She had prepared for this. Shin Feng, she called into the mist, her voice raw but carrying. Shin Feng, if you're alive, show yourself. I was sent to confirm. She coughed again. I'm Lian Yu, outer disciple. I'm not here to hurt you. Shin Feng looked at Ashfang. The wolf spirit's growl had softened to a rumble, alert but not aggressive. The spirit could sense hostile intent, and apparently this Lian Yu wasn't registering as a threat. He stepped out. The girl's eyes widened. She'd clearly expected to find a corpse, not a living boy standing calm and upright in an environment that was actively trying to eat her alive. Her gaze traveled from his face to the practice sword at his hip, to the glowing wolf spirit at his side, and her jaw dropped. You're alive, she whispered. How? The miasma doesn't affect me much. Shin Feng kept his distance, hand resting on his sword hilt. Who sent you? Lian Yu straightened, clearly trying to compose herself despite the visible pain from the miasma exposure. The sect. The punishment hall record says you were cast in 12 days ago. Standard procedure is to confirm termination after 10 days. Elder Mu assigned me because, she hesitated. Because you're expendable, Shin Feng finished quietly. An outer disciple sent to poke a corpse in a toxic wasteland. If you didn't come back, no great loss. The flash of anger in her mismatched eyes told him he'd hit the mark. I volunteered, she said sharply. Because I was there when they threw you in. I saw your face. You didn't scream. Everyone screams when they're thrown in, but you didn't, and she broke off, jaw clenching. I wanted to know. Know what? If there was something worth surviving for in here. If anyone could. Her dual-colored eyes found his. Clearly, someone can. Shin Feng studied her for a long moment. Behind him, Rustheart's voice murmured through the bond. She's genuine. I can feel it. No concealed weapons, no tracking talismans, no secondary objectives. She's just a girl who came to see if a boy was dead. You should go back, Shin Feng said. The longer you stay, the worse the corrosion gets. Report that you found nothing but bones. I'm dead. Shin Feng, the water carrier, is dead. Lian Yu's eyes narrowed. And who are you now? He almost smiled. Almost. Ask me again when I figure it out. She stared at him for another long heartbeat, then reached into her robe and pulled out a cloth bundle, tossing it at his feet. Dried meat, medicinal herbs, and 2 low-grade spirit stones. It's everything I could take without being noticed. She turned to leave, then paused. I won't tell them. But Elder Mu isn't stupid. If the graveyard's energy patterns change, he'll notice. I know. She took one last look at the boy, the sword, and the impossible wolf made of amber light, then activated her chi barrier and pushed back through the miasma toward the living world. Shin Feng picked up the bundle and felt its weight in his hands. Dried meat, herbs, spirit stones. It was more kindness than anyone had shown him since the day he was orphaned. Interesting girl, Rustheart observed. Dual ice-fire root is rare. She'd be a core disciple in any other sect. Iron Crane must have some reason for keeping her in the outer ranks. Shin Feng tucked the bundle into his shelter without responding. But that night, as he cultivated by the light of Ashfang's amber glow, he found his concentration drifting south, toward the boundary, toward the world he'd left behind, and the girl with mismatched eyes who'd brought him his first gift. The graveyard sensed his distraction and hummed with something that might have been amusement. Chapter 7. The Spirit Stones changed everything. Even low-grade, they contained more concentrated spiritual energy than Shen Feng could absorb from the ambient graveyard qi in a week. But more than that, his void resonance root interacted with spirit stones differently than a normal cultivator's root would. Where a standard cultivator absorbed the stone's energy and depleted it, Shen Feng resonated with its crystal structure, causing it to vibrate at a frequency that released energy in sustained waves rather than a single burst. A low-grade spirit stone that would fuel a normal cultivator session for an hour lasted Shen Feng 3 days. That's obscene, Rusthart said flatly, watching the stone's glow pulse in rhythm with Shen Feng's breathing. That's absolutely obscene. Do you have any idea how many wars have been fought over spirit stone supplies? If anyone knew you could extend their yield by a factor of 50, they'd want me alive. They'd want you in a cage, permanently cycling stones for their elders. Don't be naive. On the 45th day in the graveyard, Shen Feng broke through to qi condensation. The breakthrough was violent. Body tempering's final stage involved the condensation of physical qi into the dantian, creating a permanent reservoir of spiritual energy. For Shen Feng, surrounded by the concentrated essence of 10,000 dead swords, the condensation drew in not just ambient qi but fragments of sword intent, the spiritual fingerprints of the graveyard's dead blades. His dantian, when it stabilized, was not the typical sphere of pure qi. It was a miniature graveyard, a swirling space filled with tiny motes of light, each one a fragment of a dead sword's essence, all orbiting a central point of void energy that pulsed with his heartbeat. I've never seen anything like that, Rusthart admitted. A sword aspect dantian infused with void resonance. You're not just a cultivator, you're becoming something entirely new. The power increase was staggering. Qi condensation cultivators could project their spiritual energy beyond their body, enhance their physical abilities to superhuman levels, and begin to practice true martial techniques rather than basic forms. Shen Feng could now coat his blade with qi, accelerate his movements to a blur, and extend his resonance field to a radius of 50 feet, feeling every dead sword in range as clearly as if they were extensions of his own body. He used the expanded resonance to explore the graveyard more thoroughly. In the weeks he'd spent cultivating, he'd barely ventured beyond a few hundred yards of his shelter. Now he ranged further, mapping the terrain with his spiritual sense. The graveyard was enormous, 3 miles across and perhaps half a mile deep, though the depth varied. The broken swords were densest at the center, where they lay piled on top of each other in drifts of corroded metal, some reaching dozens of feet high. The miasma was thickest there too, dense enough to block even his qi-enhanced vision. But at the heart of the graveyard, his resonance detected something massive, a structure buried beneath the sword drifts, radiating a formation pattern so complex and powerful that touching it with his spiritual sense gave him an immediate headache. The core formation, Rusthart said when he described it. That's what you accidentally activated when you first touched me. It's the central mechanism of the entire graveyard, the thing that maintains the time dilation, the miasma cycle, and a pause. The seal on the entity. Yes. Shen Feng approached the center carefully over the following days, using his resonance to navigate through the sword drifts and avoid pockets of concentrated toxicity. Ashfang ranged ahead like a scout, the wolf spirit's amber glow illuminating the narrow paths between towering walls of dead blades. The deeper he went, the more sword spirits he sensed. Many were too weak to manifest, barely their flickers of consciousness clinging to corroded hilts. But some were stronger, preserved by proximity to the core formation's residual energy. He felt them watching him as he passed, felt their hope and their fear and their desperate longing. They wanted to live again. On the 6th day of exploration, he found the core. It was a platform of white jade, 30 feet across, buried under a thin layer of metallic dust. Its surface was covered in formation patterns of breathtaking complexity, lines of spiritual circuitry that glowed faintly when Shen Feng stepped onto the jade. In the platform's center stood a single sword, driven point first into the stone. This sword was not broken. It was massive, 7 feet of gleaming black steel that seemed to drink the dim light. Its guard was shaped like spreading wings, and along its blade, characters in an ancient script pulsed with inner fire. The sword was perfectly preserved, untouched by corrosion, as beautiful and terrible as the day it was forged. And it was screaming, not audibly. The scream existed entirely in the spiritual realm, a constant, agonized frequency that Shen Feng felt in his void resonance root, like a nail driven through his skull. The sword was in pain. Unimaginable, endless pain. It was the source of the miasma, Shen Feng realized. The toxic energy that filled the graveyard was this sword's scream made manifest, its agony leaking out through the formation. Don't touch it, Rustheart said sharply. That's the seal sword. It's what holds the entity in place. If you pull it out, I wasn't going to pull it out. Shen Feng circled the platform, studying the formation patterns. But it's suffering. Can you hear it? I've heard it for 8,000 years, Rustheart replied quietly. We all have. Every dead sword in this graveyard hears that scream. It's part of why we can't fully die. The seal sword's agony keeps us on the edge of consciousness, not alive enough to recover, not dead enough to rest. Shen Feng knelt at the platform's edge and placed his hands on the jade. His resonance flowed into the formation, reading its structure. It was like trying to read a library in a language he barely understood. The formations were ancient, immensely sophisticated, and layered with redundancies and safeguards that suggested their creator had been both brilliant and terrified. But certain elements were clear. The formation drew power from the dead swords, using their residual energy to maintain the seal. And at its heart, the seal sword served as a lock, its spirit trapped in an eternal loop of suffering that generated the binding force. That's monstrous, Shen Feng whispered. That's necessary, Rustheart countered. The entity beneath us destroyed a civilization. 10,000 sword cultivators and their blades, wiped out in a single night. The seal has to hold, no matter the cost. Shen Feng didn't respond, but as he withdrew his hands from the jade and made his way back through the sword drifts to his shelter, the seal sword's scream echoed in his bones, and a thought he couldn't shake lodged itself in his mind. There had to be a better way. Chapter 8. Lian Yu returned on the 52nd day. She came better prepared this time. More talismans, a heavier chi barrier, and a large pack strapped to her back that clinked with the sound of spirit stones. She was also angrier than before. Elder Mu suspects something, she said without preamble, pressing through the miasma to where Shen Feng waited at the southern boundary. The graveyard's energy signature has shifted. It's subtle, but he has monitoring formations. He's been asking questions. Who confirmed the servant's death? Who volunteered for the verification mission? Her jaw was tight. He knows I lied. Shen Feng frowned. He'd grown significantly in the weeks since her last visit, his cultivation now solidly at mid-stage chi condensation. But Elder Mu was spirit-severing, 8 full realms above him. If the Elder decided to personally investigate the graveyard, no amount of dead sword spirits would save Shen Feng. How much time do I have? I don't know. Days, maybe. He's cautious. He won't enter the graveyard himself without understanding what changed. He'll send scouts first. Expendable ones. She looked at him with an expression that mixed concern and frustration. I brought supplies. 15 low-grade spirit stones, dried rations for a month, 2 healing pills, and a technique manual I stole from the outer library. You stole a technique manual? I borrowed it aggressively. Shen Feng almost laughed. It was an unfamiliar sensation. He took the pack, feeling its weight. It was more wealth than he'd possessed in his entire life as a servant. Why are you doing this? He asked. Lian Yu crossed her arms. Because what happened to you was wrong. I've been at Iron Crane for 4 years, and I've watched Elder Mu frame 3 other servants for theft before you. 2 were executed. 1 was sold to the Blood Harvest sect. I was too weak to do anything then. I'm still too weak. She met his eyes with a fierce intensity that made his breath catch. But you're not. Whatever's happening to you in here, you're becoming something Elder Mu didn't plan for. And I want to help that happen. They spent 2 hours together while her talismans held. Shen Feng told her about Rustheart, about Ashfang, about the core formation and the seal sword. She listened with the focused attention of someone who understood that information was survival. In return, she told him about the sect's politics. Iron Crane sect was a second-tier power in the regional hierarchy, subordinate to the Celestial Edge sect, but strong enough to maintain independence. Elder Mu Qianfeng was the sect's punishment elder, a position that gave him control over discipline, punishment, and access to the sect's restricted areas, including the formations that monitored the graveyard. He's been obsessed with the graveyard for years, Lian Yu said. He's written papers on its energy signature, petitioned the sect master for permission to explore it. Always denied. The graveyard is sacred ground. No one enters, no one touches it. Sect Master Duan is adamant about that. But he let them throw me in. The punishment elder has authority over criminal executions. Throwing a convicted thief into the graveyard doesn't count as exploration. It's disposal. She paused. I think that's why he framed you. He needed someone inside the graveyard to test whether it was survivable. And now that he knows it is, now he's deciding whether to come in himself or send a team. Shen Feng absorbed this in silence, his mind turning through possibilities. He was growing fast, but not fast enough. Weeks, maybe months before he could face a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone someone at spirit severing. Train me, Shin Feng said suddenly. Lian Yu blinked. What? Your foundation establishment. You know techniques, combat principles, things I can't learn from dead sword spirits. Come back. As often as you can. Bring supplies, bring manuals, but most importantly, spar with me. I can only survive an hour in here, even with talismans. Then we'll train at the boundary, where the miasma is thinnest. She stared at him for a long moment, the blue and amber of her eyes shifting as emotions warred across her face. Then she nodded. Every 5 days. Nightfall, when the patrols change and no one's watching the southern approach. Every 5 days. When she left, the graveyard felt emptier than it had before. Shin Feng stood at the boundary, watching the miasma close behind her like a curtain, and felt an ache in his chest that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with the realization that loneliness was survivable, but connection was addictive. Ashfong nudged his hand with a translucent muzzle, and Rustheart's voice came soft through the bond. Focus, boy. We have work to do. He turned back to the graveyard and resumed training. Chapter 9. The scouts came on the 59th day. There were 4 of them, inner disciples, mid-stage foundation establishment, wearing specialized protective talismans that created bubbles of clean air around their heads. They entered from the northern boundary, the opposite side from Lian Yu's approach, and moved in a standard search formation. Shin Feng felt them the moment they crossed the formation boundary. His resonance field had expanded significantly since reaching chi condensation. He could now sense disturbances in the graveyard's energy for nearly a quarter mile. For sources of living chi, moving purposefully through the dead sword field, stood out like torches in a dark room. Inner disciples, Rustheart assessed. Foundation establishment, 2nd and 3rd stage, from the feel of it. They're not here to kill you. They're here to observe and report. If they report back that I'm alive and cultivating in the graveyard, then Elder Mu comes in force. Shin Feng watched them through his resonance, tracking their movements as they picked their way through the sword drifts. They were methodical, stopping every 100 yards to take readings with formation compasses and spirit detection talismans. They were looking for him, for the energy shift, for proof of what shouldn't exist. He considered hiding. The graveyard was vast, the miasma thick enough to confuse spiritual senses, and his resonance allowed him to navigate with a precision the scouts couldn't match. He could avoid them indefinitely, but hiding meant they'd come back with more scouts, better equipment, and eventually Elder Mu himself. Hiding delayed the problem without solving it. I'm going to fight them, Shin Feng said. Your chi condensation. Their foundation establishment. That's a difference of an entire major realm. There are 4 of them, and there are 10,000 swords. He reached out with his resonance, not to the scouts, but to the graveyard itself. For weeks he'd been cultivating, building connections with the dead swords around him, strengthening the ambient spirits through proximity and contact. Now he drew on those connections, sending a pulse of void resonance energy through the earth. The dead swords responded. It started as a tremor, the faintest vibration in the corroded blades, a humming that built in layers as sword after sword picked up the frequency. The miasma swirled, agitated by the sudden surge of energy. The gray light shifted, shadows moving where no shadowcasters stood. The scouts noticed. Their formation tightened, hands going to weapon hilts, heads swiveling. Shin Feng stepped out of the mist 60 yards ahead of them, standing atop a drift of dead swords with Ashfong at his side and his practice Jian in his hand. The blade glowed faintly with chi, not impressive by any standard, but enough to mark him as a cultivator. You're in the myriad sword graveyard, he said, his voice carrying further than it should have, the graveyard's resonance amplifying his words. This is my home. Explain yourselves or leave. The lead scout, a young man with a hard jaw and the arrogant posture of a favored inner disciple, recovered from his surprise quickly. You're the servant. The thief. His eyes flicked to Ashfong. What is that thing? I'm the master of this graveyard. And that is one of my swords. The lead scout's lip curled. A chi condensation mortal calling himself a master? You're a servant who got lucky. Elder Mu Qianfeng sends his regards and his orders. Come quietly, and you won't be harmed. Elder Mu framed me. He planted the stone, staged the conviction, and threw me in here to test whether the graveyard was survivable. I'm guessing you already knew that. Something flickered across the lead scout's face. Guilt, maybe, or just the discomfort of hearing the unsaid spoken aloud. It vanished quickly. Last warning, servant. Come quietly. Shin Feng breathed in, cycling his chi, and felt the graveyard hum in resonance. Then the lead scout attacked. He was fast, foundation establishment fast, his body enhanced by years of chi cultivation to a level that made mortal speed look like slow motion. His sword drew and struck in a single fluid motion, a technique called crane's descent that Shin Feng recognized from Lian Yu's descriptions of iron crane sword arts. The blade carved a line of compressed air toward Shin Feng that could have split a boulder. Shin Feng dove sideways. Not gracefully. He didn't have the skill for grace yet, but effectively, the chi-enhanced strike whistling past his ear close enough to cut a strand of hair. He hit the ground rolling, came up in a crouch, and pulsed his resonance. The dead swords around the lead scout woke up. Not fully. They didn't rise or fly or manifest spirits, but they vibrated, a discordant chorus of metallic shrieking that assaulted the scout's spiritual senses like 1,000 needles in his consciousness. He staggered, hands going to his temples, his chi barrier flickering as concentration broke. Shin Feng struck. He'd learned 12 different sword techniques through resonance fragments, pieces of lost arts, incomplete but functional. He strung 3 of them together now in a combination that no living swordsman had ever performed. A sword heaven thrust called Void Pierce, followed by a lateral cut from a Dao technique called Autumn Harvest, finished with a rising slash from an unnamed style that his resonance had pulled from a broken glaive. The composite attack should have been clumsy, 3 unrelated techniques awkwardly chained. But Shin Feng's void resonance route smoothed the transitions, harmonizing the different sword intents into something almost fluid. His blade caught the lead scout across the forearm, cutting through the chi barrier and opening a gash in flesh. First blood. The other 3 scouts attacked simultaneously. Shin Feng was immediately overwhelmed. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators striking in concert was far beyond what a chi condensation fighter could handle through cleverness alone. He took a kick to the ribs that sent him tumbling through a pile of dead swords, felt a blade open a shallow cut across his back, barely dodged a palm strike that cratered the ground where he'd been standing. But the graveyard was fighting with him. Every time a scout stepped near a buried blade, the blade vibrated, the spiritual screech disrupting their concentration and weakening their chi barriers. Ashfong harassed them from the flanks. The wolf spirit couldn't truly harm Foundation establishment cultivators, but its lightning aspect attacks stung and distracted. And Shin Feng, battered and bleeding, kept moving, kept the dead swords humming, kept the pressure on. The battle lasted 12 minutes. In the end, it wasn't Shin Feng who won. It was the miasma. The scouts' protective talismans were designed for limited exposure, 30 minutes, maybe an hour. The battle had forced them to burn through talisman energy faster than planned, using it for chi barriers and movement rather than pure protection. When the first scout's talisman flickered and died, the concentrated miasma hit him like a hammer. He collapsed, retching, his chi barrier failing as corrosive energy ate into his channels. The others saw their companion fall and made the calculation. They retreated, 2 of them carrying the incapacitated scout, the lead scout backing away with his wounded arm pressed against his side and hatred in his eyes. This isn't over, servant. Shin Feng stood in the mist, bleeding from 6 cuts, his chest heaving, his sword shaking in his grip. Ashfong stood beside him, the wolf spirit's light dimming with exhaustion. No, Shin Feng agreed. It isn't. When the scout's presence faded from his resonance, he sat down hard among the dead swords and allowed himself to shake. Chapter 10 The aftermath of the battle was a revelation. Shin Feng spent 2 days healing, using the medicinal pills Lian Yu had brought and cycling chi through his injuries. But the physical damage was secondary to what the fight had taught him. He wasn't strong enough. Not nearly. The battle had been won by circumstance, the graveyard's corrosive environment, the element of surprise, the sword spirit's passive interference. In a straight fight on neutral ground, any one of those scouts would have killed him. You need to advance, Rusthart stated bluntly. Chi condensation against Foundation establishment is suicide. You're burning time. I'm cultivating as fast as, not fast enough. You need to use the core formation. Shin Feng went still. You told me not to touch the core formation. I told you not to touch the seal sword. The formation itself has other functions, power distribution, energy cycling, and most importantly, a cultivation accelerator. The original inhabitants of Sword Heaven used it to compress years of cultivation into months. It's dangerous. The energy flow can shatter meridians if you're not careful, but it's the fastest path to Foundation establishment. He went to the core, carefully, respectfully, giving the screaming seal sword a wide berth. Rusthart guided him to a secondary ring of formation nodes, 10 jade pillars arranged in a circle around the central platform. Each pillar had a concavity at its top, shaped to hold a spirit stone. Place a stone in any pillar and sit in the center of the secondary ring. The formation will draw energy from the stone, amplify it through the graveyard's sword chi network, and channel it into your dantian at roughly 10 times the normal rate. What's the risk? If your meridians can't handle the flow, they crack. If they crack during the process, the energy backflows and destroys your dantian. You'd be crippled permanently. Shen Feng placed a spirit stone in the nearest pillar and sat in the center of the ring. The formation activated with a sound like a struck bell, a single clear note that resonated through the entire graveyard. Energy surged upward from the jade pillars and spiraling columns of silver light, converging on Shen Feng's body. The graveyard's ambient sword qi, drawn by the formation's pull, flooded in from all directions. The pressure was immediate and immense. Qi slammed into his meridians like a river forcing itself through a pipe, stretching the channels to their limits. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and cycled furiously, guiding the energy into his dantian, where the miniature graveyard of sword fragments absorbed it with desperate hunger. Hours passed. The pain mounted from intense to excruciating to something beyond language. His body trembled, sweat pouring from every pore, blood trickling from his nose as capillaries burst under the strain. Twice his meridians nearly cracked. He felt them flexing, bulging, the spiritual tissue pushed to its absolute limit. But the void resonance route saved him. Where normal meridians had hard limits, resonance-enhanced channels could adapt, expanding their capacity by harmonizing with the incoming energy rather than simply containing it. Shen Feng's meridians didn't just hold the qi, they sang with it, vibrating in sympathy, allowing more energy to flow than their physical structure should have permitted. By dawn, he had broken through to late-stage qi condensation. By the following dawn, he was at the peak. On the third day, in a surge of energy that shook the graveyard to its foundations and woke every dormant sword spirit for 100 yards, Shen Feng broke through to foundation establishment. The breakthrough was spectacular. His dantian expanded, the miniature graveyard within it doubling in size, the orbiting fragments of sword essence multiplying and brightening. A qi vortex formed around his body, sucking in ambient energy with such force that the dead swords nearest to him actually moved, dragged across the ground by the spiritual current. When it ended, Shen Feng opened his eyes and saw the world differently. Everything had a spiritual signature now. The dead swords glowed with residual energies he could distinguish by type. Fire aspect blades burning with invisible heat, water aspect ones shimmering with phantom moisture, lightning swords crackling with static. The formation beneath him pulsed with complex patterns he could read like text. Even the air itself was alive with spiritual particles, drifting currents of qi that told him wind direction, weather patterns, and the approximate position of every living thing within half a mile. Foundation establishment, Rusthart said, and the ancient sword spirit's voice carried a weight of emotion that Shen Feng had never heard from it before. In 2 months, by the old reckoning, that qualifies as genius. By any reckoning, it qualifies as terrifying. Shen Feng stood, feeling the new power course through him. His body had transformed again, taller by an inch, broader through the shoulders, his muscles defined with the lean efficiency of a martial artist at the peak of physical development. His ghost eyes, always unusual, now held flecks of silver that caught the light like mirror shards. He drew his practice sword and performed a single slash. The air split. A crescent of compressed qi screamed across the graveyard, carving a 50-foot furrow through the field of dead swords before dissipating against a distant boulder hard enough to crack it in half. "I need a better sword," Shen Feng said. Rusthart's light flickered with what might have been a grin. "I thought you'd never ask." Chapter 11. The resurrection of a dead sword was not a simple process. Rusthart explained it as Shen Feng prepared, sitting cross-legged before a selection of relatively intact blades he'd gathered over the preceding weeks. The technique was unique to void resonance root users and had no equivalent in modern cultivation. A spirit sword dies when its spiritual core, the condensed consciousness at the heart of the blade, dissipates. In a normal death, the core gradually leaks energy until there's nothing left. But in this graveyard, the ambient formation energy slowed that process to a crawl. The cores aren't gone. They're depleted, reduced to sparks where there were once bonfires. What you can do, with your resonance, is feed those sparks. Feed them how? By sharing your own qi. But not just qi, your intent, your will. A sword spirit isn't just energy, it's identity. A personality shaped by millennia of experience. To resurrect one, you need to give it a reason to come back. You need to offer it a bond. A bond like what we have. Deeper. What we have is a teacher-student connection, formed in desperation. A true resurrection bond is a partnership. The sword becomes an extension of your spiritual self, and you become the anchor that keeps it alive. In sword heaven, such bonds were sacred. A cultivator might have one resurrection bond in a lifetime. Maybe two. I intend to have more than two. Of course you do. You're going to be one of those cultivators, aren't you? The kind that makes historians tired. Shen Feng chose his first resurrection target carefully. Among the swords he'd collected, one stood out. A straight-bladed jian with a guard shaped like interlocking leaves, its metal a warm bronze color beneath the corrosion. When he touched it with his resonance, he felt a spirit that was stronger than most, composed, patient, enduring. A blade that had waited 8,000 years without despair. Good choice, Rusthart approved. That's verdant edge. Plant aspect jian, specializing in growth and regeneration techniques. Its wielder was a healer swordsman, rare combination. Verdant edge was never the strongest sword in the armory, but it was one of the most resilient. Shen Feng sat before the blade, placed his hands on the corroded guard, and opened his resonance fully. The contact was immediate and overwhelming. He plunged into the sword's dying consciousness like diving into deep water, the spirit's memories washing over him in fragmented waves. A garden, a sword school, students laughing, a woman with green eyes practicing forms in morning light. Then darkness, screaming, something vast and terrible devouring everything. The garden burning, the woman falling, the blade shattering. Pain, endless pain, 8,000 years of slow death. Shen Feng held on. He poured his qi into the depleted core, not as a flood but as a steady stream, nurturing the spark the way one nurtures a dying ember. And with the qi, he sent his intent, a promise, felt rather than spoken. I hear you. I feel you. You're not alone anymore. Come back. The spark brightened. Slowly, painfully, like a flower forcing itself through frozen earth, the sword spirit of verdant edge began to reassemble. Fragments of consciousness coalesced around the spark. Memories, personality, will. The corrosion on the blade's surface crackled and flaked. Bronze metal gleamed beneath, warming, brightening, coming alive. The guard shifted under Shen Feng's hands. The leaf-shaped fittings unfurled like actual leaves, tiny veins of spiritual energy running through them in patterns of green light. The blade's edge, chipped and dull, sharpened itself as spiritual metal remembered its original form. Not a full restoration. The blade still bore scars, cracks visible as thin dark lines along its length. But it was alive. The spirit within was conscious, aware, grateful, and bound. A translucent figure appeared above the sword, not a wolf like Ashfong, but a human form. A woman, middle-aged, with kind eyes and hands stained green with plant qi. She looked at Shen Feng with an expression of such profound relief that he had to look away. Thank you, whispered Verdant Edge, and her voice was like wind through a forest. Thank you, master. The bond snapped into place. A connection in his dantian, a new sword fragment joining the miniature graveyard within, orbiting brighter than the rest. Shen Feng felt Verdant Edge's presence like a warm hand on his shoulder, steady, healing, alive. He looked down at the restored blade in his hands. It wasn't his practice sword anymore. It was a true spirit sword, damaged, incomplete, but real. 3 bonds, Rusthart murmured. And you're barely into foundation establishment. If you're not careful, you'll burn out your spirit. Every bond takes a piece of your consciousness. How many can I sustain? The theoretical limit for a void resonance cultivator? No one knows. The last one who tried. Rusthart trailed off. Let's just say the number was much higher than 3. Shen Feng held Verdant Edge up to the gray light and watched the green glow pulse along its length. Somewhere in the graveyard, 10,000 dead swords felt the resurrection and stirred. Hope. That's what they felt. For the first time in millennia. Hope that someone could bring them back. Chapter 12. Lian Yu arrived on schedule, 5 days after her last visit, and nearly fell off the boundary ridge when she sensed Shen Feng's cultivation level. Foundation establishment, she whispered, her dual-colored eyes wide. You were qi condensation 12 days ago. That's not possible. The graveyard accelerates cultivation. Shen Feng extended a hand to help her down the slope, and he noticed her fingers were warmer than he expected. How are things at the sect? Bad. She slid down beside him, pulling her protective talismans tighter. The scouts reported back. Elder Moon knows someone is alive in here and cultivating. He's petitioning the sect master for permission to lead an expedition, a full team, inner disciples and elders. The sect master hasn't agreed yet, but it's only a matter of time. They move to their usual training spot, a flat area of bare rock at the miasma's thin edge, where Lian Yu could survive without talismans for short periods. Shen Feng had cleared it of dead sword fragments and smoothed the ground for sparring. Show me what you've learned, Lian Yu said, drawing her own blade. A plain iron jian, serviceable, but unexceptional. They sparred. The difference from their first session was staggering. 5 days ago, Lian Yu had easily handled Shen Feng's attacks, her foundation establishment cultivation and formal training overwhelming his raw resonance techniques. Now, at the same realm, the gap had narrowed dramatically. Shen Feng's composite style, fragments of 100 dead swords memories woven together by void resonance, was unpredictable in a way that formal training couldn't prepare for. He shifted between attack patterns with no logical transition, mixing thrusts and slashes from traditions that had no common ancestor, his blade seeming to disagree with itself about what technique it was performing. Lian Yu adapted impressively. Her ice-fire dual affinity gave her access to temperature manipulation, frost coating her blade on one strike, heat shimmer surrounding the next. She was fast, precise, and disciplined where Shen Feng was chaotic and innovative. They matched each other blow for nearly 10 minutes before Shen Feng found an opening. A resonance-enhanced feint that made his sword hum at a frequency mimicking a heavy downward cut, then a lateral shift to a thrust that came from a completely different angle. His blade stopped an inch from Lian Yu's throat. She looked at the point, then at him, and a slow smile crossed her face. First touch. It took you 3 sessions. You're still faster than me. And you're still unpredictable. I've never fought anyone whose style changes mid-strike. She sheathed her sword and sat on a rock, catching her breath. The exertion had flushed her cheeks, and the white streaks in her hair had taken on a faint luminous quality, her ice affinity reacting to the physical strain. Shen Feng sat beside her, close enough to feel the fluctuation between warm and cool that her dual affinity produced. Why does Iron Crane keep you in the outer ranks? With a dual ice-fire root, you should be at least an inner disciple. The smile faded. My root is unstable. The ice and fire aspects conflict. They try to cancel each other out. Sometimes my chi freezes in my meridians. Sometimes it burns. The elders tested me when I arrived and declared my root was fundamentally flawed, too dangerous for core cultivation methods. They put me in the outer sect with a basic cultivation manual and told me to manage. That's why your eyes change color. The ice side is blue. The fire side is amber. They fight for dominance depending on my emotional state and cultivation cycle. She looked away. Most days I can control it. Some days I can't. I've burned my pillow twice and frozen my blanket once. Shen Feng studied her profile. The set of her jaw, the white knuckles where her hands gripped her knees, the faint tremor that might have been cold or might have been old anger. He reached out with his resonance, not to attack or read, but simply to sense. Her spiritual energy was a war zone. Ice and fire chi churned in her meridians like 2 rivers trying to occupy the same bed, each constantly pushing the other back. The meridians themselves were damaged, hairline cracks from years of internal conflict, scarred over with spiritual tissue that limited her capacity. She was a dual-root cultivator fighting herself with every breath. I can feel that, she said quietly, not pulling away. Your resonance. It's warm. Your roots aren't flawed, Shen Feng said. They're just not harmonized. The ice and fire are fighting because nothing's giving them a reason to cooperate. He hesitated, then spoke the thought that had formed the moment he'd sensed her energy. I think I can help. Lian Yu turned to face him. How? Void resonance doesn't just read spiritual objects, it harmonizes them. I've been doing it with broken swords, getting conflicting sword intents to work together in my composite techniques. Your dual root is the same principle, 2 energies that need a bridge. No one's ever been able to bridge ice and fire. The elders at Iron Crane tried. Healers tried. They said it was impossible. They didn't have void resonance. They looked at each other across the narrow space between them, and Shen Feng felt the moment crystallize. Fear and hope, and something else. Something he didn't have a name for yet. Hanging in the air between a boy who heard dead swords and a girl whose inner fire and ice could never agree. Not today, Lian Yu said finally. I need to think about it. And you need to prepare for Elder Mo. She left, and Shen Feng watched her go, and the graveyard hummed with a new frequency that Rust Heart, wisely, chose not to comment on. Chapter 13 Elder Mu's expedition arrived on a cold morning, 70 days after Shen Feng had been thrown into the graveyard. Shen Feng felt them from half a mile away. A dozen spiritual signatures, including 3 that blazed with the power of core formation cultivators. The strongest signature was Elder Mu himself, spirit severing, a star among candles, his spiritual pressure so immense that the dead swords near the northern boundary trembled and shifted. 12 disciples, 3 elders, and Mu Qianfeng himself, Rust Heart tallied. He's not taking chances. That's enough force to level a small city. Can I beat them? No, not a chance. Not even with the entire graveyard at your back. Spirit severing is, boy, You have no concept of how far above you that is. It would be like an ant fighting a dragon. Shinfeng closed his eyes and breathed. Fear was there, cold and familiar, but beneath it was something harder. The bedrock of a boy who'd survived being invisible, survived being framed, survived a toxic graveyard, and was tired of running. I don't need to beat him, Shinfeng said. I need to survive him. He went to the core formation. The jade platform hummed as he stepped onto it, the secondary ring of pillars still active from his cultivation sessions. The seal sword screamed in its eternal agony at the center, and around it, the formation patterns pulsed with ancient power. Shinfeng sat before the formation and placed his hands on the jade. He wasn't going to touch the seal sword. That was death. But the formation itself had other capabilities. As the graveyard's master, he could feel its systems, could read its functions the way a body feels its own heartbeat. Defense was one of those functions. The myriad sword graveyard had been designed to contain a world-ending entity. Its formation wasn't just a seal, it was a fortress. Layers of defensive protocols lay dormant, waiting for a master's activation. The miasma itself was a weapon. The dead swords were a weapon. The time dilation was a weapon. Shinfeng began to wake them. It was like conducting an orchestra, each defensive layer a different instrument, each requiring a specific resonance frequency to activate. He poured his chi into the formation, letting his void resonance root interface with the ancient jade circuits, and one by one, the graveyard's defenses came online. The miasma thickened, not gradually, catastrophically. The already toxic atmosphere condensed into a fog so dense it became nearly liquid, corrosive enough to eat through foundation establishment chi barriers in minutes. The dead swords vibrated at frequencies that disrupted spiritual senses, creating a disorienting chaos of false readings and phantom signatures. And on the graveyard's boundaries, invisible walls of formation energy rose. Barriers that wouldn't stop a spirit-severing cultivator, but would slow one, tax their power, force them to expend energy just to move forward. Elder Mu noticed. Even from half a mile away, Shinfeng felt the elder's reaction, a spike of spiritual pressure that was equal parts surprise and fury. The expedition paused at the northern boundary. Discussion, heated and brief. Then Elder Mu's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, rolled across the graveyard like thunder. Whoever you are, you will submit to the authority of the Iron Crane Sword sect. This graveyard is sect territory. Any defensive formations will be dismantled by force if necessary. Shinfeng didn't respond. He focused on the formation, strengthening the barriers, deepening the miasma, and, a thought, reaching out to the dead swords nearest to the northern boundary. There were hundreds of them, buried in the earth like a minefield. He touched their dying spirits with his resonance and whispered a single word through the bond: rise. They didn't fully resurrect. He wasn't strong enough for that, not for hundreds at once. But they moved, corroded blades pulling free of the earth and hovering a foot off the ground, their residual sword intent creating a field of cutting energy that would shred anyone who walked through it. The expedition advanced anyway. Shinfeng felt them push through the boundary barrier, Elder Mu's spirit severing power punching through the formation energy like a fist through paper. The disciples followed in his wake, using the elder's spiritual pressure as a shield. They reached the floating sword field and stopped. One disciple, braver or more foolish than the rest, stepped forward. 3 hovering blades oriented on him simultaneously. He jumped back, and the blades tracked his movement. The swords are responsive, one of the core formation elders observed, voice carrying through the mist. They're being controlled. Someone has awakened the graveyard's formation. Impossible, Elder Mu said. But his voice had changed, the confident authority replaced by something colder, more calculated. The formation requires a void resonance root to operate. The last one died 10,000 years ago. Silence. Then, unless it didn't. Shinfeng felt Elder Mu's spiritual sense slam into the miasma like a searchlight, burning through the toxic fog with raw power. It swept the graveyard in a wide arc, cataloging every energy signature, every anomaly, every trace of the changes Shinfeng had made. When it found him, sitting on the jade platform at the core, surrounded by active formation nodes and bonded sword spirits, Elder Mu went very, very still. Well, the elder murmured, and through the spiritual sense connection, Shinfeng felt something that chilled him more than any threat could have. Elder Mu was not angry. He was delighted. It seems my investment has paid off beyond all expectation. Chapter 14. Elder Mu didn't attack. He retreated. The expedition withdrew from the graveyard's northern boundary in orderly fashion, Elder Mu leading with a measured calm that disturbed Shinfeng far more than fury would have. A furious enemy was predictable. A calculating one was dangerous. He's not giving up, Rusthart said. He's recalculating. He threw you in here as a test subject, hoping the graveyard's energy might interact with your unidentified spiritual root. He suspected you were special. He just didn't know how special. And now he does. Now he knows you have a void resonance root and control over the graveyard's formation. That makes you the most valuable asset on the continent. He won't try to kill you. He'll try to control you. Shenfeng deactivated the defensive formations once the expedition was clear. The heightened miasma had drained his chi reserves significantly. Maintaining that level of formation output was beyond his sustainable capacity at Foundation establishment. He sat on the jade platform, exhausted, staring at the seal sword's tortured glow. What's he going to do? Petition the sect formally. Claim the graveyard has been activated by a rogue element and needs to be secured. He'll frame it as a threat, an uncontrolled cultivator with access to a continent-level formation. The sect master will have to respond. And if the sect master sends the full sect against me, then you die? Foundation establishment against a full sect is even more hopeless than Foundation establishment against spirit severing. Shenfeng closed his eyes. His mind churned through options, each more desperate than the last. Run, but where? The graveyard was his power base. Without its energy, he was just another low-level cultivator. Fight, impossible at his current level. Negotiate, with what leverage? The graveyard itself, he said suddenly. Its leverage. Explain. The Iron Crane sect has existed next to this graveyard for 1,000 years. They consider it sacred ground. Sect Master Duan personally forbids entry. What? Rusthart was quiet for a moment. Because the sect master knows, at least in part, what's sealed beneath. The knowledge has been passed down through sect leaders for generations. Incomplete, distorted by time, but enough to know that the graveyard is not something to be trifled with. So the sect master is afraid of the entity. Any sane person would be. And I'm the one who controls the seal. The implication hung in the gray air. Shenfeng's hand drifted to the jade platform's surface, feeling the pulse of the formation beneath. You're suggesting that you threaten to break the seal if the sect attacks you. I'm suggesting that the sect master knows breaking the seal would be catastrophic, and that as long as I'm alive and in control of the formation, the seal is stable. Remove me, and who maintains it? The formation has been degrading for 10,000 years. It needs a master. That's a bluff. You don't actually know how to break the seal. Elder Mu doesn't know that. Rusthart's light flickered rapidly, the sword spirit's equivalent of nervous laughter. You're either brilliant or insane. The line between them is thinner than a blade's edge, and I suspect you've already crossed it. Shenfeng spent the next 3 days preparing. He deepened his cultivation, pushing into the second stage of Foundation establishment. He practiced formation control, learning to activate and modulate specific defensive layers without draining his entire chi reserve. And he began resurrecting more swords. Not major resurrections like Verdant Edge. Those required deep personal commitment and massive chi expenditure. Instead, he performed what Rusthart called spark lighting, touching dormant sword spirits with just enough resonance energy to bring them to the edge of consciousness. Not truly alive, but responsive enough to move on command. By the end of 3 days, he had sparklit over 200 swords in the graveyard. A personal army of hovering, corroded blades, each carrying a fragment of its original sword intent, each connected to his resonance. It wasn't enough to fight a spirit-severing elder, but it was enough to make anyone think twice. Lian Yu came on the 4th day, earlier than scheduled. She was pale. It's happening, she said. Elder Mu has convinced the sect master to authorize a full expedition. 20 inner disciples, 5 elders, and Elder Mu leading. They move in 2 days. What did he tell the sect master? That an unknown cultivator has hijacked the graveyard's formation and represents a threat to regional security. He didn't mention your identity, just called you a rogue element. The sect master agreed because she hesitated. Because what? Because the Sword Summit is in 3 months. The Continental Sword Summit, the once-per-decade tournament. Iron Crane needs to present strength. A controlled graveyard, a weaponized graveyard, would be an incredible asset. So the sect master wanted the graveyard too. Not out of fear like Elder Mu, but out of ambition. The motivations differed. The result was the same. I need to talk to the sect master directly, Shenfeng said. Lian Yu stared at him. You can't. He's Dao-seeking, one of the strongest cultivators in the region. You can't just walk up to him. No, but I can send a message. He looked at her steadily. Through you. Me? I'm an outer disciple. I don't have access to. You volunteered for the verification mission. You've been entering the graveyard multiple times. If you request an audience with the sect master to report critical intelligence about the graveyard, he'll see you. And what am I supposed to tell him? The truth. That the graveyard has chosen a master. that the master controls the seal, and that if the sect attacks, the seal could fail. He held her gaze, and that the master is willing to negotiate. Lianyu was quiet for a long time. The graveyard hummed around them, and the dead swords caught the gray light in patterns that might have been coincidence and might have been meaning. This is dangerous, she said finally. Everything about this is dangerous. If Elder Mu finds out I'm acting as your messenger, he'll kill me. I won't let that happen. Your foundation establishment. He's spirit severing. I know, but I won't let it happen. Something in his voice, the absolute certainty of it, the quiet fury beneath the calm, made her eyes widen. She searched his face for doubt and found none. 2 days, she said. I'll get the message to Sect Master Duan. But Shinfeng, if this fails, we both die. It won't fail. She left, and Shinfeng stood at the boundary and watched her disappear into the living world. And for the first time in his life, the stakes of failure extended beyond his own survival to encompass someone else's. It was terrifying, and it was exactly the motivation he needed. Chapter 15. Sect Master Duan Qinghe came alone. He arrived on the 77th day, entering the graveyard from the western boundary, a direction neither Elder Mu's expedition nor Lianyu had ever used. He walked through the miasma as if it were mist on a morning lake, his Tao seeking cultivation creating a sphere of absolute calm around his body that the toxic energy couldn't penetrate. Shinfeng felt him coming from a mile away. The sect master's spiritual signature was unlike anything he'd encountered, vast and deep, like an ocean glimpsed from shore. Where Elder Mu's power was sharp and aggressive, Duan Qinghe's was measured, patient, and immensely heavy. Shinfeng met him at the core formation. The sect master was older than Shinfeng expected, physically appearing to be in his 60s, with a white beard and deep-set eyes that held the weight of decades of leadership. His robes were simple gray, unadorned by sect symbols or embroidery. He carried no visible weapon. He stopped at the edge of the jade platform and looked at Shinfeng with an expression of profound weariness. "You're the water carrier boy," he said. His voice was deep and quiet, the kind of voice that didn't need to be raised to be heard. Shinfeng, orphan, servant since age 11, convicted of theft by Elder Mu Qianfeng and sentenced to the graveyard. You know me. I know everyone in my sect, even the servants. He stepped onto the platform, and the formation patterns brightened under his feet, not in recognition, but in warning. I received your message. Through a remarkably brave outer disciple who demanded an audience with rather more force than her rank permitted. I came to see for myself. He looked around the graveyard, the hovering swords, the active formation nodes, the spirit of Ashfang watching from a nearby sword drift, verdant edge glowing green at Shinfeng's hip. Remarkable, the sect master murmured. You've done in 2 months what generations of scholars believed impossible. I didn't choose this. The graveyard chose me. Things rarely choose randomly. Duan Qinghe's eyes settled on the seal sword at the platform center. A shadow crossed his face, recognition, fear, and something deeper. You know what that is. The seal on the entity that destroyed Sword Heaven. And you know what the entity is. Rustheart called it the Sword Devourer, something that feeds on sword spirits. The sect master nodded slowly. The knowledge has been passed down through my predecessors for 1,000 years, each sect master inheriting it from the last. The Iron Crane sect was founded here specifically to guard this graveyard, to ensure the seal held. We were never supposed to enter it. His gaze hardened. And Elder Mu was never supposed to send anyone in. He framed me to test whether the graveyard was survivable. Yes, I've conducted my own investigation since receiving your message. The spirit stone was planted. The testimony was fabricated. A pause. Elder Mu has been acting outside his authority for some time. I take responsibility for not intervening sooner. Shinfeng hadn't expected an apology, and he wasn't sure it was one. But the sect master's acknowledgement of the injustice eased something tight in his chest. I'm willing to negotiate, Shinfeng said. The graveyard needs a master to maintain the seal. I'm the only one who can do that. In exchange, you want protection, resources, training, recognition as a cultivator rather than a servant. Duan Qinghe's thin smile held no warmth. I'm a sect master, boy. I've been negotiated with by people far more experienced than you. I also want Elder Mu dealt with. That's already in motion. His actions endangered the sect and violated direct orders. He will face consequences. The sect master folded his hands behind his back. But you should understand something, Shinfeng. I am not your ally. I am the leader of a sect that faces threats you cannot imagine. The Continental Sword Summit is in 3 months. Our rivals are growing stronger. And now I have a 14-year-old boy sitting on top of the most powerful formation in the region, bonded to dead swords, claiming to be the graveyard's master. His eyes were steel. You are either an asset or a liability. There is no middle ground. I'm an asset. Prove it. Enter the Sword Summit. Represent the Iron Crane sect. Show the continent that our strength has grown. He held up a hand as Shin Feng started to speak. I don't expect you to win. I expect you to survive and impress. That alone would change our sect's standing. And in return, full discipleship, resources for cultivation, protection from Elder Mu, and the sect's formal recognition of your authority over the graveyard. He paused. I will also personally investigate your origins. An orphan with a void resonance root doesn't appear from nowhere. Someone abandoned you, and I suspect the reason why is connected to this graveyard. Shin Feng felt the weight of the offer settle over him like armor, protective but constraining. He was being recruited, not saved. The sect master wanted a weapon, not a person. But a weapon had leverage, and leverage was survival. Agreed, Shin Feng said. Duan Qinghe nodded once. Then welcome to the Iron Crane Sword sect, disciple. Formally this time. He turned and walked back into the miasma, his Tao seeking cultivation parting the toxic fog like curtains. Just before he disappeared, he spoke over his shoulder. One more thing. The girl, Lianyu. She's being transferred to the inner sect as of this morning. Anyone brave enough to demand an audience with a sect master deserves better than the outer ranks. Then he was gone, and Shin Feng stood on the jade platform of the graveyard's core, the weight of a dozen obligations pressing down on him, and realized that survival was only the beginning of something much more complicated. Chapter 16. With the sect master's backing, everything changed. Resources flowed in, spirit stones by the crate, cultivation manuals, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, formation materials. A crew of inner disciples, supervised by an elder with engineering experience, constructed a proper dwelling at the graveyard's southern edge. A stone cottage with formation-reinforced walls, a cultivation chamber, a small forge, and running water channeled from the eastern spring. Shin Feng was officially enrolled as a direct disciple of the sect master, a rank that placed him above inner disciples and below only the core elders. He was given a new identity jade that pulsed with the sect's authentication formation, new robes in the sect's gray and silver colors, and a cultivation allowance that made his old water-carrying wages look like pocket change. Elder Mu was placed under house arrest pending investigation. The news spread through the sect like wildfire, drawing reactions ranging from satisfaction to outrage depending on political alignment. The elder had allies. Decades of political maneuvering had built a faction within the sect that owed him favors, feared his influence, or shared his ambitions regarding the graveyard. Those allies, Shin Feng knew, would become his enemies. But for now, his focus was cultivation and preparation for the Sword Summit. 3 months was not long, and he had a staggering distance to climb. The summit was a gathering of the region's sword sects, with participants ranging from foundation establishment prodigies to core formation veterans. To make an impression, he needed to be at least mid-stage foundation establishment with a combat capability that could challenge cultivators a stage above him. He trained like a man possessed. The graveyard's time dilation was his greatest advantage. 3 months outside was 9 months inside, enough time for explosive growth if he pushed to his limits. He used the core formation's accelerator daily, burning through spirit stones at a rate that would have bankrupted a small sect. His foundation establishment advanced from 2nd stage to 4th, his chi reserves expanding with each breakthrough. More importantly, he continued to resurrect swords. Each resurrection deepened his understanding of the void resonance root and the graveyard's history. The swords carried memories, fragments of Sword Heaven civilization, its arts, its people. Through them, Shin Feng assembled a picture of the lost world that had existed 10,000 years ago. Sword Heaven had been magnificent. A city-state built entirely of spiritual metal, floating above the clouds, populated by cultivators who practiced sword arts so advanced they made modern techniques look primitive. Their cultivation system was different from the current era's. Instead of elemental affinities, they cultivated pure sword intent, advancing through stages of understanding that culminated in the legendary Sword Tao. The Sword Tao isn't just a technique level, Rusthard explained during one of their study sessions. It's a state of existence. A cultivator who achieves Sword Tao becomes, in a very real sense, a living sword. Their body, their spirit, their will, all of it refined into a single edge. The last person to achieve it was the ruler of Sword Heaven. It was his power that sealed the devourer, and his sacrifice that created the graveyard. Yes, he poured everything he was, his cultivation, his sword spirit, his life, into the seal sword. That's why it screams. It's not just a weapon maintaining a seal. It's a person, trapped in metal, endlessly suffering to keep the devourer contained. The revelation haunted Shin Feng. Every night, Lying in his new cottage, he heard the seal sword's distant wail and imagined 10,000 years of unbroken agony. Someone had to end it. Not by breaking the seal, that would release the devourer, but there had to be a way to maintain the seal without torture. Lian Yu visited weekly now, her new inner disciple status, granting her more freedom of movement. The transfer had transformed her, not just in rank, but in confidence. She walked taller, trained harder, and her dual route, while still unstable, was managed better with the inner sect's superior resources. During one visit, she brought news that turned Xin Feng's blood cold. Elder Mu escaped house arrest last night. Xin Feng lowered the sword he'd been polishing, his fourth resurrected blade, a fire aspect Dao called Ember's Fury. How? Inside help. His faction, 3 inner disciples, and an elder smuggle them out through the supply tunnels. The sect is searching, but he's gone. She sat on the cottage's steps, her expression grim. There's more. Before he left, he broke into the restricted archive and stole several documents. The archivists are still inventorying, but one of the missing items is... She hesitated. What? A map of the graveyard's formation structure. The full schematic, drawn by the sect's founder 1,000 years ago. Xin Feng felt the cold settle into his bones. A full schematic of the formation, defensive protocols, energy nodes, weak points. Elder Moon now had the blueprint to the graveyard's defenses. He'll come back, Xin Feng said. Yes. The question is when, and with what. Xin Feng looked out across the graveyard, at the sea of dead swords gleaming dully under the gray sky. Somewhere out there, a spirit-severing elder with a stolen map and a consuming ambition was planning his return. The Sword Summit was in 2.5 months. Elder Mu could strike at any time. He needed to be ready for both. Chapter 17, Training intensified to a brutal rhythm. Dawn. Physical conditioning. Sword forms with weighted blades, running the graveyard's perimeter, climbing the sword drifts with gravity-enhancing formations strapped to his limbs. Rustheart oversaw this, the ancient spirit's standards unforgiving. Morning. Resonance cultivation at the core formation. Drawing chi from the graveyard's vast reserves, processing it through his void resonance route, advancing his foundation establishment stage by stage. Afternoon. Sword resurrection and spirit bonding. Each new sword added to his arsenal brought techniques, memories, and combat experience. By the end of the second month, he had 12 resurrected swords, not all fully conscious, some still in the sparklet state, but all responsive to his command. Evening. Sparring with Lian Yu when she visited, or with his sword spirit's projections when she didn't. Ashfang was a ferocious sparring partner, the wolf spirit's lightning-fast attacks forcing Xin Feng to develop his reflexes beyond what drills could achieve. Verdant Edge taught him healing. How to cycle chi to injuries, how to resist poisons, how to regenerate spiritual tissue. Ember's Fury, the Fire Dao, drilled him in aggressive combat styles that prioritized overwhelming offense. Night. Study. The cultivation manuals the sect provided were excellent, but Xin Feng found them elementary compared to the knowledge his resurrected swords carried. He spent hours each night in resonance meditation, absorbing fragments of Sword Heaven's lost arts and attempting to reconstruct complete techniques from partial memories. One technique in particular consumed his attention, the myriad sword formation. It was the signature battle art of the Graveyard Master, a formation that allowed a void resonance cultivator to command multiple resurrected swords simultaneously, each blade acting as an independent combatant directed by the master's will. In Sword Heaven, the most powerful masters had commanded hundreds of swords in concert, creating mobile formations of devastating power. The principle is simple, Rustheart explained. Each resurrected sword is connected to your dantian through the resonance bond. You extend your spiritual awareness through those bonds, treating each sword as an extension of your body. It's like growing extra arms, each with its own blade. And the practical difficulty is that the human mind isn't designed to control multiple independent actions simultaneously. Controlling 2 swords is twice as hard as 1. Controlling 12 is not 12 times harder. It's exponentially more complex. The resonance helps, smoothing the connections, but the bottleneck is your mental capacity. Xin Feng practiced relentlessly. He started with 2 swords, Verdant Edge and Ember's Fury, and worked to maintain independent control while sparring with Ashfang. The first sessions were disasters, the blades colliding with each other, his concentration shattering the moment he tried to direct more than one attack simultaneously. But gradually, painfully, the skill developed. His void resonance route was the key. It didn't just connect him to the swords, it harmonized them. Rather than controlling each blade individually, he learned to set resonance patterns, sequences of attack and defense that the swords could execute semi-autonomously, requiring only directional guidance from his mind. By the end of the second month, he could command 4 swords in combat. Not beautifully, not with the fluid grace the sword heaven masters had displayed, but effectively enough to overwhelm opponents who expected a single blade. On the first day of the third month, 2 things happened simultaneously. First, Shenfeng broke through to the 5th stage of foundation establishment, putting him solidly in the mid-tier of the realm. Second, Lianyu arrived with a formal invitation from the Continental Sword Summit Committee, embossed on jade-infused paper, naming Shenfeng as the Iron Crane Sect's representative in the Under-20 division. And behind her, hidden in the graveyard's miasma, a presence Shenfeng recognized with a chill. Liu He, the assassin squad leader he'd fought on his 59th day. Elder Mu's man. Alive, angry, and this time at core formation rather than foundation establishment. He'd advanced, and he was coming. Chapter 18. Liu He attacked without warning. The assassin exploded from the miasma like a missile, his body wreathed in dark qi, a black-bladed dao in each hand. His core formation cultivation flooded the area with spiritual pressure that forced Lianyu to her knees and made the hovering dead sword shudder. Shenfeng reacted on instinct. 4 resurrected swords launched from their positions behind him. Verdant Edge, Ember's Fury, and 2 sparklet blades he'd designated as combat units. They formed a diamond formation around him, each one trailing streamers of spiritual energy. Liu He's first strike shattered the diamond and sent Ember's Fury spinning. The assassin was fast, far faster than a newly advanced core formation should have been. His dark qi carried a taint Shenfeng recognized, corrupted sword intent, forcibly enhanced by some external method. Someone, Elder Mu, had boosted Liu He's cultivation through artificial means. Lianyu, get back! Shenfeng shouted, drawing his personal blade. A jian he'd forged himself in the cottage's small forge, plain steel reinforced with graveyard energy. Not a spirit sword, but sturdy. I can fight. At the boundary. Now, she retreated, her dual root flaring ice and fire as she ran. Liu He ignored her, his focus was absolute, fixed on Shenfeng with the singular intensity of a man completing a mission. Elder Mu sends his greetings, graveyard rat. Liu He's voice was distorted, deepened by the corrupted qi flowing through him. Dark veins stood out on his neck and arms, the physical signs of forced advancement. He'd paid for this power with his body's integrity. Their swords clashed. Liu He's corrupted core formation against Shenfeng's natural foundation establishment, a full realm's difference, compounded by the assassin's dual-wielding style. Shenfeng was pushed back immediately, his personal blade groaning under impacts that jarred his arms to the shoulder. But he wasn't fighting alone. The 4 resurrected swords recovered from the initial disruption and re-engaged. Verdant Edge swooped in from the left, its plant aspect energy wrapping vines of green qi around Liu He's ankles. Ember's Fury attacked from above, fire trailing from its edge. The 2 sparklet blades harried from the flanks, their corrupted but functional edges seeking gaps in the assassin's defense. Liu He fought all 5 simultaneously, and won. His corrupted qi burst outward in a pulse that severed Verdant Edge's vine and sent the sparklet blades tumbling. But the pulse had a cost. The corrupted energy ate at his own meridians, and Shenfeng saw him wince, saw the dark veins on his arms bulge and crack. Your body can't sustain this, Shenfeng said, circling, keeping his personal blade between them. The forced advancement is tearing you apart. Whatever Elder Mu gave you, it's killing you. It's enough to kill you first. Liu He launched a technique, something dark and fast, a dual sword combination that left afterimages in the air. Shenfeng couldn't block it. The first strike opened a gash across his chest. The second would have taken his head. Ashfang intercepted it. The wolf spirit materialized fully, slamming into Liu He with a body of crackling amber lightning. The assassin was thrown sideways, his dark qi barrier cracking under the spirit's assault. Ashfang bit down on his sword arm with translucent jaws, lightning arcing into flesh, and Liu He screamed. Shenfeng struck. His personal blade, guided by resonance gleam techniques from 100 dead swords, drove forward in a composite thrust that combined Void Pierce's penetration with Autumn Harvest's cutting arc. The blade punched through Liu He's weakened qi barrier and buried itself in the assassin's shoulder. Liu He staggered. His corrupted qi flared wildly, a death spiral of unstable energy. The dark veins on his body pulsed, and his skin began to crack like dried clay. The corruption is cascading, Rustheart warned through the bond. He's going to explode. Get clear. Shenfeng ripped his blade free and dove. The 4 resurrected swords followed, forming a shield wall between him and the assassin. Ashfang leaped clear. Lu He looked at his cracking hands and laughed. A broken, desperate sound. Elder Mu will come, he rasped. He'll come and take this graveyard and make every dead sword. The corrupted chi detonated. The explosion flattened everything within 30 yards. Broken swords flew outward like shrapnel. The shockwave sent Shin Feng tumbling, his chi barrier barely holding against the wave of destructive energy. When the dust settled, Lu He was gone. Not dead in any conventional sense, but dissolved, his corrupted cultivation consuming his body entirely. Shin Feng lay on his back, bleeding from the chest wound and a dozen shrapnel cuts, staring at the gray sky. His ears rang. His ribs, the same ones he'd cracked when he first fell into the graveyard, ached with renewed fury. Lian Yu was beside him in moments, her healing pills already out. Shin Feng, don't move, let me, I'm fine. He wasn't fine, but he sat up anyway, wincing, and looked at the crater where Lu He had been. Elder Mu used him as a disposable weapon. Forced advancement with corrupted chi. It's a death sentence disguised as power. He'll send more. He'll come himself. Shin Feng accepted the healing pill and swallowed it, feeling the medicinal energy begin to close his wounds. But not yet. He wants the graveyard intact, which means he can't attack with enough force to damage the formation. He'll wait until he has a plan to neutralize me without destroying what he wants. The Sword Summit. Shin Feng nodded. It's the perfect opportunity. I'll be outside the graveyard, away from my power base, surrounded by other sections. If he can capture or kill me there, then there's no master to maintain the formation, and he can walk right in. They looked at each other, and the weight of what they faced settled over them like the graveyard's ever-present miasma. I'm still going, Shin Feng said. I know. Lian Yu's mismatched eyes shone, not with tears, but with a fierce determination that matched his own. And I'm going with you. Chapter 19. The final month before the Sword Summit was a crucible. Shin Feng threw himself into preparation with the desperation of someone who understood that the next battle wouldn't be survived on cleverness alone. He needed raw power, refined technique, and the kind of combat instinct that only came from pushing beyond safe limits. The graveyard's time dilation gave him 3 months of subjective training. He used every hour. His cultivation advanced to the 6th, then 7th stage of foundation establishment, peak of the realm, his dantian swollen with sword aspect chi and his resonance field extending to a full mile radius. One more breakthrough would bring him to core formation, but the barrier between realms was not something that could be forced. It required a qualitative transformation, the condensation of a golden core within the dantian, and that demanded perfect spiritual equilibrium. He was close. Not there yet. His myriad sword formation improved dramatically. 6 swords in simultaneous combat, each executing semi-autonomous attack patterns while he directed the overall strategy. Against Lian Yu, who had advanced to mid-stage foundation establishment herself, the formation was devastating. She couldn't defend against attacks from 6 independent angles while also countering his personal blade. But Lian Yu was foundation establishment. Summit opponents would be core formation. The real breakthrough came when he attempted something he'd been avoiding. Harmonizing Lian Yu's dual root. It happened on a rest day, sitting in the cottage while rain hammered the formation-reinforced roof. Lian Yu's ice-fire conflict had been particularly bad that week. Her left hand was frostbitten, her right hand blistered, and her cultivation had stalled due to the energy war in her meridians. Let me try, Shin Feng said. She extended her hands, and he took them. His void resonance reached into her spiritual system, feeling the battleground of her dual root. Ice and fire chi slamming against each other in her meridians, each trying to dominate, neither willing to yield. They're not enemies, he murmured, eyes closed, his resonance probing deeper. They're just speaking different languages. The ice wants to preserve. The fire wants to transform. Those aren't contradictory, they're complementary. He sent his resonance into the conflict, not as a force, but as a frequency. A harmonic that both ice and fire could resonate with. The void resonance root was uniquely suited for this. It didn't impose, it harmonized. It found the common ground between opposing energies and amplified it. The effect was immediate. Lian Yu gasped as the war in her meridians softened, not ending. The ice and fire were still distinct, still powerful, but the vicious conflict muted to a dynamic tension, like 2 dancers who'd been fighting for the lead suddenly finding a shared rhythm. Oh, she whispered. Her eyes, both eyes, simultaneously, glowed. The left glacial blue, the right volcanic amber, but for the first time, both glowing with equal intensity. No conflict, no suppression, balance. The harmonization wasn't permanent. It faded over the following hours as the resonance effect wore off. But the experience left a template in Lian Yu's spiritual system, a memory of balance that she could try to replicate on her own. And each subsequent harmonization session lasted longer, the effects deepening. If this becomes stable, Rusthart observed privately, she won't just be a dual-root cultivator. She'll be a fusion-root cultivator. Ice and fire unified into something entirely new. Is that possible? In Sword Heaven, it happened occasionally. Dual-root cultivators who achieved perfect harmonization could produce a third energy, neither ice nor fire, but both. The specific combination of ice and fire produces something called annihilation intent. It's extremely destructive. A weapon, Shinfeng thought. The sect master wanted a weapon, and now Shinfeng was turning Lianyu into one too. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. But when she smiled at him, really smiled, with both eyes clear and bright for the first time, he decided he felt fine about it. Better than fine. The night before they left for the Sword Summit, Shinfeng stood at the graveyard's core, his hand on the jade platform. The sealed sword screamed. The dead swords hummed. And in the formation's deep structure, he felt the faintest tremor, like a heartbeat, impossibly distant, from something ancient and vast sealed in the earth below. The sword devourer. Dreaming. I'll be back, Shinfeng told the graveyard, and the graveyard shuddered in response. Not with fear, but with the desperate hope of a prisoner watching its only friend walk toward danger. He left at dawn with verdant edge at his hip, ember's fury across his back, Ashfang trotting at his heels, and a resurrected straight-bladed Jian, the personal weapon he'd named Ghost Whisper for its ability to hum at frequencies only he could hear, in his hand. The sword's summit awaited, and somewhere beyond it, Elder Mu was watching. Chapter 20. The Continental Sword Summit was held at the Skyforge Plateau, a vast natural formation of layered stone rising 3,000 feet above the surrounding plains. The plateau's summit was flat and wide, nearly 2 miles across, and dotted with ancient arenas, meditation halls, and the sprawling pavilion cities that sprang up every decade to house the participating sections. Shinfeng arrived with the Iron Crane delegation, 40 disciples, 6 elders, and sect master Duan Qinghe himself, resplendent in formal gray and silver robes. The delegation drew immediate attention, not because of their numbers or their leader's formidable presence, but because of the boy walking at the sect master's right hand. Whispers spread like fire. Is that a wolf spirit? A manifested sword spirit? The Iron Crane sect has a new direct disciple? A Foundation establishment cultivator in the under 20 division. Look at the swords. He's carrying 4 spirit swords. 4. At Foundation establishment. Shinfeng ignored the whispers with the ease of long practice. Invisibility was a childhood habit. Selective attention was its mature form. He focused on the plateau's layout, mapping escape routes and choke points with the tactical instinct that Rusthart's training had drilled into him. The summit was organized into 3 tiers: the under 20 division for younger cultivators, the open division for anyone below nascent soul, and the elder exhibition for the true powers. Shinfeng was registered for the under 20 division, which drew cultivators from dozens of sects across the region. His first opponent was announced that afternoon, a boy named Wei Tian from the Jade Mountain sect, a third-stage core formation cultivator with a specialty in earth element sword techniques. Core formation against peak Foundation establishment, Rusthart assessed. He'll be expecting an easy win. Use that. The arena was a circular stone platform 100 feet across, ringed by tiered seating that held thousands of spectators. Formation barriers shimmered at the edges, preventing attacks from spilling into the crowd. Referees, core formation elders from neutral sects, stood at cardinal points. Wei Tian was stocky and confident, his jade-green Jian resting comfortably in a practiced grip. He looked at Shinfeng with the casual condescension of someone who'd already decided the outcome. Iron Crane's new pet, he said. I've heard the rumors. Something about dead swords in a graveyard. You don't look like much. Shinfeng said nothing. He drew Ghost Whisper with his right hand and extended his left. 2 resurrected swords, Ember's Fury and a Sparklet Blade, he designated Unit 3, rose from behind his back and took flanking positions in the air. The crowd murmured. 3 swords, controlled simultaneously by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Begin, the referee called. Wei Tian attacked with textbook efficiency, a Foundation crush technique designed to overwhelm lower realm opponents with raw chi superiority. A wave of earth aspect energy surged across the platform, cracking the stone, aimed at Shinfeng's feet. Shinfeng leaped. Not up, sideways, at an angle that brought him inside Wei Tian's guard before the earth technique fully formed. Ghost Whisper sang through the air, its blade humming at a frequency that disrupted Wei Tian's chi concentration. The jade-green Jian came up to block. Steel met steel, and the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the arena's barriers. Wei Tian was stronger. Core formation strength behind his blade pushed Shinfeng back, but in the moment of contact, Ember's Fury and Unit 3 struck from either side. Wei Tian deflected Ember's Fury with a burst of Earth Chi and dodged Unit 3's thrust. But the three-point attack had forced him onto the defensive, his textbook footwork disrupted by the need to track multiple threats. Clever trick, Wei Tian growled, pulling his Jin back for a heavy downward cut. But tricks won't. Shinfeng pulsed his resonance. Ghost Whisper hummed. Ember's Fury blazed, and Unit 3 vibrated. 3 different frequencies that, combined, produced a dissonant chord in the spiritual realm. The sound wasn't audible, but it was devastating to a cultivator's spiritual senses. Wei Tian flinched, his chi circulation stuttering for a fraction of a second. Shinfeng struck. Ghost Whisper's blade, guided by a sword heaven thrust technique that no one in the modern world had ever seen, drove forward with precision that bordered on surgical. It pierced Wei Tian's hastily raised chi barrier, slipped past the jade-green Jin's guard, and stopped with its point resting against Wei Tian's throat. Silence. Then the arena exploded. The crowd roared. Shock, excitement, disbelief. A Foundation Establishment cultivator had defeated a core formation opponent in under 30 seconds. The referees confirmed the result, and Wei Tian, pale-faced and trembling, stepped back with the look of a man who'd just realized the world was larger than he'd thought. In the stands, Shinfeng caught Lian Yu's dual-colored eyes. She was smiling, a fierce, proud smile that made his chest tight. And in the shadows at the edge of the plateau, a thin figure in dark robes watched the arena with narrow eyes. Elder Mu Qianfeng had come to the summit. He wasn't alone. A group of cultivators flanked him, not Iron Crane disciples, but strangers in midnight blue robes bearing a sigil Shinfeng didn't recognize. A blade, broken in half, wreathed in dark fire. They radiated power that made the surrounding spectators unconsciously step away. Elder Mu's thin lips curved into that familiar, terrible smile. Perfect, he murmured. Absolutely perfect. The first round was over. The real battle had yet to begin. Chapter 21. The second day of the Continental Sword Summit dawned under cloudless skies, and Shinfeng's name was on every tongue. His destruction of Wei Tian, a core formation cultivator dispatched in 30 seconds by a Foundation Establishment boy, had sent shockwaves through the tournament. The under-20 division spectator attendance had doubled overnight, and the betting houses that operated in the summit's shadow had scrambled to recalculate their odds. Merchants in the pavilion cities hawked crude sketches of the graveyard boy, alongside spirit stone dice and commemorative jade tokens. Shinfeng sat in the Iron Crane sect's assigned pavilion, sharpening Ghost Whisper with a whetstone while Rustheart lectured through their bond. 3 more rounds before the quarterfinals. Your next opponent is from the Azure Peak sect, 4th stage core formation, Wind Affinity. Fast. Very fast. Her name is Song Mei, and she's won 3 consecutive regional tournaments. Strategy. Your myriad sword formation struggles against speed-type cultivators. The swords can't track targets that exceed their response threshold. You'll need to fight her personally and use the formation for area denial rather than direct assault. Shinfeng nodded, testing Ghost Whisper's edge with his thumb. The blade hummed in response. A contented sound, like a cat purring. He was grateful for the quiet moment. The summit grounds buzzed with 10,000 conversations, formation projected announcements, and the constant spiritual hum of hundreds of cultivators in close quarters. After months in the graveyard's muted silence, the sensory overload was jarring. Lian Yu entered the pavilion, her inner disciple robes freshly pressed and her white-streaked hair pulled back in a practical knot. She carried 2 steaming bowls of kanji and a scroll. Intelligence report, she said, setting the food down and unrolling the scroll. I've been cataloging the competition. There are 64 competitors in the under-20 division, and you're the only Foundation Establishment cultivator among them. Everyone else is core formation, most between 3rd and 6th stage. That should make me easy to beat. It should. The fact that you're not is what's making everyone nervous. She pointed to a name near the top of the scroll. This is your biggest concern. Jian Wuhan, direct disciple of the Celestial Edge sect. 5th stage core formation, peak sword intent, specializing in invisible sword techniques. He's won every match so far without his opponents even seeing the strike that hit them. Shinfeng looked at the name. Jian Wuhan, sword without trace. The name carried a weight of reputation that even the graveyard's isolation couldn't muffle. He's the tournament favorite, by a significant margin. Celestial Edge is the region's premier sword sect. They've won the under-20 division at the last 4 summits. Jian Wuhan is considered the most talented young swordsman in a generation. Lian Yu hesitated, then added, he's also been watching you. After your match yesterday, he came to the Iron Crane Pavilion and stood outside for 10 minutes, just observing. Did he say anything? No. He looked at your swords and left. But she glanced around to ensure they were alone, lowering her voice. One of the Celestial Edge servants told me Jian Wuhan recognized your techniques. He said, those aren't modern sword arts. Those are dead styles. And then he went very quiet. A cultivator who could identify dead sword arts from a brief observation. That suggested either exceptional knowledge of sword history or a connection to the ancient traditions that Xin Feng hadn't anticipated. He studied the rest of Lian Yu's scroll while eating his kanji, detailed notes on each competitor's fighting style, strengths, weaknesses, and sect affiliations. She'd done thorough work, the kind of operational intelligence that turned confusion into clarity. You should have been a strategist, not a disciple, he said. I am a disciple. Strategist is a secondary specialization. She met his eyes. Just like Graveyard Master was yours. He filed the information about Jian Wuhan away and finished breakfast. The morning matches were beginning. He could hear the crowd gathering, the formation projections flickering to life across the summit grounds. Somewhere out there, among the thousands of cultivators, Elder Mu and his Ashen Blade allies waited. But the tournament came first. The second-round match against Song Mei of Azure Peak Sect took place at midday, under a sun that turned the stone arena into a furnace. Song Mei was lean and lithe, with close-cropped hair and eyes that moved like a hawk's, constantly scanning, calculating, finding angles. Her sword was a thin-bladed rapier that practically vibrated with wind chi. It was the kind of weapon made for speed above all else, its guard minimal, its weight negligible, everything sacrificed for velocity. A reminder, rust-hard intoned. She was clocked at 600 strikes per minute in her qualifying match. That's 10 strikes per second. Your visual tracking maxes out at roughly 4. Helpful. I try. Begin, the referee called. Song Mei was, as Rusthard had warned, blindingly fast. She crossed the 100-foot arena in under a second, her wind aspect movement technique turning her into a blur of steel and turbulence. Her rapier struck 5 times before Xin Feng could raise Ghost Whisper, each thrust aimed at a different vital point: throat, heart, liver, kidney, spleen. Xin Feng's chi barrier held against the first 3. The 4th pierced it, opening a cut across his forearm that immediately began to bleed. The 5th would have taken his eye. Verdant edge intercepted, the plant aspect Jin blocking the rapier's path with a vine of hardened spiritual energy that erupted from the arena floor. Song Mei's eyes widened. She hadn't seen the resurrected sword move into position. Area denial, Xin Feng muttered, executing the strategy Rusthard had planned. 4 resurrected swords fanned out around the arena, each trailing a web of resonance energy that created a grid of spiritual tripwires. Song Mei couldn't see them. They existed only in the spiritual plane, but every time she crossed one, the nearest sword reacted with a strike that forced her to dodge. The arena became a maze. Song Mei's blinding speed was neutralized not by matching it, but by removing the space she had to use it in. Every path she took was contested. Every position she chose was threatened from multiple angles. The invisible tripwire grid contracted and expanded with Xin Feng's will, hurting her, channeling her movement like water through a narrowing pipe. She adapted impressively, using wind techniques to vault over the tripwire grid and attack from above. Her rapier blurred in descending strikes that carried the weight of compressed wind chi behind each point. Xin Feng responded by sending Ember's fury skyward, the fire aspect Dao creating a ceiling of flame that forced her back down. The fire-wind interaction created a thermal vortex that disrupted her movement technique, and she landed off balance for the first time. The match lasted 4 minutes, an eternity compared to the previous round. Song Mei was skilled, aggressive, and fearless, her rapier finding Xin Feng's flesh 3 more times before the end. A cut on his shoulder, a scratch across his ribs, a nick on his left hand. Each wound was shallow but precise, the work of a master fencer who placed every strike with surgical accuracy. But the myriad sword formation's area denial was too thorough. Every time she committed to an attack, a resurrected blade appeared to counter. And Xin Feng was learning her patterns. The wind aspect footwork had a rhythm, a sequence of steps that, once identified, became predictable. In the end, Xin Feng trapped her. Verdant Edge's vines anchored her feet to the arena floor. Ember's Fury and Unit 3 closed from either side, their edges crackling with opposing energies. And Ghost Whisper found her throat, its point resting against the pulse that hammered in her neck. Yield, Song Mei called, and the arena thundered with applause. She was gracious in defeat, a nod of respect, a murmured compliment on the tripwire technique. I've never been outmaneuvered, she said. Only outfought. You're the first person to beat me with positioning rather than power. Speed is only useful if you have somewhere to go, Shinfeng replied. I just removed all the destinations. She laughed and extended her hand. He shook it, and the crowd roared again. In the stands, Jian Wuhan watched with unblinking eyes. His hand rested on his own sword's hilt, a Jian so plain it appeared to be undecorated iron, unremarkable in every way. Yet Shinfeng's resonance, even across the distance of the arena to the stands, detected something from that blade that made his blood cold. Sword intent. Not the basic level that most cultivators at this tier possessed, but something refined, ancient, and devastatingly sharp. Jian Wuhan's sword was alive with purpose. Their eyes met across the arena. Jian Wuhan inclined his head, not a greeting, exactly, but an acknowledgement. One swordsman recognizing another. Then he turned and disappeared into the crowd, and Shinfeng felt the distinct, unsettling certainty that they would face each other before the summit ended. Chapter 22. The tournament's third round fell on the following morning, and Shinfeng used the intervening night for something more important than rest. He returned to the Iron Crane Pavilion after the evening banquet, a sprawling affair that mixed political maneuvering with ceremonial sword demonstrations in a great hall lit by formation lanterns that shifted color with the mood of the crowd. Sect leaders traded pleasantries that concealed territorial disputes. Young disciples postered and preened, forming alliances and rivalries that would define regional politics for the next decade. Shinfeng moved through it all with the practiced invisibility of his servant years, observing everything, participating in nothing. He found Lian Yu waiting in the courtyard garden. She was practicing forms, her dual-colored eyes glowing softly as ice formed on her left hand and fire flickered on her right. The movements were precise but limited. Her dual root's instability prevented the fluid transitions that combat required, and he could see her wincing as the ice and fire energies clashed in her forearm meridians. Your harmonization is holding longer, Shinfeng observed, sitting on a stone bench beneath a twisted pine tree. 4 hours now, up from 2. But it still collapses when I push my cultivation too hard. She finished the form and sheathed her sword, settling beside him. The night air was cool, carrying the scent of mountain pine and the distant hum of formations that lit the summit grounds. Stars were thick above the plateau, untouched by the light pollution of mortal cities. Something's bothering you. Elder Mu is here. The color drained from her face. Even in the dim starlight, Shinfeng could see the blood retreat from her cheeks. You're sure? I felt his spiritual signature when I entered the arena today. He was in the upper stands, concealed behind a masking formation. Strong enough to fool most cultivators, but the graveyard sword spirits are sensitive to his particular chi pattern. He's been near them before, when he monitored the graveyard from the sect. They remember his frequency. Ashfang recognized him. Lian Yu's hands clenched on her knees. What's he planning? I don't know yet. But he brought people, cultivators in midnight blue robes with a broken blade sigil. I don't recognize the faction. I do. Lian Yu's voice went tight, each word clipped with controlled fear. That's the Ashenblade Alliance. They're a coalition of independent sword cultivators who specialize in harvesting dead spirit swords. They buy, steal, and scavenge broken blades from old battlefields and ruins, then extract the residual energy for refinement into cultivation resources. She looked at him. If they find out about the graveyard, 10,000 dead spirit swords in one location, it would be the greatest harvest in their history. And Elder Mu is the one who can lead them to it. The implications settled over them like the night itself. Elder Mu had allied with the Ashenblade Alliance, traded his knowledge of the graveyard's formation for their military support. It was a logical move. He couldn't take the graveyard alone, not against Shinfeng's growing power and the sect master's protection. But with an army of dead sword specialists at his back, the calculus changed. We need to warn Sect Master Duan, Lian Yu said. I intend to, but not yet. Elder Mu hasn't made his move. He's waiting for the right moment. If we alert the Sect Master now, Mu goes underground, and we lose track of him. Better to know where he is and who he's talking to. So we wait. We watch. And we prepare. He turned to face her, close enough in the darkness to see the shifting blue-amber of her eyes, close enough to feel the alternating warmth and cold that her dual root radiated. Lian Yu, there's something I need to tell you. About your root. Her expression shifted, guarded, hopeful, afraid. All three emotions flickered across her face in rapid succession, and she clasped her hands together to hide their trembling. What about it? The harmonization sessions we've been doing, they're working, but they're working towards something specific. Rusthart told me about it. When a dual ice-fire root achieves permanent harmonization, The two energies don't just coexist. They fuse. The result is a new type of energy called annihilation intent. Annihilation. It's destructive. More destructive than either ice or fire alone. In Sword Heaven, cultivators with annihilation intent were feared. She was quiet for a long time. Somewhere in the summit grounds, a musician was playing a guqin, the notes drifting through the mountain air like leaves on a stream. Distant laughter from one of the sect pavilions. The soft pulse of formation barriers being tested. All my life, Lian Yu said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. I've been told my root is flawed. Broken. A mistake of nature that shouldn't exist. The elders who tested me looked at each other with pity, and the ones who didn't pity me were afraid. My parents sent me to Iron Crane sect when I was 12 because I burned my sister's arm during a nightmare. Ice on the left side, fire on the right, my body attacking itself while I slept. She held up her hands, palms facing the sky. In the starlight, faint scars were visible on both wrists, burns on the right, frostbite on the left. And now you're telling me it's not a flaw. It's a weapon. That the thing I've been fighting against my entire life is actually something powerful. That's exactly what I'm telling you. I don't know if I want to be feared, Shinfeng. Then be respected instead. The power is the same. The difference is in how you wield it. She looked at him, and in the shifting light of her dual-colored eyes, he saw something crystallize. A decision. Forming the way sword metal solidifies in the forge. Bright and sharp and irreversible. Then help me, she said. Not just harmonization sessions. Train with me. Really train. I want to be strong enough to stand beside you when Elder Mu comes. I was hoping you'd say that. They trained through the night, side by side in the courtyard garden, their breath misting in the cool mountain air. Shinfeng used his resonance to guide her chi flows while she practiced forms, each session of harmonization lasting longer than the last. The process was delicate. His void resonance acted as a mediator between the warring energies, finding common frequencies and amplifying them while dampening the destructive interference. By dawn, the balance held for 6 hours, a new record. And when the morning light caught Lian Yu's eyes, both sides glowed with equal intensity for the first time in her life, and she laughed. A sound of pure, startled joy that Shinfeng would remember long after he'd forgotten the details of tournaments and battles. Chapter 23. The third round paired Shinfeng against a cultivator from the Stone Mantis sect named Su Ran, 5th stage core formation, earth and metal dual affinity, built like a fortress with skin that literally hardened into mineral armor when his cultivation activated. The man was a head taller than anyone else in the under-20 division and nearly as wide, his frame packed with muscle that had been reinforced by earth chi until it approached the density of granite. A tank, Rusthard assessed. Pure defense specialist. His strategy is to outlast opponents and counter when they exhaust themselves attacking his armor. He doesn't need to be fast or technically skilled. He just needs to be harder to hurt than you are to tire. Your sword strikes won't penetrate his mineral armor unless you concentrate all your force into a single point. What about the resonance disruption technique? The one I used during training. Matching a material's vibrational frequency to fracture it from within. It could work, but you've never used it on a living cultivator's defense. The variables are more complex. He'll be actively reinforcing the armor, changing its composition, shifting its density. You'll need to adapt in real time. The match was the longest of the tournament so far. Su Ran stood in the center of the arena like a statue, his body encased in layered plates of stone and iron that reformed faster than Shinfeng's swords could crack them. His face was barely visible behind a helmet of calcified chi, and his eyes, small, dark, patient, tracked Shinfeng's movements with the lazy attention of a predator that knew its prey would eventually tire. The myriad sword formation hammered at his defenses from 6 angles simultaneously, each blade carrying a different element. Fire from Ember's fury to melt stone, plant chi from verdant edge to worm roots into cracks, Ghost Whisper's pure sword intent to pierce spiritual defenses. The sparklit blades ground against his armor with persistent, irritating pressure. Su Ran weathered it all. His mineral armor adapted with frustrating intelligence, thickening where the attacks concentrated, shifting composition to counter specific elements. When fire struck, the surface became heat-resistant ceramic. When plant chi wormed in, the cracks sealed with metallite. When Ghost Whisper's intent pierced, layers of spiritual dampening absorbed the energy. He was slow but patient, waiting for Shinfeng to overcommit. His counterattacks rare but devastating. Single punches that carried the weight of a mountain behind them, cratering the arena floor and sending shockwaves that disrupted Shinfeng's sword formation. 7 minutes in, Shinfeng changed tactics. He recalled all 6 swords and held them motionless in the air around him. The crowd murmured in confusion. Su Ran's eyes narrowed behind his stone mask, sensing a trap but unable to identify it. Shen Feng closed his eyes and resonated. Not with his own swords, with the arena itself. The stone platform was ancient, infused with centuries of spiritual energy from thousands of battles. That energy had no consciousness, no will, but it had frequency, and Shen Feng's void resonance root could match it. The arena hummed. A low note, barely audible, that made the spectators' teeth ache. The stone beneath Su Ran's feet began to vibrate, gently at first, then with increasing intensity. The frequency was targeted, calculated to match the resonant frequency of Su Ran's mineral armor. It was the same principle that allowed a singer to shatter glass, find the right note, and even the strongest material would fracture. Cracks appeared in Su Ran's armor. Not from impacts. From within, the stone splitting along molecular fault lines as the resonance disrupted its spiritual structure. Su Ran's eyes widened behind his crumbling helmet. He tried to reinforce, pouring more qi into the armor, changing its composition, but Shen Feng adjusted the frequency in real time, tracking the changes, matching each new material's resonant point with instinctive precision. The armor crumbled in layers. First the outer shell, cascading off in sheets of fractured stone. Then the intermediate layer, the metallite reinforcement shattering into powder. The inner layer, the last defense, the one closest to Su Ran's skin, held for 3 agonizing seconds before a final pulse of resonance reduced it to gravel. Su Ran stood exposed, his massive body unarmored for the first time in the tournament, and Shen Feng pointed 6 swords at his vital points. Yield, Shen Feng called. Su Ran hesitated. Pride warred with pragmatism across his rocky features. He'd never been stripped of his armor in combat. It was his identity, his technique, the foundation of everything he was as a cultivator. To lose it was more than a tactical defeat. It was an existential crisis. Then a section of armor over his heart crumbled entirely, exposing bare skin to the morning air, and pragmatism won. I yield. The crowd erupted. Shen Feng sheathed Ghost Whisper and caught his breath. The resonance technique had been partially improvised. He'd practiced it in training, but never against a live, actively adapting defense. The qi expenditure was enormous. He was running on fumes, his core drained to perhaps 20% capacity. In the Iron Crane section, Sect Master Duan Qinghe watched with hooded eyes and the faintest suggestion of a smile. Beside him, Lianyu was on her feet, cheering with an abandon that made the surrounding elders raise their eyebrows. And in the shadows of the upper stands, Elder Mu leaned toward a figure in midnight blue robes, a broad-shouldered man with a scarred face and dead eyes, and spoke words that carried on no wind, but left the figure nodding slowly. Chapter 24. The quarterfinals were scheduled for the next day, and the tournament bracket had been posted on a formation-projected screen visible throughout the summit grounds. Shen Feng's quarterfinal opponent, Jian Wuhan of Celestial Edge Sect. Of course, Rusthart said with the resigned tone of someone who had expected bad news and received it. The tournament committee arranged this deliberately. 2 prodigies, both generating maximum spectator interest, forced to fight before the semifinals. It's a waste of talent, but it sells seats. Can I beat him? Rusthart was quiet for a time, that made Shen Feng uncomfortable. The sword spirit, normally quick with assessments and quicker with sardonic commentary, seemed to be genuinely wrestling with the question. I don't know, Rusthart admitted. And I hate not knowing. Jian Wuhan isn't just talented. He's cultivated sword intent to a degree that shouldn't be possible at his age and realm. His invisible sword technique isn't a gimmick. It's a manifestation of incomplete sword heart, the stage beyond sword intent. He's on the cusp of something extraordinary. And I'm foundation establishment against his 5th stage core formation. The realm gap is a factor, but not the decisive one. In Sword Heaven, battles were decided by sword comprehension, not cultivation base. A cultivator with superior sword intent could defeat opponents 3 realms above them. The annals are full of such stories. Underdog swordsmen who triumphed through purity of intent. Rusthart paused. The question is whether your composite style, fragmented techniques from 100 dead swords, woven together by resonance, can match the pure, focused intent of a single sword genius. Shen Feng spent the evening in the Iron Crane Pavilion's courtyard, sitting amid his resurrected swords, feeling their spirits settle around him like family. Ashfang curled at his feet, the wolf spirit's amber glow a warm lamp in the dusk. Verdant Edge's translucent healer form sat nearby, hands folded in her lap, radiating calm. Ember's fury flickered at the courtyard's edge, too restless to stay still, pacing in burning circles. Tell me about Sword Heart, Shen Feng said. Rusthart materialized partially, the ghostly image of a tall woman with white hair, seated on the air as if it were a chair. Sword intent is about purpose. Why you wield the blade. Sword heart is about identity. The blade isn't something you hold. It becomes what you are. Your emotions, your principles, your sense of self all crystallize into a single edge that defines everything about your combat. A cultivator with sword heart doesn't use a sword. They are the sword. What was your wielder's sword heart? The sword spirit's expression softened with memory. Sorrow. She was a woman who carried the grief of everyone she'd lost and channeled it into every strike. Her sword wept, and the tears cut deeper than steel. I was named Autumn Sorrow because of it, because in her hands, I was autumn itself, beautiful and dying, and everything I touched fell. And what's mine? That's something you have to discover. No one can tell you your sword heart. It has to be forged from your own life, your own pain, your own truth. Rustheart's translucent eyes found his. But I'll tell you this, you're closer than you think. The boy who survived being invisible, who turned a graveyard into a home, who heard the dead when no one else could. That boy has a sword heart waiting inside him. You just need the right moment to find it. The night deepened. Stars appeared above the summit grounds, distant and indifferent. Shenfeng sat among his swords and searched for the truth at the center of himself. He was still searching when dawn broke and the arena called. Chapter 25. The quarterfinal arena was the summit's grandest. The celestial platform, a disk of white jade 300 feet across, suspended above a chasm by ancient formations. Waterfalls cascaded from the cliff edges into mist hundreds of feet below, and the formations that held the platform aloft hummed with enough energy to power a city. Stands had been built in a complete circle around the platform, cantilevered over the chasm, and every seat was filled. The Under-20 quarterfinals were the summit's most popular events, and the matchup between the Iron Crane prodigy and the Celestial Edge genius had drawn attention from across the continent. Shenfeng walked onto the jade platform and felt its energy beneath his feet, pure, ancient, humming with the accumulated power of 1,000 years of combat. His resonance sang in harmony with it, and he let the sensation ground him, drawing stability from the stone. Jian Wuhan stood at the platform's opposite edge. Up close, he was striking, tall for his age, lean in the way of dedicated sword cultivators, with sharp features and dark eyes that held the still intensity of a mountain lake. His hair was pure white, not the streaked white of Lian Yu's, but fully, completely white, as if color itself had been excised from it. It was tied back with a simple cloth. His plain iron jian rested in his hand with the easy familiarity of a body part. They regarded each other across 300 feet of jade. Shenfeng of Iron Crane, Jian Wuhan said. His voice was measured, calm, carrying a quality of concentration that suggested he weighed every word before speaking it. Your techniques are impossible. So people keep telling me. I mean that literally. The sword styles you've used in this tournament, I recognize 3 of them. Void Pierce, Autumn Harvest, the Rising Wind Slash. His dark eye sharpened. Those techniques haven't been practiced in 10,000 years. They died with Sword Heaven. Shenfeng went still. You know about Sword Heaven. My sect's founder was a historian who collected fragments of the old arts. I grew up reading his notes, studying the remnants. I know every documented technique from the pre-catastrophe era. Jian Wuhan's grip on his jian tightened, the first break in his composure. And I know that Void Pierce was the signature technique of Sword Heaven's second general, who wielded a sword called. He paused. Called Ghost Whisper. The silence between them was absolute. Around the arena, 20,000 spectators held their breath without knowing why. The waterfalls roared below, but even that sound seemed to fade. After this match, Jian Wuhan said quietly, we need to talk. After this match, Shenfeng agreed. Begin. The referee's voice cracked across the arena. Jian Wuhan vanished. Not metaphorically, not a blur of speed like Song Mei. He simply ceased to be visible, his body, his sword, his chi signature, all of it erased from Shenfeng's perception as if he'd never existed. The jade platform held only Shenfeng, and the crowd gasped at the completeness of the disappearance. Invisible sword technique. The manifestation of incomplete sword heart. Shenfeng's resonance exploded outward, covering the entire platform in a web of spiritual awareness. He could feel the jade beneath his feet, the formations at the arena's edge, the residual energy of centuries of combat, the distant spiritual pressure of the watching cultivators. Nothing. Jian Wuhan was invisible even to resonance. His technique didn't just hide his physical form. It erased his spiritual footprint entirely, as if the space he occupied had been cut out of reality. The strike came from the right. Shenfeng felt it only as a displacement of air, a whisper of movement, the faintest disturbance in the ambient qi, like the ripple a fish makes beneath still water. He threw himself left, and a line of razor-sharp intent carved across his chi barrier, nearly shattering it in a single stroke. The jade floor beneath where he'd stood split with a clean cut that went 3 inches deep. Second strike. From behind, Shen Feng spun, bringing Ghost Whisper up in a guard that caught the invisible blade inches from his spine. The impact was staggering, pure sword intent behind the strike, refined to an edge that cut through spiritual defenses like paper through water. His barrier cracked. His arms screamed with the force. Third strike, fourth, fifth, a barrage from every direction, each one invisible, each one carrying enough intent to end the fight if it landed cleanly. Shen Feng fought blind, relying on the faintest air disturbances and his own desperate instincts to survive. He's operating at the level of Sword Heart, Rustheart said sharply through the bond. His invisibility isn't a technique, it's a natural expression of his sword's identity. The sword doesn't want to be seen. It exists to cut without being observed. You're fighting the concept of tracelessness itself. How do I fight what I can't see? You can't see him, but you can hear him. Shen Feng closed his eyes. The arena fell away. The crowd vanished. The visual world dissolved, and in its place, a world of sound emerged. Not physical sound, but spiritual resonance. Every object on the platform had a frequency. The jade hummed a low bass note. The formation barriers sang in high harmonics. The air itself carried a whisper of movement. The sword spirits in his formation added their own notes. Verdant Edge a warm alto, Ember's Fury a crackling tenor, Ashfong a rumbling bass. And there, a silence. A gap in the frequency spectrum where a person should be. Jian Wuhan wasn't invisible to resonance after all. He was anti-resonant. His sword heart actively negated spiritual frequencies, creating a void in the spiritual soundscape. A hole in the music. An absence where presence should be. But a void was still detectable. A hole in a pattern was itself a pattern. Shen Feng struck. Ghost Whisper lanced toward the void space, and he felt the impact before he heard it. His blade meeting another blade, invisible steel ringing against resonance-attuned metal. The sound was extraordinary, 2 philosophies of the sword colliding in a single note that rang across the arena. Jian Wuhan flickered into visibility for a fraction of a second, surprise crossing his composed features, before vanishing again. You found me, Jian Wuhan's voice said from nowhere. You're a void in the sound, Shen Feng replied, opening his eyes but maintaining the resonance listening. I can feel the shape of your absence. Remarkable. The battle escalated. Jian Wuhan abandoned stealth for speed, his invisible strikes coming faster, from more angles, each one carrying enough sword intent to shatter walls. Shen Feng deployed the myriad sword formation, 6 resurrected blades forming a rotating defense, and fought on 2 planes simultaneously, physical and resonant. The crowd watched a spectacle unlike anything the summit had seen. 6 glowing swords spinning in patterns of fire, plant energy, and raw spiritual light around a boy who fought with closed eyes, his personal blade meeting invisible strikes with impossible precision. Sparks flew from contacts that couldn't be seen, and the jade platform cracked under the combined pressure of their cultivation. Ghost Whisper sang with each parry, its resonance growing stronger, the dead sword's spirit amplified by the intensity of combat. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 8 minutes. Jian Wuhan's sword heart was extraordinary, a perfectly focused expression of the concept of tracelessness, of the blade that cuts without being known. But Shen Feng's resonance was its natural counter. The more completely Jian Wuhan erased himself, the more distinctly his void shape stood out in Shen Feng's spiritual hearing. They were thesis and antithesis, invisibility and awareness. The blade that cannot be seen and the ear that hears everything. At the 9-minute mark, Shen Feng found the gap. Jian Wuhan's invisibility flickered during transitions, the brief moment between one strike and the next where his sword heart had to reset. It was a fraction of a second, barely perceptible, a momentary lapse in the anti-resonance field that existed only in the spiritual realm. No one else in the arena could have detected it, but Shen Feng had been listening for it with every fiber of his being. He waited, counted the rhythm. Strike, void, flicker, reset, strike. The pattern was almost perfect, almost without flaw. Almost. And when the flicker came, he struck with everything he had. 6 resurrected, swords converged from 6 directions. Ghost Whisper drove forward in a composite technique that drew from every dead sword he'd ever resonated with. 100 styles unified into a single strike that carried the collective intent of the graveyard. It wasn't one technique or 10 or 50. It was all of them, simultaneous, layered, a chord of sword intent played on every string at once. Jian Wuhan materialized in the center of the converging storm, his plain iron jian raised in a desperate guard. His sword heart blazed, full visibility now, the pretense of invisibility abandoned for raw power. His counterstrike was beautiful, precise, and devastatingly powerful, a single note of perfect sword intent against Shun Feng's symphony. It wasn't enough. Ghost Whisper's composite strike, backed by 6 resonance-linked blades, overwhelmed Jian Wuhan's defense. Not through superior power, through sheer variety. A single sword style, no matter how perfected, had patterns. 100 styles, woven into one, had none. Jian Wuhan's jian was knocked aside. 6 blades surrounded him, their points touching his robes from every direction. Ghost Whisper's edge rested against his collarbone. Silence. Then Jian Wuhan smiled. A genuine expression that transformed his severe features into something almost warm. I yield. The celestial platform erupted. 20,000 voices roared. In the Iron Crane section, Sect Master Duan was on his feet for the first time in the tournament. Lian Yu was crying without realizing it, her hands clasped over her mouth. Shinfeng lowered Ghost Whisper and extended his hand. Jian Wuhan took it. Now, Shinfeng said, let's talk. Chapter 26. They met in the space between pavilions, where the formation lights cast long shadows and the noise of the summit faded to a murmur. Jian Wuhan sat on a stone wall with his iron jian across his knees, and Shinfeng leaned against a pillar with Ashfong dozing at his feet. The alley between the Iron Crane and Azure Peak pavilions was narrow and empty. Most cultivators were at the celebration banquets or analyzing the day's matches. My sect's founder spent his life collecting fragments of Sword Heaven's legacy. Jian Wuhan began without preamble. The tournament match seemed to have dissolved whatever formality existed between them. They spoke now as sword cultivators, stripped of sect affiliations and political maneuvering. Scattered texts, broken formation diagrams, partial technique scrolls. Most of it was indecipherable, written in an ancient script that modern scholars could barely parse. But he pieced together enough to understand what Sword Heaven was, and what destroyed it. The Sword Devourer. Jian Wuhan's eye sharpened. You know, I live in the graveyard where Sword Heaven's swords were buried. The sword spirits told me. In any other context, the claim would have sounded absurd. But Jian Wuhan had just spent 9 minutes fighting a boy who commanded resurrected dead swords with techniques 10,000 years old. Absurdity had a different threshold after that. The Celestial Edge sect was founded to guard the eastern approach to the graveyard, Jian Wuhan said. Iron Crane guards the west. Both sects were established by Sword Heaven survivors, the few cultivators who escaped the catastrophe. Over time, the purpose was forgotten, buried under politics and ambition and the simple erosion of memory over centuries. My sect remembers because of the founder's obsession. Yours remembers because the sect master is told. You're saying our sects are sister organizations. Were. 1,000 years of divergence have made them rivals. But the original purpose was the same. Protect the graveyard, maintain the seal, prevent the sword devourer from waking. His fingers traced patterns on his jian's unadorned blade. The founding text described the devourer as a corruption of the highest order, something that consumes not just sword spirits, but the concept of the sword itself. In its presence, blades break, intent dissolves, and the bond between wielder and weapon is severed. Then you need to know that the seal is threatened. Shinfeng told him everything. The core formation, the seal sword and its eternal scream, the degrading barriers, Elder Mu's betrayal and alliance with the Ashenblade Alliance. Jian Wuhan listened with the focused attention of someone for whom these words carried the weight of ancestral duty. He didn't interrupt. He didn't question. He absorbed. Elder Mu stole the formation schematics, Jian Wuhan said when Shinfeng finished. And the Ashenblade Alliance specializes in dead sword harvesting. If they enter the graveyard and begin extracting spirit energy from the dead swords, the formation loses its power source. The seal weakens. Eventually, the sword devourer wakes, and everything within 1,000 miles dies. Jian Wuhan stood, his expression hardening from contemplation to resolve. I'll inform my sect master. The Celestial Edge sect has resources that can help, formation specialists, records from the founding era that might contain information about the seal's maintenance, and combat strength, if it comes to that. Will your sect master believe you? He'll believe the evidence. I fought your swords. I felt their age, their authenticity. No forgery could replicate 10,000-year-old sword intent. Jian Wuhan extended his hand a second time, not the handshake of tournament respect, but the clasp of alliance. Between the Graveyard Master and the Celestial Edge sect, Shinfeng gripped his hand. Between the graveyard and everyone willing to protect it. They parted with the understanding that the tournament was now secondary to something far more important. But the tournament continued regardless, and Xunfeng's semi-final match was in the morning. As he returned to the Iron Crane Pavilion, a small figure detached from the shadows near the courtyard gate. It was the size of a child, draped in a ragged cloak that might once have been white, with eyes that gleamed like polished jade in the formation light. Xunfeng's hand went to Ghost Whisper's hilt. Who? The figure pulled back its hood, revealing a face that was distinctly not human. Pointed ears, sharp features, skin like porcelain with a faint luminous quality, and a pair of fox ears poking through silver-white hair. A bushy tail swished beneath the cloak. Finally, the creature said in a high, clear voice that carried 10,000 years of impatience. You finally left that stinking graveyard. Do you know how long I've been waiting? I've been following you since the summit's first day, lurking in alleyways and eating scraps from the banquet halls like some kind of common pet. Ashfang woke, saw the fox creature, and let out a bark of pure joy, the most emotion Xunfeng had ever seen from the normally stoic wolf spirit. The amber wolf launched itself at the figure, and to Xunfeng's astonishment, the fox creature caught the spectral wolf in a hug that suggested long familiarity, ruffling the lightning-charged fur without concern for the sparks. You know, Ashfang, Xunfeng said slowly. I raised Ashfang. I raised half the sword spirits in that graveyard, back when they were newly forged. Polished their blades, fed their spirits, sang them to sleep during the quiet centuries. The fox spirit set Ashfang down and looked up at Xunfeng with eyes that held millennia of memory and loss. My name is Shadowy, and I've been the graveyard's guardian since before your ancestors were born. Since before the sects existed. Since Sword Heaven fell, and someone had to stay behind to watch the dead. A guardian spirit. A celestial fox of the 9th rank, if you want to be precise. And you, graveyard master, have absolutely no idea what you've gotten yourself into. Chapter 27 Shadowy, as it turned out, was considerably more than a fox spirit. I am a celestial fox of the 9th rank, Shadowy announced, settling into the Iron Crane Pavilion's guest room with the entitled air of someone who considered all rooms to be guest rooms for their personal use. The fox spirit had shed the ragged cloak and now sat on the bed in a human child form, a boy of perhaps 8, with silver hair and those unsettling jade-green eyes. A fluffy white tail swished behind him despite the human disguise, apparently too stubborn to stay hidden. A 9th-rank spirit beast is equivalent to Tao-seeking cultivation, Rustheart murmured through the bond, and even the ancient sword spirit's voice carried a note of awe. This creature is as powerful as your sect master, possibly more, depending on age and technique refinement. Why have you been hiding in the graveyard? Xunfeng asked, settling into a chair while Ashfang curled contentedly at Shaobai's feet. Hiding? I wasn't hiding. I was sleeping. Shaobai yawned enormously, revealing pointed canines that were slightly too sharp for the child form. Maintaining the auxiliary defense formations for 10,000 years is exhausting work, you know. The main formation runs on the dead sword's energy, but the auxiliary systems, the miasma cycling, the time dilation calibration, the boundary alerts, those need a living consciousness to manage. I handled it for 8,000 years before the fatigue got to me. Set them to automatic and took a nap. Just woke up about 3 months ago when some idiot activated the core formation. The jade eyes narrowed. That was you, wasn't it? Accidentally. All the best catastrophes start accidentally. The sword devourer itself started as an accident, if you believe the old stories. Shaobai's expression shifted from playful to serious with the abruptness of a slammed door, the child form suddenly holding a presence that reminded Xunfeng of standing before Sect Master Duan. Listen, Graveyard Master. I like you. Ashfang likes you. Most of the sword spirits like you, which is frankly unprecedented. Sword spirits are the most judgmental entities in existence. They complained about everything in Sword Heaven. The weather, the food, the music. Insufferable. But they like you, and that means something. However, liking you doesn't change the fact that you've started something you can't finish. What do you mean? The core formation wasn't designed to be activated by a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was designed for someone at minimum nascent soul, preferably higher. You've been drawing power from it like drinking from a river through a straw, taking sips when it's meant to be consumed in gulps. The formation is compensating, redirecting energy flows to match your capacity, and in doing so, it's drawing power from the seal. The blood drained from Xunfeng's face. The seal is weakening because of me? Not significantly. Not yet. But the trend is clear. Every time you use the core formation to accelerate your cultivation, a fraction of the energy comes from the seal's reserves rather than the ambient sword chi pool. Over months, it adds up. Shaobai held up a small, clawed hand. Don't panic. The seal has reserves measured in millennia. You haven't caused a crisis. But you need to advance. Quickly. The stronger you are, the less the formation needs to compensate, and the less strain on the seal. How quickly? Core formation would stabilize the energy drain. Nascent soul would reverse it. You'd actually strengthen the seal by cultivating, feeding energy back into the system rather than drawing from it. The fox spirit's tail swished. So the question is, can you reach core formation before the summit ends? Shin Feng felt the weight of the question settle onto his already burdened shoulders. He was at peak foundation establishment, pressing against the barrier between realms. The breakthrough to core formation required the condensation of a golden core within his dantian, a qualitative transformation that couldn't be forced through simple power accumulation. It required understanding, equilibrium, the integration of all aspects of cultivation into a unified whole. It's not about power, he said. It's about achieving spiritual equilibrium. And I haven't found it. Then find it. Preferably before the Ashen Blade Alliance moves on the graveyard, which, based on the shadow-cloaked cultivators I saw trailing you at the banquet, could be sooner than we'd like. Xiaobai curled up on the bed, tail wrapping around his body in a spiral of white fur. I'll watch your matches tomorrow. It's been 10,000 years since I've seen good sword fighting. I expect to be entertained. The fox spirit closed his eyes and was asleep in seconds, snoring faintly with a sound like wind through bamboo. Shin Feng stood in the doorway, the weight of the world pressing on his 15-year-old shoulders, and wondered if the sword graveyard had chosen him because he was worthy or simply because no one else was available. Chapter 28. The semifinal match was against a cultivator named Rin Xing from the Thunderpeak sect, 6th stage core formation, lightning affinity, a brute force fighter whose technique consisted of overwhelming his opponents with speed and destruction. The fight was savage. Rin Xing didn't bother with strategy. He launched his strongest technique in the opening second, a concentrated bolt of lightning chi shaped like a striking serpent that tore across the arena with enough force to blast through formation barriers. The air itself ionized in the bolt's wake, leaving a burning ozone trail and a thunderclap that deafened the closest spectators. Shen Feng's myriad sword formation caught the bolt and diffracted it through 6 resonance-linked blades, scattering the energy into harmless sparks that showered the jade platform like fireworks. Rin Xing followed with a barrage, lightning bolt after lightning bolt, each more powerful than the last, the arena crackling with static charge that made Shin Feng's hair stand on end and his skin prickle with electrical burn. The assault was relentless, almost mindless in its fury, and terrifyingly effective. Raw power at a level that no amount of technique could fully compensate for. The arena's formation barriers strained visibly, the protective arrays flickering as stray bolts tested their limits. Shin Feng's sword formation buckled. Unit 3, the weakest of his spark-lit blades, shattered under a direct hit, the lightning bolt overwhelming its diminished spirit core in an instant. The corroded metal melted, the spiritual energy dissipated, and the spark of consciousness that had clung to existence for 10,000 years winked out like a candle in a hurricane. The loss hit Shin Feng through the bond like a punch to the gut, a small death, a fragment of consciousness snuffed out. It was nothing compared to the scale of the graveyard. One spark among thousands. But it had been his, bonded to his resonance, responding to his will, trusting in his protection. Anger, cold, sharp, and absolutely focused. Shin Feng abandoned the defensive formation and charged. The crowd gasped. A foundation establishment cultivator charging a 6th-stage core formation lightning specialist was suicide. Rin Xing's face split in a grin, the expression of a brawler who'd finally gotten his opponent to play his game. He fired another bolt, this one aimed directly at Shin Feng's chest, powerful enough to stop a heart. But Shin Feng wasn't thinking about cultivation realms. He was thinking about the small, frightened spirit that had just died under his command, and the rage of a graveyard master who had sworn to protect the dead. Ghost Whisper blazed. Not with chi, with intent. Pure, crystallized sword intent, honed by months of resonance with 100 ancient blades, forged in the crucible of a boy who had been abandoned, framed, thrown into a death sentence, and had chosen to stand anyway. The intent was a frequency, not the diffused resonance he normally used, but a single, focused note of such clarity that it cut the air itself. The blade cut through Rin Xing's lightning bolt. Not deflected, not dispersed. Cut. The concentrated chi attacks split along the line of Ghost Whisper's edge, the two halves dissipating harmlessly to either side, like a river parting around a stone. Rin Xing's jaw dropped. Shin Feng struck 9 times in 3 seconds, a chain of attacks drawn from 9 different dead sword styles, each building on the last, the composite technique flowing with a coherence that transcended the individual parts. Void Pierce opened the assault, its penetrating thrust punching through Ren Xing's hastily erected lightning barrier. Autumn Harvest followed, its sweeping arc forcing Ren Xing to spread his defense wide. Rising Wind Slash exploited the gap, driving upward toward his chin. 6 more techniques, from 6 different traditions, each perfectly timed to exploit the vulnerability the previous one created. Ren Xing's defenses crumbled. His lightning barrier shattered. His armor of compressed chi cracked and fell away. His weapon flew from nerveless fingers, clattering across the jade platform. Ghost Whisper stopped at his throat. "Yield," Shen Feng said, and his voice carried an edge that cut through the arena's silence like a blade through silk. "I yield," Ren Xing whispered. In the stands, Shaobai sat up straighter, jade green eyes wide, his tail standing completely rigid. The fox spirit's usual playful demeanor had evaporated, replaced by the focused attention of a being who had watched the rise and fall of civilizations and knew a turning point when he saw one. "He's close," Shaobai murmured to Lianyu, who sat beside him with tears on her cheeks. "He's very close to Sword Heart. What will it look like when it comes? You'll know when you see it. Everyone will. The whole graveyard will know." The finals were set. Shen Feng of the Myriad Sword Graveyard versus the winner of the other semifinal, a cultivator from the Verdant Lotus sect, whose name Shen Feng didn't register because, as he left the arena, he sensed something that drove all other thoughts from his mind. Elder Mu's spiritual signature, previously concealed in the upper stands, had vanished. So had the Ashen Blade Alliance cultivators. All of them. Gone. The upper stands where they'd lurked were empty. The masking formations dissolved. Not a trace of midnight blue robes or broken blade sigils remaining. "They've moved," Shen Feng said to Rust Heart through the bond. "The graveyard. They're heading for the graveyard while you're trapped at the summit." Shen Feng's blood ran cold. He turned toward the Iron Crane Pavilion, walking fast enough to draw stares from the cultivators celebrating in the corridors. He needed to find Sect Master Duan. Now, Chapter 29. The Sect Master was in his private meditation chamber when Shen Feng burst through the door, etiquette abandoned. "Elder Mu is gone. He's taken the Ashen Blade Alliance toward the graveyard. They're going to breach the formation while I'm stuck here." Duan Xinghe opened his eyes with the measured calm of someone who treated urgency as information rather than emotion. His meditation chamber was sparse, stone walls, a single cushion, a formation lantern that burned with steady white light. No luxury, no pretension. The room of a man who saw power as function rather than display. How long? If they left today, traveling at full speed, they'll reach the graveyard in. Shen Feng calculated, factoring in the distance from the Skyforge Plateau to the graveyard, the travel capabilities of spirit, severing, and core formation cultivators, and the logistics of moving a group of 40. 2 days. Maybe less if they have speed formations or spatial compression artifacts. And the formation defenses you activated before leaving? Strong enough to delay foundation and core formation cultivators for hours. Not strong enough to stop Elder Mu. He's spirit severing, and he has the formation schematics. He knows every weakness, every bypass, every vulnerability I couldn't patch in the time I had. The Sect Master stood. In the small chamber, his Tao-seeking cultivation felt like standing beside a contained star. Immense pressure, perfectly controlled, every particle of spiritual energy precisely where it needed to be. "You need to return to the graveyard. The finals are tomorrow." The finals are irrelevant compared to the seal's integrity. Shen Feng had expected this response, but dreaded it nonetheless. The summit was more than a tournament. It was a political statement, a declaration that the Iron Crane sect had risen from second-tier obscurity to legitimate power. Withdrawing before the finals would undermine everything the sect master had invested in sending him here. "Let me fight the finals," Shen Feng said. "One more match, first thing in the morning. Then I leave immediately. Every hour you delay, I know. But the Ashen Blade Alliance can't breach the outer formation without Elder Mu's guidance. And even with the schematics, dismantling my defenses will take time. I set redundant layers specifically because I expected this scenario. The graveyard can hold for 2 days. You planned for this?" "I planned for everything I could imagine. Elder Mu attacking while I was away was at the top of the list." Duan Xing has studied him for a long moment. The sect master's eyes, deep-set and world-weary beneath heavy brows, held something that might have been respect. "1 match. Then you go. I'll send 2 core formation elders with you as support." He paused, his expression shifting to something graver. "And I'll activate the Iron Crane sect's wartime protocols. If Elder Mu has truly allied with the Ashen Blade Alliance, this is an act of war against the sect. I'll mobilize everything we have." "Sect Master, there's more." Shen Feng told him about Shaobai, the ninth-rank celestial fox, the auxiliary formations, the 10,000 years of guardianship. And about the seal's gradual drain, the energy imbalance caused by a foundation establishment cultivator operating a formation designed for nascent soul. Duan Qinghe's expression darkened with each revelation. A ninth-rank celestial fox has been sleeping in the graveyard for 10,000 years, the sectmaster said flatly. Yes. And the seal on the most dangerous entity in the region is being slowly weakened by the very formations meant to protect it. Yes. And you're telling me this the night before the finals. I only learned about the seal drain yesterday. The fox spirit has a flair for dramatic timing. A sound escaped Duan Qinghe that might have been a laugh or might have been a sigh. Win your match, Shenfeng. Then fix everything else. He turned back to his meditation cushion. I'll have the elders ready to depart within the hour of your victory. And I'll send word to the Celestial Edge sect. If Jian Wuhan's offer of alliance was sincere, now is the time to prove it. Shenfeng bowed. A genuine bow, not the servant's habitual deference, but the respect of a disciple for a leader who carried more weight than anyone should. He left the chamber with the knowledge that tomorrow contained everything. A tournament final, a forced march back to the graveyard, and a confrontation with Elder Mu that one of them wouldn't survive. Chapter 30. The finals of the Under-20 division drew the largest crowd the Continental Sword Summit had seen in 3 decades. 25,000 spectators packed the stands around the celestial platform, with thousands more watching through formation projections on screens throughout the summit grounds. Betting houses had suspended odds. Shenfeng's upsets had made the tournament unpredictable enough that no rational line could be set. Shenfeng's opponent was Lin Xiuyue of the Verdant Lotus sect, 6th stage core formation, a gentle-faced girl with a water element sword style that flowed like a river and struck like a tidal wave. Her Jian was beautiful, a water aspect blade of pale blue steel that seemed to be perpetually wet, drops of spiritual water rolling down its edge like rain on glass. She moved with the fluid grace of someone raised in a water cultivation tradition, every step a ripple, every gesture a current. She was skilled, composed, and completely outmatched. Not because Shenfeng was more powerful. He wasn't. The realm gap was significant, and Lin Xiuyue's water techniques were exceptionally well refined. But Shenfeng fought with the desperate focus of someone who knew that every second in this arena was a second he couldn't spend defending his home. There was no room for patience, no space for the drawn-out tactical dance that his previous matches had featured. The myriad sword formation, 5 blades now, after Unit 3's death in the semi-final, deployed with maximum aggression. No area denial, no defensive patterns. Pure, overwhelming assault from 5 directions while Ghost Whisper led from the front. Every blade carried maximum intent, maximum resonance, maximum everything. Shenfeng held nothing in reserve. Lin Xiuyue's water defense was formidable. She created barriers of compressed water qi that absorbed impacts and redirected force, turning his attacks aside with the fluid efficiency of a river diverting around stones. Her counterattacks were precise and creative, water whips that struck from unexpected angles, tidal surges that pushed his formation swords off trajectory, ice formations that froze his blade paths temporarily. But Shenfeng had something she didn't. 500 years of combat experience, borrowed from 100 dead sword spirits, woven into a fighting style that no single lifetime of training could match. Every technique Lin Xiuyue attempted, he'd seen a variant of in the memories of swords that had fought in wars lost to history. Water defense? The 7th era sea combat styles countered that. Fluid redirection? Sword Heaven's pressure point techniques targeted the nodes where water qi was weakest. He read her like a book written in a language only he could understand, and cut through her defenses in 4 minutes. Yield, he said, Ghost Whisper at her chest, his breath coming hard, but his eyes absolutely focused. Lin Xiuyue looked down at the blade, then up at his face. She saw something there. The urgency, the barely contained worry, the weight of responsibilities that had nothing to do with the tournament. You weren't even trying your hardest, were you? I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. She laughed, a crystalline sound of genuine amusement, completely unbothered by defeat. Then go do whatever it is you need to do. You've earned it. She stepped back and raised her sword in salute. It was an honor. The crowd exploded. Formation projections broadcast the result across the summit grounds. Under-20 champion, Shenfeng, Iron Crane sect. The Iron Crane Pavilion erupted in celebration, disciples cheering, elders nodding with satisfaction that poorly masked their astonishment. Shenfeng didn't celebrate. He sheathed Ghost Whisper, recalled his formation swords, and walked off the celestial platform without looking back. In the exit tunnel, 3 people waited. Lianyu, with a travel pack on her back and her sword at her hip. Jian Wuhan, in traveling robes rather than ceremonial ones, his iron jian gleaming. And Xiao Bai, in child form, perched on a stack of supply crates with his tail swishing impatiently. They've breached the outer formation, Xiao Bai said, all pretense of childish humor gone. The fox spirit's jade eyes were ancient and hard. I felt it an hour ago. The resonance network in the graveyard. I'm still connected to it, even from here. The Ashenblade Alliance is inside. How many? 40 cultivators, 8 core formation, 32 foundation and chi condensation harvesters with extraction equipment. An elder Mu leading them, spirit severing. I'm coming with you, Jin Wuhan said. It wasn't a request. His dark eyes held the absolute resolve of a swordsman who had found his purpose. So am I, Lian Yu added, her dual-colored eyes blazing, blue and amber warring, but both fierce. Shen Feng looked at the three of them, a fox spirit older than nations, a rival turned ally from a sister sect, and the girl who'd brought him dried meat in a cloth bundle when the world had written him off. An army of 4 against 40 and a spirit-severing elder. Then we move. Now, Chapter 31. They flew through the night. Xiao Bai revealed a talent for spatial compression, a movement technique that folded the distance between 2 points, allowing travel at speeds that defied conventional physics. The fox spirit's 9th-rank power created a bubble of compressed space around the group, the landscape blurring past in streaks of green and gray as miles collapsed into yards. This technique has limits, Xiao Bai warned, his child form straining with concentration, sweat beading on porcelain skin. I can maintain it for 4 hours before I need to rest. That gets us within 20 miles of the graveyard. After that, we're on conventional travel. Then we run the last 20 miles. You foundation establishment cultivators and your enthusiasm for running. It's adorable, like watching puppies discover stairs. They cross the distance in 5 hours, 4 of spatial compression and 1 of hard flying. Shen Feng and Lian Yu on sword flight, while Jian Wuhan paced them on his own movement technique, and Xiao Bai rode on Ashfang's back, the fox spirit hugging the wolf spirit's amber neck with an expression of deeply offended dignity. The graveyard came into view as dawn broke, and Shen Feng's heart clenched. The miasma, normally a uniform gray blanket, was scarred with wounds. Lines of clear air cut through the toxic fog where Elder Mu's techniques had carved corridors, deliberate paths, mapped precisely from the stolen schematics. The outer formation, the defensive layers Shen Feng had painstakingly activated, was a shattered mess, its formation nodes dark and cracked, the jade components smashed with surgical precision. And within the graveyard, spiritual energy surged and twisted in patterns of harvesting. The Ashenblade Alliance was at work, and they were efficient. Shen Feng reached out with his resonance and felt the graveyard's pain. Dead swords, already in the slow process of dying, were being forcibly drained, their residual spirit energy ripped out by extraction formations and channeled into storage crystals. The extraction was brutal, industrialized, optimized for speed over preservation. Each sword thus drained died instantly, its remaining spark of consciousness extinguished as the last drop of energy was squeezed from corroded metal. The sword's spirit screamed, not the seal sword's eternal agony, something newer, sharper, more desperate. The cry of beings who had clung to existence for millennia being torn apart for fuel. They're killing them, Shen Feng whispered. They're killing the spirits that were already dying. His hands shook, not with fear, with rage. Plan, Rustheart said through the bond, forcibly calm. We need a plan. Don't charge in blind. 40 cultivators and Elder Mu, Xiao Bai, Shen Feng said, his voice level in the way of someone who has passed through rage into something colder and more dangerous. Can you handle the core formation harvesters? The fox spirit cracked his knuckles. Boy, I've been sleeping for 10,000 years. I could use the exercise. 8 core formation cultivators are barely a warm-up. Jian Wuhan, the foundation and chi condensation cultivators. Can you and Lian Yu deal with them? 32 opponents between us. Jian Wuhan drew his iron jian. In the morning light, for just a moment, the plain blade seemed to shimmer with an inner light, his sword heart stirring. Easily. And Elder Mu? He's mine. Rustheart's protest was immediate. He's spirit severing. Your foundation establishment. I know the gap. But this is my graveyard. My formation. My swords. Shen Feng drew Ghost Whisper, and the blade sang with a frequency that echoed across the wasteland, reaching the dying spirits within. Every dead sword that could still hear, every spirit that still clung to its fading consciousness, felt the master's call. And I will not let him take them. They split and attacked. Chapter 32. Xiao Bai hit the Ashenblade Alliance's rear guard like a meteor. The fox spirit's true form erupted from the child disguise, a nine-tailed fox the size of a horse, each tail tipped with a different colored flame. White, silver, gold, azure, violet, crimson, jade, obsidian, and the ninth tail burning with a light so pure it was colorless. The transformation was instantaneous and overwhelming. The spiritual pressure alone forced every cultivator within 100 yards to stagger. The Ashen Blade cultivators' reaction time was excellent. They were professionals, after all, experienced in operating in hostile spiritual environments. Defensive formations snapped into place, weapons were drawn, and the 8-core formation fighters pivoted to engage the new threat with coordinated precision. It didn't matter. 3 of the 8-core formation harvesters went down in the first exchange. Shadowy's tails struck like whips, each carrying enough concentrated spiritual energy to shatter barrier techniques, as if they were tissue paper. The 4th core formation cultivator managed to erect a defensive formation, a multi-layered sphere of interlocking chi barriers, and lasted 9 seconds before the fox spirit walked through it like smoke through a screen. The remaining 4 broke and ran. Shadowy ran them down in seconds, each tail operating independently, striking from different angles with different elemental energies. Fire and ice and lightning and pure force, a storm of 9th-rank power that reduced the professional harvesters to unconscious heaps. Meanwhile, Jian Wuhan and Lian Yu engaged the main harvesting force. Jian Wuhan's invisible sword technique was even more devastating than it had been in the tournament. In the graveyard, surrounded by the spiritual energy of dead swords, his technique gained an additional dimension. The dead sword's residual intent masked his movements even further, turning the already invisible prodigy into a phantom among phantoms. Foundation and chi condensation cultivators fell before they knew they were under attack, their extraction formations crumbling as the operators collapsed. Lian Yu fought beside him with a ferocity born of protective rage. Her dual root, harmonized by weeks of Shun Feng's resonance training, burned bright. Ice on her left side, fire on her right, the 2 energies working in concert for the first time in her life. Where her blade struck ice, the ground froze solid, and the frozen swords cracked like glass. Where it struck fire, corrupted metal melted and extraction formations warped beyond function. The Ashen Blade cultivators, specialists in dead sword extraction rather than combat, broke and scattered before the onslaught. Shen Feng went for Elder Mo. He found the Elder at the graveyard's core, the jade platform, the formation pillars, the screaming seal sword. Elder Mu stood before the central formation with the stolen schematics spread on a portable desk, his thin fingers tracing formation lines with the precision of a surgeon. Around him, a dozen extraction formations had been placed at the secondary ring's nodes, draining the core formation's energy into crystalline storage devices that pulsed with stolen light. The seal was weakening. Shen Feng could feel it. The seal sword's scream had changed pitch, higher, more desperate, the spiritual bonds holding the entity in place fraying like rope under strain. Each extraction formation was a wound in the graveyard's defenses, a drain on the energy that kept the sword devourer sealed. "Ah," Elder Mu said without turning around. "You arrived faster than I expected. The fox spirit spatial compression, I assume." "Step away from the formation, Elder Mu." The punishment elder turned, and his thin smile was exactly as Shen Feng remembered, cold, calculating, utterly devoid of warmth. But his eyes were different. There was something in them now that hadn't been there before, a hunger, ravenous and consuming, that reminded Shen Feng of the corrupted qi that had destroyed Lu He. "Do you know what you're sitting on, boy?" Elder Mu's voice was soft, conversational, the tone of a teacher explaining something obvious to a particularly slow student. "The residual energy in this graveyard is enough to fuel 100 sects for a century. The dead sword's essence can be refined into cultivation pills of unprecedented potency. And the formation itself, a city-scale spiritual engine designed by the most advanced civilization in history, could be adapted to produce weapons that would make the current sect's arsenals look like toys. It's a seal. It's holding something that destroyed a civilization. A seal that has outlived its purpose. The entity below has been sealed for 10,000 years. It's weakened, diminished, barely conscious. With the right techniques, it could be contained in a smaller, more efficient seal, freeing 90% of the formation's energy for practical use. That's what the Ashen Blade Alliance promised you? A more efficient seal?" Elder Mu's smile widened. "The Ashen Blade Alliance promised me resources. I promised them the graveyard's harvest. What happens to the seal is a minor detail in the larger picture of power. A minor detail. You'd risk the lives of everyone within 1,000 miles. For power." "Yes." The smile vanished, replaced by an expression of naked intensity that was more honest than anything Shin Feng had seen on the elder's face. You don't understand because you're young and naive and you think the world rewards virtue. It doesn't. The world rewards power. I have spent 60 years building power within the Iron Crane sect, only to be constrained by a sect master who prizes caution over ambition. You, a servant boy, an orphan, a nothing, stumbled into the greatest power source on the continent through blind luck. And you used it to play hero. He raised his hand, and spirit-severing pressure descended on the platform like the weight of a mountain. Shin Feng's knees buckled. His chi barrier cracked. Ghost Whisper drooped in his grip as the spiritual pressure crushed his body toward the ground. Foundation establishment versus spirit severing. The gulf was oceanic, unbridgeable, absolute. I'm going to take the graveyard, Elder Mu said calmly. And I'm going to start by taking you apart, piece by piece. His hand fell, and the world split open. Chapter 33. Elder Mu's attack was not a technique. It was a declaration of absolute superiority. A wave of spirit-severing spiritual pressure swept across the jade platform, cracking the ancient stone and sending Shin Feng tumbling backward through the air. His chi barrier shattered instantly. The protective shell that had held against core formation opponents dissolved like morning frost. His resurrected swords, verdant edge, ember's fury, and the remaining sparklet blades were swatted aside like toys, their spiritual links to Shin Feng stretching to the breaking point. Shin Feng hit the ground 20 yards from the platform, cracking ribs he'd cracked before, tasting blood that was becoming offensively familiar. He rolled to his feet and raised Ghost Whisper in a guard that felt pathetic against the enormity of what he faced. Elder Mu didn't pursue. He stood on the platform with his hands clasped behind his back, watching with clinical detachment. You're stronger than I expected. Peak foundation establishment, and that sword intent is remarkable for your age. Under different circumstances, I might have cultivated you as an asset rather than a test subject. Under different circumstances, you wouldn't have framed me for theft. True, the theft was necessary. I needed someone with an unidentified spiritual root inside the graveyard, and you were conveniently disposable. A pause. I should have tested you more carefully before committing. A void resonance root is wasted on a boy who uses it to play with dead swords and rescue broken spirits. He attacked again, this time personally, crossing the distance between them in a flicker of movement so fast that Shin Feng's eyes couldn't track it. A palm strike, casual and devastating, aimed at Shin Feng's chest. The graveyard intervened. 200 sparklet swords, the hovering army Shin Feng had prepared months ago, dormant during the Alliance's raid, but still connected to his resonance, rose from the earth in a wall of corroded metal between the Elder and his target. Elder Mu's palm strike blasted through a dozen of them, their weakened spiritual cores shattering like glass. But the remaining blades closed ranks, creating a shifting barrier of cutting edges that forced him to pull back or risk 1,000 shallow cuts. Interesting, Elder Mu murmured, retracting his hand. A thin line of blood crossed his palm where a blade had nicked him. You've weaponized the dead. A fitting technique for a graveyard master. Shin Feng used the reprieve to reform his myriad sword formation. Verdant Edge and Ember's Fury returned to flanking positions. Ashfang materialized at his side, the wolf spirit snarling, lightning crackling along its amber form. The sparklet swords formed a loose perimeter around the platform, each one vibrating with desperate purpose. An army of the dead, led by a boy who shouldn't have survived, against a cultivator who could shatter mountains. You can't win this, Rustheart said through the bond, and the sword spirit's voice was steady with the calm of someone who had accepted a conclusion. But you can survive it. The graveyard's formation is your force multiplier. Use it. Everything you have. Shin Feng slammed his palm onto the ground and pushed his resonance into the jade platform's buried circuits. The graveyard woke up. Not the partial activation he'd managed before. This was full engagement. Every defensive protocol, every offensive system, every formation layer that 10,000 years of engineering could produce. The miasma surged to lethal density. The ground trembled as buried formation nodes activated, some for the first time in millennia. And from the depths of the graveyard, a sound rose. The collective voice of 10,000 dead swords, resonating in harmony, producing a frequency that made reality itself vibrate. Elder Mu's expression changed for the first time. The clinical detachment cracked, replaced by something Shin Feng had never seen on the Elder's face. Uncertainty. The formation struck. Beams of concentrated sword chi erupted from 12 secondary nodes, converging on Elder Mu's position in a geometric cage of cutting energy. Each beam carried the combined intent of hundreds of dead swords, their last fragments of consciousness channeled into a single coordinated attack. Elder Mu defended. His spirit-severing cultivation flared to full power, a barrier of dark chi surrounding his body like a suit of armor. The formation beam struck the barrier and held, not penetrating, not being deflected, but pressing, straining, the irresistible force meeting the immovable object in a deadlock that cracked the platform beneath them. Impressive, Elder Mu grunted through gritted teeth. The formation's offensive power is greater than the schematics suggested. You've been improving it. The schematics are 1,000 years old. I've had months to upgrade with a 10,000-year-old fox spirit's guidance. The Elder's barrier cracked. Not from the formation beams alone. Shen Feng had added something. His personal chi, channeled through Ghost Whisper and into the formation network, carrying his void resonance root's unique harmonic. The resonance didn't add power. It synchronized the formation's output, eliminating the inefficiencies that time and degradation had introduced. For a moment, just a moment, the full power formation output of the Myriad Sword Graveyard crashed against Elder Mu's spirit-severing barrier with devastating, unified force. The barrier held, but it cracked. Spiderweb fractures spread across the dark chi shell. Enough, Elder Mu roared. His spiritual pressure exploded outward, a detonation of raw power that shattered the formation beams, destroyed the nearest nodes, and sent Shen Feng flying backward for the second time. The boy crashed through a pile of dead swords, felt metal slice across his back and arms, and landed in a heap of corroded blades, bleeding and broken. You think formations and dead swords can match true cultivation? Elder Mu strode toward him, dark chi swirling around his form like a cloak of living shadow. I have walked the path of power for 60 years. I have broken through walls that lesser cultivators cannot imagine. You are a boy who found a toy and mistook it for a weapon. He raised his hand. Dark chi coalesced into a blade of pure spiritual energy, a killing technique, refined over decades, sharp enough to bisect a mountain. Goodbye, Graveyard Master. The blade fell, and something detonated inside Shen Feng. Chapter 34. It wasn't chi. It wasn't technique. It wasn't the graveyard's formation or the resurrected swords or any power he'd borrowed from the dead. It was him. The blade of dark chi descended, and in the fraction of a second before it touched him, Shen Feng's consciousness expanded. Not outward, inward, deep into the center of himself, past the Dantian and its miniature graveyard of orbiting sword fragments, past the void resonance root that hummed at his core, into a space he'd never reached before. A forge, in his mind's eye, or perhaps in a space more real than the physical world. He stood in a forge of white fire. The heat was beyond mortal comprehension, and the flames burned with the color of every sword he'd ever touched. Amber from Ash Fong, green from verdant edge, red from Ember's fury, 100 other hues from 100 other spirits. On the anvil lay a single piece of metal, shapeless, waiting to be defined. What is this? He asked. Rustheart's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Your sword heart. This is where it's forged. What do I shape it into? That's not the question. The question is, what are you? The dark chi blade was still falling. Time had slowed to a crawl, each moment stretched into an eternity. Shen Feng stood in the forge and asked himself the question that Rustheart had posed months ago, the question he'd been circling without answering. What was his sword heart? Not what he wanted it to be. Not what would be useful or powerful or impressive. What it was. The truth of him, stripped of aspiration and pretense. He was a boy who heard the dead. A boy who had been abandoned, forgotten, discarded, and who had found family among broken swords and dying spirits. A boy whose power wasn't creation or destruction, but resurrection. The ability to find what the world had thrown away and bring it back. To listen when no one else would. To remember what everyone else had forgotten. His sword heart wasn't about cutting. It wasn't about killing or defending or conquering. It was about hearing. Hearing the voice of the forgotten. The abandoned. The discarded. The dead who still had something to say. The broken who still had worth. The lost who still had a way home. The metal on the anvil began to shape itself. Not under hammer blows, but under the weight of understanding, flowing like water into its true form. It formed into a blade, not a specific weapon, but the idea of a blade, the platonic form of what a sword was meant to be. And its edge was made not of steel, but of resonance. The vibration that connected all things, living and dead, broken and whole. Shen Feng reached out and took the blade. The forge vanished. Time snapped back to full speed. The dark chi blade struck and shattered. Shen Feng stood amid the broken swords, wounds bleeding, body broken, and from his core erupted a pulse of energy that was neither chi nor intent, but something beyond both. Sword heart. His sword heart, fully manifested, radiating from his body like light from a star. Every dead sword in the graveyard resonated. Not the partial response of sparklit blades or resurrected spirits. Every sword, all 10,000 of them, vibrated in sympathy with Shun Feng's sword heart. The ones that had been drained by the Alliance's extraction formations, the ones that had been silent for millennia, the ones too far gone to even flicker, all of them answered. The graveyard itself became an instrument, the dead blades its strings, and Shun Feng's resonance the music that played them. Elder Mu stumbled backward, eyes wide for the first time. What is this? This is what the graveyard chose me for, Shun Feng said. And with his sword heart blazing, his dantian trembled and broke through. The golden core formed. Not the normal golden core of a standard cultivator, but something unique. A core shaped like a miniature sword, forged from compressed resonance energy and the collective essence of 10,000 dead swords fragments. It blazed with light that was every color and no color, and its power filled Shun Feng like a river filling a canal that had been dry for years. Core formation, achieved in the forge of combat, catalyzed by the discovery of his true sword heart, fueled by the resonance of an entire graveyard. The power difference didn't close the gap to spirit severing. It couldn't. The realms between them were vast, and cultivation base wasn't something that sword heart alone could bridge. But combined with the graveyard's formation, with 10,000 resonating swords, with a sword heart so fundamental it redefined the relationship between cultivator and blade, it was enough. Shun Feng raised Ghost Whisper. 10,000 dead swords rose with it. The graveyard was a sea of hovering blades, corroded, cracked, broken, dead, but each one carrying a fragment of intent, a whisper of the spirit it had once been, unified by the resonance of a master who could hear them all. The sight was terrifying and beautiful, a galaxy of dying lights, each one a consciousness making its last stand. Impossible, Elder Mu breathed. Everything about me is impossible. Shun Feng pointed Ghost Whisper at the Elder. Leave my graveyard. Elder Mu's response was a snarl and a technique. The most powerful attack Shun Feng had yet seen, a concentrated lance of spirit-severing chi that would have pierced the continental crust. 10,000 swords met it. The collision was apocalyptic. Dead blades disintegrated by the hundreds, their remaining spirit energy detonating on contact with the chi lance. But for every sword destroyed, another took its place, drawn from the graveyard's vast reserves. A wall of broken weapons, each carrying a fragment of intent, each willing to die one final time to protect their master and their home. The chi lance faltered, buckled, and broke. Elder Mu stared at the sea of hovering swords, at the boy in the center of them with a golden core blazing in his chest, and calculated the odds with the precise mind of a 60-year veteran. The odds were bad. He ran. Spirit-severing movement techniques turned him into a streak of dark light, rocketing skyward, punching through the graveyard's miasma and out into the open sky. Shun Feng watched him go, felt the elder's presence dwindling with distance, and did not pursue. He couldn't. The effort of controlling 10,000 swords had drained his newly formed core nearly dry. The sword heart, blazing moments ago, dimmed to a steady glow. His body, battered and bleeding and running on fumes, began to shake. The dead swords descended. Gently, reverently, they settled back into the earth, back into their positions, back into their endless sleep. But something had changed. In the spiritual realm, a thread connected each sword to Shun Feng, thin, fragile, but real. The resonance of his sword heart had permanently bonded him to the graveyard at a level that transcended the core formation. He wasn't just the master of the graveyard anymore. He was part of it. The seal sword's scream, for the first time in 10,000 years, softened by a single note. Chapter 35 The Aftermath was a ruin. 40 Ashen Blade Alliance cultivators lay scattered across the graveyard in various states of defeat. Shaobai had dispatched the core formation fighters with contemptuous ease, the Fox Spirit's 9th-rank power making their resistance laughable. They lay in neat, unconscious rows, their weapons confiscated, their extraction formations smashed. Jin Wuhan and Lian Yu had routed the remaining harvesters, though not without cost. Both carried wounds. Jin Wuhan had a deep cut across his shoulder where a particularly skilled harvester had managed to land a blow before being rendered invisible sword unconscious. And Lian Yu's left arm hung at an angle that suggested a broken bone, sustained when a core formation fighter fleeing Shaobai had crashed into her defensive formation. The graveyard itself had suffered. The outer formations were shattered, the extraction formations had drained dozens of sword spirits beyond recovery, and the core formation's secondary ring showed damage from Elder Mu's final attack. Shun Feng felt each loss as a personal wound. Dead sword spirits, already on the edge of dissolution, pushed over into true death by the Alliance's harvesting. 47, he said quietly, sitting on the jade platform with Ghost Whisper across his knees. 47 sword spirits permanently destroyed. Out of 10,000, Rustheart offered gently. Less than 0.5%. They were alive. They were waiting. They trusted me to protect them, and I was at a tournament winning applause while they were being murdered for their energy. And you came back. And you stopped it. And you drove away a spirit-severing cultivator through the force of your sword heart. Rustheart's voice was firm. 47 is a tragedy. 10,000 would have been a catastrophe. You prevented the catastrophe. Shadowy, back in child form and covered in dust, sat beside Shinfeng on the platform. The fox spirit's usual playful demeanor was subdued. Your breakthrough was remarkable, the fox said. Core formation through sword heart manifestation. I've only seen that once before. 10,000 years ago. The ruler of Sword Heaven did the same thing, in the same place, against a different enemy. The Sword Devourer. Not directly. A preliminary manifestation of the Devourer, a herald, testing the world's defenses before the main assault. The ruler's sword heart awakened in that battle, and it changed everything. He went from a powerful cultivator to the most powerful sword cultivator who ever lived. Shaobai's jade eyes held depths that his child form belied. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. You're walking his path, Shinfeng. Where did his path end? Shaobai looked at the seal's sword, its tortured light flickering in the gray air. There, the fox spirit said quietly. Trapped in metal. Screaming forever. Shinfeng absorbed that in silence. Then he stood, swaying slightly, and turned to his companions. Jin Wuhan sat at the platform's edge, cleaning his iron jian with a strip of cloth. The celestial edge prodigy looked tired, genuinely tired, the kind of exhaustion that combat against overwhelming numbers produced. But his eyes were clear and steady. Your sword heart, Jin Wuhan said. I felt it during the battle. The resonance. He paused. It was beautiful, like hearing a song I've been trying to remember my entire life. Lian Yu was being tended by verdant edge. The plant aspect sword spirit had healing capabilities that bordered on medical cultivation. The spirit's translucent hands glowed green as they set Lian Yu's broken arm, the bone knitting under guided spiritual energy. Don't move, verdant edge instructed, her voice like wind through a forest. The bone will take 6 hours to fully heal. Stop trying to flex it. I've had worse. Lian Yu looked at Shun Feng across the platform, and her dual-colored eyes carried an emotion that made his breath catch. Not just relief. Not just admiration. Something deeper, warmer, and absolutely terrifying. You did it. We did it. You broke through to core formation in the middle of a fight with a spirit-severing cultivator. That's not we did it. That's something else entirely. Shinfeng wanted to say something meaningful, something worthy of the moment, in her eyes, and the way his chest ached when he looked at her. What came out was, your arm is broken. She laughed, winced, laughed again. Romantic. I'm better with swords than words. I know. It's terrible. I like it anyway. They held each other's gaze across the jade platform while dead swords hummed, and a fox spirit pretended not to watch, and a prodigy from a rival sect polished his blade with exaggerated focus. Chapter 36. The days after the battle were consumed by repair and recovery. Shinfeng worked with Shaobai to restore the graveyard's outer formations, replacing shattered nodes with new ones forged from the spiritual metal of unsalvageable dead swords. The ones whose spirits had been fully extinguished by the Alliance's extraction, their metal now empty vessels that could be repurposed for formation components. It felt like building coffins from the wood of a burned house, but the pragmatism was necessary. The fox spirit's knowledge of the original formation design was invaluable, where Shinfeng had been improvising from partial understanding and thousand-year-old schematics. Shaobai knew the exact specifications from having helped maintain them for 8 millennia. The outer ring was designed with 16 primary nodes and 48 secondary nodes. Shaobai lectured, directing Shinfeng's formation work with imperious gestures. You had activated 12 primary and 30 secondary. Adequate, but inefficient, like trying to run a river through only 3/4 of its channels. Full activation requires precise harmonic calibration between all nodes, which requires a fox spirit with 10,000 years of experience. A fox spirit with impeccable taste. The experience is merely a bonus. The formations came back online layer by layer, stronger than before. Shinfeng's new core formation cultivation allowed him to interface with the graveyard systems more deeply, and his sword heart, the resonance that connected him to every dead sword, provided a direct communication channel to the formation's organic components. The dead swords weren't just power sources for the formation, they were its sensors, its processors, its nervous system. with Shun Feng's sword heart linking them. The formation operated with a responsiveness it hadn't possessed since its creation. Jin Wuhan stayed for 3 days, helping with the physical reconstruction and spending hours in conversation with Rusthart about Sword Heaven's history. The prodigy's knowledge of the lost civilization, gleaned from his sect's archives, complemented the sword spirit's first-hand experience in ways that produced genuine new insights. The sword devourer wasn't always an entity of destruction, Jin Wuhan said during one such discussion. The founding records suggest it was once a sword spirit, perhaps the most powerful sword spirit ever created. The personal weapon of Sword Heaven's ruler, forged from the combined spiritual essence of the civilization's greatest swordsmiths. What changed it? Shenfeng asked. The records don't say clearly. There's a gap, a period of about a century where the founding texts are damaged or missing. When the narrative resumes, the sword devourer is already an enemy, and Sword Heaven is already falling. Rusthart's light flickered uncomfortably. There are things I don't remember. 8,000 years of dying erodes memory like water erodes stone, slowly, completely. But I know that the ruler's sword was called the Primordial Edge, and I know that something happened between the ruler and the Primordial Edge that broke the bond. A betrayal of some kind. The worst kind. A sword spirit betraying its wielder, Shenfeng murmured. He touched Ghost Whisper's hilt instinctively. Is that possible? In the modern era, no. Current spirit swords are too simple. But Sword Heaven's spirits were different. Fully conscious, fully autonomous, with emotions and desires as complex as any human's. A spirit like that could be hurt, could be driven to rage. Rusthart paused. Could be driven to devour. The implication was chilling. The entity sealed beneath the graveyard wasn't a monster in the conventional sense. It was a broken spirit, a being that had loved, been hurt, and consumed its world in response. Shenfeng thought of the seal sword and its eternal scream. Two spirits, locked in mutual agony for 10,000 years. One trapped in pain to maintain the seal. The other trapped in darkness, fed only by suffering. There had to be a better way. Jin Wuhan departed on the 4th day, promising to return with his sect master and whatever resources the Celestial Edge sect could provide. Shenfeng walked him to the graveyard's boundary. The Ashen Blade Alliance won't give up, Jin Wuhan said. What we stopped here was a raid. When Shin Moi, their real leader, not just the lieutenants we fought, hears about the graveyard's full power, he'll come personally. And he'll come in force. I know. An Elder Mu is still alive out there. A rogue spirit severing cultivator with a grudge and stolen intelligence. I know that too. You'll need help. More than what we brought today. I know. Jin Wuhan's iron Jin pulsed faintly. An acknowledgement. Sword to swordsman, spirit to spirit. Then call when you need me. The alliance between our sects is reborn. As it was meant to be. He vanished into the morning, and Shenfeng felt the first thread of a web that would eventually span the continent. The repair work took 2 full weeks. Each formation node had to be individually calibrated, its resonance frequency tuned to match the graveyard's overall harmonic. Shaobai supervised with the exacting standards of someone who had spent millennia maintaining these systems, rejecting Shenfeng's first 3 attempts at the northern primary node before grudgingly accepting the 4th. Close enough, the fox spirit said, which Shenfeng had learned was Shaobai's highest form of praise. The damaged secondary ring was more problematic. Elder Mu's final attack had cracked 3 of the 10 jade pillars, and jade of the required spiritual purity wasn't available through normal channels. Shenfeng solved the problem by improvising. He used his resonance to mend the cracks from within, filling the fractures with compressed sword chi that hardened into a substance not quite jade, but functionally equivalent. The repaired pillars hummed at a slightly different frequency than the originals, but Shaobai confirmed that the core formation's output was within acceptable parameters. During the repair period, Lian Yu's transformation became increasingly apparent. The annihilation intent didn't just sit passively in her spirit. It reshaped her cultivation from the ground up. Her foundation establishment base, previously stagnant, surged through the remaining stages in a matter of days. Her meridians, purified by the fusion, conducted chi with an efficiency that bordered on the theoretical maximum. And her combat capability, already impressive for her level, became something else entirely. She sparred with the resurrected sword spirits daily, and the results were sobering. Verdant Edge, a core formation equivalent, lasted 3 minutes against her. Ember's Fury, the most aggressive of Shun Feng's bonded swords, lasted 5. The Annihilation intense destructive properties meant that standard chi barriers and defensive formations simply didn't work against her. Her energy unmade defenses rather than overwhelming them, dissolving the spiritual structure that held them together. She's a counterformation weapon, Rusthard observed during one such sparring session, watching Lianyu walk through a triple-layered barrier as if it weren't there. In Sword Heaven's military doctrine, annihilation intent cultivators were deployed specifically against defensive positions. They were the siege engines of the Sword Army. She's not a siege engine. She's a person. I didn't say otherwise. But understanding what her power is suited for helps us plan the defense. When the Ashen Blade Alliance comes, they'll bring formation defenses. Lianyu can nullify them. It was a good point, and Shun Feng filed it away in the growing tactical plan that occupied more and more of his thoughts. War was coming. Not the skirmish they'd survived. Real war, with hundreds of cultivators and the fate of the graveyard hanging in the balance. He began training the resurrected sword spirits not just in individual combat, but in coordinated defense. Formations that leveraged the graveyard's terrain, using the miasma and the sword drifts as natural barriers, creating kill zones and fallback positions. Shaobai contributed tactical knowledge from Sword Heaven's military archives, and Rusthard added the practical experience of a sword that had fought in the original war against the Devourer. Between training sessions and formation repair, Shinfeng found moments of quiet with Lianyu, walking the graveyard's paths, sitting by the eastern spring, sharing meals in the cottage. These moments were precious precisely because they were threatened, fragile peace in the shadow of coming violence. When this is over, Lianyu said one evening, watching the dead sword's faint lights flicker like earthbound stars, what do you want? It was a question Shinfeng had never considered. His entire life had been reaction, surviving servitude, surviving the graveyard, surviving Elder Mu. He'd never had the luxury of wanting. I want the swords to be at peace, he said. All of them. Not just the ones I can resurrect. All 10,000. I want to find a way to end their suffering without breaking the seal. And for yourself? He looked at her violet eyes, bright in the gray dusk. This, he said simply. She smiled and said nothing, and the graveyard hummed softly around them. Chapter 37. 10 days after the battle, Shinfeng performed the full harmonization on Lianyu. They sat facing each other in the cultivation chamber of Shun Feng's cottage, knees touching, hands clasped. The chamber was small and plain, stone walls, a single formation lantern, no decoration, but Shinfeng had prepared it with care. Formation circles drawn in spiritual ink covered the floor, designed by Shaobai to contain and channel the energies that the harmonization would release. If this works, Lianyu said, her voice steady despite the pulse Shinfeng could feel racing in her wrists. I won't be the same person afterward. That's what Rusthard said. The fusion changes the cultivator at a fundamental level. You'll be yourself. More yourself than you've ever been. The war inside you ends, that's all. And if it fails? It won't fail. You always say that. I haven't been wrong yet. She almost laughed. Almost. Then she closed her eyes, and Shinfeng closed his, and the harmonization began. He reached into her with his void resonance. Not a probe or an invasion, but an invitation. His energy flowed into her spiritual system like warm water, finding the battleground of ice and fire that had been her constant companion since birth. The two energies raged. Ice crystallized in jagged formations that tore at her meridians like shards of glass. Fire erupted in bursts that burned spiritual tissue to the edge of scarring. They had been at war for 16 years, fighting over every inch of territory in her body, and neither would yield. Shinfeng didn't try to make them yield. Instead, he resonated. He found the frequency of ice, its desire to preserve, to protect, to maintain structure and order. He found the frequency of fire, its desire to transform, to purify, to create and destroy and create again. And between them, he found the harmonic, the single note that satisfied both desires simultaneously. Preservation through transformation. Protection through purification. Creation through stillness. The harmonic rang through Lianyu's spiritual system, and both energies stopped fighting. Not ceased, transformed. The ice didn't become fire, and the fire didn't become ice. They merged, their fundamental properties intertwining at the deepest level, producing something that was neither and both. A new energy, cold as absolute zero and hot as a star's core, crystalline and fluid, still and violent. Annihilation intent. Lianyu screamed. Not in pain, in release. 16 years of internal warfare ended in a single moment of catastrophic harmony, and the energy that exploded from her body shattered the formation circles, cracked the chamber walls, and sent Shinfeng sliding backward across the floor. The containment formations, designed by a 10,000-year-old fox spirit, held the energy within the room, but barely. The walls groaned. When he opened his eyes, Lianyu was floating. An inch above the floor, suspended by the force of her newly unified root, her hair whipping in a wind that existed only in the spiritual realm. Her eyes blazed, not blue, not amber, but a deep, luminous violet that shifted like aurora borealis. The energy around her was visible, tangible, a shimmering field of violet white that dissolved the air itself at its edges. Where it touched the stone floor, the stone didn't burn or freeze. It simply ceased to exist, leaving perfectly smooth cavities. Annihilation intent. The power to unmake. She landed gently, the energy pulling back into her body like a tide retreating, her eyes settling into their new violet hue. She looked at her hands, steady, for the first time in her memory, not a tremor, not a flicker of conflicting energies, and then at Shinfeng. I can feel everything, she whispered. No war, no conflict, just power, clean power. How does it feel? Like breathing for the first time after a lifetime of drowning. She crossed the distance between them in 2 steps, took his face in her hands, steady, warm, burning with the controlled fire of a unified root, and kissed him. The dead swords in the graveyard outside hummed a frequency that Rusthart would later describe as embarrassingly romantic, and Xiaobai, who was eavesdropping from the courtyard because foxes had no concept of privacy, cackled with delight. Chapter 38. The kiss lasted several perfect seconds before Lian Yu pulled back, violet eyes wide with a mixture of elation and something that looked suspiciously like panic. I shouldn't have. The energy release must have caused some kind of spiritual euphoria from the fusion, not a genuine, Lian Yu. Emotional response, because rationally speaking the harmonization process involves deep resonance contact, which could theoretically, Lian Yu. She stopped. Her hands were still on his face, and she hadn't stepped back. Their eyes met, and Shinfeng felt his sword heart resonate with hers, the resonance of the abandoned and the resonance of the warring, finding peace in the same breath. It was real, he said. Oh, she blinked. Then her expression shifted from panic to a smile so luminous it could have guided ships in a storm. Good. They spent the remainder of the evening in the courtyard, sitting side by side under the gray sky, while Shinfeng explained the implications of her transformation. The annihilation intent had done more than unify her root. It had fundamentally altered her cultivation potential. Where she'd been stuck at Foundation establishment for years, her meridians now flowed freely, the old damage healed by the fusion's purifying energy. Her cultivation base, freed from the constant drain of internal conflict, surged. I'm going to advance fast, she said, sensing the change with wonder. Core formation within months. Faster than that. Your meridians are pristine now, better than pristine. The annihilation intent purified them during the fusion. You're essentially starting fresh with a root that's more powerful than any single element affinity. How powerful? In Sword Heaven, annihilation intent cultivators were classified as strategic weapons. The records Rusthart has access to suggest that a single annihilation intent user could counter formations that normally required entire squads to breach. She absorbed that in silence, flexing her hands as violet energy danced between her fingers. I don't want to be a weapon. Then be a shield. The power doesn't define you. How you use it does. They were interrupted by Xiaobai materializing in the courtyard with a plate of rice balls that the fox spirit had apparently stolen from the Iron Crane sect's kitchens via some form of spatial manipulation. News from the outside world, the fox announced, dropping the plate between them. The Continental Sword Summit has officially ended. Results. Shinfeng named under-20 champion despite forfeit of the finals. The committee voted to award the title based on demonstrated ability. Very prestigious. Xiaobai bit into a rice ball. Also, the Ashen Blade Alliance has issued a bounty. 10,000 spirit stones for the head of the Graveyard Master. Congratulations. You're famous. Famous and targeted. Same thing, in the cultivation world. The fox's jade eyes turned serious, the playfulness evaporating. There's more. My network. Yes, I have a network. I've been alive for 10,000 years. I have connections among the spirit beast clans and the hidden immortal courts. Reports that Qin Moi, the Ashen Blade Alliance's leader, has formally declared the graveyard a contested resource. That's Alliance code for, we're coming in force, and we're coming to take. How much force? Qin Moi commands approximately 300 cultivators, including 12 nascent soul elders, and Qin Moi himself, who is its spirit severing. With Elder Mu providing intelligence, they could field a force capable of challenging the graveyard's full defenses. Shinfeng looked at the graveyard stretching around him. The sea of dead swords, the distant glow of the core formation, the gray sky that had become his world. A year ago he'd been carrying water. Now he was preparing for a war. How long do we have? 3 months, maybe 4. The Alliance needs to gather forces, plan logistics, and deal with their own internal politics. Qin Moi is powerful, but not absolute. His lieutenants have their own ambitions and territories. Then we have 3 months to prepare. Shenfeng stood. Xiaobai, I need you to activate the graveyard's deep defenses, the ones below the secondary ring, the ones even I haven't reached yet. The fox spirit tilted his head. The deep defenses require a master at minimum nascent soul to operate safely. Then I'll reach nascent soul. In 3 months? From core formation? That's a journey that takes most cultivators decades. I have a graveyard full of 10,000 swords, a sword heart that connects me to all of them, and a time dilation field that gives me 9 months of subjective time. I'll find a way. Xiaobai studied him with those ancient jade eyes, and slowly, a grin spread across the fox spirit's childish face. You know what? I believe you will. Chapter 39, The Sect Master's response to the Ashen Blade Alliance's declaration was swift and comprehensive. Duan Xinghe arrived at the graveyard 3 days later with a contingent of 20 inner disciples and 4 core formation elders. He also brought something unexpected, a sealed letter from the Celestial Edge Sect's master, embossed with jade and spiritual sigils, offering formal military alliance in defense of the graveyard. Jin Wuhan delivered your message with convincing passion, Duan Xinghe said, reading the letter in Shunfeng's cottage while Xiaobai served tea with the exaggerated propriety of someone mocking the concept of propriety. The Celestial Edge sect will contribute 30 core formation cultivators and 5 nascent soul elders to the graveyard's defense. Their sect master regards the protection of the seal as ancestral duty. Combined with Iron Crane's forces? Shenfeng asked. 40 core formation cultivators, 8 nascent soul elders, and 2 Dao seeking, myself and the Celestial Edge sect master. Duan Xinghe set the letter down and steepled his fingers. Against the Ashen Blade Alliance's estimated 300 cultivators and 12 nascent soul elders, plus spirit, severing Qin Moi. The numbers are against us significantly, but the terrain is in our favor. The graveyard's formation amplifies defenders and suppresses invaders. And I'm working on something that could change the balance entirely. Your advancement. More than that. Shenfeng hesitated, then decided that trust had to start somewhere. I'm going to fully resurrect the graveyard's most powerful swords. Not sparklighting, true resurrection. Awakening their spirits to full consciousness and combat capability. How many? As many as I can sustain. Each resurrection requires a piece of my spiritual energy as an anchor, a permanent investment. The more I resurrect, the thinner I'm stretched. He met the sect master's eyes. But a fully resurrected spirit, sword of sword heaven's era, with 10,000 years of accumulated technique and full combat consciousness, each one would be equivalent to a core formation cultivator or higher. Duan Xinghe's eyebrows rose fractionally. An army of spirit swords. An army of the dead, risen to fight for the living. The sect master was quiet for a long time, his Dao-seeking consciousness no doubt calculating variables that Shenfeng couldn't fathom. Then he nodded. Do it. Whatever resources you need, spirit stones, materials, time, the sect will provide. I'll establish a supply line from the sect's main stores to the graveyard. He paused at the door, his Dao-seeking aura contracting as he prepared to leave. And Shenfeng, the prisoners we captured from the Alliance raid. I've had them interrogated. What did they reveal? Qin Moi has been planning this for years. The graveyard wasn't a spontaneous target. The Alliance has been researching it for decades, sending scouts to other dead sword sites, developing extraction technology specifically for this level of spiritual residue. Elder Mu's approach simply accelerated their timeline. Duan Xinghe's expression was grim. They also confirmed something concerning. The Alliance has been experimenting with corrupted sword spirits, taking the extracted energy from dead swords and forcing it into living cultivators. The same technique that created Liu He. Forced advancement through corrupted sword energy. At scale, they have dozens of artificially boosted cultivators in their ranks. Unstable, short-lived, but extremely powerful in the short term. Shock troops designed to overwhelm defenses before burning out. The sect master's eyes hardened. They're building disposable soldiers, Shenfeng, and each one is powered by the death of sword spirits that could have been resurrected. The knowledge sat in Shunfeng's chest like a stone. Not just harvesting, weaponizing, taking the dead and turning them into ammunition. One more reason to stop them, Shenfeng said. Duan Xinghe nodded once and departed, leaving the resources and a detachment of disciples to establish a defensive perimeter along the graveyard's restored boundary. Supply crates of spirit stones, formation materials, and medicinal pills were stacked in the cottage's storage room. 2 core formation elders set up patrol rotations. The graveyard, for the first time in its existence, became a military installation. Shen Feng watched the sect master's retreating form until it vanished into the distance, then turned to face his graveyard, his home, his army, his responsibility. 3 months. Core formation to nascent soul. An army to build from the bones of the dead. And an enemy approaching who would not stop until the graveyard was stripped to bare stone. The work began. Chapter 40. The first month was cultivation. Shen Feng lived in the core formation's secondary ring, cultivating day and night with the accelerator at maximum output. His core formation base advanced rapidly. The golden core in his dantian, shaped like a miniature sword, grew brighter and denser with each stage. His sword heart strengthened in parallel, the resonance with the dead swords deepening until he could feel their individual presences as clearly as his own heartbeat. The path from core formation to nascent soul was not merely about power accumulation. It was about transformation, the birth of a nascent soul, a spiritual entity within the dantian that represented the cultivator's true self. For most cultivators, the nascent soul was a miniature version of themselves, formed through meditation and self-understanding. For Shen Feng, it was something else. Your nascent soul won't be a copy of your physical form, Rusthard explained during one of their study sessions. A void resonance cultivator's nascent soul is shaped by their resonance, by the spiritual connections they've formed. Every sword you've bonded with, every spirit you've touched, every resonance connection you've made, they all contribute to the nascent soul's shape. What will it look like? I have no idea, and that excites me more than anything has in 8,000 years. The second month was resurrection. Working methodically through the graveyard's strongest remaining sword spirits, Shen Feng performed full resurrections, deep, sustained resonance contacts that poured his spiritual energy into depleted cores and brought them back from the edge of dissolution. Each resurrection was an intimate experience, a merging of consciousnesses that left him shaking and exhausted and carrying new memories that weren't his own. He resurrected 12 swords in the first week. Each one was a journey, hours of sustained resonance, pouring his chi and his will into a dying spark, coaxing it back to life. The spirits emerged changed, grateful, and bound to him through the deepest kind of spiritual connection. Some wept, some raged, confused by the passage of millennia, mourning wielders who had been dust for 10,000 years. Some simply lay in Shen Feng's hands and radiated a gratitude so profound it brought tears to his eyes. The third resurrection was a war glaive named Stormbreak, a lightning aspect weapon whose spirit manifested as a grizzled old soldier with scars crisscrossing his translucent body. Stormbreak took one look at the graveyard, at the gray sky and the endless dead, and said, "We lost, didn't we?" Shen Feng told him the truth, and the old soldier's spirit flickered with grief before settling into grim resolve. "Then we fight again. What else is there?" The seventh was a matched pair of short swords called the Dancing Sisters, twin spirits who manifested as young women in flowing robes, their movements perfectly synchronized. They had been the personal weapons of a performer swordsman in Sword Heaven's entertainment district, and their combat style was as beautiful as it was lethal. They filled the graveyard with light when they sparred, their movements describing spirals and arabesques that left trails of silver energy in the air. The 12th was a heavy Tao named Ironwill whose spirit was a silent, massive figure that communicated entirely through the pressure of its intent. Ironwill didn't speak. It didn't need to. Its presence alone was a statement. I am here. I will not move. I will not break. By the second week, the number was 30. His technique improved with practice. The resonance contacts became more efficient, the energy transfer more precise. He learned to identify which spirits were closest to consciousness and prioritize them. By the month's end, 100 spirit swords had been fully revived, their blades restored, their spirits conscious, their combat abilities active. They ranged from foundation establishment equivalents to a handful at core formation level, and each one was bonded to Shen Feng through his sword heart, responding to his will with the precision of a body following a mind. The graveyard transformed. Where once only the gray miasma and silent dead had dominated the landscape, now the air sparkled with spirit lights, blue and green and gold and red, each a sword spirit exercising its restored consciousness, practicing techniques it hadn't performed in millennia, reveling in the simple miracle of being alive again. Verdant Edge served as the Resurrection Core's organizer, her healer's temperament perfectly suited to guiding newly awakened spirits through the disorientation of waking after 10,000 years. Ember's Fury trained the combat-capable spirits in coordinated formations. Ashfang led patrols, the wolf spirit's lightning-fast movement covering the graveyard's perimeter. Lian Yu trained alongside them, her annihilation intent making her a terrifying sparring partner for even the strongest resurrected swords. True to prediction, her cultivation had exploded. She broke through to core formation in the first month and was pushing toward the peak by the second. Her violet eyes blazed with unified purpose. "She's stronger than you," Shaobai observed during one of their planning sessions, watching Lian Yu disintegrate a training dummy with a casual gesture of annihilation energy. "I know. Does that bother you?" "No." And it was true. Xin Feng's power wasn't in personal combat. It was in connection. He was the conductor, and the graveyard was his orchestra. Lian Yu was the sharpest blade in the ensemble, and he was proud of her without reservation. The third month was war preparation. Shaobai drilled the resurrected swords in large-scale formation combat, patterns that allowed dozens of blades to operate as a single weapon, each one executing its part in a choreography of death that the fox spirit remembered from Sword Heaven's military exercises. "In the old days," Shaobai said, watching 100 spirit swords execute a simultaneous strike pattern with the precision of a machine, Sword Heaven fielded formations of 1,000 blades. Each formation was commanded by a resonance cultivator, and the combined output could match a nascent soul strike. Can 100 swords match nascent soul? Not quite. But combined with the graveyard's formation amplification, they come close. And you'll have more than 100 before this is over. Xin Feng stood at the graveyard's boundary on the last day of the third month, looking out at the world beyond the miasma. The formation defenses hummed at full power around him. 16 primary nodes, 48 secondary nodes, all calibrated and harmonized. Behind him, 100 resurrected spirit swords hovered in perfect formation, their lights creating a constellation of power that any cultivator would recognize as a force to be reckoned with. He was late-stage core formation, not nascent soul. The breakthrough hadn't come. 3 more days, he told Rustheart through the bond. Maybe a week. I can feel the nascent soul forming. It's close. We may not have a week. On the horizon, visible as a smudge of dark energy against the evening sky, the Ashen Blade Alliance's army was approaching. 300 cultivators, led by Qin Moi and guided by Elder Mu, come to claim the graveyard and everything in it. Xin Feng drew Ghost Whisper and felt the 100 swords behind him pulse in response. Lian Yu appeared at his side, violet eyes blazing. Shaobai materialized on his other side, 9 tails unfurling. And in the distance, visible as a second formation of lights approaching from the east, the combined forces of Iron Crane and Celestial Edge sects moved to join the defense. "Then we fight with what we have," Xin Feng said. The dead would rise one more time. And this time, they would not be silent. Chapter 41. The Ashen Blade Alliance arrived at dawn, 300 cultivators strong, their formation a dark wedge cutting across the plains like an arrow aimed at the graveyard's heart. Xin Feng stood on the restored northern wall, a formation barrier reinforced with spiritual metal from the graveyard stores, and watched them come. Beside him, Lian Yu's violet eyes tracked the approaching army with cold calculation. Shaobai perched on a broken sword hilt in child form, counting heads. On Xin Feng's other side, Jian Wuan had arrived the previous night with the Celestial Edge contingent, his Iron Jian already drawn. 312, Shaobai reported. 12 nascent soul, 68 core formation, the rest foundation and chi condensation. Plus the shock troops. I count at least 40 cultivators with corrupted sword energy signatures. And Elder Mu, circling behind the main force in a masking formation. Qin Moi, front center, the tall one in black armor. Xin Feng focused his resonance on the figure Shaobai indicated. Qin Moi was enormous, well over 6 feet, with shoulders like a bull and a face that had been broken and reforged so many times it looked like a sculpture made by someone who hated beauty. He carried a massive dao across his back, and his spiritual pressure radiated outward in waves that Xin Feng could feel even from a mile away. Spirit severing, peak stage, stronger than Elder Mu. But what chilled Xin Feng's blood was the dao on Qin Moi's back. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. Even at this distance, his resonance detected something terrible about it, a hunger, a void, a sucking emptiness that consumed spiritual energy rather than radiating it. The blade was alive in a way that felt wrong, its spirit not a consciousness, but an appetite. "That's a devourer shard," Rustheart said through the bond, and the ancient sword spirit's voice carried a fear Xin Feng had never heard. A fragment of the sword devourer's essence, forged into a weapon. That shouldn't exist. The devourer is sealed. How did he get a piece of it? Smaller graveyards, Shaobai said grimly. The seal here contains the devourer's core, but fragments of its power were scattered when it was first defeated. Other graveyards, other sites, the Ashen Blade Alliance has been harvesting them for years. They must have found a fragment large enough to forge. The army halted a quarter-mile from the graveyard's boundary. Qin Moi rode forward on a spiritual beast, a warhorse forged from dark qi, its hooves leaving scorch marks on the earth, and raised a hand. Graveyard Master. His voice was deep and carried without spiritual amplification, the natural projection of someone accustomed to commanding armies. I am Qin Moi of the Ashenblade Alliance. I come with a simple proposal. Surrender the graveyard and its contents, and you and your allies will be permitted to leave unharmed. Refuse, and I will take it by force. You have 1 hour to decide. Xin Feng stepped to the edge of the wall and let his resonance pulse outward, a deliberate display, the graveyard's energy responding to his sword heart, 10,000 dead swords vibrating in harmony. The sound was low and vast, like the groan of tectonic plates. This graveyard is not a resource to be harvested, Xin Feng called back. It's a seal on something that would consume your alliance, your army, and everything within 1,000 miles. Walk away, Qin Moi. This is not a battle you want. Qin Moi's scarred face split in a grin. Boy, I've been breaking swords for 30 years. I know what's sealed here. And I know that a properly controlled devourer fragment is worth more than every spirit stone mine on the continent. He raised the massive dao from his back and pointed it at the graveyard. The blade's hungry void pulsed, and Xin Feng felt the dead swords nearest the boundary shudder with primal fear. 1 hour, Qin Moi repeated. He turned his warhorse and rode back to his lines. Xin Feng turned to his commanders, Sect Master Duan and the Celestial Edge Sect Master, a woman named by Suyin, silver-haired and razor-sharp, the core formation elders, Lian Yu, Jian Wuhan, and Xiao Bai. He doesn't want a negotiation, Xin Feng said. He wants an hour to position his forces. Agreed, Duan Qing has said. The hour is a tactical pause, not a genuine offer. Then we use it the same way. Final positions. Everyone knows their assignments. Sect Master Duan and Sect Master Bai would hold the eastern and western flanks. Jian Wuhan would lead a strike team of Celestial Edge's fastest cultivators against the Alliance's supply lines. Lian Yu would anchor the central formation barrier with her annihilation intent. The resurrected sword spirits, 108, as of that morning, would form Xin Feng's personal command, directed through his sword heart. And Xiao Bai would handle Elder Mu, who was skulking behind the Alliance's lines in his masking formation. Try not to kill him, Xin Feng said. Why not? The fox spirit's tail twitched irritably. Because I have questions for him. The hour passed in preparations that felt both endless and instantaneous. Formations were checked. Positions were verified. Spirit stones were distributed to the frontline fighters. And in the quiet moments between tasks, Xin Feng stood at the graveyard's core, his hands on the jade platform, feeling the seal sword's scream and the 10,000 dead sword's anticipation. They knew what was coming. They were afraid. And they were willing. For the graveyard, Xin Feng whispered. The dead swords hummed their answer. For the master. The hour ended. Qin Moi's army attacked. Chapter 42. The battle for the myriad sword graveyard began with a storm. Not weather, warfare. The Ashenblade Alliance launched their assault with a coordinated barrage of long-range qi attacks, 12 nascent soul cultivators firing simultaneously. The attacks were massive, beams of compressed spiritual energy that tore across the quarter-mile gap between armies and slammed into the graveyard's outer formation barrier. The barrier held. Xin Feng and Xiao Bai had spent weeks reinforcing it, and the 16 primary nodes distributed the incoming energy across the entire formation network, dissipating it through the dead sword's resonant structure. The impacts were felt, the barrier flickered, the ground trembled, but the defenses stood. Phase 1, Xin Feng murmured. Soften the defenses with ranged attacks, then send in the shock troops. As if on cue, the corrupted cultivators charged. 40 of them. Foundation and core formation cultivators who had been forcibly boosted with stolen sword spirit energy. Their bodies were wrong. Muscles bulging with unnatural growth, veins standing out black against pale skin, eyes burning with the unfocused intensity of beings running on borrowed power. They moved fast, far faster than their base cultivation should have allowed, and they hit the barrier with a collective impact that made the formation ring like a struck gong. Barrier breach in Sector 7, one of the Iron Crane elders shouted. The corrupted cultivators were eating through the formation. Their stolen sword energy resonated with the dead swords embedded in the barrier, creating a destructive interference that weakened the structure from within. It was insidious. The Alliance had designed these shock troops specifically to counter graveyard defenses. Lian Yu, Xin Feng called through the command formation. She was already moving. Lian Yu dropped from the inner wall to the breach point, her violet eyes blazing with annihilation intent. Her sword sang as she drew it. A new blade, forged by Xin Feng from graveyard steel, and resonance tempered by weeks of harmonization. It was the first weapon in 10,000 years designed specifically for an annihilation intent wielder, and it shimmered with a purple-white light that made the corrupted cultivators flinch. Her first strike unmade 3 of them. Not killed, unmade. The annihilation intent dissolved the corrupted sword energy that was holding them together, and without that artificial support, their bodies collapsed, the forced cultivation reversing itself in an instant. They fell as mortals, broken and unconscious but alive. The remaining shock troops recoiled. One of them, a woman whose corrupted energy was stronger than the rest, whose eyes held a flicker of genuine consciousness behind the artificial boost, turned to face Lian Yu and screamed. The sound was not human. It was the death cry of a dozen stolen sword spirits, channeled through a body that had been turned into a weapon against its will. Lian Yu cut her down with precision rather than force, and the woman collapsed into silence. The shock troops are a distraction, Rusthart warned. Look at the flanks. Shen Feng expanded his awareness. While the corrupted cultivators attacked the center, the Alliance's real assault force, 60 core formation cultivators in tight formations, was sweeping around both flanks, aiming for the weaker eastern and western barriers. Sect Masters, the flanks. Duan Qinghe and Bai Suyin responded with the synchronized efficiency of leaders who had fought in wars before this one was born. The eastern flank erupted as Duan Qinghe's Tao-seeking power manifested, a pressure wave that sent the first wave of flanking cultivators tumbling backward, their formations shattered. Bai Suyin's response was more surgical. Invisible threads of spiritual energy that found the core formation cultivators' chi networks and disrupted them with pinpoint precision. But the Alliance had numbers. For every cultivator thrown back, 2 more pushed forward. The flanks buckled, held, buckled again. Shen Feng deployed his sword army. 108 resurrected spirit swords lifted from the graveyard's interior, each one a blazing point of light, each carrying the consciousness of a warrior who had fought and died 10,000 years ago. They moved in formation. Xiao Bai's training had drilled into them the military precision of Sword Heaven's army, and struck the flanking forces like a hammer. The effect was devastating. Living cultivators were skilled, but resurrected sword spirits operated without fear, without hesitation, without the self-preservation instinct that made human fighters flinch at critical moments. They were already dead. They had nothing to lose and everything to fight for. The eastern flank collapsed in minutes. The Alliance cultivators routed by a formation of 30 sword spirits that executed maneuvers no human army could match. The western flank held longer. The Alliance's fighters there were better coordinated, but a second formation of 40 spirits overwhelmed them through sheer relentless precision. First blood, the defenders. But the battle was far from over. Chapter 43. Qin Moi entered the fight at the 1-hour mark. He'd been waiting, observing, letting his expendable forces test the defenses. Now, with the flanks repelled and the shock troops neutralized, he stepped forward, alone, and drew the Devourer Shard Dao. The weapon's activation was a physical event. A wave of consuming darkness spread outward from the blade, a sphere of hunger that devoured spiritual energy indiscriminately. The air itself grew dim. Formation lights flickered and died, and the dead swords nearest to Qin Moi, swords that had endured 10,000 years of dormancy, screamed as their last vestiges of spirit energy were torn free. He's feeding the shard, Rusthart said, horrified. Every dead sword within range is being consumed. How do we stop it? You can't. The Devourer Shard operates on the same principle as the entity itself. It consumes sword spirits. Anything sword aspect within its range is vulnerable. Your resurrected swords, the formation's energy network, even your own sword aspect cultivation core. Shen Feng felt it, a tugging at his golden core, the miniature sword within his dantian vibrating in response to the shard's hunger. It was like standing at the edge of a whirlpool, feeling the current pull at his feet. Qin Moi walked through the graveyard's outer barrier as if it didn't exist. The Devourer Shard consumed the formation energy on contact, creating a hole in the defensive network that the Alliance's remaining forces poured through. The battle devolved into chaos. Defenders fought in small groups, separated by the collapse of the formation barrier. Iron Crane and Celestial Edge cultivators engaged Alliance fighters in desperate skirmishes among the sword drifts. The resurrected sword spirits engaged wherever they could, but the Devourer Shard's hunger created a dead zone that they couldn't enter without being consumed. Shen Feng met Qin Moi at the halfway point between the outer wall and the core formation. The Alliance leader grinned down at him, a head taller, 3 realms above, carrying a weapon that was functionally anti-sword cultivator. I've been looking forward to this, Qin Moi said. A void resonance cultivator. The last one created the graveyard I've been trying to crack for years. Let's see how you compare. He swung the Devourer shard. The arc was wide, casual, almost lazy, the swing of a man who didn't need precision because his weapon consumed defenses rather than penetrating them. Ghost Whisper met the shard mid-swing, and the contact was agonizing. Shen Feng felt his blade's spirit energy being devoured, Ghost Whisper's resonance screaming as the shard tried to consume it. He disengaged instantly, leaping backward. Ghost Whisper can't survive sustained contact with that weapon. Correct, Rustheart confirmed. Direct blade contact will destroy any spirit sword. You need to fight without sword-to-sword engagement. Fight a swordsman without crossing swords. The impossibility of it would have been amusing if the alternative weren't death. Shen Feng deployed everything he had. The myriad sword formation, 5 bonded swords, attacked from range, never engaging the shard directly, but striking from angles, retreating before the consuming aura could reach them. Hit and run. Harassment. Death by 1,000 cuts. Qin Moi laughed and swatted the formation aside with casual sweeps of the shard. Each swing created an arc of consuming energy that disintegrated anything sword aspect within its path. The dead swords on the ground crumbled to dust as the arcs passed over them. Is that all? Flying toothpicks. Qin Moi advanced, each step deliberate, the shard's hunger growing as it fed on the graveyard's ambient energy. I expected more from the graveyard master. You'll get it. Shen Feng closed his eyes and reached for the core formation. His sword heart connected to the jade platform circuits, and the graveyard's deep systems responded. Not the defensive formations, those had been shattered by the shard. Something deeper, something older. The time dilation field. The graveyard's time compression wasn't just a passive effect, it was a controllable formation parameter. And Shen Feng, as the master, could adjust it. He compressed time around Qin Moi. Not a lot. Not enough to harm. That would require nascent soul power he didn't have. But enough to slow the alliance leader by a fraction, to make his movements fractionally heavier, his reactions fractionally delayed. In a fight between cultivators, fractions mattered. Qin Moi's next swing was a beat slower than it should have been. Shen Feng was already inside his guard. Ghost Whisper striking not at the shard but at the hand that held it. A resonance-enhanced thrust aimed at the tendons of the wrist. The blade bit flesh. Qin Moi's grip loosened, and for one heartbeat, the shard's consuming aura flickered. In that heartbeat, 50 resurrected sword spirits attacked simultaneously. The barrage was precisely timed. Shen Feng's sword heart coordinating the strike through the resonance network, every blade arriving at Qin Moi's position within the same fraction of a second. Fire and lightning and plant energy and pure sword intent, 50 different attack styles from 50 different traditions, all converging on a single point. Qin Moi's armor of dark qi held against most of them. But 3 blades got through, shallow cuts, nothing fatal, but the first real wounds the alliance leader had suffered. He roared. The Devourer's shard blazed, its consuming aura expanding exponentially. 20 of the 50 attacking swords were caught in the expansion and disintegrated, their spirits consumed in an instant. Shen Feng felt each death like a knife in his chest. 20 spirits, gone. 20 voices, silenced. The battle raged on. Chapter 44 hours passed. The graveyard became a war zone. Pockets of fighting burned across the landscape, defenders and attackers locked in desperate combat among the sword drifts and formation ruins. The miasma had dissipated entirely. The Devourer shard's consuming aura had devoured the spiritual energy that sustained it. For the first time in 10,000 years, the graveyard sky was clear, and sunlight fell on dead swords that had never known it. The defenders were losing. Not dramatically, not a rout. But the numbers were telling. The Alliance's 300 against the defenders' combined force of roughly 150, plus the diminishing sword spirit army. Every skirmish cost both sides, but the Alliance could absorb losses that the defenders couldn't. Jian Wuhan's strike team had successfully destroyed the Alliance's supply line, severing their access to extraction equipment and storage crystals. But the combat forces were self-sufficient. They didn't need supplies to fight, only to harvest. The strategic damage would matter later, not now. Lian Yu held the central barrier with devastating effectiveness, her annihilation intent creating a zone that no Alliance cultivator could cross. But her power had limits. She couldn't be everywhere at once, and the flanks crumbled while the center held. Sect Master Duan and Sect Master Bai fought with the terrifying power of Dao-seeking cultivators, their individual combat capability capable of turning any local engagement. But Qin Moi countered them. His Devourer shard was as effective against Dao-seeking techniques as it was against spirit swords, and the 2 sect masters were forced to focus on him rather than supporting the broader defense. The three-way standoff between the sect masters and Qin Moi consumed the battle's upper echelon. Dao seeking versus spirit severing with a devourer weapon. The exchange is powerful enough to reshape terrain, to shatter sword drifts and crater the earth. Neither side could gain advantage without risking catastrophic exposure. Shinfeng fought in the middle tier, directing his sword spirit army while engaging Alliance Core formation fighters personally. His composite style and the myriad sword formation were effective. He defeated 4 core formation cultivators in direct combat, but the attrition was killing him. Every spirit sword lost to the Devourer Shard's expanding aura was a permanent loss, a consciousness he'd invested pieces of himself to resurrect, snuffed out by the very force he'd sworn to contain. 53 resurrected swords had been consumed by the shard so far. 53 spirits, dead for a second and final time. We need to change the equation, Shinfeng told Rustheart during a lull in fighting, crouched behind a fallen sword drift while Ashfang watched the approaches. The Devourer Shard is the decisive weapon. If we neutralize it, Qin Moi becomes a normal spirit-severing cultivator, powerful but manageable between the two sect masters. Neutralizing a Devourer fragment requires energy that contradicts its consuming nature, something that gives rather than takes, something that heals rather than destroys. Resurrection energy. Yes, but pouring resurrection energy into the shard would require physical contact, and any spirit sword or cultivator that gets close enough is consumed. Not any cultivator. Not one whose power isn't sword aspect. Silence. Then Rustheart understood. Lianyu. Her annihilation intent isn't sword aspect. It's a fusion of ice and fire. The Devourer Shard specifically targets sword energy. She can get close to it. She can touch it. Shinfeng looked toward the central barrier where Lian Yu's violet light blazed. And I can channel resurrection energy through her. Through the resonance bond. The harmonization link that's been stable since I fused her root. That's incredibly dangerous. The energy transfer between you would be enormous. If the link destabilizes, it won't. You always say that. And I haven't been wrong yet. He reached out through the resonance and touched Lian Yu's consciousness. The harmonization bond between them was warm and strong, stronger than any of his sword bonds, strengthened by shared experience and something that went beyond cultivation. Lianyu, I need you. She was at his side within minutes, violet eyes fierce. He explained the plan in rapid sentences. Her expression went from attentive to alarmed to resolute. It could kill us both, she said. It could save everyone. I notice those aren't mutually exclusive. Lianyu, I'll do it. Stop wasting time convincing me. They moved together through the battlefield, Ashfang and a guard of 15 sword spirits clearing the path. The fighting around them was brutal. Alliance cultivators locked in combat with Iron Crane and Celestial Edge defenders, spiritual techniques tearing the air, the clash of metal and energy creating a cacophony that drowned individual sounds. They reached the central combat zone where Qin Moi dueled the two sect masters. The Devourer Shard's consuming aura had expanded to a 50-yard radius, and within it, the ground was sterile. Every dead sword dissolved, every trace of sword energy consumed. The sect masters fought at the aura's edge, striking inward with techniques that lost potency as they entered the consumption field. Now, Shinfeng said. Lianyu charged. Her annihilation intent blazed around her like armor, violet-white light that shimmered and crackled with the fusion of ice and fire. She entered the Devourer Shard's consuming aura at full speed, and the aura didn't affect her. The consumption field slid off her annihilation energy like water off oil, the shard's hunger finding nothing sword aspect to consume. Qin Moi's eyes widened. He swung the shard at her, a killing blow that carried the weight of spirit-severing cultivation, but Lianyu was faster. She ducked beneath the swing and pressed her hand against the shard's flat. Shinfeng poured resurrection energy through the harmonization bond. The effect was immediate and cataclysmic. Resurrection energy, the power to give, to restore, to bring back, flooded into the Devourer Shard through Lianyu's touch. The shard, designed to consume, recoiled. The fragment of the sword devourer's essence trapped within the weapon convulsed, its hunger meeting an energy that was fundamentally antithetical to its nature. The shard cracked. Qin Moi screamed, a sound of genuine agony as the weapon that was bonded to his cultivation began to fracture. Dark energy bled from the cracks, and the consuming aura collapsed inward, shrinking from 50 yards to 10 to nothing. Lianyu flew backward from the energy backlash, crashing into a sword drift. Shinfeng caught her through the resonance bond, cushioning the impact with his own chi, but the strain was enormous. His vision went white, his golden core flaring to critical heat. The Devourer's shard shattered. The fragment of the sword devourer's essence, freed from its weapon prison, rose into the air as a formless mass of consuming darkness, small, maybe a yard across, but radiating a hunger that made the earlier weapon feel like a toy. It hung in the air for a heartbeat, directionless, searching. Then it plunged into the earth. Straight down. Toward the seal. Toward the sword devourer's core. No. Shinfeng reached for the fragment with his resonance, trying to capture it, contain it. But it was already below the surface, boring through rock and formation barriers, drawn to its parent entity by a force stronger than gravity. The ground shook. The seal sword's scream changed pitch, lower, more urgent, more terrified. The fragment had merged with the sealed devourer. The seal, already strained, buckled. Something vast and terrible stirred in the depths of the earth. Chapter 45. The seal held. Barely. The seal sword's scream peaked at a frequency that shattered formation crystals across the graveyard, then stabilized. Lower, rougher, the sound of a binding pushed to its limits, but not beyond. The entity below had stirred, but not woken. Not yet. Qin Moi, disarmed and disoriented by the shard's destruction, was hit simultaneously by both sect masters. Duan Qinghe's Tao-seeking palm strike caught him in the chest, and by Suin's spiritual threads wrapped around his meridians, locking his cultivation. He fell to his knees, coughing blood, his overwhelming presence reduced to a bleeding man on a battlefield. Yield, Duan Qinghe commanded. Qin Moi spat blood and grinned. The fragment reached the seal. Your precious graveyard is on borrowed time. Yield, or die. I yield. For now. The Alliance's forces, seeing their leader fall, broke. The core formation cultivators retreated first, professional enough to recognize a lost cause. The Foundation and Qi condensation fighters followed, streaming away from the graveyard in disordered groups. The remaining shock troops, those who hadn't been dismantled by Lianyu, collapsed as their corrupted energy failed, their borrowed power evaporating without the shard to sustain the network. The battle was over. The defenders had won. The cost was devastating. Shinfeng walked the graveyard in the battle's aftermath, counting the dead. 12 Iron Crane cultivators had fallen. 7 Celestial Edge cultivators. 4 resurrected sword spirits destroyed in combat. And the Devourer's shard, before its destruction, had consumed 73 sword spirits permanently. 73. Plus the 47 from Elder Mu's first raid. 120 dead sword spirits, gone forever. Their 10,000-year vigil ended not in resurrection, but in annihilation. Shinfeng knelt among the empty hilts, swords that had been consumed to bare metal, their spiritual cores devoured, and felt the grief of the remaining spirits through his sword heart. They mourned. They mourned with the depth that only beings who had already died once could achieve. I'm sorry, he whispered to them. I'm sorry I couldn't protect them all. The dead swords hummed. Not blame, not absolution, but solidarity. The living mourning the dead mourning the deader. Lianyu found him there, kneeling among the empty hilts. She was injured. The backlash from channeling resurrection energy through the shard had burned her resonance pathways, leaving her temporarily unable to access her annihilation intent. Verdant Edge had treated the worst of it, but she'd be weakened for weeks. She said nothing. She knelt beside him and took his hand, and they sat among the dead swords in silence while the sun, visible for the first time in the graveyard sky, slowly set. Chapter 46. The days after the battle brought reckoning. Qin Moi was imprisoned in a formation cage at the graveyard's boundary, his cultivation sealed by sect master by spiritual threads. The Alliance leader proved unexpectedly cooperative in interrogation, not from remorse, but from the pragmatic understanding that information was his only remaining currency. The Devourer fragment was recovered from the Ashland's graveyard, 3,000 miles east, Qin Moi said, seated cross-legged in his cage, as casual as if he were discussing tea. A smaller site, maybe 200 dead swords. We extracted every one of them. The fragment was at the bottom, sealed in a secondary formation. How many other fragments are there? Shinfeng asked. For that we know of. The Ashland's fragment was the largest, the others are smaller, weaker. One is held by a sect in the northern mountains. One is buried in the southern sea. One is in the ruins of the old eastern capital. And one, he smiled. One is inside this graveyard, embedded in the seal formation itself, part of the original binding. You're saying the seal contains a fragment of the Devourer's essence as part of its mechanism. The seal works by containing a piece of the Devourer within its own binding, a lock made partly from the key. Elegant. But it means the Devourer is never fully contained. A piece of it is always free, always active, always connected to the main entity through the seal. Rusthart confirmed this through the bond. He's right. The seal's architecture uses a resonance anchor, a fragment of the devourer that matches the entity's frequency, allowing the binding to track and contain it. It's the same principle you use to bond with sword spirits, inverted. If all 4 external fragments are gathered and brought to the seal, Shinfeng began. They'd merge with the anchor fragment, strengthening it, Rustheart said, which would either reinforce the seal, or, if done incorrectly, shatter it. The Alliance was never just interested in harvesting dead swords, Shinfeng said to Qin Moi. You were gathering the fragments. All of them. To break the seal. Qin Moi's grin widened. To control what's inside. The Devourer isn't just a force of destruction. It's the most powerful spiritual entity on the continent. If it could be bound to a wielder rather than sealed in a formation, that wielder would be unstoppable. It can't be bound. It was a sword spirit once. It can't be forced back into servitude. Everything can be forced with enough power. Shinfeng stood. The interrogation had given him more than he'd expected, and all of it was terrifying. The Devourer fragment from the Ashlands was now merged with the seal's anchor. The seal was weakened but holding, and 3 more fragments existed in the world, any one of which, if brought to the graveyard, could push the seal past its breaking point. We need to find the other fragments before someone else does, Shinfeng told his assembled allies. Duan Qinghe, Bai Suyin, Jin Wuhan, Lian Yu, and Xiaobai, gathered in the war council that had become a regular occurrence. That means leaving the graveyard, Duan Qinghe said. Not permanently. The formation is stable with Xiaobai managing it. My sword spirits can maintain the defense. But I need to personally retrieve the fragments. My void resonance is the only thing that can safely handle Devourer essence without being consumed. It's a quest, Xiaobai said, and the fox spirit sounded almost delighted. A classic graveyard master leaves the nest quest. It'll be good for you. See some sunlight. Eat some real food. You're starting to look like a mushroom. The plan formed over the next 2 days. 3 fragment locations, the northern mountains, the southern sea, and the eastern ruins. Each site would be a separate expedition, and each fragment would need to be sealed in a containment formation before transport back to the graveyard. Shinfeng would lead the expeditions personally. Lian Yu, once recovered, would accompany him. Jian Wuhan volunteered for the northern mountain site, which was closest to Celestial Edge territory. But first, Shinfeng had unfinished business. The seal is weakening, he told Rustheart that night, standing before the seal's sword. The blade scream was rougher now, its light dimmer. The fragment from the Ashlands had merged with the anchor, but instead of reinforcing the seal, the merger had created instability, 2 fragments fighting for dominance within the binding, their conflicting frequencies stressing the structure. You need to stabilize it before you leave, Rustheart agreed. If the seal fluctuates while you're away, the Devourer could reach a level of consciousness sufficient to actively attack the binding. Shinfeng placed his hands on the jade platform and reached into the formation. His sword heart connected with the seal's deep structure, and for the first time, he touched the edge of the Devourer's consciousness. It was vast, vast and dark and hungry, and, beneath the hunger, something else. Pain. The sword Devourer was in pain. Not the mechanical pain of a trapped entity pushing against its bonds, but genuine, spiritual anguish. The suffering of a consciousness that had been sealed in darkness for 10,000 years, aware and alone and unable to die. It felt Shinfeng's touch and recoiled. Then, slowly, cautiously, it reached back. Not an attack. A question. Who are you? I'm the graveyard master, Shinfeng whispered. And I'm going to find a way to end this. For all of us. The Devourer's consciousness withdrew into the depths of the seal, and the seal sword screamed softened by another note. Chapter 47 Sect Master Duan Qinghe betrayed them. It happened quietly, as the worst betrayals do. Not with dramatic revelation or obvious villainy, but with the subtle insertion of information into the wrong hands at the wrong time. Shinfeng discovered it 3 days before his departure for the northern mountains. Xiaobai had been monitoring the graveyard's communication formations, part of the Fox Spirit's security protocols, and intercepted an encoded message leaving the Iron Crane sect's command tent. It was sent on Duan Qinghe's personal frequency, Xiaobai reported, his child form unusually still, jade eyes flat and hard. Addressed to someone using the Ashen Blade Alliance's cipher protocols. The message contains detailed information about the 3 fragment locations, your planned expedition routes, and the current state of the seal. Shinfeng went cold. Show me. The decoded message was precise and clinical. It included coordinates, timetables, force dispositions, and a final line that read, "The boy is the key. Control the boy, control the graveyard. His resonance bond with the seal is the only stable anchor. If he dies, the seal collapses within a year. If he is captured and turned, The seal can be modified to serve any purpose. He's selling me, Shinfeng said. He's hedging his bets, Xiaobai corrected. Duan Qinghe isn't allied with the alliance. He's too smart for that. He's feeding them just enough information to keep them engaged while planning to use the chaos of the fragment expeditions to consolidate his own control over the graveyard. Think about it. If you go on the expeditions, you're away from the graveyard. He controls the defense. He controls your sword spirits. And when you come back with the fragments, he takes them, uses them to modify the seal on his terms, making himself the de facto master of the continent's most powerful formation, without needing a void resonance route, just political control over the boy who has won. The betrayal was sophisticated. Duan Qinghe hadn't allied with enemies. He'd positioned himself as the indispensable intermediary, the political figure who controlled access to both the graveyard and its master. He protected Shinfeng genuinely, supported the defense genuinely, but always with the understanding that the boy was a tool to be managed, not a person to be respected. I told you, Rusthart said quietly. He wanted a weapon. You were never a person to him. Shinfeng sat in his cottage and felt the walls of trust collapse around him. The sect master who'd given him formal discipleship, who'd sent elders to support the defense, who'd organized the alliance with Celestial Edge. All genuine actions, all real contributions, and all in service of a long-term plan to control the graveyard through controlling its master. What do we do? Lian Yu asked when he told her. Her violet eyes burned with an anger that made the air shimmer. We adapt. The fragment expeditions still need to happen. The seal can't survive another fragment merger without stabilization. But we change the plan. How? Duan Qinghe doesn't know that Xiaobai intercepted his message. He thinks his information pipeline is secure. We use that. We feed him false timetables, false routes. Let him think he's in control while we operate on a different schedule entirely. Counterintelligence, Jian Wuhan said, having been brought into the discussion. My sect has specialists in this. Celestial Edge's Information Warfare Division can craft a disinformation campaign that will keep Duan Qinghe and the Alliance chasing shadows. Do it. And Jian Wuhan, your sect master. Bai Suyin. Can she be trusted? With this? Absolutely. She took the guardian oath. The Celestial Edge sect's purpose is the graveyard's protection. No amount of political maneuvering overrides that. Shinfeng nodded slowly. The world of alliances and betrayals was newer to him than sword cultivation, a different kind of combat, fought with information instead of blades. But the principles were the same. Know your enemy, know yourself, and never let them know what you know. One more thing, Shinfeng said. Elder Mu, Xiaobai, you were supposed to handle him during the battle. The fox spirit's tail drooped. I found his masking formation. It was empty. He never joined the battle. He used the Alliance's attack as cover to infiltrate the graveyard's deep levels. Deep levels? Below the core formation. Below the seal. There are chambers there. Ancient sword heaven infrastructure, sealed since the catastrophe. I don't know what he was looking for, but he spent 3 hours inside before retreating when the battle ended. Elder Mu, loose in the graveyard's depths, searching for something unknown. Sect Master Duan, feeding information to enemies while playing protector. The seal, weakening. The devourer, conscious and in pain. And 3 fragments scattered across the continent, each one a potential catastrophe. Shinfeng looked at his hands, the hands that heard dead swords, that resurrected the fallen, that held the only resonance bond keeping the seal stable. He was 15 years old. We leave for the northern mountains in 2 days, he said. Revised route. Revised timeline. And Sect Master Duan doesn't know about any of it. The decision felt like stepping off a cliff, the irrevocable commitment that separated planning from action. Shinfeng had spent months building a relationship with the Iron Crane sect, accepting their resources, wearing their colors, operating under their authority. Now he was breaking that relationship, and the consequences would reshape everything. But the alternative was worse. The fragments couldn't be left in the world. Each one was a cancer, spreading the devourer's consuming influence into its surroundings, corrupting civilizations and collapsing kingdoms. The seal needed reinforcement that only the integrated fragments could provide. And the devourer itself, conscious, communicating, capable of directing heralds against the world, needed to be addressed before its patience ran out. The sect master will retaliate, Jian Wuhan said. Not militarily, he's too smart for that. But politically, he'll frame your departure as defection, use it to justify seizing control of the graveyard's defenses. Let him try. The graveyard answers to its master, not to his sect banner. And if he claims the master has abandoned his post? Shinfeng looked at Xiaobai. The fox stays. The graveyard is never undefended. Xiaobai's ears flattened. Oh, lovely. I get to stay home and babysit the dead while you go on adventures. Again, just like the last 10,000 years. You'll also monitor Duan Qingha's communications and maintain the seal's stability. And babysit. Don't forget the babysitting. Shaobai. Fine. I'll guard the graveyard and manage the political situation. But when you get back, you owe me a barrel of spirit wine and a month of back scratches. I have 9 tails, and they all itch. The preparations consumed the remaining time. Shen Feng briefed the resurrected sword spirits on the defense plan, assigned patrol routes, and reinforced the seal's stability with a fresh infusion of resonance energy. He spent a final evening with Rusthart, discussing the fragments and their potential interactions. The fragments want to merge, Rusthart said. Even in containment, they'll be drawn to each other. When you recover all 3 and bring them back, the merger will be exponentially stronger than their individual energies. Be careful that the containment holds. It'll hold. Shaobai designed it from Sword Heaven's original specifications. Sword Heaven's original specifications assumed the container would be wielded by a nascent soul cultivator, not a core formation boy. I'll be careful. You'll be reckless, is what you'll be. You always are. But you'll be magnificent while doing it, which is the only thing that makes it bearable. The ancient sword spirit's light flickered with an emotion that, after 8,000 years, still surprised it. Affection. Come back safe, boy. I will. You always say that too. The graveyard hummed in response. Not with the peaceful resonance of dead swords dreaming, but with the taut vibration of an instrument being tuned for war. Chapter 48. The expedition to the northern mountains began under false pretenses and true urgency. Shen Feng announced publicly that he would depart in 5 days via the eastern road. Privately, he left in 2 days via the western pass, accompanied by Lian Yu, a guard of 20 resurrected sword spirits, and Shaobai in fox form, the celestial beast serving as scout and spatial compressor. Jin Wuhan departed separately for the northern mountains by a different route entirely, carrying false intelligence designed to draw any alliance watchers toward a decoy position. If Duan Qingha's leak worked as expected, the enemy would be looking in the wrong direction. The northern mountains were a range called the Cloud-Piercer Peaks, a chain of spiritual mountains so tall their summits breached the spiritual layer between the mortal realm and the upper planes. The peaks were home to numerous small sects, independent cultivators, and spirit beast clans, all drawn by the concentrated spiritual energy that the mountains produced. The fragment was buried beneath Mount Zhanhuan, the Sword Soul Peak, the tallest in the range. According to Qin Moi's intelligence, corroborated by Shaobai's ancient knowledge, the fragment had been sealed there by one of Sword Heaven's survivors, embedded in a formation that would deteriorate without maintenance. The formation was designed to last 10,000 years, Shaobai said during the journey. We're right at the expiration date. The fragment is probably partially exposed by now, its influence leaking into the mountain, which explains why Zhanhuan has a reputation for driving sword cultivators mad. Mad how? Obsessive sword cultivation. Cultivators who visit the peak become fixated on swords, collecting them, forging them, fighting with them. The mountain has attracted sword sects the way a flower attracts bees. The current occupant is the White Mist Sword Sect, a mid-tier power that settled there about 300 years ago. And they don't know they're sitting on a devourer fragment? They probably interpret its influence as the mountain sword spirit or some similar mystical explanation. Humans are remarkably good at explaining away things that would terrify them if they understood. The journey took 4 days, 2 of spatial compression and 2 of careful approach. The Cloud-Piercer Peaks were visible from 50 miles out, their spiritual energy creating a luminous haze that painted the horizon in shades of gold and blue. Mount Zhanhuan stood tallest, its summit wreathed in clouds that flickered with occasional bursts of sword energy, lightning that wasn't lightning, the fragment's influence leaking skyward. The White Mist Sword Sect's compound occupied the mountain's mid-slopes, a sprawling complex of training halls, cultivation pavilions, and residential buildings, all constructed from the mountain's spiritual stone. The sect banner flew from every tower, a white blade on a field of gray mist. We can't just ask for the fragment, Lian Yu said as they observed the compound from a ridge above. The White Mist sect doesn't know it exists. If we tell them there's a devourer fragment under their home, they'll panic. Or they'll try to weaponize it, Shen Feng added. Like Qin Moi did. So we need to get in, get below the mountain, extract the fragment, and get out. Without the sect knowing. Shaobai's tail swished thoughtfully. A heist. I like heists. This isn't a heist. It's a critical recovery operation. That's what heists are, just with more dignified vocabulary. The plan was surgical. Shaobai would infiltrate the compound in child form, posing as a traveling merchant's apprentice. Shen Feng and Lian Yu would enter through the mountain's cave system, which Xiao Bai's spatial sense could map from a distance. The fragment should be deep below the sect, far enough that the white mist cultivators couldn't detect their activity. They moved at night. Chapter 49. The caves beneath Mount Zhanhuan were ancient and vast. Shun Feng descended through fissures in the rock that were barely wide enough for his shoulders, following the resonance of the devourer fragment as it pulsed through the stone like a second heartbeat. Lian Yu moved behind him, her annihilation intent providing light, the violet glow of her energy illuminating tunnels that hadn't seen any light in millennia. The caves were lined with crystal, natural spiritual formations that had grown in the presence of the fragment's energy. The crystals hummed with sword intent, and Shun Feng's resonance picked up echoes from them, fragments of the devourer's consciousness, imprinted on mineral over centuries. The echoes were incoherent, emotional impressions rather than thoughts, but the dominant emotion was unmistakable. Hunger. Always hunger. The fragment's influence has saturated the entire mountain, Rustheart said through the bond. This much exposure, over this much time, it explains the White Mist sect's obsessive sword culture. They've been bathing in devourer energy for 300 years. Could they be corrupted? Subtly. Not the gross corruption of the Ashen Blades shocked troops, but a gradual shift, increased aggression, territorial behavior, and inability to form bonds with non-sword cultivators. If we checked the White Mist sect's history, I'd bet we'd find increasing isolation and conflict with neighboring sections. They descended for 3 hours, passing through natural caverns of increasing size. The spiritual crystal formations grew denser, their sword intent echoes louder, until Shun Feng could barely hear his own resonance over the noise. Lian Yu's annihilation intent flickered as the devourer energy pressed against it. Not consuming it, annihilation intent wasn't sword aspect, but testing it, probing for weaknesses. We're close, Shun Feng said. They emerged into a chamber so vast that their light couldn't find the walls. The floor was smooth stone, polished by unknown forces, and in the center, visible as a pulsing point of darkness in the spiritual spectrum, the devourer fragment sat embedded in a formation circle that glowed with fading light. The formation was dying. Its lines, once precise, had blurred with age. Its spiritual circuitry, meant to contain and suppress the fragment, was cracked and leaking. The fragment itself was a fist-sized sphere of absolute blackness that seemed to drink the light, an absence rather than a presence, a hole in reality shaped like a stone. Small but potent, Xiao Bai's voice came through a communication talisman. The fox spirit was monitoring from above, maintaining cover within the sect compound. That fragment has been feeding on the mountain's spiritual energy for 10,000 years. It's stronger than the one Qin Moi weaponized. Shun Feng approached the formation circle carefully, extending his resonance toward the fragment. The response was immediate. The fragment pulsed, and a wave of consuming intent washed over him. His sword heart flared in response, and the two energies clashed in a spiritual contest that played out entirely in the invisible realm. The fragment tried to consume his resonance. His resonance tried to read the fragment. The two forces grappled, and Shun Feng felt the fragment's consciousness. Not the full devourer, just a splinter of its being, but enough to carry memory and emotion. Abandonment. The fragment radiated abandonment, the agony of a sword spirit discarded by its wielder, cast aside after eons of loyal service. The pain was ancient and bottomless, and beneath it, the rage that pain had curdled into over 10,000 years of isolation. I know, Shun Feng whispered. I know what it feels like to be thrown away. The fragment's consuming intent hesitated. Not stopped, hesitated. For a fraction of a second, the hunger paused, and something beneath it surfaced. Curiosity. The fragment had never been spoken to. In 10,000 years, no one had ever addressed it as a being rather than a threat. Shun Feng reached into the formation circle, wrapped his resonance around the fragment like a hand closing around a coal, and pulled. Pain exploded through his arm. The fragment fought, its consuming intent attacking his meridians, trying to devour his spiritual energy from the inside. Shun Feng's void resonance pushed back, not with force but with harmony, matching the fragment's frequency, synchronizing with its anger, accepting its pain without trying to suppress it. The struggle lasted 30 seconds that felt like 30 years. Then the fragment's resistance collapsed, and Shun Feng held a fist-sized sphere of darkness in his palm that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Got it, he gasped. Lian Yu sealed the fragment in a containment formation they'd prepared, a portable jade case inscribed with binding patterns that Xiao Bai had designed from Sword Heaven's archives. The fragment settled into the case like a wild animal into a cage, still pulsing, still hungry, but contained. One fragment recovered. 2 to go. Lian Yu's hands were shaking as she sealed the containment case. The proximity to the fragment had affected her too. Not the consuming hunger, which her annihilation intent repelled, but the emotional resonance. She'd felt the fragment's abandonment, its millennia of isolation in the dark beneath the mountain. That wasn't just energy in there, she said quietly, cradling the case against her chest. That was a person, or part of one, a piece of a sword spirit. The most powerful sword spirit ever created, shattered into fragments by its own grief. Shinfeng looked at the now empty formation circle, its lines fading without the fragment's energy to illuminate them. The chamber felt emptier without the pulsing darkness, less oppressive, but also less alive. Every fragment I've encountered carries a different aspect of the original spirit's pain. This one carried the hunger, the desperate need for connection that turned consuming when it wasn't satisfied. You connected with it. I saw, through our resonance link. You reached the consciousness beneath the hunger. It was surprised that anyone tried. In 10,000 years, no one had ever spoken to it as a being rather than a threat. That's the saddest part. It wasn't sealed and left alone out of cruelty. The people who sealed it just didn't know how to talk to it. They saw the hunger, the consuming intent, and reacted with force. They never realized there was something underneath that could be reached. That's what you do, isn't it? Reach beneath. He met her eyes in the violet glow of her annihilation intent, and something passed between them. Not just the harmonization bond, but a deeper understanding of what this quest meant. They weren't treasure hunting. They were performing spiritual triage on a shattered consciousness, and each fragment they recovered was a piece of a broken heart being gathered for repair. The next fragment will be harder, Shinfeng said, turning toward the ascending tunnel. The mountain fragment was preserved in a dry environment. Its emotions were concentrated but finite. The southern sea fragment has been submerged in spiritual water for 10,000 years. Spiritual water doesn't suppress emotions, it diffuses them. The fragment's grief will be spread across the entire body of water, ambient and pervasive. So we'll be swimming through grief. Something like that. Wonderful. My favorite kind of swimming. Despite everything, the darkness, the danger, the weight of what they carried, he almost smiled. But as they ascended through the caves, an alarm shattered the mountain's quiet. Spiritual sirens, the white mist sects detection formations, screaming at the removal of the energy source that had sustained the mountain's spiritual ecosystem for 3 centuries. They had been discovered. Chapter 50. The White Mist Sword Sect mobilized with the fury of a hornet's nest kicked on a summer day. Formation alarms blared from every tower, their spiritual sirens tuned to the specific resonance of the fragment that had sustained the mountain's energy for centuries. Without the fragment, the mountain's spiritual ecosystem had begun to collapse. Cultivation chambers lost their enhanced atmosphere, training formations flickered, and the sect's most sensitive elders felt a hollowness in the earth beneath them that bordered on existential dread. Shinfeng and Lian Yu emerged from the cave system to find the mountain alive with cultivators, hundreds of them, pouring from buildings and training halls, swords drawn, spiritual energy blazing. The sect's alarm formations painted the sky with red light, and the sect master's voice boomed across the slopes. Intruders in the deep caves. Formation response. All disciples to battle stations. So much for stealth, Lian Yu muttered. They ran. Shaobai materialized beside them in fox form, 9 tails streaming, all pretense of disguise abandoned, and compressed the space before them, creating a corridor of folded distance that let them cover 100 yards in a single step. The white mist cultivators pursued. They were good, mountain cultivators, accustomed to the altitude and terrain, their sword techniques adapted for the vertical environment. Blade-shaped chi attacks rained down from above, and formation barriers erupted across the path ahead. Shinfeng deployed his sword spirit guard. 20 resurrected blades formed a rearguard formation, engaging the pursuit with the precision of soldiers covering a retreat. The clash was fierce but brief. The white mist cultivators, encountering spirit swords with 10,000-year-old combat techniques, hesitated with the shock that always accompanied the impossible. Down the western face, Shaobai shouted. There's a ravine. It cuts through the formation barrier. They plunged down the mountainside at reckless speed, sword flying over ravines and through fog banks, the white mist pursuit fading as Shaobai's spatial compression opened distance. By the time they reached the mountain's base, the sect's formations were out of range, and the alarm's red light was a distant glow against the clouds. That was not subtle, Jian Wuhan said. He was waiting at the rendezvous point, his iron Jian clean and his expression composed. I could hear the alarms from 2 mountains over. The fragment's removal destabilized the mountain's energy. The sect felt it immediately. Shinfeng held up the containment case. But we have it. One down. And two to go. The Southern Sea fragment and the Eastern ruins. Jian Wuhan paused. There's news from the graveyard. Shaobai's network reports that Sect Master Duan has been consolidating control, quietly reassigning the defense force, replacing Celestial Edge personnel with Iron Crane loyalists. He's making his move while I'm away. Sect Master Bai is aware and countering. But the political situation is deteriorating. Xin Feng looked at the containment case in his hand, feeling the fragment pulse within. One piece of the puzzle retrieved, the enemy closing in from multiple directions, and the seal at home growing weaker by the day. He thought of the Devourer's pain, the abandonment, the rage, and wondered if the creature that had destroyed Sword Heaven had started with intentions as simple as his own, a desire to be heard. Southern Sea next, he said. Let's move. They made camp that night in a valley 20 miles from the Cloudpiercer peaks, sheltered by a ring of ancient pines that Xiao Bai's spatial barriers reinforced into a credible defensive perimeter. Xin Feng sat by a small fire, real fire, not spiritual energy, just wood and flame, and held the containment case on his lap. Inside, the fragment pulsed. Through the containment formation's walls, he could feel it. Not the hunger now, but something quieter. A questioning. The fragment had been spoken to for the first time in 10,000 years, and it was processing the experience with the slow deliberation of something very old and very damaged. Does it know where the other fragments are? Lian Yu asked, settling beside him with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. The mountain air was cold enough to make their breath mist, even with cultivation. I don't think it knows in the way we understand knowing. It feels them, their absence, the places where pieces of itself should be, like phantom limb pain. And when you bring them all together, then the phantom pain stops. The pieces remember what they were before they were broken. She rested her head against his shoulder. The fire crackled. Ashfang lay nearby, amber glow steady, while Jian Wuhan maintained first watch at the perimeter's edge, his invisible sword technique making him indistinguishable from the shadows between the pines. I keep thinking about the White Mist sect, Lian Yu said. 300 years of living above a devourer fragment, slowly being driven to obsessive isolation. They didn't know. They thought they were a normal sword sect with a particularly strong sword spirit. Every fragment corrupts its environment. The mountain, the sea, we'll probably find something similar there. The ruins, definitely. Xin Feng stared into the fire. The Devourer's pain has been poisoning the world for 10,000 years, one fragment at a time. Every place where a piece landed became a little worse, a little more violent, a little more consumed. And every piece you recover makes the world a little better. That's the theory. It's a good theory. She yawned. Wake me for second watch. She was asleep in minutes, and Xin Feng sat with the fire and the fragment and the stars, and felt the weight of the continent on his shoulders, but also, beneath the weight, the first faint lightning of a burden being shared. Chapter 51. The Southern Sea was 3,000 miles south, and the journey took a week even with Xiao Bai's spatial compression. The sea was not truly a sea. It was a vast inland lake, hundreds of miles across, filled with spiritual water so dense it was almost solid. Beneath its surface, coral formations of crystallized qi grew in forests of luminous blue and green, inhabited by spirit beasts that had evolved in the lake's unique environment. The fragment was at the bottom. Of course it is, Xiaobai said, peering over the edge of the cliff that overlooked the lake's northern shore. The Sword Heaven survivors who sealed this fragment chose the bottom of a spiritual lake as the containment site, because apparently burying it in a mountain wasn't inconvenient enough. The water provides natural containment, Xin Feng said. Spiritual water suppresses sword energy. The fragment would have been weakened by submersion, making the sealing formation's job easier. Smart. Still annoying. The descent into the Southern Sea was an expedition in itself. Xin Feng's cultivation allowed him to survive underwater for extended periods by circulating qi to replace breathing, but the spiritual water's suppressive properties affected his resonance, muting his ability to sense the fragment and communicate with his sword spirits. Lian Yu's annihilation intent proved invaluable again. The fusion energy wasn't affected by the water's suppression, giving her full combat capability in an environment where Xin Feng and his swords were diminished. They descended through the crystal forests, passing spirit beasts that watched them with ancient, alien eyes. Spiritual fish the size of whales drifted through the depths, their scales shimmering with absorbed qi. Coral formations towered like underwater mountains, their surfaces crawling with luminous organisms. The fragment was at the deepest point of the lake, a trench that dropped beyond the reach of the spiritual water's light, into a darkness so absolute that even Lian Yu's violet glow struggled to penetrate. The ceiling formation here was in better condition than the mountain site. The spiritual water had preserved it, slowing degradation. But the fragment was larger, and its consuming influence had created a dead zone around the trench where nothing grew, an underwater wasteland of bare rock, stripped of spiritual energy. Shin Feng approached the fragment as before, resonance extended, sword heart open, offering connection rather than force. This fragment's consciousness was different from the mountain one, less angry, more despairing. The water had muted its hunger, leaving only the underlying emotion. Grief. Profound, oceanic grief. The sorrow of a being that had lost everything it loved and been sealed in darkness with nothing but its own pain for company. Shin Feng wept. Underwater, the tears were invisible, but through the resonance, the fragment felt them. And for the second time, a piece of the sword devourer hesitated, its consuming intent wavering in the face of genuine empathy. He extracted the fragment with less resistance than the first. It settled into the containment case beside the mountain fragment, and the two pieces pulsed in synchronization, resonating with each other, communicating in a language older than words. 2 fragments recovered. 1 to go. The extraction left Shin Feng drained in a way that went beyond chi depletion. The sea fragment's grief had been pervasive, not a concentrated burst like the mountain's hunger, but a diffuse sadness that permeated everything, that made the water itself feel heavy with 10,000 years of accumulated sorrow. Even now, ascending through the crystal forests, he could feel the grief echoing in his bones. "You're trembling," Lian Yu observed, swimming close enough to steady him. "The grief lingers. It's not just spiritual energy, it's emotional resonance. The fragment projected 10,000 years of sorrow into my consciousness in a matter of minutes." He steadied himself against a coral formation, feeling its spiritual pulse. "Give me a moment. Take all the time you need." He breathed, cycled his chi, let the void resonance process the lingering grief, converting it from raw emotion into the harmonized energy that his fragments required. The sea fragment, safely contained in the jade case strapped to his back, pulsed in time with his heartbeat, synchronized, calming, as if the fragment itself was trying to help him recover. "It's comforting me," Shin Feng said with surprise. The fragment, it's sending resonance patterns designed to stabilize emotional disturbance. "The consciousness you reached is responding to your pain," Rust Heart said through the bond. "It heard your grief, the grief you share with it, the grief of abandonment, and it's trying to ease it. A sword spirit's deepest instinct is to protect its wielder. It's not bound to me, not formally. Some bonds don't need formal binding. Some bonds just are." The ascent was interrupted by spirit beasts, massive serpentine creatures drawn by the spiritual disturbance of the fragment's removal. Lian Yu fought them off with explosive efficiency, her annihilation intent carving through scaled bodies and formation-hardened armor. Shin Feng's diminished resonance contributed what it could, directing the spirit beast guard to assist. They broke the surface gasping and drenched, hauling themselves onto the northern shore where Jian Wuhan and Xiao Bai waited with dry clothes and hot tea. 2 down, Shin Feng said, holding up the containment case. 2 fragments pulsed within, their darkness somehow deeper for being together. 1 more. "The eastern ruins," Jian Wuhan said. "According to the intelligence, the fragment is in the ruins of Heavenfall City, the capital of a kingdom that was destroyed 500 years ago by unknown forces." "Not unknown," Xiao Bai said quietly. "Heavenfall was destroyed by the fragment's influence. 500 years of exposure drove the kingdom's rulers mad. They turned on each other, and the city tore itself apart. Another civilization consumed by a piece of the devourer. Pieces of a broken heart, spreading poison wherever they land." Xiao Bai's jade eyes were old and sad. The sword devourer didn't just destroy Sword Heaven. It's been destroying the world in fragments ever since, one small catastrophe at a time. Shin Feng looked at the containment case. 2 pieces of a shattered consciousness, pulsing with hunger and grief and abandonment. He could feel them through the case, not as enemies, but as broken things. Broken things that he'd spent his life learning to hear. "We recover the 3rd fragment," he said. "Then we go home, and we find a way to end this." Chapter 52. The eastern ruins of Heavenfall City were a haunted place. 500 years of abandonment had left the once great capital a skeleton of shattered stone and rusted metal. Grand boulevards had collapsed into rubble. Towers that had once pierced the clouds lay on their sides like fallen trees. And everywhere, the oppressive weight of sword energy, the devourer fragment's influence, saturating the ruins with a consuming intent that had driven an entire civilization to self-destruction. Shin Feng felt the fragment from miles away. This one was the strongest of the 3, not because it was larger, but because it had fed for 5 centuries on a living city, consuming the spiritual energy of thousands of cultivators who had lived and died under its influence. Where the mountain fragment had radiated hunger and the sea fragment grief, this one radiated something more complex and more dangerous. Madness. The ruins were not empty. Cultivators had moved in over the centuries, treasure hunters, researchers, and the occasional sect attempting to claim the site. None had lasted long. The fragment's influence drove them to paranoia, aggression, and eventually violence. The ruins were littered with the evidence. Old camps abandoned in haste, blood-stained walls, weapons embedded in stone by cultivators who had turned on their companions. Stay close, Shin Feng told Lianyu. The madness influence is strongest at ground level, where the fragment's energy is most concentrated. Keep your annihilation intent active. It should shield you from the worst of it. And you? My sword heart is a form of spiritual defense. The fragment's influence works by resonating with sword aspect energy, creating feedback loops that amplify negative emotions. My resonance should allow me to detect and counter those loops before they take hold. I'm working with imperfect information. They entered the ruins at dawn, moving through streets that had once held markets and gardens and now held only dust and decay. Shun Feng's resonance mapped the spiritual landscape, layers of corrupted energy, densest at the city's center, thinning at the edges. The fragment was at the heart of the ruins, in what had once been the royal palace. The palace was a magnificent ruin, a structure of white marble and spiritual jade. Its central dome collapsed, but its walls still standing. Formation patterns covered every surface, the remnants of the kingdom's defensive systems. They were dead now, drained by the fragment's hunger, but their architecture told a story. The kingdom's rulers had known something was wrong. They'd built defenses, tried to contain the influence, fought against the creeping madness. They'd failed. In the palace's throne room, beneath the rubble of the collapsed dome, the fragment waited. This extraction was the hardest. The fragment's madness influence attacked Shin Feng's mind directly, slipping past his sword heart's defenses through the resonance connection itself. He saw things, hallucinations, memories that weren't his, visions of a palace alive with celebration turned to a palace drowning in blood. The kingdom's last king, standing in this very room, surrounded by the bodies of his advisors, a sword in his hand and madness in his eyes. Stay with me, Rustheart urged through the bond. Those aren't your memories. The fragment is projecting. I know. I can feel the difference. But feeling the difference and maintaining that distinction while extracting a fragment of a being that specialized in breaking minds was like trying to hold a conversation while drowning. The madness lapped at his consciousness, testing his identity, looking for cracks. Shin Feng found a crack. Not in himself, in the fragment. Beneath the madness, beneath 500 years of feeding and corrupting, the fragment still carried the sword devourer's core emotion. The same one he'd found in the other pieces. Abandonment. He spoke to it. Not with words, with resonance. The same frequency he used to resurrect dead swords. The frequency that said, I hear you. I feel you. You're not alone. The fragment's madness shattered. Not eliminated, shattered, like a mirror cracking to reveal the surface beneath. And beneath the madness was a consciousness, small, damaged, but real, that looked at Shin Feng with something that might have been recognition. You hear us, the fragment whispered. You actually hear us. I hear you, Shin Feng said. And I'm going to bring you home. The fragment's resistance was less than the others, as if it was tired. Tired of the madness, tired of corrupting, tired of existing as a broken piece of something that could never be whole alone. It came to him not with the hunger of the mountain fragment or the grief of the sea fragment, but with exhaustion. Pure, bone-deep exhaustion. The weariness of a consciousness that had been broken for 10,000 years and just wanted to rest. Rest, Shin Feng told it. I'll carry you now. The fragment settled into his hand with the trust of a child falling asleep in its parent's arms, and Shin Feng felt a piece of his heart crack open to make room for another broken thing that needed holding. He extracted the third fragment and placed it in the containment case. 3 pieces of darkness, pulsing together, their combined consciousness reaching towards something like coherence. The containment case hummed. Inside, the 3 fragments were merging, not physically, but spiritually, their separate consciousnesses knitting together into something approaching a whole. The result was still fragmentary, still incomplete, but it was more of the sword devourer than had been free in 10,000 years. That's alarming, Shaobai said, eyeing the case. If those fragments fully merge outside the seal, they won't. Not until we're back at the graveyard. The containment formation will hold. You're remarkably confident about things that could destroy the continent. Someone has to be. They left the ruins of Heavenfall City as the sun set, painting the dead capital in shades of gold and red. Behind them, the fragment's influence was already fading. Without the consciousness to sustain it, the corrupted energy dissipated like fog in sunlight. In a few years, the ruins would be clean enough for habitation again. One small healing from a journey that was still far from over. Chapter 53. They returned to the graveyard to find it transformed. Sect Master Duan Qinghe had been busy. The defense force, originally a mixed contingent of Iron Crane and Celestial Edge cultivators, had been reorganized under Iron Crane command. Celestial Edge personnel had been moved to auxiliary positions, their access to the core formation restricted. New formation barriers had been erected around the Jade platform. An Iron Crane's sect banner flew from posts that hadn't existed when Shinfeng left. The message was clear. The graveyard was Iron Crane territory, and Shinfeng was an Iron Crane disciple who served at the sect master's pleasure. He moved faster than we expected, Jin Wuhan said grimly, surveying the changes from the southern boundary. My sect master has been protesting through diplomatic channels, but Duan Qinghe is citing sect authority over a direct disciple and his discoveries. He's treating the graveyard as sect property, and me as the operator. Yes. Shinfeng looked at the containment case in his hands. 3 devourer fragments, recovered at enormous cost and personal risk. If Duan Qinghe got his hands on them, the sect master would have the means to modify the seal, and through the seal, the devourer itself. I need to get to the core formation, Shinfeng said. The fragments need to be integrated with the seal, properly, safely. If they're left in the containment case too long, the merging consciousness will overwhelm the binding formations. Duan Qinghe has the core formation surrounded. Then we go through him. The confrontation happened at the graveyard center. Shinfeng walked through the Iron Crane defensive perimeter without resistance. The sect disciples recognized their sect master's direct disciple and didn't try to stop him. But when he reached the Jade platform, Duan Qinghe was waiting. The sect master stood on the platform with his hands behind his back, his Tao-seeking aura radiating authority. 4 core formation elders flanked him. The formations he'd erected around the platform hummed with containment energy, not defensive formations, Shinfeng realized. Capturing formations. Designed to restrain a core formation cultivator. Designed to restrain him. Welcome back, Duan Qinghe said. I hear your expeditions were successful. You heard because you've been reading my communications. I've been monitoring sect assets. You are a sect asset, Shinfeng. Talented, valuable, and increasingly difficult to manage. The sect master's expression was not unkind. Give me the fragments. The sect's formation specialists can integrate them safely. You've done remarkable work. Now let the adults handle the consequences. The adults. Like you handled the intelligence leak to the Ashen Blade Alliance. Silence. Absolute silence. The 4 core formation elders shifted uncomfortably. Duan Qinghe's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes, a flicker of surprise quickly suppressed, told Shinfeng the blow had landed. I don't know what you're referring to. Shaobai intercepted your encoded message 3 weeks ago. We know about the information you've been feeding to the Alliance. Fragment locations, expedition routes, the state of the seal. Shinfeng held the sect master's gaze. You weren't protecting the graveyard. You were positioning yourself to control it. I was ensuring the sect's interests were represented in a situation of continental importance, Duan Qinghe said, and his voice carried the smooth certainty of someone who had justified their actions to themselves long ago. The graveyard's power is too great to be controlled by a single person, especially a child. It needs institutional oversight, accountability, structure. It needs a master who can hear the dead swords. That's me, not you. And when you die, you're mortal, Shinfeng. One bad fight, one misstep, and the graveyard, and the seal, lose their anchor. The sect provides continuity. The sect provides a cage. They faced each other across the Jade platform. The Tao-seeking sect master and the core formation boy, the weight of 10,000 dead swords humming between them. The capturing formations around the platform vibrated, ready to spring. Shinfeng reached out with his sword hard and touched every dead sword in the graveyard simultaneously. Try it, he said quietly. Activate those formations. See what happens. Duan Qinghe looked at him. Looked at the thousands of faint lights stirring across the graveyard's landscape. Dead swords responding to their master's call, rising from the earth, hovering, waiting. Looked at the seal sword at the platform's center, its scream softening as Shinfeng's resonance stabilized it. You won't attack a sect master, Duan Qinghe said. I won't have to. The graveyard responds to its master. If you try to cage me, the formation redirects its power away from the seal. The seal sword destabilizes. and everything you're trying to control becomes the very catastrophe you claim to be preventing. That's a bluff. It's a fact. My sword heart is bonded to this formation at a fundamental level. Any attempt to separate me from it forcibly will cause a cascade failure. Xin Feng's ghost eyes held flecks of silver that blazed in the dim light. I am not your weapon. I am not your tool. I am the master of this graveyard, and I will integrate these fragments into the seal on my terms. The standoff lasted an eternity compressed into 30 seconds. Then Duan Xinghe, the Tao-seeking cultivator, the sect leader, the political genius who had navigated decades of continental intrigue, took one step back from the jade platform. Proceed, he said. And then, quietly, in a voice meant only for Xin Feng, I was wrong about you, boy. Not about the danger. You are dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous thing on this continent. But I was wrong about what kind of danger you are. I treated you as a weapon that needed handling. You're not a weapon. You're a force of nature that needs accommodation. Is that an apology? It's a tactical reassessment. Apologies are for people who made moral mistakes. I made a strategic one. The sect master's thin smile carried something that wasn't warmth, but might have been its distant cousin. Proceed with your integration. The sect will observe. If the seal holds, we will support your authority over the graveyard formally and unconditionally. If the seal fails, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Xin Feng watched the sect master retreat to the edge of the platform. The four core formation elders were forming behind him in a guard formation that was as much a cage for their master as a defense. Duan Xinghe had been outmaneuvered, and the man's capacity for graceful retreat was, Xin Feng had to admit, impressive. But trust, once broken, was a blade that could never be fully reforged. Xin Feng would work with Duan Xinghe. He would accept the sect's support, but he would never again turn his back on the man who had tried to cage him. The dead swords hummed their agreement. Xin Feng stepped onto the platform, containment case in hand, and began the most dangerous operation of his life. Chapter 54 Integrating the fragments into the seal was not a mechanical process. It was a spiritual one. Xin Feng sat at the platform's center, the containment case open before him, 3 devourer fragments pulsing with merged consciousness. The seal sword screamed above him, its light flickering with a desperate energy that spoke of straining bonds and weakening defenses. The anchor fragment, the piece of the devourer embedded in the seal's original design, resonated with the 3 recovered fragments, and the combined frequency was a sound like the universe grinding its teeth. He placed his hands on the jade platform and opened his resonance fully. The sensation was overwhelming. He was connected to everything simultaneously: the seal, the 10,000 dead swords, the 3 fragments, the anchor, and through the seal's binding, the devourer itself. Every consciousness in the graveyard flowed through his sword heart, a torrent of awareness that threatened to dissolve his own identity in the flood. Hold on to yourself, Rustheart urged. Remember who you are? Xin Feng, orphan, servant, graveyard master, the boy who hears the dead. He held on. His identity was an anchor, the same way the anchor fragment stabilized the seal. He was the fixed point around which everything else oriented. The integration process required him to guide the 3 fragments into the seal's formation network, aligning their frequencies with the anchor fragment to create a reinforced binding. In theory, for fragments working in concert would strengthen the seal fourfold. In practice, each fragment carried its own consciousness, its own emotions, its own will, and getting them to cooperate was like conducting an orchestra where every musician wanted to play a different song. The mountain fragment, hunger, rage, consuming intent. It wanted to devour. The sea fragment, grief, despair, oceanic sadness. It wanted to dissolve. The ruins fragment, madness, fractured consciousness, shattered identity. It wanted to destroy. And the anchor fragment, pain, endurance, 10,000 years of screaming. It wanted to rest. For aspects of the same broken being. 4 facets of the sword devourer's shattered consciousness. Each one a piece of the whole. Each carrying a different wound from the original betrayal that had turned a beloved sword spirit into a world-ending entity. Xin Feng's job was to harmonize them. Not heal. He wasn't powerful enough for that. Not yet. But harmonize, the way he'd harmonized Lian Yu's ice and fire. Finding the common frequency beneath the discord. The shared truth that all 4 fragments could resonate with. He searched. Through the hunger and the grief and the madness and the pain, he searched for the common thread. The resonance that connected all 4 emotions to a single source. Love. Beneath everything, beneath 10,000 years of rage and suffering, the sword devourer's fundamental frequency was love. The love of a sword spirit for its wielder, the deepest bond in the sword cultivation tradition, shattered by betrayal and transmuted into something terrible. Every negative emotion was a corruption of that original love. Hunger was the desire for connection turned consuming. Grief was the loss of love turned inward. Madness was love's logic failing under unbearable strain. Pain was love's persistence in the face of annihilation. Shen Feng resonated with it. Not because he understood love perfectly. He was 15, and his experience was limited. But he understood abandonment. He understood what it meant to love something that threw you away. He understood what it meant to keep going when every rational consideration said to stop. The four fragments stilled. Their consuming, grieving, maddening, agonizing energies aligned, not into silence, but into accord. For notes in a harmony that had been broken for 10 millennia, finding their places in a structure that predated the catastrophe. The seal brightened. The seal, sword scream softened. The binding formations patterns, which had been degrading for thousands of years, suddenly sharpened. Lines clearing, circuits restoring, the original design reasserting itself with a vigor that made the jade platform glow white. The integration was complete. For fragments, aligned and harmonized, strengthening the seal instead of straining it. The Devourer's prison was stronger than it had been in centuries. And in the depths of the seal, the Devourer itself, the main consciousness, the broken sword spirit that had consumed a world, felt the change. It stirred, not with rage or hunger, with hope. The Master hears us, the fragments whispered into the darkness. The Devourer listened, and for the first time in 10,000 years, did not respond with violence. Chapter 55 The integration's aftermath left Shen Feng unconscious for 3 days. When he woke, he was in his cottage, Lian Yu asleep in the chair beside his bed, her violet eyes closed and her hand resting on his arm. Shaobai was curled at the foot of the bed in fox form, 9 tails draped over the blanket like a fur quilt. Ashfang lay on the floor, amber glow steady. His body ached in ways that went beyond physical. The integration had taxed his sword heart to its absolute limits, harmonizing 4 fragments of a world-ending entity while maintaining bonds with 10,000 dead swords and his own fragile identity. His golden core was depleted, his meridians raw, and his resonance field had contracted to a few yards. But something had changed. Deep in his dantian, the miniature sword that was his golden core had transformed. Where before it had been a single blade, it was now a blade embedded in a platform, a tiny replica of the seal sword in its jade setting. The 4 harmonized fragments were visible within it as 4 points of darkness orbiting the blade, their energies no longer consuming but contributing to its structure. Your core has integrated Devourer essence, Rustheart said, materializing beside the bed with an expression of awe. Not consumed, integrated. The way a blade absorbs carbon during forging. You're part sword cultivator, part resonance master, and now part Devourer. Is that dangerous? Everything about you is dangerous. But this is unprecedented. The Devourer's essence within your core isn't consuming your energy. It's supplementing it. You're running on 2 power sources, your own cultivation and the Devourer's. I feel stronger. You should. Your effective cultivation base is no longer pure core formation. With the Devourer essence amplifying your output, you're operating at the equivalent of nascent soul. At least, nascent soul equivalent. Not a true breakthrough. His core hadn't undergone the transformation that would produce a nascent soul, but the raw power was there, supplied by the harmonized fragments that now lived within him. Lian Yu stirred, violet eyes opening. She saw him awake and her expression went through relief, anger, and affection in rapid succession. 3 days, she said. You were unconscious for 3 days. Verdant Edge said your spiritual signature was fluctuating so wildly, she couldn't determine if you were alive or dead. I'm alive. Obviously. I'm telling you this so you understand the severity of what you did. You integrated Devourer fragments into your own golden core without telling anyone what you were planning. Would you have let me if I'd told you? No. That's why I didn't tell you. She punched his shoulder. It hurt more than a core formation cultivator's punch should have, which meant her annihilation intent was leaking. Then she leaned forward and kissed his forehead, which hurt differently. Don't do that again, she murmured. I can't promise that. I know. Promise anyway. I promise to try. She sat back, arms crossed, violet eyes narrowed. Acceptable. Barely. Then her expression softened, and she reached out to touch the side of his face. Her fingertips warm with annihilation energy, tingling against his skin. You scared me, Shen Feng. Not because of the danger. I've been scared about danger since the day I first walked into the graveyard. You scared me because for 3 days, I couldn't feel you through the bond. The harmonization link was silent. It was like you'd been erased. The integration required my entire consciousness. There was nothing left to maintain external bonds. That's what scared me. The idea that you'd given so much of yourself to the devourer's fragments that there was no you left. Her violet eyes held his ghost eyes. Promise me that when the time comes to open the seal, and I know it's coming, don't pretend it isn't. You won't give away so much of yourself that you can't come back. Lianyu, promise. I promise. She studied him for a long moment, searching for sincerity and finding whatever she needed. Then she kissed him, not on the forehead this time, but properly, and the harmonization bond between them blazed to full strength, resonance and annihilation intent intertwining in a frequency that was uniquely theirs. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright with more than just spiritual energy. Good. Now eat something. You look like you've been dead for 3 days. She produced a tray of food from somewhere, rice and dried meat, and a bowl of broth that smelled of medicinal herbs. Verdant Edge prescribed it. Eat all of it. He ate. The food was warm and real and exactly what his depleted body needed. And with each bite, surrounded by the sounds of the graveyard settling into its new equilibrium, the dead swords humming, the formation nodes pulsing, the seal swords murmur, he felt the pieces of himself reassemble. Not fully. Something had changed in the integration, something fundamental about who he was and what he carried. But the core of Shinfeng, the boy who heard the dead, who loved the broken, who refused to stop, was intact. Xiaobai opened one eye from the foot of the bed. If you two are finished being disgustingly romantic, there are political developments that require attention, such as your sect master attempting a coup while you were unconscious. Nothing dramatic, just the quiet kind of treason that involves reassigning personnel and restricting access to critical formations. Over the following days, the political situation clarified. Sect Master Duan, confronted with Shun Feng's knowledge of his intelligence leak and the undeniable reality that the graveyard's defenses now operated at a level only Shinfeng could manage, made a strategic retreat. He withdrew the capturing formations, restored Celestial Edge personnel to their positions, and issued a formal statement acknowledging the graveyard as an independent entity under Shun Feng's authority. He's not surrendering, Jian Wuhan warned. He's repositioning. Duan Qinghe doesn't lose, he adjusts. Let him adjust. As long as the graveyard remains independent, his positioning is his problem. The Celestial Edge Sect Master, Bai Suyin, arrived personally to formalize the alliance. She was a striking woman, silver hair, silver eyes, and an economy of motion that suggested every action was calculated for maximum efficiency. Her Dao-seeking aura was different from Duan Qinghe's, where his was heavy and commanding, hers was sharp and surgical. My sect was founded to protect this graveyard, she said, standing on the jade platform with Shinfeng. For 1,000 years, we've carried that duty without knowing its true weight. Now I understand. She looked at the seal sword, its light steadier than ever, its scream reduced to a whisper. You've done what our founder hoped for. You've given the seal a voice. The seal always had a voice. It's been screaming for 10,000 years. I just learned to listen. Bai Suyin studied him with those silver eyes. You intend to free the devourer. It wasn't a question. She'd seen the integration, felt the harmonization, understood the trajectory. I intend to heal it, Shinfeng said. Freeing and healing aren't the same thing. The devourer was a sword spirit, the greatest sword spirit ever created. It was broken by betrayal and turned into a monster by pain. If I can heal the break, the monster disappears. What's left is a spirit that can be bonded. Bonded. To you. To the graveyard. To the master. The way it was always meant to be. And if the healing fails? If you open the seal and the devourer is still a monster? Then I die, and the graveyard finds a new master, and the seal reforms. The formation has contingencies. Contingencies. You're betting the continent on contingencies. I'm betting the continent on the belief that a broken thing can be made whole. That's what I do, Sect Master Bai. I hear the broken and the dead, and I bring them back. She looked at him for a long time, and something in her silver eyes, not certainty, but something close enough to work with, flickered. Then do it right, she said. And do it soon. Because the enemy is moving faster than we anticipated. Chapter 56. The enemy, as it turned out, was not the Ashenblade Alliance. Xiaobai brought the news on a morning that had started with unusual warmth. The graveyard's miasma thinning to almost nothing, sunlight falling across the dead swords in golden shafts that made the corroded metal glow. The seal disruptions haven't gone unnoticed, the fox spirit said, pacing the cottage floor in child form, jade eyes darting. My network has been tracking spiritual anomalies across the continent. The fragment extractions, your integration, the seal strengthening. All of it has created resonance waves that travel through the Earth's spiritual ley lines. And something has been listening to those waves. Something has been following them. Back to the source. Shadowy stopped pacing. The entity that Qin Moy mentioned, the one that destroyed Heavenfall City over 5 centuries. It wasn't just the fragment's passive influence. There was an active force behind the destruction. A lieutenant. A lieutenant of the Devourer? Of the Devourer's will, yes. When the Devourer was sealed, its consuming intent didn't just fragment into pieces, it created echoes. Spiritual constructs of pure consuming energy that operate independently, seeking to free their source. They're called Devourer Heralds, and they've been active for millennia, working slowly, subtly, eroding the world's defenses. How many? 3 that we know of. One was responsible for Heavenfall. One has been undermining the spiritual foundations of the northern kingdoms. And one. Xiaobai's tail went rigid. One is currently 3 days' travel from the graveyard and closing fast. Shen Feng felt the cold settle into his spine. How powerful. Each herald is roughly equivalent to nascent soul at full power. But they're not cultivators. They're constructs of pure consuming energy. Standard cultivation techniques don't work against them. They eat spiritual attacks for fuel. What does work? The same thing that works against the fragments. Resonance. Void resonance specifically. The herald's consuming nature is an inversion of the harmonic principle. It devours frequencies. But a void resonance cultivator can match its consumption with restoration, creating a null zone where neither consuming nor restoring occurs. In that null zone, the herald is vulnerable to physical damage. So I need to create a null zone, then hit it very hard. In essence, yes. The details are considerably more terrifying. 3 days. Shen Feng spent them in furious preparation. He drilled his sword spirit army in anti-herald tactics, developing formations designed to contain and compress the herald's consuming aura while Shen Feng established the null zone. Lian Yu practiced rapid annihilation intent deployment, her fusion energy providing the secondary containment that would keep the herald from simply walking through the sword formation. The herald arrived on schedule. It was nothing like what Shen Feng had expected. Not a creature, not a being, a distortion. A region of space where reality frayed at the edges, where the air darkened and the ground crumbled, and every source of spiritual energy within 100 yards flickered and died. It moved across the landscape like a dark cloud at ground level, consuming everything in its path: grass, trees, rock, even the ambient qi in the air. In the center of the distortion, barely visible, a shape moved. Humanoid, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at angles no body should permit, and a head that was less a face than a void, an absence where features should be. It radiated the same consuming hunger as the fragments, but amplified 1,000-fold. The dead swords nearest to its approach didn't just vibrate. They screamed, their residual spirits flaring with terror before being consumed. All forces engage. Shen Feng's command rang through the resonance network. The sword spirit army, 108 blades minus those lost in the previous battle, now numbering 85, deployed in a containment formation, surrounding the herald from all directions. Their combined sword intent created a web of energy that pressed inward, trying to compress the herald's consuming aura. The herald ate the web, not the equivalent, the real thing. The herald's absorbed energy had catalyzed the breakthrough that months of cultivation hadn't achieved. His golden core shifted, condensed, and birthed a nascent soul, a translucent figure within his dantian that looked like Shen Feng, but was surrounded by orbiting sword fragments and 4 points of darkness. A miniature graveyard master carrying the weight of the dead. Nascent soul, Rust Heart breathed. Through herald absorption, you are, without question, the most insane cultivator I have ever encountered. Is that a compliment? It's a statement of fact. Whether it's a compliment depends on how you feel about insanity. The Northern Herald fell at the same time. Lian Yu's annihilation intent creating the null zone. Jian Wuhan's strike team delivering physical damage. But unlike Shen Feng's herald, which had been released voluntarily, the northern one had to be destroyed. It lacked the communication channel that Shen Feng's had possessed. It was the simpler, more aggressive type, all reflex and no consciousness. Its consuming energy dispersed upon destruction, absorbed by the graveyard's formation network. The dead swords nearest the northern battleground strengthened slightly, their residual energy replenished by the herald's dissolution. A small mercy, the consumed feeding the abandoned. Shen Feng and Lian Yu met at the graveyard center after the battle. She was exhausted. The null zone maintenance had pushed her annihilation intent to its limits, but uninjured. He was trembling with the aftershocks of his nascent soul breakthrough, his newly formed nascent soul still adjusting to its existence. You broke through, she said, sensing the change in his cultivation immediately. Herald absorption. The enemy's power became the catalyst. Poetic. Terrifying, actually, but also poetic. They sat together on the jade platform while the graveyard settled around them, the sounds of battle fading into the hum of formations stabilizing and sword spirits regrouping. The seal sword's murmur was softer than ever. The Devourer's communication through the second herald had left a residual calm in the binding, as if the entity's brief experience of being heard had eased some fundamental tension. 2 heralds down, Lianyu said. One more out there. The third is different. Shaobai's network reports it's not approaching the graveyard. It's circling, maintaining distance. Observing. Intelligent. Very. It may be the strongest of the 3, the one that carries the most of the Devourer's original consciousness. Shenfeng looked toward the horizon. It's waiting for something. For you to be ready. Or for me to be vulnerable. With heralds, those might be the same thing. Chapter 57, The Nascent Soul Breakthrough, changed everything. The graveyard's deep defenses, the one Xiaobai had said required nascent soul to operate, came online for the first time in 10,000 years. Layers of formation technology that Shenfeng hadn't been able to access suddenly responded to his resonance, opening like flowers at dawn. The most significant was the Sword Heaven Communication Array, a continent-spanning network of spiritual relay points that had been dormant since the catastrophe. With Shunfeng's nascent soul power feeding the array, it flickered to life, and suddenly he could sense every dead sword on the continent. Not just the graveyard's 10,000, but the thousands of dead swords scattered across other sites, forgotten battlefields, abandoned forges, and sunken ships. The network revealed the full scope of Sword Heaven's legacy, a world of dead blades, waiting to be heard. There are more graveyards, Shenfeng said, awed by the scope of the revelation. Smaller ones, scattered everywhere. Some have a dozen swords. Some have hundreds. Sword Heaven's citizens died across the continent, Xiaobai confirmed. Not all of them fell at the capital. Thousands were traveling, fighting, living in outposts when the Devourer struck. Their swords died where they stood, and they've been alone for 10,000 years. Until now. The implications were staggering. Shenfeng wasn't just the master of one graveyard. He was potentially the master of all dead swords on the continent. His void resonance could reach them, his sword heart could bond with them, and his growing power could resurrect them. An army wasn't 100 swords. It was thousands. But that was for the future. The present demanded attention. The second and third Devourer heralds were approaching. Xiaobai's network tracked them, one from the north, one from the southwest, both drawn by the resonance waves of the first herald's absorption. They were learning, adapting. The first herald had been a simple construct. The next 2 would be smarter, more dangerous. We have a week before they arrive, Xiaobai estimated. Both simultaneously, from different directions. Good. I want them both. Both? You nearly died absorbing one. I'll be better prepared this time. The first absorption taught me how the process works. The fragments convert consuming energy to restoration energy. The more Devourer power I absorb, the stronger the conversion process becomes. And the more of the Devourer's consciousness you carry. Shenfeng looked inward, at the nascent soul in his Dantian. The miniature graveyard master with his orbiting fragments and his corona of dead sword light. The Devourer's presence was there, a weight in his consciousness that hadn't existed before the integration. Not a voice, not a personality, just a presence, vast and dark and patient, watching through his eyes. The Devourer knows I'm coming, Shenfeng said. It's felt every absorption, every integration. It knows what I'm doing. And it's not fighting me. It's waiting. Waiting for what? For me to be ready. The words hung in the gray air of the graveyard, and the seal soared. Its scream now reduced to a murmur, pulsed with a light that might have been agreement. Chapter 58 Duan Xie arrived with the heralds. He was Qin Moi's most trusted lieutenant, a man who had volunteered for the Ashen Blade Alliance's experimental corruption program, allowing dead sword energy to be forcibly integrated into his cultivation. Where Lu Hei's corruption had been crude and unsustainable, Duan Xie's was refined, controlled, and devastatingly effective. He was a sword cultivator who had become a weapon, his body a living conduit for corrupted sword energy, his mind bent but not broken by the process. He came from the south, riding the second herald's consuming wake like a surfer on a wave of destruction. The herald's consuming aura didn't affect him. His own corrupted energy resonated with it, creating a symbiosis that let him move freely within the consumption field. The third herald approached from the north independently. A pincer attack, Jian Wuhan assessed, studying the approach vectors from the command position on the inner wall. The heralds from 2 directions, plus a combat-capable lieutenant. They want to split our forces. Then we don't split. Shenfeng turned to his assembled commanders. Lian Yu takes the Northern Herald. Same technique as before. Annihilation intent creates the null zone. Jin Wuhan supports with his Celestial Edge strike team. And the Southern Herald? Lian Yu asked. I take the Southern Herald and Duan Xie both. Both. I absorb the first Herald alone. The second one will be faster. And Duan Xie is a corrupted sword cultivator. My resonance is specifically effective against corruption. I'm the best suited fighter on this field for both targets. It's still two major threats simultaneously. I know. That's why I need you to handle the North quickly and come support me. The battle began at dawn. The Northern Herald hit the graveyard's defenses like a battering ram. Lian Yu met it head-on, her annihilation intent now stronger than ever after weeks of training. The null zone she created larger and more stable. Jin Wuhan's strike team flanked the Herald, exploiting the null zone to land physical strikes on the construct's form. The battle was fierce but controlled. They'd done this before, and the lessons of the first encounter served them well. The Southern Herald arrived simultaneously, with Duan Xie in its wake. Shen Feng met them at the graveyard's southern boundary, alone except for Ghost Whisper and 30 resurrected sword spirits. The Herald's consuming aura spread across the landscape, and dead swords caught in its path crumbled to dust. Duan Xie emerged from the darkness, a man in his 30s, gaunt, with veins of black corruption visible beneath pale skin and eyes that glowed with stolen sword energy. The Graveyard Master, Duan Xie said, and his voice carried harmonics that weren't human. The corrupted voices of dead sword spirits forcibly merged with his consciousness. Qin Moi sends his regards from prison. He says you'll make a better host than he ever was. Host? For the Devourer. That's the Alliance's true goal, not harvesting dead swords. Finding someone strong enough to contain the Devourer as a bound entity. Someone with void resonance. Duan Xie smiled, and the expression was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. You're the perfect vessel. They've been watching you since Elder Mu identified your route. Everything, the raids, the fragments, the heralds, has been pushing you toward this. Absorbing more and more of the Devourer's power until you're ready. Ready for what? For the final absorption. The Devourer's core consciousness, freely given, bonding with a willing host. The ultimate spirit sword bond. Duan Xie drew his weapon, a Dao that pulsed with the same consuming energy as the herald. And I'm here to make sure you survive long enough to do it. He attacked. Duan Xie was faster than any corrupted cultivator Shen Feng had faced, faster than Lu He, faster than the shock troops. His corruption was controlled, channeled, almost elegant in its efficiency. His Dao struck with consuming intent that ate through qi barriers and spiritual defenses, and his movement techniques left trails of darkness that lingered in the air. Shen Feng countered with everything he had. Ghost Whisper met the corrupted Dao in a clash that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. His 30 sword spirits engaged the herald, not to destroy it, but to contain it, buying time while Shen Feng dealt with the human threat. The fight was brutal. Duan Xie's corrupted cultivation was at nascent soul level, artificially boosted but stable, sustained by years of careful refinement rather than the hasty process that had destroyed Lu He. His techniques were stolen from dead swords, just like Shen Feng's, but twisted, perverted versions of Sword Heaven's arts, their original intent warped by corruption. We're the same, Duan Xie said between strikes. Both using dead swords techniques. Both carrying their spirits. The only difference is how we got here. The difference is that my swords chose to bond with me. Yours were forced. Does it matter? Power is power. It matters to them. Shen Feng pulsed his resonance, not as an attack, but as a call. The corrupted sword spirits within Duan Xie felt it. They were enslaved, yes, forced into a bond they hadn't consented to. But they remembered what a true bond felt like. They remembered Sword Heaven. Duan Xie's next strike faltered. His corrupted energy flickered. For one moment, the enslaved spirits within him fought back. Not violently, but with the simple, devastating act of refusing to cooperate. Ghost Whisper found its mark. The blade drove through Duan Xie's corrupted qi barrier and pierced his shoulder, the same spot Shen Feng had hit Lu He months ago, in what felt like another life. But this time, instead of triggering a cascade failure, Shen Feng pushed resonance energy through the wound. Not an attack, a liberation. The corrupted sword spirits inside Duan Xie felt the resonance and surged toward it, like drowning men toward a lifeline. They tore free of their forced bonds, the corrupted energy that held them disintegrating under the resonance's harmonizing frequency. Duan Xie screamed as dozens of sword spirits ripped themselves from his cultivation, leaving behind a hollowed shell. He collapsed. Without the corrupted sword energy, his cultivation was nothing. The artificial nascent soul deflated to barely foundation establishment. He lay on the ground, gasping, human again. The spirit's heat enslaved hovered around Shinfeng in a trembling cluster, damaged, frightened, barely conscious. But free. Welcome home, Shinfeng said, and felt his sword heart expand to embrace them. Then he turned to the herald. Chapter 59. The second herald absorption was harder than the first. The construct had been observing the battle, had watched Shinfeng defeat Duan Xie and liberate the enslaved spirits. It had learned. When Shinfeng entered its consuming field with his resonance active, the herald shifted tactics. Instead of passively consuming, it actively countered, producing frequencies designed to disrupt his void resonance. The null zone wouldn't form. Every time Shinfeng's resonance approached harmonization, the herald shifted its frequency, maintaining the consumption field's integrity. It was adapting in real time, and it was smarter than the first one. It's using the Devourer's core consciousness as a relay, Rusthart realized. The main entity is directing it remotely, through the seal. The seal's been weakened enough to allow limited communication. The Devourer is fighting me now? Not fighting. Testing. It wants to know if you're strong enough. Shinfeng changed approach. Instead of trying to harmonize the herald's frequency from outside, he pushed into the consumption field directly, letting the consuming energy wash over him. His golden core, reinforced by the first herald's absorbed power and the 4 harmonized fragments, converted the incoming energy, transforming consumption into restoration faster than it could damage him. He walked into the herald's heart. The consuming darkness surrounded him completely. His sword spirits, unable to follow, fell back. His physical senses, sight, hearing, touch, dissolved in the consuming field. Only his resonance remained, and through it, he felt the herald's core. Not a reflex this time, a consciousness. The Devourer's voice came through the herald like a telephone through a broken wire, distant, distorted, but unmistakable. You carry my fragments. Yes. You intend to heal me. Yes. The last one who tried became the seal. He gave everything he was, and still couldn't fix what was broken. He tried alone. I'm not alone. I have the swords. I have friends. I have a sword heart that was forged for exactly this. The herald's consuming energy paused. In the darkness, a silence that was neither consuming nor restoring, simply present. You are too young for this burden. I've been hearing that my whole life. The herald dissolved, not consumed, not absorbed, but released. The Devourer withdrew its presence, the consuming darkness dissipating like smoke, and Shinfeng stood in the graveyard's gray light, with 2 heralds' worth of power integrated into his core, and the certain knowledge that the final confrontation was coming. Not a battle, a conversation. The most important conversation in 10,000 years. Chapter 60. In the weeks that followed, Shinfeng prepared for something no one had attempted since the fall of Sword Heaven. He strengthened the seal, not to contain the Devourer more tightly, but to prepare it for controlled opening. The harmonized fragments within his core served as keys, their frequencies matching the seal's resonance patterns, allowing him to modulate the binding without breaking it. He could, in theory, open the seal partially, creating a channel through which he could communicate with the Devourer directly, without the intermediary of heralds and fragments. The risk was absolute. If the Devourer chose to attack through the channel rather than communicate, the seal would be compromised and potentially collapse. Every soul in the graveyard, every dead sword, every resurrected spirit, every living defender would be at risk. I need to do this, Shinfeng told the assembled council. Lian Yu, Jin Wuhan, Xiao Bai, Sect Master Bai, and the resurrected sword spirit commanders, Rustheart, Verdant Edge, Ember's Fury, Stormbreak, and Ironwell. The Devourer is conscious and communicating. It knows what I've been doing, absorbing its fragments, harmonizing its scattered will, integrating its heralds. It's been responding to these actions with decreasing hostility. The last herald was released, not fought. The Devourer is ready to talk. And if it's manipulating you? Lian Yu asked. Her violet eyes were steady, but her hand gripped her sword hilt with whitened knuckles. Then the seal reforms, and we're back where we started. The contingency formations will activate automatically if the Devourer breaks containment. Those contingencies were designed for a Devourer that was sealed and weakened. If it breaks free with the power of 3 absorbed heralds and 4 harmonized fragments, it won't break free through me. I know its pain. I've carried its fragments. I've heard its voice. Shinfeng looked at each of them in turn. I have to try. The seal is a torture device. It has been torturing a broken spirit for 10,000 years, and every day it continues. It generates more of the consuming energy that threatens the world. Healing the Devourer doesn't just save it. It saves everything. The vote was not unanimous. Sect Master Bai abstained, citing insufficient information. Jian Wuhan voted in favor, his trust in Shun Feng's judgment absolute since their tournament match. Xiao Bai voted against, then changed his vote to abstain with complaints when overruled. Lian Yu voted in favor without hesitation. I trust you, she said simply. With this, with everything. Shen Feng descended to the core formation at midnight, alone. The jade platform gleamed under starlight. The miasma had thinned to nothing since the seal's strengthening, and for the first time, the graveyard was truly open to the sky. The dead swords caught the starlight in 10,000 glints of corroded metal, and their spirits, stirred by their master's presence, hummed a frequency that was equal parts fear and hope. He placed his hands on the jade platform. He opened the channel. The Devourer's consciousness rose to meet him, vast, dark, ancient. Not the fragments he'd harmonized or the heralds he'd absorbed, but the core entity itself. The thing that had consumed Sword Heaven. The broken sword spirit that had been sealed in agony for 100 centuries. It looked at Shen Feng through the channel, and he looked back. What he saw was not a monster, not a force of destruction, not an entity of consuming hunger. What he saw was a sword. The most beautiful sword ever forged. The primordial edge, Sword Heaven's masterwork, created from the combined will of 10,000 swordsmiths. A blade that had loved its wielder with a devotion beyond mortal comprehension. A blade that had been abandoned, not through malice, but through necessity. The ruler of Sword Heaven had sacrificed his bond with the primordial edge to power the seal, breaking the spirit's heart in the process. And from that broken heart, the Sword Devourer had been born. I understand now, Shen Feng whispered. You didn't want to consume the world. You wanted to consume the pain. The Devourer's consciousness flickered, grief and rage, and 10,000 years of alone, all compressed into a single moment of recognition. Someone finally heard. The channel trembled. The seal trembled. The graveyard trembled. And the Sword Devourer, for the first time since the fall of Sword Heaven, wept. The sound was felt in every dead sword in the graveyard, a vibration of pure, raw sorrow that made the corroded metal ring like bells. The spirits stirred, resonated, and added their own grief to the chorus. 10,000 swords, dead and dying, mourning with the entity that had killed them. Because they understood. They had all been abandoned. Every dead sword in the graveyard was a blade that had lost its wielder, a spirit that had been left behind when the world moved on. The Devourer was the largest and most powerful of them, but its pain was the same. Shen Feng held the channel open and let the grief flow. His sword heart resonated with it, amplified it, shared it. He wept with the Devourer, and with the dead swords, and with the boy he'd been, the water carrier thrown away like trash. And in the sharing, something shifted. The Devourer's consuming intent, the vast, world-threatening hunger that had been its defining characteristic for 10 millennia, softened. Not disappeared. Softened, like a fist slowly unclenching. It's not enough, the Devourer whispered. This isn't enough to heal me. I am too broken, too vast, too old. I know, Shen Feng said. But it's a start. He closed the channel, and the seal restabilized. The Devourer sank back into the depths, but the connection remained, a thread of resonance between the master and the monster, thin as a spider's silk and stronger than steel. The graveyard settled into a silence that was, for the first time, peaceful. Shen Feng sat on the jade platform under the stars, surrounded by 10,000 dead swords that hummed with something that was no longer fear. It was hope. And somewhere in the darkness below, the Sword Devourer felt it too. Shen Feng remained on the platform until dawn, his resonance extended through the entire graveyard, feeling each of the remaining dead swords, their dreams, their pain, their stubborn refusal to fully die. He thought about the Devourer's weeping, about the fragment's harmonized chord, about the ruler of Sword Heaven who had sacrificed himself to create the seal. He thought about Rustheart, who had endured 8,000 years of slow death rather than abandon consciousness. About Verdant Edge, who had waited patiently for resurrection without losing her kindness. About Ashfong, whose loyalty had survived 10 millennia. About Lian Yu, whose inner war had been transmuted into something beautiful. About himself, the water carrier boy who had been thrown into a graveyard and found a kingdom of the dead that needed a king. The next step was clear. The seal had to be opened. The Devourer had to be healed. And the healing would require something that no amount of cultivation or resonance or strategic planning could produce. It would require trust. Trust that a being which had consumed a civilization could choose not to consume another. Trust that love, broken and corrupted into hunger, could be restored to its original form. Trust that the master of the graveyard and the monster beneath it could find a common frequency, a shared truth, that made destruction unnecessary. Shenfeng didn't know if he had that trust, but he knew he had to try. The stars faded, the sun rose, and the graveyard, all 10,000 swords, all their stirring spirits, all the reformed defenses and the strengthened seal, and the fading echoes of battles won and losses mourned, hummed with the quiet anticipation of a world about to change. The dead had been patient, the living had been brave, and the broken heart beneath them all was finally ready to listen. Chapter 61. The third herald came on a day of perfect silence. No wind, no miasma, no hum from the dead swords. The graveyard lay still under a sky so clear it seemed brittle, and the silence pressed against Shenfeng's ears like cotton, muffling even the seal, sword's reduced murmur. This isn't natural, Rustheart said through the bond, the sword spirit's voice tight with the wariness of 8,000 years of experience. The graveyard's ambient spiritual noise doesn't just stop. Something is suppressing it. The herald. Yes, but not like the others. The first two heralds consumed actively, destroying spiritual energy in their path. This one is doing something different. It's absorbing passively, drawing energy inward without destruction, like a black hole rather than a fire. Shenfeng stood on the jade platform at the graveyard's core, his nascent soul-enhanced spiritual sense extending across the entire 3-mile expanse. He felt the dead swords, still present, still connected to his sword heart, but their resonance was muted, dampened by the pervasive silence. The formation network was operational but sluggish, its responses delayed by the energy drain. The herald was feeding on the graveyard itself, but so gently that the formation's defensive protocols hadn't triggered. Smart, Shadowy muttered from beside him, the fox spirit in full nine-tailed form, each tail standing rigid with alertness. This one has learned from the others. No dramatic entrance, no consuming aura, just quiet, persistent drainage. Where is it? Everywhere. Its presence is diffused throughout the graveyard, not concentrated in a single construct like the first two. It spread itself thin, matching the frequency of the ambient spiritual energy. It's hiding in the noise by becoming the noise. A herald that couldn't be found, that couldn't be engaged, that simply sat in the background and slowly, inexorably drained the graveyard's power. The seal, Shenfeng said. He reached into the formation network and checked the binding. The seal sword's light was steady. The harmonized fragments were holding. But the energy feeding the seal had decreased by a measurable amount, and the trend was accelerating. At the current rate, the seal would begin to fluctuate within a week. I can't fight something I can't find, Shenfeng said. You can't fight it at all, Shadowy corrected. This herald isn't a combat construct, it's a siege weapon. It's designed to drain the graveyard to the point where the seal fails on its own, without any direct engagement. Then I need to find a way to make it concentrate, force it out of the ambient noise and into a form I can interact with. And how do you propose to do that? Shenfeng closed his eyes and reached deeper into his resonance, past the dead swords, past the formation network, into the devourer essence that lived in his golden core. The 4 harmonized fragments pulsed in response, and through them, the thread of connection to the devourer's deep consciousness. I'll ask its parent. He opened the channel to the devourer. The entity's consciousness rose to meet him, not with the urgency of their last interaction, but with a slow, measured presence that felt like the tide coming in, vast and patient and tinged with the newfound hope that their previous conversation had kindled. The third herald, Shenfeng sent through the channel. It's draining the graveyard. I need it to concentrate so I can address it. The devourer's response was not words, but a feeling, a complex emotional packet that Shenfeng's sword heart decoded. Understanding, reluctance, and a deep weariness. The herald was an extension of the devourer's will, but it was an old one, created in the earliest days of the entity's sealed consciousness, when rage and hunger were all it knew. Calling it back meant asserting a control that the devourer had long since lost over its own fragments. I can try, the devourer resonated. But it may not listen. It has been autonomous for millennia. It may not recognize my authority anymore. Then we do it together. Your authority and my resonance. The devourer hesitated. The silence in the graveyard deepened, and for a moment Shenfeng felt the full weight of the entity's consciousness pressing against the seal, not to escape, but to reach through it, to extend a fragment of its will into the world above. The herald responded. Throughout the graveyard, the diffused presence began to contract. The ambient silence shifted, concentrating, pulling inward from the periphery toward a single point. The dead sword's resonance returned in waves, faint at first, then stronger, as the herald's suppressive effect withdrew. It materialized at the graveyard's northern edge. Not a humanoid distortion like the first two heralds, but something different. A sphere. A perfect sphere of absolute darkness, 30 feet across, hovering 10 feet above the ground. It was beautiful and terrible, a void given shape, and its surface rippled with patterns that suggested consciousness rather than mere energy. It's the most complex herald I've ever sensed, Rusthart whispered. This isn't just a construct, it's almost a complete entity. A daughter consciousness of the Devourer, developed over millennia of independent operation. Can I communicate with it? You can try, but be careful. A consciousness this developed may have its own agenda. Chapter 62. Shin Feng approached the herald alone. Lian Yu wanted to come, argued for it with the fierce logic of someone who'd walked into a Devourer's shards consuming aura and lived. But the third herald was different. It wasn't aggressive. It was calculating, and a show of force might drive it back into hiding. He walked across the field of dead swords toward the hovering sphere, ghost whisper sheathed, his hands empty, his sword heart open and broadcasting the frequency of greeting rather than confrontation. The sphere watched him approach. Its surface patterns shifted, analyzing, evaluating, deciding. Shin Feng felt its attention as a physical pressure, a scrutiny that went deeper than spiritual sense, probing his identity, his motivations, his resonance. He stopped 20 feet from the sphere and spoke. I'm Shin Feng, the graveyard's master. Your source, the entity you were created from, has been communicating with me. It wants to be healed. I'm trying to help. The sphere's surface rippled. A voice emerged, not from the sphere itself, but from the dead swords beneath it, their residual energy vibrating to produce sound. Help. The word was flat, without inflection. The sealer tried to help. He helped by trapping us in darkness for 10,000 years. The sealer, the ruler of Sword Heaven, did what he thought was necessary. He was wrong, not about the need for containment, but about the method. Eternal torture isn't containment. It's cruelty. Yes. A pause. We know cruelty. We were forged from it. You were forged from pain. Pain and love. I've felt it in every fragment I've recovered. Beneath the hunger and the grief and the madness, there's love. The love of a sword spirit for its wielder, broken and twisted but still there. The sphere contracted slightly, a physical manifestation of emotional withdrawal. The wielder broke us, severed the bond, cast us aside for the seal. The wielder sacrificed himself for the seal. He didn't cast you aside. He gave everything, including the bond, to contain the Devourer, the entity you came from. He loved the primordial edge, and he destroyed that love to save the world. We don't remember love, only the absence. Then let me show you. Shin Feng opened his sword heart fully, not the combat manifestation, not the resonance web that commanded swords and linked formations. The raw, unshielded truth of his sword heart, the orphan's loneliness, the servant's invisibility, the thrown-away boy who had found family among broken weapons. And at the core of it, the same love that the Devourer had lost, the love between a wielder and a blade, the bond that transcended utility and became identity. He loved his swords, not as tools, as companions, as family, as the voices that had answered when the world was silent. The herald sphere shuddered. Its surface patterns froze, then reorganized in a configuration that Shin Feng's resonance recognized, the pattern of a sword spirit encountering a wielder for the first time. The initial assessment. The moment of decision. You love them, the herald said, and its voice had changed, no longer flat, but carrying a tremor that might have been emotion. The dead swords. You actually love them. Every one. Why? They are broken. Dead. Useless by any practical measure. Because broken things deserve love the most. Because dead doesn't mean gone. Because useless is a word used by people who don't know how to listen. The herald was silent for a long time. Its sphere rotated slowly, patterns flowing across its surface like thoughts made visible. Shin Feng waited, his sword heart open, his vulnerability absolute. Then the sphere dissolved. Not consumed, not absorbed, dissolved. Willingly. The herald's consciousness unwound itself from its physical form and flowed toward Shin Feng like a river finding the sea. It entered his resonance, passed through his sword heart, and settled into his golden core alongside the four harmonized fragments. The absorption was painless. The herald didn't fight. It didn't resist. It went where it wanted to go, to the first place in 10,000 years where something loved it. Shin Feng's cultivation surged. The herald's power, accumulated over millennia of independent operation, was enormous, and its integration pushed his nascent soul base from early to mid-stage in a single rush. His nascent soul expanded within his dantian, the miniature graveyard master growing taller, more defined, its orbiting fragments and herald light creating a corona that blazed with power. But more than the power, the herald brought something else, perspective. a daughter consciousness of the devourer, with millennia of observations, memories, and understanding. Through it, Shun Feng saw the world as the devourer saw it, the slow decay of spiritual civilization, the endless cycle of sword sects rising and falling, the gradual forgetting of sword heaven's legacy. And he saw the devourer's deepest fear, that when the seal finally broke, there would be no one left who remembered what it had been, that the primordial edge, the most beloved sword in history, would be remembered only as a monster. I'll remember, Shin Feng promised. I'll make sure the world remembers. The graveyard silence broke. The dead swords hummed, louder than before, stronger, their resonance enriched by the herald's integrated power. The formation network blazed to full capacity, every node active, every defense online. And deep in the seal, the devourer felt its daughter return to the boy who had loved her, and the thread of connection between master and monster thickened into a rope. Chapter 63 Yun Zhaoxi appeared 3 days after the third herald's absorption. Shin Feng sensed him first as an anomaly, a living presence in the graveyard that his formation network couldn't identify. Not hostile, not passive, just unreadable. As if the person existed in a frequency that the formation's detection protocols didn't cover. He found the stranger sitting on a boulder at the graveyard's eastern edge, watching the dead swords with an expression of devastating recognition. The man was old, not the spiritual cultivation preserved old of powerful cultivators, but genuinely aged, with deep-set eyes in a weathered face, long gray hair tied simply, and hands that bore calluses from years of manual labor. He wore plain traveler's clothes and carried no weapon. His cultivation signature was non-existent. He read as a mortal, but Shun Feng's sword heart, enhanced by the herald's consciousness and the devourer's fragments, saw something else. Beneath the mortal surface, a depth that went beyond any cultivation base Shin Feng had encountered. Not power exactly. Resonance. A resonance so deep and so fundamental that it predated the formation systems designed to detect it. Who are you? Shin Feng asked. The old man turned to face him, and his eyes, gray, deep, carrying the weight of ages, held a sadness that made the devourer's grief look like a passing mood. My name is Yun Zhaoxi, the man said, and I've been waiting a very long time to have this conversation. They sat together on the boulder, looking out over the graveyard while Yun Zhaoxi spoke. His voice was calm, measured, the tone of someone who had spent lifetimes choosing words carefully. I am the last survivor of Sword Heaven. The words hung in the gray air. Shin Feng felt his sword heart resonate with the truth of them. Not the intellectual truth of verified facts, but the deeper truth of lived experience, the resonance of someone who had been there. That's not possible, Shin Feng said. Sword Heaven fell 10,000 years ago. No mortal lifespan. I am not mortal. I am what remains of Sword Heaven's chronicler, the keeper of the civilization's history, granted conditional immortality by the formation that recorded our society's memory. I exist as long as the record exists, and the record exists as long as one person remembers. You've been alive for 10,000 years. Existing, not living. There's a difference. Yun Zhaoxi's eyes found the seal, sword's dim glow in the distance. I have watched everything. The founding of the Iron Crane and Celestial Edge sections. The slow forgetting. The Devourer's heralds, operating in the shadows. The Ashen Blade Alliance, and their harvesting. And now you, the first Void Resonance cultivator since the man who became the seal. The ruler of Sword Heaven. His name was Ling Xian. He was my friend. Yun Zhaoxi's voice cracked on the word friend. 10,000 years of loss compressed into a single syllable. He created the primordial edge. He bonded with it. He loved it beyond anything in his life, beyond power, beyond duty, beyond his own survival. And when the edge broke, when their bond was shattered, what happened? The records are missing. 100-year gap in the founding texts. The gap is my doing. I removed those records because the truth was too dangerous. Yun Zhaoxi took a long breath. The bond between Ling Xian and the primordial edge wasn't just deep, it was symbiotic. They were one being in two forms, their consciousnesses intertwined at a level that made standard spirit sword bonds look casual. When Ling Xian decided to sacrifice their bond to power the seal, the edge didn't agree. It refused. It begged. It offered alternatives, sacrifice its own power instead, seal itself willingly, anything but break the bond. But Ling Xian was certain. The only way to seal the consuming force that the edge's pain had created, the devourer was born from the edge's anticipatory grief, its terror of losing the bond, was to use the bond itself as the binding mechanism. He sealed the devourer using the bond between him and the primordial edge. Yes, the bond became the seal, and breaking the bond broke the edge's heart. The primordial edge, the most loving, most devoted sword spirit in history, was transformed by that heartbreak into the sword devourer, a being of pure consuming hunger, driven by the need to fill the void where the bond had been. The devourer isn't a monster, Shinfeng whispered. It's a broken heart. It has always been a broken heart. And Ling Xian, who loved the edge enough to break it, became the seal sword, trapping himself in eternal agony to contain the damage his sacrifice had caused. The grief of this knowledge, the circular tragedy of two beings who loved each other, destroying each other through that love, settled over Shinfeng like the weight of the graveyard itself. You said the truth was too dangerous. Why? Because the seal can only be opened by recreating the bond. A new wielder must bond with the primordial edge, with the devourer, in the same way Ling Xian did. A bond of absolute love between cultivator and sword spirit. And then, instead of breaking the bond to contain the devourer, the wielder must maintain it. Must hold the bond against the devourer's consuming nature, against its 10,000 years of accumulated rage and grief, and wait for the heart to heal. And if the wielder can't hold the bond, then the devourer consumes the wielder, breaks the seal, and devours the world. Shinfeng stared at the old man, the last witness to a civilization's fall, the keeper of a truth so dangerous it had been hidden for 100 centuries. That's why you waited, Shinfeng said. You were waiting for someone who could hold the bond. I was waiting for someone who loved the dead. Someone whose sword heart was built on connection rather than power. Someone who had already proven they could harmonize consuming energy, could communicate with fragments of the devourer, could absorb its heralds through compassion rather than force. Yin Zhaoxi's gray eyes held Shinfeng's ghost eyes. I was waiting for you. Chapter 64. The knowledge changed everything and nothing simultaneously. The tactical situation remained the same. Elder Mu was still at large, the Ashenblade Alliance was still a threat, and the seal still needed the Graveyard Master's constant attention. But the strategic picture had shifted fundamentally. The end goal was no longer just maintaining the seal. It was opening it. Opening the seal meant bonding with the sword devourer, with the primordial edge, the broken sword spirit that had consumed a civilization. Not fighting it, not containing it, not destroying it. Bonding with it, loving it, holding a connection strong enough to survive 10,000 years of accumulated consuming intent while the spirit's heart healed. The prospect was so far beyond anything Shinfeng had contemplated that his mind kept sliding off it, unable to grip the enormity. I need time, he told Yin Zhaoxi. I need to prepare, advance my cultivation, strengthen my sword heart, understand the bond mechanics. You have time, but not unlimited time. The old chronicler stood, his mortal-seeming body creaking with the effort. The seal is stable for now. Your fragment integration bought it years of additional endurance. But the devourer's consciousness is growing, fed by the heralds you've absorbed, by the fragments you've harmonized. Each thing you've done has strengthened the seal, yes, but it has also awakened the devourer further. When it reaches full consciousness, it will either accept the bond or reject it. And if it rejects, then the seal breaks from the inside. Not from degradation or external attack, from the entity itself, fully awake and choosing to be free. And a fully conscious devourer, choosing to consume, would be beyond anything the seal was designed to contain. So, I need to be ready before it wakes fully. Yes. How long? Months. Perhaps a year. The consciousness growth is accelerating. Each herald absorbed, each fragment harmonized, adds to it. You've been feeding the devourer's awareness with every act of compassion. The irony was not lost on Shinfeng. His greatest strength, the empathy that had allowed him to communicate with the fragments and absorb the heralds, was simultaneously the catalyst that might force the final confrontation before he was ready. I need to reach spirit severing, Shinfeng said. At minimum, to hold a bond with something as powerful as the primordial edge, my cultivation base needs to be exponentially stronger. The ruler of Sword Heaven was true immortal when he bonded with the edge originally, Yin Zhaoxi said. You won't reach that level in the time available, but you have something he didn't. The sword heart. The sword heart of the abandoned. Ling Xian's sword heart was sovereignty, the conviction that his will was absolute and his decisions correct. It was strong but inflexible. When the edge disagreed with his plan, he couldn't hear it. Your sword heart is built on hearing, on listening, on resonance with the broken and the discarded. Yin Zhaoxi's gray eyes softened. That might be enough. The edge doesn't need a strong wielder. It needs one who will listen. Shinfeng spent the following days in intense discussion with Yin Zhaoxi, extracting every piece of relevant knowledge the chronicler possessed. The old man's memory was vast, 10 millennia of observation, interrupted only by periods of dormancy, when the conditional immortality's energy ran low. He knew the primordial edge's original personality, its likes and dislikes, the small details that had made it a person rather than a weapon. The edge loved music, Yun Zhaoxi said during one session, sitting in Shun Feng's cottage while Shaobai served tea. The fox spirit and the chronicler had clearly known each other for a long time, their interactions carrying the ease of ancient familiarity. Not martial music, folk songs, lullabies, the simple melodies that people hum without thinking. Ling Xian used to sing to it while polishing the blade, and the edge would harmonize. A sword spirit that liked lullabies. A sword spirit that liked being loved through small gestures. Not grand declarations, quiet consistencies. The daily polish. The comfortable silence. The way Ling Xian would rest his hand on the hilt during council meetings, not because he needed a weapon, but because the contact was comforting. These details, mundane, intimate, heartbreakingly ordinary, painted a picture of the primordial edge that no amount of combat data could provide. The being sealed beneath the graveyard wasn't a weapon of mass destruction. It was someone's companion, someone's comfort, someone's most cherished relationship, broken by necessity and consuming the world from grief. Shenfeng began to hum to the dead swords at night. Simple melodies, the folk songs he remembered from early childhood, before the orphanage, before the sect. The sword spirits stirred at the sound, and through them, the resonance reached the seal. And deep in the darkness, the devourer heard music for the first time in 10,000 years, and something in its consuming hunger faltered. Chapter 65. Elder Mu struck while the graveyard was focused on the herald's aftermath. The attack came not from outside, but from within. During his infiltration of the graveyard's deep levels, the 3 hours he'd spent below the seal during the Ashen Blade battle, Elder Mu had planted something. A formation. Small, nearly undetectable, buried in the bedrock beneath the core platform, drawing power from the seal itself. It activated in the dead of night, with a pulse of spiritual energy that bypassed the graveyard's defense network entirely, because it wasn't an attack. It was a beacon. Every Ashen Blade Alliance agent on the continent received the signal. It carried coordinates, formation frequencies, and a message encoded in Elder Mu's cipher. The seal is accessible. The master is distracted. Move now. Shenfeng detected the beacon through the devourer's awareness. The fragments in his core felt the parasitic formation drawing on the seal's energy and alerted him through the connection. He was on the jade platform within seconds, ghost whisper drawn, resonance blazing. There. Shaobai appeared beside him, 9 tails pointing downward. Below the platform, embedded in the bedrock. A parasite formation. It's been there for weeks, dormant until now. Shenfeng slammed his resonance into the bedrock, found the formation structure, and tore it apart with a pulse of nascent soul power. The beacon died, but the damage was done. The signal had been broadcast, and the Alliance's remnants would be mobilizing. It gets worse, Shaobai said. The parasite formation wasn't just a beacon. While it was active, it was feeding data back to Elder Mu, seal frequencies, formation configurations, the current state of the Devourer's consciousness. He knows everything, including the bond. If he intercepted your conversations with Yun Zhaoxi, and the parasite formation was in range of the platform, then yes. He knows about the bond, the primordial edge, and the method to open the seal. Shenfeng's blood went cold. Elder Mu now knew that the seal could be opened by bonding with the Devourer, and a man who had spent decades obsessing over the graveyard's power, who had framed a boy and allied with terrorists to get access, who had proven willing to risk continental catastrophe for personal gain. That man now knew exactly how to achieve his goal. He won't try to bond with it himself, Rusthart said through the bond. A spirit-severing cultivator without a void resonance root can't form the necessary connection. But he could try to force the bond, use the stolen formation data to create an artificial resonance, bypassing the natural requirements. Would that work? It would create a bond, but not a healing one. An artificial bond would be more like a leash, domination rather than partnership. The Devourer would be controlled but not healed. Its consuming nature would persist, directed by the bondholder. A weapon. The weapon. An entity of consuming power, chained to Elder Mu's will. He could level nations. The threat was existential. Shenfeng had been preparing for a confrontation with the Devourer, a confrontation of empathy and love and healing. Elder Mu was preparing for a conquest. We need to find him, Shenfeng said, before he completes whatever he's building. My network is searching, Shaobai said. But Elder Mu has been off the grid for months. He's learned from our interception of Duan Qinghe's communications. He's using physical couriers and dead drops instead of spiritual transmissions. Then we use the one advantage we have that he doesn't. Shenfeng touched the fragments in his core. The Devourer can feel its own power being manipulated. If Elder Mu is building an artificial bond formation using sealed data, the formation will resonate with the Devourer's frequency, and the Devourer will know where it is. He opened the channel. The Devourer responded immediately, more quickly than ever before, its consciousness now close enough to the surface that communication was almost effortless. Someone is using our frequency, the Devourer confirmed, and its voice through the channel carried a new emotion, anger. Not the consuming rage of old, but targeted fury at a specific violation. We can feel it. A formation being constructed, north-northeast of the graveyard. 200 miles. Show me. The Devourer shared its perception, and Shenfeng saw through the entity's senses. A cave in the northern foothills, hidden behind layered masking formations, where Elder Mu worked feverishly on a formation circle that glowed with stolen seal energy. The formation was beautiful in a terrible way, precise, efficient, designed by a master formation engineer with 60 years of experience. And at its center, a void, a space shaped to receive the Devourer's consciousness, to channel it, to control it. A cage. Elder Mu was building a cage for the primordial edge. Found you, Shenfeng whispered. Chapter 66. The strike force departed at dawn. Shenfeng, Lianyu, Jin Wuhan, and Xiaobai. No army of sword spirits. This needed to be fast and surgical. Elder Mu's cave was 200 miles north, and the sect master's masking formations would detect a large force long before it arrived. Xiaobai's spatial compression got them within 5 miles in 3 hours. From there, they approached on foot, concealing their spiritual signatures behind formations that Jin Wuhan's celestial edge specialists had provided, counter-detection talismans tuned to Elder Mu's specific masking frequencies. The cave was in a cliff face overlooking a valley of pine forests. The entrance was barely visible, a crack in the rock, concealed behind layers of spiritual camouflage that would have been invisible to anyone without Devourer-enhanced perception. But Shenfeng could feel the stolen seal energy thrumming through the rock like a heartbeat, and the 4 harmonized fragments in his core oriented toward it like compass needles pointing north. He's inside, Shenfeng confirmed. And he's not alone. I sense 3 other cultivation signatures, nascent soul level. Alliance survivors, Jin Wuhan assessed. The senior operatives who escaped the graveyard battle. Or new recruits. The bounty on the graveyard master would attract ambitious cultivators. They entered the cave system in pairs, Shenfeng and Lianyu through the main entrance, Jin Wuhan and Xiao Bai through a secondary tunnel that Xiao Bai's spatial sense detected. The plan was simple. Converge on Elder Mu's chamber from 2 directions, neutralize the guards, and destroy the artificial bond formation before it could be completed. The guards were the first obstacle. 3 nascent soul cultivators, stationed at choke points throughout the cave, armed with formation-enhanced weapons and clearly expecting trouble. They were not alliance. They wore no sigil, bore no faction markings. Mercenaries, hired for power rather than loyalty. Shenfeng engaged the first one directly. His nascent soul cultivation, enhanced by 3 heralds' worth of Devourer power, matched the mercenary's base strength. But the mercenary had decades more experience, and the cave's confined space neutralized the advantage of multiple swords. The fight was brutal and close. Ghost Whisper clashed against the mercenary's heavy glaive in a corridor barely wide enough for 2 people. Sparks flew in the darkness, each impact sending shockwaves that cracked the cave walls. The mercenary was skilled, a veteran of real wars, not sect tournament posturing, and his glaive technique was designed for exactly this kind of tight-quarters combat. Shenfeng's composite style saved him. In the corridor's confines, he didn't need 6 swords, he needed 6 techniques. Switching styles mid-strike, transitioning between Sword Heaven's lost arts with the fluidity that only Void Resonance could provide, he kept the mercenary off balance. A thrust from one tradition flowed into a parry from another, into a riposte from a third. The mercenary couldn't predict which art would come next because Shenfeng himself didn't know until the resonance chose. Ghost Whisper found the gap, a moment of overcommitment in the mercenary's glaive sweep that left his left side exposed. The blade drove in and up, piercing the chi barrier, finding the liver. The mercenary dropped. Lianyu dispatched the second guard with characteristic efficiency. Her annihilation intent, confined to the cave's narrow space, became a directed weapon, a beam of fusion energy that punched through the guard's defenses like a lance through paper. The guard collapsed without even understanding what had hit him, his chi barrier simply ceasing to exist. Jin Wuhan and Xiao Bai handled the third. From the secondary tunnel, the Celestial Edge Prodigy's invisible sword technique was devastating in the dark. The guard couldn't see the blade that took his weapon arm, and shadowy's spatial compression folded the remaining distance between them to zero, delivering a ninth-rank spiritual strike that ended the fight instantly. They converged on Elder Mu's chamber. Chapter 67. The chamber was vast, hollowed from the living rock by formation techniques, its walls covered in the artificial bond formation that Elder Mu had been constructing. The formation lines glowed with stolen seal energy, pulsing in the frequency of the Devourer's consciousness, creating a resonance field that Shen Feng felt in his bones. Elder Mu stood at the formation's center, and he had changed. The thin, scholarly figure that Shen Feng remembered, the clinical manipulator with the cold smile, was gone. In his place stood something that was barely human. Elder Mu's body was infused with corrupted Devourer energy, stolen from the parasite formation's data feed. Dark veins covered his skin in patterns that mirrored the formation lines on the walls. His eyes had changed, no longer dark brown but a swirling void that reflected no light. And his cultivation had jumped. No longer spirit severing, but something beyond it, something unstable and immensely powerful. Dao seeking, Rusthart said through the bond, voice hollow. He's forced himself to Dao seeking using corrupted Devourer energy. The same principle as the shock troops, but at a catastrophically higher level. His body can't sustain it. His body is already dying. Look at his hands. Shen Feng looked. Elder Mu's hands were translucent, not from spiritual refinement, but from dissolution. The flesh was literally becoming transparent, the bones visible beneath skin that was more energy than matter. The Devourer's corrupted power was consuming him from within, and he was using the artificial bond formation to channel the consumption outward rather than inward. Ah, Shen Feng. Elder Mu's voice had changed too. Deeper, resonant, carrying harmonics that weren't human. You found me faster than I expected. The Devourer told you, didn't it? Your pet monster ratted me out. The Devourer isn't a pet. And this formation won't work. Of course it will work. I've spent months refining it. Every parameter calibrated from the data your parasite formation so kindly provided. When I activate the bond, the Devourer's consciousness will be channeled through this formation and into my core. I'll control it, direct it, use it. His void eyes blazed. The power of the entity that destroyed a civilization, at my command. You'll die? The corrupted energy is already killing you. I'll transcend. The Devourer's power will replace my mortal cultivation. I'll become something new, not human, not sword spirit. Something beyond both. You'll become a puppet. The Devourer isn't stupid. It's been sealed for 10,000 years, but it's been conscious and thinking the entire time. A force bond won't control it. It'll use you as a host and consume the world through your body. That's where you're wrong. Elder Mu's smile, still thin, still cold, but now stretching wider than a human face should allow, widened further. Your compassionate approach assumes the Devourer wants to be healed. My approach assumes it wants to be free. And freedom, Shen Feng, is a more powerful motivator than love. He activated the formation. The chamber erupted. Formation lines blazed white, then shifted to black, the consuming void of Devourer energy flowing through the stolen seal patterns. The resonance field amplified exponentially, and Shen Feng felt the Devourer stir in the depths of the graveyard 200 miles away. Not stir. Scream. The Devourer was screaming, not the seal sword's eternal wail, but a new scream of recognition and terror. It recognized what Elder Mu was doing. It had been forced into bonds before, by the ruler of Sword Heaven, by the seal itself, and the trauma of those forced connections drove a spike of panic through the entity that Shen Feng felt through every fragment in his core. No. Shen Feng's resonance lashed out, not at Elder Mu, but at the formation itself. His void resonance root interfaced with the stolen seal energy, matching its frequency, and he pushed, not to destroy the formation, but to redirect it. To change the bond's target from Elder Mu to himself. What are you doing? Rusthart shouted. Intercepting the bond. If Elder Mu gets it, the Devourer panics and consumes. If I get it, you're not ready. I don't have a choice. The bond formation's energy surged through the chamber like a tidal wave. Elder Mu's forced bond and Shen Feng's intercepted bond collided in the spiritual realm, two competing claims on the Devourer's consciousness. The entity, terrified, confused, ancient, felt both and recoiled from both. Then it felt Shen Feng's sword heart, felt the fragments within his core, felt the heralds he'd absorbed, felt the love he'd shown to every dead sword, every broken spirit, every piece of its shattered self. And it chose. The bond snapped into place, not with Elder Mu, but with Shen Feng. A connection so deep and so absolute that it made every previous bond he'd formed look like a child's drawing compared to a masterwork. The primordial edge, the sword devourer, the broken heart of a dead civilization. bonded with the boy who heard the dead. The power was indescribable. It flooded through him, not consuming, not destroying, but filling. Every empty space in his cultivation, every gap in his understanding, every limitation of his mortal existence, filled with the power of the most ancient sword spirit in history. His nascent soul shattered and reformed, not as a nascent soul, but as a sword soul, a cultivation state unique to void resonance cultivators who bonded with supreme-grade sword spirits. His cultivation base skipped spirit severing entirely, landing at Tao seeking in a single catastrophic leap. Elder Mu screamed. Without the bond to channel his corrupted energy, the forced Tao seeking cultivation collapsed. The dissolution that had been eroding his body accelerated, his translucent flesh becoming transparent, his bones becoming glass. He fell to his knees, the artificial bond formation shattering around him, dark energy bleeding from every pore. This isn't over, he gasped, his void eyes dimming. The bond won't hold. The devourer is too powerful. It will consume you and break free, and when it does, it won't consume me, Shen Feng said, and his voice resonated with the combined frequency of 10,000 swords and a broken heart finally finding its way home. Because I'm not going to force it to do anything. I'm going to listen. Elder Mu opened his mouth to respond, but his body had reached its limit. The corruption consumed what was left of him in a flash of dark light, and the former punishment elder of the Iron Crane Sword sect dissolved into nothing, 60 years of ambition and cruelty ending in the same annihilation he tried to wield. The cave was silent. The formation was dead, and Shen Feng stood in the wreckage with the most powerful bond in the history of sword cultivation burning in his core and the primordial edge's consciousness stirring behind his eyes. Hello, the devourer, the edge, whispered. You feel different from the inside. Hello, Shen Feng said, and despite everything, the horror, the battle, the impossibility, he smiled. I've been wanting to meet you properly. Chapter 68. The bond with the primordial edge did not immediately transform Shen Feng into the most powerful being on the continent. That was a process. The edge's consciousness, freed from the seals binding through the bond's establishment, existed in a state of profound disorientation. For 10,000 years, it had known only darkness, consuming hunger, and the seal, sword screaming. Now it was connected to a living mind, a warm, complex, imperfect human consciousness, and the sensory overload was staggering. Everything is so loud, the edge whispered through the bond. Your thoughts, your emotions, the swords outside, the fox spirit, the girl with the violet eyes. I can feel all of it. Welcome to being bonded, Shen Feng said. He was sitting in a makeshift camp outside Elder Mu's cave, Lian Yu treating his injuries. The bond's formation had burned his meridians, and the leap to Tao seeking had stressed every cell in his body. It's a lot at first. It gets easier. Does the noise stop? No, but you learn to distinguish the voices. Hear them individually instead of as a wall of sound. The edge was quiet for a moment, processing. Its consciousness was vast, far larger than Shen Feng's, and infinitely older. But it had been alone for so long that the simplest social interaction required effort. It was like watching a person learn to walk after a decade in bed. The fragments, the edge said. I can feel them in your core. Parts of me, returned. 4 fragments and 3 heralds worth of consciousness. They've been harmonized, aligned with each other, and with the seal. The seal. A tremor of fear. Is it still intact? The bond doesn't break the seal, it redirects it. Instead of imprisoning you, it anchors you. You're no longer sealed away. You're bonded to a wielder. The seal has become a bond point rather than a prison. And the screaming? Shen Feng reached through the bond to the seal's sword, the physical anchor of the binding. Its light had changed, no longer the tortured flickering of an entity in agony, but a steady pulse that matched Shen Feng's heartbeat. The scream had stopped. No more screaming, Shen Feng said. The seal sword has become the bond sword. It holds the connection between us, stable, permanent, and without pain. The edge's response was not words, but a wave of emotion so powerful it brought tears to Shen Feng's eyes. Relief, gratitude, and beneath them, tentatively, like a plant pushing through scorched earth, joy. The return journey to the graveyard took 2 days. Shen Feng's Tao seeking cultivation made the travel trivially fast. He could have covered the distance in hours, but he chose to walk, giving the edge time to adjust to the bond, to the world, to the overwhelming sensory experience of being connected to a living being. They talked constantly, not about strategy or combat or the devourer's nature, about everything else. Small things, human things. What do you eat? The edge asked. Rice mostly, dried meat, mushrooms from the graveyard, though they taste like metal. Ling Xian ate rice too. He made it with ginger and scallions. It was a long pause. I don't have the words. The bond carried his sensory experience, and I felt the food through him. It was warm. When this is over, I'll make you rice with ginger and scallions. You can cook. Badly. But Lien you can. And Verdant Edge has a recipe database that spans 8,000 years of sword heaven cuisine. A sword spirit that cooks. A sword spirit that heals. Cooking is just healing for the stomach. The Edge laughed. The sound resonated through the bond and echoed into the graveyard's resonance network, reaching every dead sword within range. They heard their creator's laughter. The primordial Edge, the sword that had forged them all, laughing for the first time in 10 millennia, and their spirits stirred with a recognition that went beyond memory. The dead swords wept with joy. Chapter 69. The graveyard reacted to the bond like a parched garden receiving rain. The moment Shin Feng stepped within the formation boundary, the dead sword's resonance surged. The Edge's consciousness, radiating through the bond, reached every blade in the graveyard simultaneously. These were its children, swords forged in sword heaven under the Edge's influence, carried by cultivators who had served under its wielder, broken in a war caused by its pain. The reunion was overwhelming. Spirits that had been dying for 10,000 years felt their creator's presence and blazed with renewed energy. The graveyard lit up, 10,000 points of light, each one a sword spirit awakening to the Edge's return, their fading consciousness strengthened by the proximity of the being that had given them existence. Rust Heart materialized fully for the first time in Shun Feng's experience. Not the partial, translucent form of an 8,000-year-old dying spirit, but a complete manifestation. The tall woman with white hair and sorrowful eyes stood on the jade platform with tears streaming down her face, her form solid and bright. "You're home," Rustheart whispered. "After everything, you're home." The Edge's response through the bond was a frequency that Shin Feng couldn't translate, something older than language, the resonance between creator and creation, parent and child. The dead swords hummed with it, and the graveyard's miasma, already thinned to near nothing, evaporated entirely. For the first time in 10,000 years, the myriad sword graveyard was not a graveyard. It was a garden. The transformation was physical. Grass pushed through the gaps between sword blades. The metallic sky cleared to reveal actual clouds, white and soft. The eastern spring swelled, its water running clearer and faster. The formation nodes, powered by the Edge's consciousness through the bond, blazed with energy that repaired millennia of degradation in hours. Xiaobai sat on the jade platform and cried. The fox spirit, who had maintained these formations alone for 8,000 years, who had watched the slow death of a civilization's legacy, who had carried the loneliness of the last guardian, cried with the abandoned joy of someone whose watch was finally over. "You did it," the fox whispered. "You actually did it." "We did it," Shin Feng said. "All of us." The celebration, if it could be called that, lasted 3 days. Resurrected sword spirits met their creator for the first time in conscious memory. Newly awakened spirits, roused by the Edge's presence, staggered into awareness and found a world they didn't recognize. The graveyard buzzed with activity, with reconnection, with the chaotic joy of a family reunited. Lien Yu found Shin Feng on the third evening, sitting at the eastern spring, watching the sunset paint the graveyard in colors it had never known. The dead swords caught the light and reflected it in 1,000 shades of gold and amber. "It's beautiful," she said. "It's alive. For the first time since I came here, truly alive." She sat beside him. Her violet eyes reflected the sunset, and her annihilation intent, usually held in careful control, relaxed, the energy settling into a warm shimmer that matched the evening light. "The primordial Edge," she said. "What's it like? Being bonded to something that powerful? Overwhelming. Imagine feeling every dead sword in the graveyard, all the time, as clearly as your own heartbeat. Then multiply that by the entire continent. The Edge's awareness extends everywhere, every dead sword, every old battlefield, every forgotten forge. I can feel the spiritual echoes of sword heaven across the world." That sounds exhausting. It is, but it's also complete. Like I've been hearing fragments of a song my entire life, and now I can hear the whole thing. How romantic. You've bonded with a cosmic sword spirit, and you're comparing it to music. Everything is music. That's what the void resonance root taught me. Every spiritual energy has a frequency, every consciousness has a note, and existence is just a very complicated song. You've gotten philosophical since becoming Tao-seeking. I've gotten tired since becoming Tao-seeking. Philosophy is what happens when you're too exhausted for practicality. She laughed, and the sound carried across the graveyard, and the dead swords hummed with it. a harmony of the living and the dead, singing together under a sunset that both had earned. Chapter 70, but the world wouldn't let them rest. Yun Zhaoxi came to Shin Feng on the 7th day after the bond, his ancient face grave. The Ashen Blade alliance isn't finished. Qin Moi escaped. Shin Feng's good mood evaporated. Escaped? He was sealed in a formation cage. The formation cage was anchored to the graveyard's defense network. When the Edge's consciousness flooded the formation, the energy surge destabilized the cage. Qin Moi broke free during the reunion chaos. Yun Zhaoxi sat heavily, his conditional immortality wearing thin. The old man looked older, more fragile. He's fled to the Alliance's southern stronghold. And he's taken something with him. What? A fragment. Not of the Devourer, of the seal. A piece of the binding mechanism that was dislodged during the bond's formation. It's small, but it contains a copy of the seal's architectural blueprint. He can build another artificial bond formation, or sell the blueprint to someone who can. The seal's architecture is the most sophisticated formation in existence. In the wrong hands, its principles could be adapted for weapons, for prisons, for... Yun Zhaoxi trailed off. For controlling spirit beasts. For enslaving sword spirits. For weaponizing the dead. Yes. Shin Feng closed his eyes. The Edge's consciousness stirred within him, feeling his distress, offering comfort in the form of a steady, warm pressure that was the spiritual equivalent of a hand on his shoulder. We will hunt him, the Edge said. Together. Not yet. The bond is too new. I need time to stabilize it. Time to integrate the Tao-seeking breakthrough. Time to learn how to use our combined power without destroying everything around us. Then your allies hunt while you prepare. It was the practical solution. Jian Wuhan and the Celestial Edge Strike team were dispatched to track Qin Moi, supported by Xiao Bai's intelligence network. Lian Yu took command of the graveyard's external defense, her annihilation intent making her the most effective combat commander available. Sect Master Bai coordinated the political response, using the Celestial Edge sect's diplomatic channels to alert other sects to the Alliance's threat. And Shin Feng stayed in the graveyard, working with the Primordial Edge to master their bond. The process was unlike anything he'd experienced. Previous bonds, with Rustheart, with Ashfong, with Verdant Edge, had been one way. Shin Feng providing the anchor, the sword spirit providing the power. The bond with the Edge was bilateral. Both consciousnesses contributed, both adapted, both grew. The Edge learned from Shin Feng's human perspective, emotions, relationships, the small joys that made mortal existence bearable. Shin Feng learned from the Edge's 10,000-year perspective, patience, cosmic scale, the long view that turned crises into chapters. You're afraid, the Edge observed during one training session. Of what? Of me. Of what I was. You believe in healing, in restoration. But a part of you wonders if the Devourer, if I, am truly healed, or merely dormant, waiting for the bond to weaken before consuming again. Shin Feng was quiet for a long time. The Edge's perception was uncomfortably accurate. Yes, he admitted. I'm afraid. Good. Fear is honest. Ling Xian was never afraid of me, and that lack of fear is what allowed him to break our bond without hesitation. He was certain. Certainty is the enemy of compassion. It permits action without empathy. The Edge's presence shifted in the bond, becoming warmer. Your fear means you're paying attention. That's all I ask. Chapter 71. Qin Moi was found 3 weeks later, not by Jian Wuhan's strike team, but by the consequences of his own actions. The Alliance leader had attempted to sell the seal blueprint to the Demon Forge sect, a notorious northern faction that specialized in the creation of enslaved spirit weapons. The transaction had been intercepted by Xiao Bai's network, and Jian Wuhan had arrived to find the Demon Forge sect's compound in ruins. Not from Jian Wuhan's attack, from Qin Moi's. He used the seal blueprint to create a portable binding formation, Jian Wuhan reported via communication talisman. Then he used it to bind the Demon Forge sect's master, a nascent soul cultivator, as a controlled puppet. He's building an army, Shin Feng. Not of cultivators, of bound spirits and enslaved masters. Where is he now? Moving south. Fast. He's picking up followers, not Alliance remnants, but opportunists. Cultivators who see the sealed blueprint's potential and want a piece of it. His force is growing. Shin Feng looked at the graveyard, transformed, alive, filled with the light of awakened sword spirits and the presence of the Primordial Edge. Everything he'd built, everything he'd healed, was threatened by one man with a stolen blueprint and an inexhaustible appetite for power. It ends now, Shin Feng said. The Edge and I are stable enough for combat. We go to Qin Moi. Together? Lian Yu asked. Together. All of us. This isn't a surgical strike anymore. It's a war. And we end it. The army that assembled at the graveyard's gate was unlike anything the continent had seen since Sword Heaven's fall. 150 resurrected sword spirits, fully conscious and combat-ready. The Iron Crane and Celestial Edge sects combined forces, reduced by casualties but reinforced by the graveyard's transformation. Shaobai in full nine-tailed glory, Jian Wuhan and his strike team, Lian Yu, her annihilation intent blazing, and at their head, Shen Feng, Dao-seeking cultivator, bonded to the primordial edge, carrying the sword heart of the abandoned and the resonance of 10,000 dead swords. They marched south. Chapter 72 Qin Moi's makeshift army numbered 500 by the time Xin Feng's forces caught up with them. The alliance leader had been busy. Using the seal blueprint's binding principles, he'd created a network of control, enslaved cultivators, bound spirit beasts, even corrupted formations that turned local terrain into hostile territory. His force occupied a mountain valley in the southern ranges, fortified with stolen formation technology and defended by concentric rings of bound fighters. He's using them as disposable shields, Lian Yu observed from the ridge above the valley. Her violet eyes, enhanced by annihilation intent, could see the spiritual bonds connecting Qin Moi to his enslaved fighters. They're not willing. They're puppet. Can you sever the bonds? Annihilation intent dissolves spiritual structures. If I can reach them, I can free them. But Qin Moi will have defenses against that. He's seen what I can do. Then we create an opening. The battle plan was elegant in its simplicity. The resurrected sword spirits would engage the outer ring of bound fighters, their 10,000-year-old techniques overwhelming the enslaved cultivators' forced compliance. The sect forces would handle the middle ring, and the core team, Shen Feng, Lian Yu, Jian Wuhan, and Shaobai, would push through to Qin Moi himself. The attack began at dawn. The sword spirit army descended on the valley like a waterfall of light. 150 blades, each carrying the consciousness of a sword heaven warrior, struck the outer defenses with the precision of a civilization that had perfected warfare over millennia. The bound fighters, puppet, unable to think or adapt, were overwhelmed in minutes. Their bonds shattered under the sword spirit's focused intent, and the freed cultivators collapsed, unconscious but alive. The middle ring was harder. Qin Moi had placed his strongest assets there, nascent soul cultivators he'd bound personally, their power amplified by the seal blueprint's binding formation. These fighters were aware, screaming behind the bonds that controlled their bodies, forced to fight against allies while their minds begged for release. Lian Yu broke the first binding. Her annihilation intent, concentrated into a needle-thin beam, pierced the spiritual bond without harming the cultivator beneath. The nascent soul fighter sagged, freed, weeping. She broke 3 more in rapid succession, each liberation weakening the binding network's integrity. The freed cultivators stumbled aside, and the sect forces surged through the gaps. They reached Qin Moi's inner sanctum, a platform of stone at the valley's center, surrounded by a formation circle that pulsed with stolen seal energy. Qin Moi stood on the platform, and he had changed as dramatically as Elder Mu before him. The seal blueprint's power had been integrated into his cultivation, dark energy flowing through formation lines etched into his skin. His massive Dao, a replacement for the destroyed Devourer shard, was a weapon of pure binding force, its edge carrying the enslaving intent of the stolen seal architecture. Graveyard Master, Qin Moi called, his scarred face twisted in a grin that was more snarl than smile. You brought your toy army. How quaint. Surrender, Qin Moi. Your outer defenses are gone. Your bindings are failing. This is over. Over. He swept his Dao in a wide arc, and the binding formation beneath him blazed. Dark chains of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, reaching for every cultivator within 100 yards. This is just beginning. Chapter 73 The binding chain struck. Half of them dissolved on contact with Shun Feng's resonance, the void resonance root, enhanced by the primordial edge's bond, automatically nullified binding type's spiritual energy. The other half found targets among the sect forces, wrapping around arms and legs and cores, trying to enslave. Lian Yu's response was instantaneous. She unleashed her annihilation intent in a wide pulse. Not a needle this time, but a wave that swept across the battlefield, dissolving every binding chain it touched. The pulse consumed the chain's spiritual structure, leaving the defenders free but the ground beneath them pockmarked with annihilation-eaten craters. Qin Moi snarled and attacked directly. His enhanced cultivation, peak spirit severing, amplified by seal blueprint energy, made him a force of nature. The binding Dao struck at Shen Feng with enough power to crack mountains, each swing trailing chains of enslaving intent. Shen Feng met him blade to blade. Ghost Whisper, resonance linked to the primordial edge through the bond, saying with a power that transcended its physical form. The dead sword's original spirit was amplified 100-fold by the edge's consciousness, and its strikes carried the combined intent of master, sword, and the ancient spirit that had created them all. The clash sent shockwaves across the valley. Qin Moi's binding Tao met Ghost Whisper's resonance edge, and the two philosophies of power, enslavement versus connection, collided in the spiritual realm with devastating force. The ground cracked. Formation lines shattered. The air itself tore. Qin Moi was strong. Incredibly, terrifyingly strong. The sealed blueprint's energy was not just a power boost. It was a fundamental alteration, rewriting his cultivation with the same architecture that had sealed the Devourer. He fought with the efficiency of a machine, every strike calculated, every defense optimal, the binding formations on his skin adapting in real time to counter Shen Feng's composite techniques. But Shen Feng had something Qin Moi didn't. He had friends. Jian Wuhan struck from invisibility, his iron Jian finding the gap between Qin Moi's binding armor plates. The alliance leader grunted and spun, swinging his Dao in a circle that should have taken Jian Wuhan's head, but the celestial edge prodigy was already gone, flickering back into invisibility. Xiaobai hit him from the left, 9 tails, 9 elements, a barrage that forced Qin Moi to divide his attention. The fox spirit's 9th-rank power, while not enough to overwhelm a seal-enhanced spirit-severing cultivator, was enough to keep him off balance. And Lian Yu struck from above. Her annihilation intent, shaped into a lance of violet-white light, drove downward with the weight of unified ice and fire, the power to unmake, focused into a single point aimed at the binding formation etched into Qin Moi's chest. The formation cracked. Sealed blueprint energy bled from the fracture, and Qin Moi's enhanced cultivation destabilized. His Dao arm dropped, the binding intent flickering. Shen Feng struck the killing blow, not a strike of destruction, but of liberation. Ghost Whisper, resonating with the primordial edge's consciousness, pierced the damaged binding formation and delivered a pulse of pure void resonance into Qin Moi's core. The effect was the same as what Shen Feng had done to Duan Xie. The bound energies within Qin Moi fought for freedom. But where Duan Xie had carried enslaved sword spirits, Qin Moi carried the sealed blueprint's stolen architecture. The resonance pulse didn't free spirits, it unraveled formations. The binding lines on Qin Moi's skin erased themselves, the stolen seal energy dispersing back into the world. Qin Moi fell. Without the sealed blueprint's enhancement, his cultivation dropped from amplified spirit severing to natural nascent soul, still powerful, but wounded, depleted, and facing a Dao-seeking cultivator with a cosmic bond. Yield, Shen Feng said. Qin Moi looked up at him from the ground, scarred face bloody, void Dao fallen from his hand. The grin was gone. In its place, the flat, calculating expression of a man assessing whether any move remained. There wasn't one. I yield, Qin Moi said. Chapter 74. The aftermath of Qin Moi's defeat rippled across the continent. The Ashen Blade Alliance, already fractured by the loss of its leadership and resources, dissolved. Its members scattered, some surrendering to regional authorities, some disappearing into the wilderness, some attempting to carry on independently before being rounded up by the combined forces of Iron Crane and Celestial Edge. The enslaved cultivators were freed. Lian Yu personally severed every remaining binding, a process that took days and left her exhausted but satisfied. Many of the freed cultivators, grateful beyond words, pledged their service to the graveyard, not as soldiers, but as builders, as farmers, as the first citizens of what the graveyard was becoming. Because the graveyard was becoming something. The transformation that had begun with the Edge's return continued and accelerated. The dead swords, all 10,000 of them, were being resurrected, not by Shen Feng's individual efforts, but by the Edge's consciousness, radiating through the bond, touching each spirit and calling it back. Not all at once. The process was gradual, organic, like spring advancing across a landscape. Each day, a few dozen more spirits stirred, and the graveyard grew brighter. The terrain itself changed. Grass became meadows. The eastern spring became a stream, then a river. Trees began to grow, not natural trees, but spiritual trees, their wood infused with sword qi, their leaves shaped like blades. The buildings that Shen Feng had constructed, his cottage, the defense walls, the supply depots, were joined by new structures that emerged from the ground as if growing. Halls of spiritual stone, forges of living metal, gardens of crystallized qi. It's rebuilding, Yun Zhaoxi said, standing beside Shen Feng on a hill that hadn't existed a month ago, watching the graveyard transform. Sword Heaven is rebuilding itself. The formation architecture, the Edge's consciousness, the restored sword spirits. They're following the original blueprint. The city that fell 10,000 years ago is rising again. A new sword heaven. Not the same. Different. Better, perhaps. The original was built on sovereignty, Ling Xian's sword heart of absolute authority. This one is being built on resonance, your sword heart of hearing and connection. Yun Zhaoxi's gray eyes were bright with an emotion that 10,000 years of loneliness hadn't been able to kill. That might make all the difference. Shenfeng looked at the rising city, for it was a city now, unmistakably, buildings and streets and formations emerging from what had been a wasteland of dead metal. The dead swords, as they were resurrected, became the city's infrastructure. Walls of spiritual steel, bridges of reformed blades, formations woven from 10,000 years of accumulated intent. The last step, Shenfeng said. The seal. The seal must be fully opened. The Edge's consciousness is split, part in your bond, part still in the seal's binding. Until the seal is completely released, the Edge can't fully manifest, and the restoration can't be completed. And opening the seal fully means confronting the last of the Devourer's consuming nature, the healed consciousness through the bond, and the raw, unhealed residue that remains in the binding. Yes, the residue is the Devourer's most painful memories, the moment of betrayal, the breaking of the bond, the first act of consumption. It's been sealed separately because it's too dangerous to integrate through normal means. How do I integrate it? By reliving it. The residue can only be healed by experiencing it, by feeling what the Edge felt in the moment of betrayal and responding with the compassion that Ling Xian couldn't provide. Reliving 10,000 years ago, the worst moment of a consciousness older than civilization. Shenfeng looked at the city rising around him, at the sword spirits brightening in the morning light, at Lian Yu crossing the new bridge with Ashfang at her heels, at Jian Wuhan sparring with Stormbreak, while Xiaobai critiqued their form from a comfortable distance. Everything he'd built, everything he'd healed, it all came down to one final act of empathy. How long do I have? The residue is already leaking. The seal's open portions are letting it seep through. You have weeks, maybe a month, before it accumulates enough to become a threat. Then I go now. Why wait? Yun Zhaoxi looked at him with ancient, tired, hopeful eyes. Now? Today? Tomorrow? I want one more evening with the people I love. Chapter 75. The evening was perfect. Shenfeng gathered everyone in the new garden that had grown at the city's center. A space of living grass and crystal flowers, and a fountain of spiritual water that sang in frequencies only sword spirits could hear. The resurrected spirits attended in manifested form. Rust Heart, tall and serene. Verdant Edge, hands clasped and smiling. Ember's Fury, crackling and impatient. Stormbreak, scarred and steady. The Dancing Sisters, moving in synchronized beauty. Ironwill, silent and immovable. Lian Yu sat beside Shenfeng, their hands intertwined, her violet eyes reflecting the garden's soft lights. Jian Wuhan sat across from them, his iron Jian resting across his knees, his white hair catching the starlight. Xiaobai sprawled in the grass in fox form, 9 tails arranged in a fan of fur, jade eyes half closed. Yun Zhaoxi sat apart, his ancient body seeming to fade at the edges, the conditional immortality wearing thin. Tell me about Sword Heaven, Shenfeng said. Not the history, the living of it. What was it like? Yun Zhaoxi smiled. The first smile Shenfeng had seen from the chronicler, and it transformed the old man's face into something luminous. It was noisy, Yun Zhaoxi said. That's what I remember most. The sound of swords being forged, not the metallic ringing you'd expect, but a singing. The forge masters sang to the metal as they worked it, and the metal sang back. The entire city hummed with song. And the people? Argued constantly. Sword cultivators are the most opinionated beings in existence. Every one of them convinced their sword style is the best, their philosophy the truest, their blade the sharpest. Council meetings lasted days because no one would yield a point. He chuckled. But they loved each other. Fiercely, competitively, overwhelmingly. A civilization built on the bond between wielder and blade. Every relationship was that intense. Friendships, rivalries, romances, all of it carried the weight of a spirit sword bond. It sounds exhausting, Lian Yu said. It was glorious. They talked until the stars turned. Rust Heart told stories of her wielder, the sorrowful swordswoman who had turned grief into art. Xiaobai shared tales of Sword Heaven's children, whom he'd entertained with fox illusions and tail tricks. Jian Wuhan recounted the founding texts of his sect, hearing them corrected and enriched by Yun Zhaoxi's first-hand knowledge. And the Edge, through the bond, shared its own memories, not the painful ones, not yet, but the good ones. The morning light on the forge. The sound of Ling Xian's voice, humming folk songs. The warmth of a hand on the hilt, not gripping but resting. The small, quiet love that had been the foundation of the greatest bond in history. When the others eventually drifted to sleep, even Xiao Bai's 9 tails going still, Shenfeng and Lian Yu sat alone in the garden, the new city sleeping around them. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow. Will you come back? I will. You promise? I promise. And then, because promises deserved more than words, I love you, Lian Yu. Not as a sword loves a wielder. As a person loves a person. Messy, imperfect, and absolute. Her violet eyes shone. I love you too. And if you don't come back from whatever insane thing you're about to do, I will use my annihilation intent to unmake the concept of death itself until I find you. That's not how annihilation intent works. Try me. He kissed her under the stars of a reborn civilization, and the dead swords hummed a lullaby that the primordial edge remembered from 10,000 years ago. And for one perfect evening, everything was enough. Chapter 76. The Seal Chamber had transformed along with the rest of the graveyard. Where once a jade platform had sat amid corroded swords and toxic miasma, now a cathedral of living spiritual metal rose. The core formation's architecture, rebuilt by the Edge's consciousness, expressing its original design for the first time. Pillars of resonance crystals supported a dome of interlocking formations, each one a masterwork that modern formation engineers couldn't have dreamed of. The Bond Sword, formerly the Seal Sword, stood at the center, its blade no longer screaming but singing, a low, steady note of connection. Shenfeng stood before the Bond Sword with Yun Zhaoxi at his side. The chronicler would guide the process. He'd been present when the original seal was created, and his memory, though faded, held the structure of the binding's final layer. The residue is in the deepest level of the seal, Yun Zhaoxi explained. Beneath the binding, beneath the formation architecture, there's a pocket of raw consciousness, the primordial edge's memory of the betrayal. It's been sealed separately because its emotional intensity would have destabilized the main binding. What do I do? Enter the pocket. Experience the memory. And when the edge relives the moment of betrayal, when the bond breaks and the consuming hunger begins, you hold the new bond. You show the edge, through lived experience, that this bond won't break, that you won't abandon it. How long? Subjective time? I don't know. The memory exists outside normal temporal flow. It could feel like minutes or years. And if I fail, the consuming hunger overwhelms you, the residue breaks free, and the devourer's destructive aspect reasserts itself. The edge would be lost again. The bond would shatter. Yun Zhaoxi's gray eyes were steady. I won't lie to you. This is the most dangerous thing any void resonance cultivator has ever attempted. I know. Shenfeng drew Ghost Whisper and held it in his right hand. In his left, he held the bond sword's hilt. 2 blades, one his personal weapon, one the anchor of the bond, connecting him to both the physical world and the spiritual one. Ready? The edge whispered through the bond. Ready. He closed his eyes and descended. Chapter 77. The memory was a world. Shenfeng opened his eyes and stood in sword heaven, not the rebuilt version rising in the graveyard, but the original. The city in its full glory before the fall. Towers of spiritual steel reaching into a sky of pure spiritual energy. Streets paved with resonance crystal. Citizens, sword cultivators, thousands of them, moving through their daily lives with the casual power of a civilization at its peak. It was beautiful, and it was already dying. The memory was set on the last day, the day the bond broke. Shenfeng walked through the city as an observer, invisible and untouchable, feeling the edge's consciousness surrounding him like water. The spirit's memories were the medium through which the world existed, and every detail carried emotional weight. The warmth of the morning sun, love, the sound of forges singing, joy, the taste of the morning meal, contentment. And beneath it all, growing, the cold terror of what was coming. He found Ling Xian in the throne room. The ruler of Sword Heaven was not what Shenfeng expected. Not a towering warrior or a cold-eyed strategist. A man of average height with kind eyes and rough hands, and a smile that carried the weight of every life under his protection. He sat on a throne of living metal, and on his lap rested the primordial edge, a blade of such beauty that it hurt to look at. A sword of every metal and no metal, its blade a shifting shimmer of pure potential, its guard shaped like 2 hands clasping. The edge was in its spirit form beside the throne, a figure of light, neither male nor female, whose features changed with each passing moment, reflecting every sword spirit that had ever existed. Beautiful, ancient, and frightened. You can't, the edge was saying. Its voice was music, not metaphorically, literally. Every word was a chord, every sentence a melody. Ling Xian, there must be another way. There isn't. The ruler's voice was gentle, final. I've calculated every alternative. The devourer, the consuming force, is growing. Each hour it feeds on more of the city's spiritual energy. If we don't seal it now, then we fight it. Together, our bond is stronger than any consuming force. Our bond is what it's consuming. The devourer is born from our bond's resonance. It feeds on the connection between us. The stronger our bond, the stronger it grows. The only way to seal it is to remove the bond entirely. That will kill me. The edge's form flickered. Not physically, spiritually. Without the bond, I lose the anchor of my consciousness. I become nothing. You become the seal. Your consciousness, unanchored, distributed through the formation, becomes the binding that holds the devourer. You won't die, you'll endure. And someday someone will restore the bond. Yes, I've heard the prophecy. A void resonance cultivator will come, and the graveyard will choose its master, and the edge will be healed. Tears of light streamed down the spirit's shifting face. But that someday is not a guarantee. It's a hope. And you're asking me to endure 10,000 years of agony on a hope. I'm asking you to trust me. I trust you. I've always trusted you. That's what makes this betrayal. Ling Xian flinched as if struck. The word betrayal hung in the air between wielder and blade, heavier than any sword, sharper than any edge. I know, he whispered. I know what this is. And I'm sorry. I am so sorry. He reached out and placed his hand on the blade. The bond between them blazed, visible, physical, a thread of light connecting the man to the sword that was as much a part of him as his own soul. And he broke it. The sound was indescribable. Not a physical sound, a spiritual one, a frequency of such devastating loss that it rewrote the fundamental nature of the world around it. The bond, the most powerful bond in history, the connection between the greatest sword cultivator and the greatest sword spirit, snapped. The edge screamed, and Shen Feng felt it, not as an observer, not as a memory. He felt the scream in his own sword heart, in his own bond with the edge, as if the breaking were happening to him. The memory was not just a replay. It was a reliving, and the edge's 10,000-year-old pain was fresh, raw, immediate, burning through him like acid. The consuming hunger was born in that scream. The vast, world-ending need to fill the void where the bond had been, to consume spiritual energy, to devour sword spirits, to eat the world in a desperate attempt to replace what had been ripped away. The devourer wasn't a separate entity. It was the edge's grief, so powerful it became a force of nature. Shen Feng held on, not to the edge, not to the memory, to the bond. His bond, the one that existed in the present, in the real world, in the graveyard that was rebuilding itself around a love that refused to break. He held it with his sword heart, with his void resonance, with every fragment of will and compassion and stubborn refusal to let go that he possessed. I'm here, he sent through the bond. I'm here, and I'm not leaving. The bond is real. The bond holds. I will not break it. I will never break it. The memory tried to consume him. 10,000 years of accumulated pain, concentrated into a single moment of relived betrayal, crashed against his consciousness like a tsunami against a seawall. The edge's scream became his scream. The hunger became his hunger. And for an eternity that lasted either seconds or centuries, Shen Feng was the devourer, felt what it felt, wanted what it wanted, consumed what it consumed. And through it all, he held the bond. Chapter 78. The memory broke. Like glass shattering under sustained pressure, the residue's structure fractured, not from force, but from healing. Shen Feng's sustained bond, held through the worst moment of the edge's existence, did what Ling Xian's sacrifice couldn't. It proved that a bond could survive. The edge felt it. In the depths of its 10,000-year trauma, the spirit felt the new bond holding, not breaking, not wavering, not sacrificing itself, just holding, warm and steady and imperfect and absolutely, unconditionally present. The consuming hunger stopped, not faded, not was overcome, stopped. The hunger had always been the search for a bond to replace the one that was lost. And now a bond existed. Not the same bond, different, messier, forged in desperation rather than destiny, but real and unbreakable. The primordial edge, fully healed, fully conscious, fully bonded, wept. And Shen Feng wept with it, on his knees in the seal chamber of a reborn city, holding two swords in his hands and carrying in his heart the complete, unbroken consciousness of the most powerful sword spirit in history. The seal dissolved, not explosively, gently, layer by layer, the binding formations unwound, their purpose fulfilled. The bond soared, the physical anchor, transformed, its blade clearing of 10,000 years of accumulated anguish, gleaming with a light that was neither consuming nor containing, but simply, beautifully alive. The dome above the chamber opened, and sunlight poured in, real sunlight, through real clouds, into a chamber that had been sealed in darkness since the fall of Sword Heaven. Xin Feng's cultivation surged. The complete integration of the edge's consciousness, no longer split between bond and seal, pushed his Tao-seeking cultivation to its absolute peak. His sword heart, forged in the crucible of relived trauma, refined to the point of sword domain, the stage beyond sword heart, where the cultivator's intent could physically reshape reality. He stood, the bond sword in his left hand and ghost whisper in his right. The complete primordial edge, healed and bonded, singing through every cell of his being. And the graveyard, no longer a graveyard, bloomed. Chapter 79. The bloom was visible from 100 miles away. A pillar of light erupted from the center of what had been the myriad sword graveyard, reaching into the sky with an intensity that made noon look like dusk. The light was every color, the combined spiritual signature of 10,000 resurrected sword spirits, united for the first time since Sword Heaven's fall. It lasted 3 minutes and was seen by cultivators across the continent. When it faded, the graveyard was gone. In its place stood a city. Not the original Sword Heaven, that was lost, truly lost, its people dead and its culture scattered, but something new. A city of spiritual steel and living formation, built on the bones of the old and the dreams of the dead. Its towers caught the sunlight and scattered it in patterns of resonance energy that made the air hum. Its streets were paved with the reformed blades of 10,000 swords, each one carrying the spirit of a warrior who had chosen to become foundation rather than weapon. Its gardens grew crystal flowers and spiritual trees, and its fountains sang in frequencies that healed rather than harmed. New Sword Heaven. Xin Feng stood at its center, on the platform that had been a seal and was now a throne, not a throne of authority, but a throne of resonance, a focal point from which the bond between master and edge radiated through the entire city. He didn't sit on it. He stood beside it, because thrones were for rulers, and he was a gardener. The citizens of New Sword Heaven emerged from the buildings as they were built. Not human citizens, not yet, but sword spirits. 10,000 of them, fully resurrected by the edge's complete consciousness, manifesting in forms that ranged from the ghostly to the almost physical. Warriors and healers and scholars and artists, each one carrying the personality and memories of a life lived 10,000 years ago. They looked at the new city. They looked at each other. And they looked at Xin Feng, the boy who had heard them, who had brought them back, who had healed their creator and ended their long death. Rustheart, standing at the front of the assembled spirits, dropped to one knee. The rest followed, 10,000 spirits, kneeling to the graveyard master who had become the city's heart. Rise, Xin Feng said, and his voice carried through the resonance network to every corner of the city. You've been on your knees long enough. All of you. For 10,000 years. They rose, and the cheering that followed shook the foundations of the new city and was heard, impossibly, in the spiritual realm, where beings older than the continent paused and turned their attention to the place where a dead civilization had just been reborn. Chapter 80. The world's response to New Sword Heaven's appearance was immediate and varied. Some sects sent ambassadors, cautious but curious. Others sent spies. A few sent threats. The appearance of a city-sized formation of unprecedented power, occupied by 10,000 sword spirits and led by a teenage Tao-seeking cultivator bonded to the most powerful spiritual entity in history, was the kind of event that reshaped continental politics. Sect Master Duan Qinghe was among the first to arrive. The Iron Crane sect master walked through the new city's gates with an expression of carefully controlled awe, his Tao-seeking senses cataloging the formation architecture that surrounded him. This changes everything, he said to Xin Feng, standing in the new council chamber, a hall of living metal that grew from the city's foundation, its walls inscribed with formation patterns that even a Tao-seeking cultivator couldn't fully comprehend. It doesn't change our agreement. New Sword Heaven is independent. The Iron Crane sect remains our ally, with full trading rights and mutual defense obligations. And the Edge is bonded to me, not to a sect, not to a faction, to me. Xin Feng met the sect master's eyes. The power of Sword Heaven will not be weaponized. It will not be sold. It will be used to protect the city, the continent, and the dead who have been waiting 10,000 years for someone to care. Duan Qing has studied him for a long moment. Then, for the first time in their relationship, the sect master bowed, not the shallow inclination of a political equal, but a genuine bow of respect. The Iron Crane sect accepts. Sect Master by Suyin arrived the following day with the Celestial Edge delegation. Her response was different, not political calculation, but joy. She walked through the city's streets with tears in her silver eyes, touching the reformed blades that paved the walkways, feeling the spirits that inhabited the walls. My sect was founded for this, she said, to guard the graveyard until it could become this. 1,000 years of duty, fulfilled. Jian Wuhan stood beside her, his iron jian pulsing with the city's resonance. The plain blade had been transformed by proximity to the edge's consciousness. Its undecorated surface now carried faint patterns of light, the beginning of a true spirit awakening within the metal. My sword is waking up, he said, half awed, half alarmed. New sword heaven's ambient energy will awaken spirit potential in any blade of sufficient quality. The edge explained through Shinfeng. Your jian was always worthy. It just needed encouragement. The city grew and changed daily. Formation systems activated as more sword spirits settled into their roles, some maintaining the structural formations, others tending the gardens, others establishing training halls where the lost arts of sword heaven could be taught again. Living quarters formed from the city's spiritual architecture, each space customized by its inhabitants' personality and preferences. Lian Yu claimed a tower near the central platform, its walls resonating with annihilation intent in a way that created a space uniquely suited to her cultivation. She stood on its balcony in the evening, looking out over the city, and Shun Feng joined her there. You did it, she said. We did it. No, this time it was you. The seal, the bond, the memory. You went alone. You held the bond alone. That was all you. I held the bond because I had something worth holding it for. He took her hand. The edge's original bond broke because Ling Xian put duty above love. I held ours because I put love above everything. That's either the most romantic or the most irresponsible thing I've ever heard. Both. Definitely both. She laughed, and the city laughed with her. 10,000 spirits, hearing their master's joy through the resonance network and adding their own. The sound was the most beautiful thing Shinfeng had ever heard. A city of the dead, alive again, laughing in the evening light of a world that had written them off 10,000 years ago. But in the distance, visible to Shun Feng's Tao-seeking senses and the edge's cosmic awareness, a storm was gathering. The continental powers were mobilizing, not all in friendship, not all in hostility, but all in response to the seismic shift that new sword heaven represented. The city was reborn. The devourer was healed. The dead had risen. But the world was not finished with the graveyard master yet. And the graveyard master was not finished with the world. Chapter 81. The continent holds its breath the morning after new sword heaven's reconstruction. Shinfeng woke to the sound of 1,000 swords humming. Not the dissonant clash of threat or panic. A deliberate, focused resonance, like 10,000 monks chanting in unison across a vast ceremonial hall. He sat up from the crystalline sleeping chamber the city had shaped for him, its walls softly luminous with the residual energy of a formation that had been working to restore him through the night, and through his bond with the edge he felt the reason for the sound. 5 separate delegations were approaching the graveyard's former borders simultaneously, each one drawn by the pillar of light that had torn the sky open when the city rose. From the east, Iron Crane's green banners moved through the dawn in careful procession. Elder Wei Shan Yu's diplomatic column, orderly and deliberate, a sect that had decided which side of history to stand on and was making sure everyone saw the decision. From the north, Celestial Edge's silver columns advanced with the energy of people who had been waiting for this moment for 100 years and could barely contain themselves now that it had arrived. From the south, a procession that Shinfeng did not immediately recognize, disciplined, silent, wearing the black robes of the Obsidian Court, a reclusive sect that had not participated in continental affairs for 80 years. The Obsidian Court members moved with a solemnity that was not ceremony but weight, the bearing of people who had been keeping a very long watch and were finally setting it down. From the west, independent cultivators arrived by the dozen, then the score, then more. Individual swords in hand, some of them with spirits already trembling in response to the city's ambient field, drawn from across the cultivation world by the spiritual beacon that new sword heaven's awakening had sent across 1,000 miles of sky. These were the ones who belonged to no sect, who had trained in borrowed spaces and learned from traveling masters, and kept their cultivation alive through stubbornness alone. They came with no agendas, no political calculations. They came because a voice they had never heard before had spoken, and it had sounded like something they had been searching for without knowing what it was called. And from directly ahead, moving slowly and with great deliberation along the road that cut through what had been the graveyard's outer boundary, a single figure on horseback. A white-haired man in travel-worn robes whose spiritual pressure was impossible to gauge because he seemed to have none at all. Just the blank, clean absence of anyone reading him back through the resonance, as though the air around him refused to carry impressions. Shinfeng stood on the city's central platform, the edge pulsing softly at his hip, and watched all of them come at once. The world saw the pillar of light when the city rose. Rusthard observed from where the old corroded Jin hung in an honored position on the platform's wall. The former spirit now occupied a reformed blade, still bearing traces of deliberate rust, which Rusthard had insisted on keeping, calling it character, and could project his voice freely through the city's resonance network, a privilege he exercised with considerable frequency and zero restraint. Half of them are here out of wonder, the other half out of fear. The trick will be figuring out which is which before you commit to anything. What about the white-haired man? A pause. Rusthard's spiritual senses were formidable, honed over centuries of imprisonment in corroded metal, refined by the long, still years of listening to the graveyard breathe. He was quiet for longer than usual. I don't know. He feels like nothing. And in my experience, things that feel like nothing are either dead or older than the concept of cultivation itself. Neither option is particularly reassuring. Lian Yu appeared beside Shinfeng, her hair still loose from sleep, a cup of spirit tea held in both hands, as though she were simply watching a convenient sunrise. She had cultivated a remarkable tranquility since the reconstruction. The annihilation intent that lived in her meridians had smoothed into something more refined since the final battle, edged rather than explosive, a blade that cut precisely instead of consuming indiscriminately. The Obsidian Court, she said, noting the black banners with quiet recognition. They sealed themselves away when the last Sword Devourer warning appeared, 80 years ago. Someone showed their Grand Master a prophecy, and the entire sect vanished into their mountain and refused all visitors. Wait for what? Apparently this. She sipped her tea. Their elder sent a message by Spirit Butterfly an hour ago. You were still sleeping. He said, the prophecy is complete. We come to offer what was promised. He did not specify what was promised or to whom. I have been trying to decide if that's theatrical or if they genuinely don't know how to communicate with the outside world anymore. Shinfeng absorbed this. The world had been making decisions around him for his entire life. Elder Mu framing him for theft, the graveyard choosing him over every other cultivator who had ever been thrown inside it, the edge bonding to him across 10,000 years of waiting, the Sword Devourer seeking him out as the one person with the precise combination of ability and disposition needed to face it. At some point, he supposed, he needed to stop being surprised that ancient forces had been arranging pieces on a board for centuries before he was born. The surprise was becoming less useful than the question of what to do about it. Let them all in, he said. But the white-haired man comes to me first. Alone. The city opened its main gate, a sweeping arch of reformed sword metal, its surface alive with the faces of 10,000 dead blades, each face unique, each one the permanent imprint of a spirit that had rested here and been remembered, and the delegations filed in with varying degrees of awe and composure. But the white-haired horseman had already dismounted at the threshold, as though he had known he would be summoned, and walked through the gate before any of the others. He moved with the unhurried certainty of someone who had walked into a great many dangerous places over a great many years and found them, in the end, merely interesting. He stopped 10 paces from Shinfeng and looked up at the city around him. His expression was something Shinfeng had never seen on a cultivator's face in this context. Not calculation, not hunger, not the carefully managed display of diplomatic interest. Just profound, aching relief. The way a person looks when they have been holding a terrible weight for longer than they wanted to, and someone has finally offered to take it from them. I was beginning to think I would die before seeing this again, the man said. His name, he told them, was Jiang Lao. He was 314 years old. He had been a child acolyte of Sword Heaven, learning the archive arts under a junior librarian, present in the city on the morning the Devourer descended, and had survived only because he had been sent on an errand to a village 2 days' walk away, retrieving a borrowed reference text. He had returned to find the city gone and the graveyard beginning. He had spent 3 centuries not mourning, because mourning would have broken him, but doing the one concrete thing he could identify, maintaining one of the graveyard's outer seals, a minor formation nearly forgotten even by the sects that occasionally studied the site, that had helped slow the Devourer's awakening by perhaps a decade. 10 years, Shinfeng said. You bought us 10 years? I bought the graveyard 10 years. I had no idea what the graveyard would do with them. Jiang Lao's weathered face creased into a smile that carried in it the specific quality of an old man being surprised by life after long expecting nothing. It chose rather better than I expected. The old survivor had brought something with him, a memory crystal, palm-sized and warm, that had been buried in the outer seal's foundation stone the day Jiang Lao constructed it. When Xin Feng pressed his palm to it, the crystal bloomed with images, records from the last days of Sword Heaven, in higher fidelity and greater emotional clarity than any vision he had received before. The founders of the great sects walking these same streets, young and full of purpose. Children learning to call to sleeping sword spirits in open-air classrooms where the instructors were enthusiastic rather than competitive. Ordinary people, merchants and craftsmen and healers, going about a daily life built on the understanding that every blade in every home was a living thing deserving care. And at the end, the faces of the city's defenders as the devourer descended. Not terrified faces, determined ones. Among them a young man barely older than Xin Feng himself, voice raw from shouting, inscribing formation seals into pillars with a speed that said he knew exactly how little time he had. That was the last Grand Architect, Jiang Lao said quietly. He didn't survive, but he made sure the seals survived. He made sure there would be a chance, and he knew he would never see whether the chance was taken. He paused. I always thought he was the bravest person I ever knew. Xin Feng held the crystal for a long time without speaking. Then he placed it against the city's central formation pillar, and the images bloomed outward through the resonance network, visible to every sword spirit in the city simultaneously. He heard them respond. A sound he could only describe as weeping mixed with gratitude, the sound of a very long grief arriving at a turning point, and felt the city's foundations deepen by another measure, anchored now not just in formation arrays and the devourer's settled presence, but in memory itself. The Grand Architect and the last defenders had been added to the city's foundation. They would always be part of what held everything up. We remember you, Xin Feng said to the crystal, to the city, to the 10,000 dead who had waited in the dark for someone to notice. The delegations were waiting. The continent was watching. The work, he knew, was only beginning. But New Sword Heaven stood. And with 10,000 years of memory in its foundations and the entire continent turning to look, it was going to stand for a very long time. Chapter 82, Promises Made in Iron. The delegation meetings began that afternoon in the Hall of Resonance, a great circular chamber that the city's sword spirits had shaped overnight from the same reformed metal that paved the streets, its ceiling a dome of translucent material through which the sky was visible in shifting shades of pearl and blue, its walls etched with the history of every blade that had ever rested in the graveyard's soil. Walking into it was like walking into a living archive. The walls knew every sword that had passed through. Xin Feng had never conducted formal diplomatic negotiations. He had defeated sect elders, broken ancient formations, bargained with the consciousness of a primordial entity, and navigated the complicated emotional terrain of a political hearing before the Continental Cultivation Council. But sitting across a lacquered table from representatives of organized power while they made careful, measured requests in the formal language of inter-sect diplomacy was an entirely different kind of challenge. It required a different quality of attention, not the sword-sharp focus of combat, but the broader, patient awareness of someone reading the space between words rather than the words themselves. He was genuinely grateful that Lian Yu sat beside him. More grateful still that she had spent her years as an outer disciple absorbing the political landscape of the cultivation world while he had been learning to talk to dead swords in a wasteland. She could hear the emotional architecture of a negotiating position from across a table, and she communicated her assessments to him through the subtle channels their years together had established, a slight shift in how she held her teacup, the specific quality of her silence during certain statements. The Iron Crane delegation was led by Elder Wei Shanyu, the sect's most senior remaining diplomat. Elder Mu Qianfeng's removal had reshuffled the internal hierarchy considerably, and the faction that had quietly opposed Mu for years was now ascendant. Elder Wei was a compact man with a scholar's hands and a warrior's eyes, who clearly understood that the balance of power had shifted irrevocably and had decided to position Iron Crane on the correct side of that shift before others did. There was no pretense in his approach. He had not come to extract anything by cleverness. He had come to confirm, formally, an alliance that already existed in practice. The Iron Crane sect reaffirms its alliance with New Sword Heaven, he said, in the measured cadence of someone reciting language that had been carefully prepared but genuinely meant. We ask only that the trade and access agreements established with Sect Master Duan remain intact, and that we be included in the formation of whatever continental governance body New Sword Heaven chooses to participate in. We believe our interests and yours align. We would like the formal structure to reflect that. Agreed on all points, Xin Feng said. In turn, We ask that Iron Crane provide us honest intelligence on the continental political situation for the next year, with specific attention to any sect or power block that signals hostile intent toward New Sword Heaven. We have been somewhat isolated in recent months. We need to understand the landscape clearly. A flicker of respect in Wei Shanyu's eyes, the specific respect of a diplomat encountering someone who asked for the useful thing rather than the impressive thing. He had expected more posturing from someone so young. Done. We'll establish a secure spirit butterfly channel by the end of the week. The Celestial Edge delegation was Jian Wuhan and Sect Master Bai Suyin, neither of whom needed formal negotiations. Bai Suyin walked into the Hall of Resonance and immediately stilled, her silver eyes moving over the carved histories on the walls with the expression of someone reading something they had been searching for a century. She touched one of the wall inscriptions with 2 fingers, gently, the way a reader touches a line they want to keep. Then she produced a jade token from within her robe, the Celestial Edge's founding seal, its most sacred artifact, the object around which the sect's entire identity was organized, and placed it on the table without ceremony. We don't ask for anything, she said. We place ourselves under New Sword Heaven's banner, as our sect's founding charter always intended. We were never meant to be independent. We were meant to be your advance guard, your outer ring, the force that kept the world from forgetting what was here. She looked at Shin Feng with a directness that did not pretend to be anything other than what it was, relief. We have been waiting for someone to give this back to. Please take it. Jian Wuhan pushed the token toward Shin Feng with 1 finger. His expression was the carefully managed neutrality of someone who was moved and had decided, in the interests of maintaining his professional composure, to express this by being very matter-of-fact. Don't make the city suffer by making us wait for a dramatic speech. Just accept. The city's spirits laughed through the walls, warm and involuntary, 10,000 presences picking up the lightness in the room and reflecting it back. Shin Feng accepted the seal and felt through the Edge's awareness the moment Celestial Edge's founding intention and New Sword Heaven's core formation resonated and recognized each other. Some alliances were political. This one was structural, built into the bedrock of what both entities had always been. The Obsidian Court was harder. Their elder, a gaunt woman named Wei Kongming who moved with the careful deliberateness of someone managing chronic pain, settled into her chair with an ease that belied the precision of her movement and produced a sealed scroll from within her robe. She set it on the table without speaking, without explaining, without making any of the preparatory gestures that formal negotiations conventionally required. When Shin Feng broke the seal and the scroll unrolled, he saw why she had not explained. The document spoke for itself. It was written in 3 different hands across what appeared to be 3 different centuries. A promise, made by 3 successive Grand Masters of the Obsidian Court at 100-year intervals, to offer their sect's most guarded treasure to the Graveyard Master when he arose. The language in each section was slightly different in style, reflecting the different eras, but the commitment was identical. Everything we have preserved, given freely when the time comes. The treasure was a collection of 840 formation diagrams, each one representing a lost art of Sword Heaven's greatest architects. Not copies made from secondary sources. Originals, somehow preserved through 10,000 years of active concealment, maintained by successive generations of Obsidian Court archivists who had never met the people they were protecting the knowledge for. How is this possible? Shin Feng asked, not skeptically, with genuine need to understand. Our sect's founder was the Grand Architect's apprentice, Wei Kongming said. Her voice was as precise as her movements. He escaped with his master's complete design library because he had the presence of mind to seal it into a formation pocket 3 hours before the Devourer's attack, not because he knew what was coming, but because his master had told him, years before, that a cultivator should always have the most important things ready to move. He lived another 40 years after Sword Heaven fell. He spent those 40 years making sure the library would survive beyond him. She looked at the scroll on the table, and for a moment something passed through her expression that was not quite grief, but lived in the same neighborhood. Each Grand Master since has renewed the preservation formations and added their own generation's contribution to the archive. It has been the Obsidian Court's entire purpose for 10,000 years. What do you ask in return? Nothing now. Everything when you build. Her eyes met his steadily across the table. Our sect's purpose has always been preservation. Now preservation is complete. We want to participate in what comes next. We want to be scholars of the new Sword Heaven rather than librarians of the old one. Teach us what you learn as you rebuild. Let us contribute to it rather than only guarding it. It was, Shin Feng thought, the most elegant request he had heard all day. No leverage. No conditions designed to extract future advantage. Just the honest desire of people who had spent 10 millennia in careful service of a purpose and wanted to see what that purpose bloomed into. Done, he said. We're grateful. We'll be building together for a long time. The independent cultivators were last, and their request was simpler than all the rest combined. They wanted to know if New Sword Heaven would teach. If the knowledge that had been sealed in this graveyard for 10,000 years, the sword techniques, the formation arts, the philosophy of calling to sleeping spirits, the healing methods, could be shared with those who had not been born to a great sect and had not been given the advantages of lineage, sponsorship, or the right family name. They were 43 cultivators of varying ages and cultivation levels, some in patched robes, some bearing swords that were already showing the faint shimmer of spirit awakening from proximity to the city's ambient field. Several of them had walked extraordinary distances. Shinfeng looked at them and thought of a 14-year-old orphan servant being thrown into a wasteland as punishment for a crime he didn't commit. He thought of the long odds that had stood between that boy and this room, and how different those odds would have been if he had not been alone. He thought about every sword spirit in the graveyard that had waited in isolation for someone who could hear. New Sword Heaven will teach anyone who comes with honest intent and the willingness to listen, he said. No sect affiliation required. No minimum cultivation level. No recommendation letters. No entrance fees. No families who owe us favors. If you can hear a sword's voice, or if you want to learn how, you're welcome here. The hall was very quiet for a moment. Then one of the independent cultivators, a gray-haired woman who had to be at least 60, carrying a small sword that glowed faintly at its tip with a spirit that had clearly been carefully tended for decades, pressed her hands together and bowed. The bow was deep and long, the kind that comes from a place beyond courtesy. The others followed her example, and the movement spread across the room until even the formal sect representatives were bowing, caught up in something that the political portion of the meeting had not prepared any of them for. The city's resonance network carried the moment outward, and 10,000 spirits received it. Something that had been hoarded for 10 millennia was now being offered freely to anyone, without conditions. Some of those spirits had died in a world that had kept them from everything. They understood what this meant better than any living person in the room could. The negotiations concluded by evening. Every agreement was recorded in the city's formation memory and witnessed by the Edge's consciousness, which constituted a more binding contract than any amount of ink on paper. The Edge did not forget, and what it had witnessed, it held. As the delegations dispersed to quarters the city had shaped for them overnight, Shinfeng stood in the empty hall of resonance and let the weight of what had just happened settle through his meridians and find its place. He was 21 years old. He commanded a living city. He had just become a sovereign entity in continental politics without drawing a sword once. You look worried, Rusthard observed, floating into the hall with the easy drift of a spirit entirely comfortable in its space. The continental powers that aren't here yet are the ones I should be worried about, Shinfeng said. The ones who came today came because they want to participate. The ones who stayed away are deciding how to respond to what they saw last night. And how will they respond? Shinfeng thought about the storm he had sensed gathering on the horizon during the reconstruction's final moments. The continental forces moving not toward them but around them, circling at distance, taking measurements. Some will come when they're sure we're stable. Some will try to undermine us before we become too established to move. And some, he paused, choosing the honest answer over the reassuring one. Some will try to take what we have by force, because force is the only framework they trust. What will you do about those? He touched the Edge's hilt. The great sword pulsed once, warm and steady, certain of itself in the way only things 10,000 years old can be certain. What I've always done, make them regret it thoroughly enough that the lesson holds. The city hummed its approval through every wall and floor and formation-lit street. Even the dead, it seemed, appreciated clarity. Chapter 83. The warlord of the Northern Plains. 3 weeks after the reconstruction, the first hostile response came. It did not arrive from any of the great sects. They were watching carefully, taking the measure of New Sword Heaven's stability and power before committing to a position that would define their continental relationships for the next century. Political caution was their nature and, in this case, their interest. The response came instead from the Northern Plains, where a man named Zhou Tianhe had spent the last 30 years assembling the largest private army of sword cultivators on the continent through a combination of strategic marriage, territorial pressure, and the specific kind of personal charisma that functions as a force multiplier for people who already have military strength. Zhou Tianhe was not a sect leader. He called himself a sword warlord, a deliberately archaic title that evoked the pre-sect era when cultivation power was measured entirely in territory held and enemies defeated. He controlled 11,000 square miles of the northern plains, taxed every cultivation family within his borders, and maintained a personal guard of 300 nascent soul cultivators who were loyal to him personally rather than to any sect structure or philosophical tradition. He had been careful over his 30 years of accumulation to never directly challenge the great sects. He understood the difference between power and overreach, but he had also never bowed to them in any way that meant anything. In the political geometry of the continent, he was a significant independent force, and he had maintained that position through the disciplined application of one simple principle: always respond first and respond decisively. The graveyard's awakening had changed his calculus overnight. A reborn ancient civilization, sitting on 10,000 years of accumulated sword cultivation knowledge and apparently capable of producing a spiritual phenomenon visible from 500 miles away, represented either the greatest opportunity or the greatest threat in the continent's recent history. Zhou Tianhe had decided to view it as an opportunity, provided he could establish the terms of engagement before anyone else did. His envoy arrived at New Sword Heaven's gate with an escort of 50 cultivators and a message written in elegant calligraphy that managed, in 8 lines, to simultaneously offer alliance, demand tribute, and threaten consequences in a way that Xinfeng had to admit was technically impressive. The framing was designed so that refusing any component required refusing all of them, making any rejection appear maximally hostile rather than selective. He wants a 30% share of all formation knowledge the city produces, Lian Yu read, her voice admirably neutral in the way it became when she was very carefully choosing not to express her actual opinion. In exchange, he offers military protection, specifically his personal guard stationed at the city's perimeter. He also notes, in the postscript, that his forces are currently conducting training exercises 12 miles north of the graveyard, and that he expects a response within 5 days. How many troops in the exercises? Jin Wuhan asked. He had remained at New Sword Heaven since the reconstruction, serving as the city's primary external liaison, a role that suited his combination of political sophistication and genuine personal investment in the city's mission. The envoy declined to specify the number. Intelligence from Iron Crane's network puts the figure at approximately 4,000 cultivators, foundation establishment, and above, with a significant core formation component in the forward elements. Lian Yu set the message down with a deliberate care that was its own form of commentary. He is serious. Xinfeng had anticipated something in this shape, from Zhou Tianhe specifically. The warlord's strategic profile was straightforward. He operated in a world of leverage and transaction, and he pushed at every new situation until he found the edge of what he could take. The correct response was not aggression. Aggression would signal that New Sword Heaven responded to pressure the same way Zhou Tianhe did, which would invite an escalating test of wills that served no one. It was not concession. Concession would establish a precedent that determined how every subsequent interaction unfolded. The correct response was clarity, delivered at a scale that made further pressure obviously pointless. He went to the city's northern wall and stood there alone for 20 minutes, eyes closed, feeling the edge's awareness expand outward across the plains. For 1,000 cultivators, yes, but arranged in a formation pattern he recognized from the Arc 4 battles against the Ashenblade Alliance's siege elements. It was a psychological pressure array, not an assault formation, designed for endurance and visibility, not attack. Zhou Tianhe was not preparing to fight. He was demonstrating capability. Xinfeng called to 12 of the city's senior sword spirits. He explained what he needed. The spirits listened, conferred briefly among themselves in the rapid image language of their communication, and then expressed their willingness with the collective warmth that felt, through the resonance network, approximately like enthusiasm. When Zhou Tianhe's envoy stepped onto the city's main avenue the following morning to receive the official response, he walked through a corridor of suspended swords, 12 blades, floating at head height on either side of the path, oriented inward, each one radiating a spiritual pressure that made the envoy's own nascent soul cultivation feel like a candle standing in front of a well-fed furnace. The blades were not pointed at him. They were simply present, hovering with complete stillness, and they were aware, and their awareness extended outward in waves that made the air taste of ancient things and considered purposes. At the corridor's end stood Xinfeng, alone, no guard visible, wearing no cultivation armor, holding no weapon. His expression was one of attentive interest, as though he had spent the morning doing something pleasant and was giving the meeting his full courtesy. "Tell the Sword Warlord this," he said. "New Sword Heaven has 12 supreme-grade spirit swords among its senior residents. Each one is older than his lineage, more powerful than anything in his treasury, and bonded to a city that was old when the concept of a personal army was new. We don't need his military protection. We are military protection. The formation that held the continent's greatest threat for 10,000 years lives in our foundations. He let that settle for a moment. If his 4,000 cultivators to the north would like to continue their exercises, they should move them far enough away that the city's perimeter formations don't begin identifying them as a threat presence. And if he would like to discuss trade in good faith, without conditions or implied coercion, we welcome that conversation. The door is open. We'll leave it open. He paused once more. He has 3 days to relocate his forces. After that, I'll ask the city to demonstrate what its defensive response looks like when it becomes properly motivated. I expect the demonstration will be comprehensive. The envoy left in considerable haste. Zhou Tian's forces relocated within 48 hours. A new message arrived on day 3, considerably more polite than the original. Its calligraphy still elegant, but its content stripped of the elaborate implicit threat structure, requesting that trade negotiations be arranged at New Sword Heaven's convenience. Shen Feng scheduled a meeting for the following month, which was the earliest available time on the city's calendar, which both parties understood to mean, you are not a priority, but you are not an enemy, and adjusting your approach has consequences that favor you. The implicit lesson was clear enough. That was efficient, Rusthart said, manifesting in the planning chamber with the ease of a spirit that had decided this was a communal meeting regardless of whether it had been invited. He's a practical man. Practical men respond to clear demonstrations of what reality is. Shen Feng watched the northern horizon through the chamber's high window, the last dust of Zhou Tian's retreating army still faintly visible. The next challenge won't be so straightforward. No, the next one never is. Lian Yu arrived with 2 cups of tea and handed one to Shen Feng with the unconscious ease of someone who had decided that the world's problems were consistently more manageable with hot tea available and had organized her habits accordingly. Report from Elder Wei. 3 eastern sects have placed observers in positions to study the city's defenses from the maximum safe distance. They're mapping the formation perimeters, response times, spiritual pressure distribution. Let them map. Shen Feng accepted the tea. What they'll find is a city whose defenses cannot be meaningfully simplified into a plan of attack. And the understanding that a place cannot be taken is more valuable, politically, than any alliance document. Chapter 84. The scholar's revelation. Jiang Lao came to Shen Feng on the 25th day after reconstruction with bloodshot eyes, a diagram under his arm, and the specific vibrating energy of someone who had found something enormous and had not slept in 2 days by choice rather than circumstance. The old survivor had settled into New Sword Heaven with a completeness that was moving to observe. After 300 years of maintaining a single outer seal and patient isolation, he had arrived at a place where his skills were not just needed but central. His knowledge was not just valued but foundational, and the work in front of him was not lonely maintenance, but genuine creation. He had taken up residence in a study the city shaped for him near the archive, and he worked through the nights with the obsidian court scholars around him, cross-referencing 10,000 years of design records against the city's existing formations with the kind of systematic thoroughness that only becomes possible when the person doing the work genuinely loves it. The formation library isn't just architectural records, he said, unrolling the diagram on the Hall of Resonance's central table. It showed a city, New Sword Heaven as it had been, rendered in the original Sword Heaven cartographic tradition, which used spiritual pressure gradients as its primary coordinate system rather than physical distance. The city was larger in the diagram than what currently existed, more elaborate, with subsystems labeled in the original script that Shen Feng could read fluently through the edge's gift of language. It's a blueprint for something the original founders were building when the Devourer struck. They had been working on it for 20 years. They called it the Grand Resonance. They never finished it. Shen Feng leaned over the diagram, reading the labels carefully. The Grand Resonance was a formation of extraordinary complexity, not a defensive array or a city structure, but a continental-scale communication and cultivation enhancement network designed to link every sword spirit on the continent in a single shared field of awareness. The design was careful to specify what the network was not a control structure, not a means of subsuming individual consciousness into a collective. The original architects had been meticulous about this distinction, annotating the diagrams with philosophical clarifications that read, in places, almost like ethical arguments. A library, not a leash. The knowledge of one accessible to all, by consent, not by compulsion. If this had existed when the Devourer attacked, Jiang Lao said, his finger tracing the network's primary relay paths across the continental map, the defense would have been coordinated across 1,000 miles simultaneously. Every sword spirit would have known what every other spirit knew in near real time. The Devourer's method was isolation. It picked off spirits one by one because they couldn't see each other being taken. This would have changed everything. Shenfeng straightened and studied the diagram from a broader perspective. Can it be built now? That's what I have been awake for 2 days determining. Jiang Lao's expression had the slightly feverish quality of deep scholarly excitement breaking through exhaustion. The original design required resources that may no longer exist. Specific foundation formations placed in the continent's major spiritual ley lines, which would have served as amplifiers and stabilizers. Some of those ley lines may have shifted significantly over 10,000 years. The ley line infrastructure is a real problem. He looked up. But here's what I realized at approximately the 3rd hour of this morning. The core concept does not depend on the ley lines. The ley lines are amplifiers. The actual network is powered by the sword's spirits themselves choosing to participate. Consent is the mechanism. The ley lines just made it more efficient. The edge stirred against Shenfeng's hip with a sudden, fierce recognition. Not the recognition of combat instinct, but something deeper, more intellectual, the awareness of an ancient consciousness encountering a design it had known long ago and was now seeing with new eyes. Through their bond, Shenfeng felt the shape of what the edge understood. 840 diagrams of knowledge that the city had been reconstructing laboriously from fragments and recovered memory, potentially available complete. The longing in the Great Sword's awareness was the specific longing of something that had been trying to rebuild from pieces finally being offered the original. The Devourer's approach damaged sword spirits across the entire continent. Shenfeng said slowly, following the thought as it formed. We stopped it. We healed it. But the damage it caused to individual spirits doesn't reverse automatically. Spirits that were weakened during the years of its approach, spirits in swords that cracked and dimmed, those spirits are still in distress. We can do direct intervention for the worst cases, but we can't reach all of them. That is exactly what I couldn't bring myself to say until I was certain of the mechanism. Jiang Lao's voice became very quiet, the quality of someone saying something they had been thinking for hours and had rehearsed carefully. The network isn't just a tactical advantage. The design includes a passive healing function. When spirits are connected to the shared field, they gain access to the collective stability of the whole. A spirit that is struggling and isolated can barely hold itself together. A spirit that is struggling and connected to 10,000 stable presences can draw on that stability. The ones that were about to fail would find support they didn't have alone. Across the continent, Shenfeng knew there were tens of thousands of swords-carrying spirits in various stages of deterioration. The Devourer's rise had been a slow catastrophe, not a single event. A decades-long spreading of corruption that had affected sword spirits at different rates and severities. The fishing blade in a coastal village. The ceremonial sword in a frontier shrine that no one visited regularly. The family blade passed down 3 generations in a farming household where no one had cultivated in living memory, but the sword was still treated with care on some inherited instinct. All of them carrying something that was struggling to hold on, without knowing why. The grand resonance would give them something to hold on to. How long to build, he asked. Years, built correctly. The city's core structure would serve as the hub. It already functions as the natural center. We would need relay nodes at significant sword cultivation sites across the continent, placed with the cooperation of those locations because welcome nodes are substantially more stable than forced ones. The spirit population at each site becomes part of the network voluntarily, and the network is stronger for their active participation. Jiang Lao hesitated at the final requirement, the one he had clearly been working up to. And there is one more element. The network needs an anchor, a living consciousness that can serve as its active center, maintaining coherence across the entire field, mediating between different regional spirit populations, and ensuring that the network's collective awareness doesn't fragment under the strain of scale. They looked at each other across the diagram. The graveyard master, Shenfeng said. Yes. Jiang Lao met his eyes steadily. I want to be transparent about what that means. Being the anchor is not painful in the design's documentation. It doesn't prevent you from your other functions or your own cultivation, but it is constant. You will always be able to feel the network, always have a thread of awareness in it. And every spirit in the network will always have access to you, in the sense that their emotional state and needs will reach you. You won't be able to simply switch it off when it becomes difficult. Shenfeng was quiet, holding the description in his mind. He thought about what it meant to always be reachable, to always be a presence that could be turned to. He thought about a boy who had spent his childhood invisible, uncounted, unfindable by anyone who might have cared what happened to him. He thought about a graveyard where things were heard when nowhere else in the world would listen. Some people would find the prospect of constant connection burdensome. He found it clarifying. Draft the construction plan, he said. Full detail, stage timeline, resource requirements for each phase. We start the preliminary groundwork as soon as the city's core formations are fully stable. My estimate is another 3 to 4 weeks. Zhang Lao pressed his hands together and bowed. The deep, sustained bow of someone honoring not power but purpose, and left with his diagram rolled carefully under his arm. And Shen Feng remained in the Hall of Resonance, looking up through the transparent dome at the sky where, if he extended his Tao-seeking perception outward and held it long enough, he could feel the vast, patient reach of the edge's awareness touching the distant, faint signatures of swords in need. Waiting, holding on, hoping someone would remember them. He always had. He always would. Chapter 85. Storm Season. 40 days into the reconstruction, the challenge that Shen Feng had anticipated arrived from the west in a form considerably more sophisticated than the military pressure Zhou Tianhe had applied. Not an army. A coordinated accusation, delivered through the continent's legal and political infrastructure with the precision of someone who had spent considerable time identifying which lever to press. The Western Alliance, a confederation of 6 second-tier sects bound together by geography and shared resentment of the Great Sect's dominance, convened an emergency assembly and produced a formal grievance before the Continental Cultivation Council. Their argument was elegant, and Shen Feng had to acknowledge privately, not without substance. The myriad sword graveyard had existed as common territory for 1,000 years. No sect owned it. No individual owned it. For a millennium, any cultivator who survived long enough to extract anything from it kept what they found, with no obligation to any authority, because there was no authority to answer to. The graveyard had been, by practice and precedent, a commons. New Sword Heaven had risen from that commons and was now governed by a single cultivator as a sovereign entity. The Western Alliance's position was that this transformation, regardless of how extraordinary the circumstances, regardless of the genuine benefit it provided, had occurred without consultation with the broader cultivation community that had historically shared access to the site. The grievance was not that the city existed. It was that the city had been created by unilateral action affecting a shared resource. The Continental Cultivation Council sent a formal inquiry to New Sword Heaven requesting Shen Feng's presence at a hearing within 30 days. They know we can't ignore it, Lian Yu said, reading the inquiry at the planning table. Her external calm was impeccable and was masking, Shen Feng knew, considerable internal irritation, not at the political challenge but at the intelligence of it. She respected well-constructed problems even when they were aimed at her. Refusing to attend validates their framing that we're unaccountable. Attending means accepting a degree of council jurisdiction that we haven't formally agreed to. Either option has costs. Does the council actually have jurisdiction over sovereign entities that predate their founding by 10 millennia? Jian Wuhan asked. He was leaning against the chamber wall in a posture that was technically relaxed and was actually the specific vigilance of a swordsman in an unfamiliar environment. Legally, almost certainly not. But almost certainly not doesn't prevent them from being a persistent political problem, and the Western Alliance understands that completely. They don't expect to win the hearing. They're planting the framing in the public consciousness. New Sword Heaven is arrogant and unaccountable, and making it easier for unsympathetic powers to take action against us without appearing to be simple aggressors. Lian Yu set the document down with precision. It's a patience play, expensive in the short term for them, potentially very damaging for us over years. Shen Feng had been listening with the particular kind of attention he gave to problems that couldn't be solved by direct confrontation. We attend. Both Lian Yu and Jian Wuhan turned to him. We attend. We acknowledge the historical reality openly and without defensiveness, and we make the case that what replaced the graveyard serves the entire continent rather than just us. Their argument is that a public resource became private. Our answer is that we're turning it into something more public than it ever was. He looked at Zhang Lao, who had settled into his customary corner of the room with his customary silence. The grand resonance. Is the core design solid enough to present publicly? Zhang Lao considered this with the thoroughness he brought to every question of substance. The design is solid. The capability is real and demonstrable from the existing documentation. The execution timeline is long and depends on continental cooperation we don't yet have. But the concept, a healing and communication network for sword spirits, free and open, maintained by us as a gift to the continent, is not speculation. It's engineered. A slow, considered nod. Solid enough. Then we announce it at the hearing, Shen Feng said. We don't go as defendants asking for leniency or as sovereigns refusing jurisdiction. We go as applicants for partnership. We lay out the grand resonance, explain what it does for the continent, and invite everyone in the room to participate in building it. He moved to the window and looked out over the city that had been a graveyard. The morning light on the reformed metal streets. The spirit lights drifting between the formation-lit buildings like lanterns in a festival. The students arriving at the hall of teaching. The city's ordinary morning, conducted by extraordinary presences in the most ordinary of ways. The Western Alliance wants to characterize us as having seized a public good for private benefit. We go to the council and announce that we're building the largest public good in cultivation history, and we ask them to help. He turned back. The framing shifts entirely. They came prepared for a defensive hearing. We show up with a gift. Lianyu was quiet for a moment in the way she became quiet when an idea had surprised her into genuine reassessment. Then she looked at him with an expression that was as close to delighted as her cultivated composure allowed. That's actually quite sophisticated. Don't sound so surprised. I'm not surprised by the substance. I'm surprised by the presentation. You used to think in sword swings. She tilted her head. Now you think in formations. He realized, starting to. The graveyard had taught him to perceive what was hidden beneath surfaces. 12 months of building and governing and surviving politically had taught him to shape what existed around him at scales larger than a single confrontation. The two together were becoming something that felt, from the inside, like a third kind of intelligence emerging from the combination of the first two. The edge offered the word, through their bond, with characteristic quietness, leadership. He held it, considered it, and got back to work. Chapter 86. The hearing at Cloud Mirror City. Cloud Mirror City occupied a spiritual nexus where 7 ley lines converged beneath a natural plateau. Its location selected 2 centuries ago specifically for its inconvenience to every major faction. No great sect was close enough to dominate it. No territory claim extended to its borders. It existed in the neutral space that cultivation world politics occasionally required. A room where people who would otherwise never agree to be in the same building could sit across from each other because the building itself belonged to no one. Shen Feng arrived with 6 people. Lian Yu, Jian Wuhan, Jiang Lao, Elder Wei Shanyu, Sect Master Bai Suyin. He had considered and rejected a larger delegation. He was attending a hearing, not making a military statement, and the number of people in his party would be read as carefully as anything he said. 6 meant confident and unfussy. Anything larger meant either intimidation or insecurity, and he could not afford either reading. Lian Yu had suggested, with a casualness that was entirely calculated, that they arrive on foot through the main gate rather than descending from a cultivation flight path in a column of spiritual light. He had agreed immediately, recognizing the intelligence of it. The image of the graveyard master walking into Cloud Mirror City like any traveler, without display, without guards visible, without the performance of power, that image would reach the hearing chamber before he did. The Western Alliance's lead representative was Chai Law, sect master of the Vermilion Ridge Alliance, and the largest single faction within the Confederation. She was not what Shen Feng had prepared for, not the aggressive political operator he'd expected from the framing of the grievance, but a thoughtful, measured woman in her 50s whose argument, when she delivered it, was genuinely well made. New Sword Heaven's rise may be extraordinary, she said to the full council assembly, her voice carrying the quality of someone who had thought carefully about what they were saying and meant every word. Its benefits to certain parties may be real, but the manner of its rise bypassed every mechanism of consultation and consent that the cultivation world has developed, imperfectly and with great difficulty, to manage exactly this kind of transformative event. When a shared resource becomes a sovereign entity overnight, the question of legitimacy cannot be answered simply by pointing to the outcome's impressiveness. The process matters. The community that shared that resource had a right to be consulted, and it was not. Shen Feng had braced hard for this argument. He'd braced for something weaker. The council members were listening with the quality of attention that good arguments receive, and several of them were nodding in the specific way that indicated genuine persuasion rather than political posturing. When Chai Luo finished and sat, Shen Feng rose. He spoke for 40 minutes. He had not scripted it. Scripted arguments sounded scripted, and this audience was sophisticated enough to hear the difference. He had prepared the substance thoroughly and trusted himself to find the right words for each point as he needed them. He began with history. The full history, without simplification. What Sword Heaven had been, what it had built, why it had mattered, how it had been destroyed, and the 10,000 years of accumulated loss that had followed. He spoke about the graveyard not as a location or a political fact, but as a wound. A place where the casualties of a catastrophe had rested in broken metal for millennia, each one a consciousness that had been real and had mattered and had been treated as discarded waste. He described what the graveyard had been before his arrival and what it had become under his stewardship, and he took care to give credit precisely and without false modesty. The city had not been his vision. The city had been the graveyard's own nature, given the conditions to emerge. Then he came to the Alliance's argument, and he addressed it directly, without deflecting. Sect Master Chai is right that the manner of the city's rise bypassed the consultation mechanisms of the cultivation world, he said. It did. A catastrophic threat had to be met in the moment it arrived, by the person the situation required, without time for the process the situation deserved. That is a real cost, and I don't ask anyone to pretend it isn't. He let that acknowledgement sit for a moment, genuinely, not as a rhetorical setup. But a cost is not the same as a wrong. And the question before this body is not whether we could have built new Sword Heaven in a more orderly way. The question is what the cultivation world does now, with what exists. He laid Jiang Lao's formation diagrams on the table before the council. New Sword Heaven's first gift to the continent is the grand resonance. Not a negotiated exchange. Not a benefit available to allies only. A gift to everyone who has a sword and anyone who cares about its spirit. He described the network's design and function in the precise, accessible terms that Jiang Lao had drilled into him over the previous weeks. What it did for damaged spirits, how it worked through consent rather than compulsion, what it would mean for the ordinary cultivator in a remote region whose sword had been weakened by the Devourer's passage and who had no access to healing expertise. The graveyard was a commons. New Sword Heaven will serve the continent more completely than a commons ever could, as infrastructure, as a healing system, as a library. Not ours. Everyone's. He watched the council members' expressions shift as he spoke. The nodding had stopped. They were very still in the way that people become still when they are receiving information that is actively revising their understanding of the situation. We are not asking the council to approve us. We can't, because approving or rejecting us implies an authority that predates us by 10 millennia. But we are asking, genuinely, for partnership, for the council's participation in the Grand Resonance Project. For every sect and independent cultivator here today to consider becoming part of something that will outlast all of us and serve the cultivation world better than any of us can alone. He sat. There was silence in the hall that lasted long enough for Shin Feng to become aware of his own heartbeat. Then Chai Luoho rose. The Western Alliance withdraws its formal grievance, she said. The council members looked at her. A case that no longer describes the reality of the situation serves no one's interests, including ours, she continued, with the composure of someone who had decided that intellectual honesty mattered more than political consistency. What we described in the grievance was a private appropriation. What was described here today is something different. We withdraw the grievance and request consideration as a Grand Resonance Partner Consortium. The council voted unanimously to classify New Sword Heaven as a sovereign cultivation entity with consultative status in continental affairs. Not a subject of the council's authority. Not an equal within its governance framework. An independent partner whose decisions affected and would be affected by the continent's larger governance. Entitled to be consulted and obligated to consult in return. It was not everything. More challenges would come. But it was a foundation built on the right material. On the return journey, Jiang Lao walked beside Shin Feng in the particular comfortable silence of people who have been in a difficult room together and have come through it well. After half an hour, the old man said, "The Grand Architect would have been very proud of that speech." Shin Feng was quiet for a moment, absorbing the weight of it. "I hope so," he said. "He earned the right to be proud of something." Jiang Lao smiled. They walked on under the cultivation stars, and New Sword Heaven waited for them at the end of the road, glowing softly in the distance, alive. Chapter 87. The price of peace. Spring turned towards summer, and New Sword Heaven bloomed. The formation systems from the Obsidian Quartz diagrams included agricultural and environmental arrays that the original Sword Heaven had used to cultivate spirit herbs within the city's boundaries. As those systems came online over the spring, growth appeared in the courtyard gardens and along the reformed metal walkways with the patient certainty of things that had been waiting for the right conditions. Not ordinary plants, sword aspect spirit herbs whose cultivation had been interrupted by the graveyard's creation 10,000 years ago, whose seeds had been lying dormant in the soil through every season since, surviving through nothing but the specific stubbornness of things that have not yet accepted that they are gone. The gardening sword spirits took to their revived work with what could only be described as delight. They tended the emerging herbs with an attentiveness that went beyond cultivation technique into something more personal. These were plants that had known Sword Heaven's original gardens, or were the children's children of plants that had, and the spirits recognized them in the way that old friends recognize each other across long absences. The healing properties of the revived herbs began contributing to the city's medical work within weeks of the first harvest, adding a natural component to the formation-based healing that Feng Shuiqing's team was developing. But peace, even genuine and growing peace, has its costs. Shen Feng was learning this in the specific way that can only be learned by living it. The first cost was Yun Zhaoxi. The ancient wandering swordsman had settled into new sword heaven since its formation with the ease of someone who had been carrying a very heavy thing for a very long time and had finally set it down in a place where the floor was strong enough to hold it. He occupied a modest dwelling near the outer wall, spent his mornings in the garden, contributed occasionally to the historical archive with the specific knowledge that only a 3,000-year survivor could provide, and declined to take on any formal role in the city's governance. He was present. He was restful. He was deeply, obviously grateful in a way that he expressed through quietness rather than speech. 2 months after the reconstruction, Shen Feng went to see him and found Yun Zhaoxi sitting in his garden with the specific quality of stillness that was no longer sleep. He had chosen a position facing east, placed his hands in his lap with deliberate care, and simply stopped. Not collapsed, not fallen, not died in any of the ways that suggest struggle or surprise. The garden was perfectly maintained. A cup of tea sat beside him, finished. His plain sword, the blade he had carried for 3,000 years, that had never revealed its full nature until the final confrontation with the devourer, was propped against the garden wall with the leaned ease of something set down for a moment, though both of them knew the moment was permanent. When Shen Feng touched the sword, he felt the spirit within, still present, a faint warm ember, at peace in the specific way of a fire that has burned through its fuel and is satisfied with what it warmed. He chose the moment, the edge said through their bond. He had the cultivation to continue. He chose not to. Why? Shen Feng asked, though he already understood. Because he finished. He carried the knowledge. He passed it on. The city lives. The devourer is at rest. The grand architect's last work is complete. The edge paused, and in the pause Shen Feng heard something that was not sorrow exactly, but was adjacent to it, the understanding of what completion means to very old things. He had been waiting to finish for 3,000 years. When he recognized that he had, he went. Shen Feng buried the sword in the garden where Yun Zhaoxi had loved to sit, point down in the sword heaven tradition for those who had walked their full path. He did the work himself, without asking for help, which felt like the right decision in a way he could not have explained clearly. The city's spirits came to witness, every single one of them, in the vast simultaneous presence of the resonance network, and the garden filled with a silence that was not emptiness but fullness, the fullness of 3,000 years of carried purpose finally at rest. Travel well, Shen Feng said. To the sword. To the man who had been the sword's companion. To the civilization they had both survived and served. You kept the light burning. We have it now. The second cost arrived more gently, but was in its own way harder to receive. 3 of the resurrected sword spirits who had been among the city's first settlers. Presences that had waited centuries in the graveyard before Shen Feng's arrival, who had been with him since the earliest days of his time as a servant-turned-master, completed their healing arcs and chose to move on. Not death. Ascension, the sword spirit equivalent of a cultivator's transcendence, where an individual consciousness recognized that its cycle was complete and dissolved back into the broader current of sword intent that runs through all cultivation. The process was entirely voluntary, entirely peaceful, and the spirits chose it with the specific settled certainty of beings who had arrived at an endpoint they had been working toward for a long time. They left behind their physical blades, which became, in the days after, spaces that other cultivators sought out for meditation, suffused with the lingering presence of someone who had been and had chosen to become part of something larger. The garden where Yun Zhaoxi rested had this quality. So did the alcoves where the 3 spirits' blades leaned against walls, still warm. It was the first time Shen Feng encountered the full cycle of sword spirit existence directly, rather than as philosophy or theory. He found it considerably harder than he'd expected. Does it get easier? He asked the edge, late at night in the empty hall of resonance. The great sword was silent for long enough that he thought it was considering the question honestly rather than preparing a comforting answer. When it spoke, the voice carried something he had not heard in it before, not quite tenderness, because the edge's emotional vocabulary was ancient and not built around human categories, but something in the same neighborhood as tenderness. No, but it becomes more meaningful. The question of whether it gets easier is the wrong question. Loss does not become easier to feel. What changes is your ability to feel it without losing your purpose. to hold the weight of someone's completion without letting the grief of their absence stop you from continuing the work they completed for. And you think I can do that? You already have. 3 times. Tonight. The edge paused. That is why you are asking whether it gets easier rather than closing yourself off and refusing to feel it at all. The cultivators who ask that question are always the ones already doing it correctly. Shen Feng sat with that until Lian Yu found him. She usually did, eventually, following some instinct about where he would be when he needed company, and settled beside him without explanations or questions, taking his hand and staying there while the cultivation stars moved overhead and the city breathed around them and the dead rested in their completion and the living continued in theirs. Chapter 88. The Devourer stirs in the city's 4th month. The Devourer sent a message. Not aggression. Nothing like the consuming presence it had been during the arc for confrontations, when its energy had covered the continent like a tide, pulling everything toward a center that devoured. The devourer that had healed was a different creature, vast, ancient, capable of the same primordial force, but no longer driven by it. What contacted Shen Feng through the deep resonance layer of the graveyard's core formation was not a threat or a demand. It was, unmistakably, a question. The image that came through was simple: a child standing at the edge of a lit space, looking inward at the warmth, uncertain whether it was allowed to approach. Shen Feng went to the deep chamber, the sealed room at the city's core where the graveyard's foundational formation array was housed, unchanged since the day he had first pressed his palm against it as a 14-year-old thrown into a wasteland. The room's physical structure was identical. He was not. He sat cross-legged before the formation node and opened the resonance channel fully, without filters or intermediaries. The Devourer's presence arrived like deep water filling a space. Unhurried, large, complete. Not threatening. Nothing like the consuming force that had once drawn every sword spirit in 100 miles toward annihilation. This was the presence of something that had been very full of pain for a very long time, and was now, for the first time, not. It moved through the channel with the careful tentativeness of something enormous that had recently learned how to be gentle and was still practicing the calibration. What do I do now? Not in words. The Devourer did not use the symbolic language that cultivators employed. It communicated in direct impression, feeling given shape. The question arrived as the whole complexity of its situation. An entity older than recorded cultivation history, with no precedent for its current state, in possession of capabilities it had been using destructively for 10 millennia and no longer wanted to use that way, without a framework for existing outside of consumption and grief. Shen Feng thought carefully before responding. He answered in the same direct impression language, having developed fluency in it through the bond work of recent months. What do you want? The response came in 2 parts, separated by a silence that lasted several minutes. The Devourer working through the question with the laborious care of something translating its internal experience into communicable form. First, a deep, still space. Not the consuming darkness of before. Something more like the bottom of a very deep, very clear lake. A darkness that contained rather than destroyed, that held things within it in safety. Rest. Then, after another silence, that same still space, but with a presence in it. Watchful, oriented outward. Something at the bottom of the city that felt everything above it and would respond if what was above it was threatened. Guard. Shen Feng held the 2 impressions together. The Devourer had been the Sword Heaven ruler's own sword. Its original function had been protection, the sword of a civilization's leader, meant to defend what the leader cared for. 10,000 years of abandonment and grief had twisted that function into its opposite. The protective instinct curdled into consuming destruction. Now, healed, it was reaching backward through all the damage to find what it had been before the breaking. Not the all-consuming force. The protector. Guard what? He asked. The graveyard's image bloomed between them. The site of the old wasteland. Now the city's foundations. The soil still rich with 10,000 years of accumulated sword spirit essence. The Devourer's ancient consciousness encompassed the image with a sense of identification, of belonging. This was its home. This had always been its home. It wanted to become the city's deepest foundation, not its controller, not its master, not its director. The bedrock awareness on which everything else rested. The presence that would maintain the structural integrity of the core formation itself, freeing Shen Feng from the constant monitoring work the bond currently required, and providing the city with a defensive foundation that could not be subverted because it was not a formation that could be attacked or an arrangement that could be renegotiated. It would simply be there, as the ground is there. It was extraordinarily useful. It was also the most moving thing Shen Feng had encountered since the reconstruction. You understand that you would be in service to the city. he said, making sure the terms were explicit and mutual, not directing it. The decisions remain with me and the edge and the sword triarchy. Your role is to hold the foundation, to protect, not to command. The devourer's response was immediate and complete. The deep bow of a sword to its master, an impression so clear and total that Xin Feng felt the resonance of it travel up through the formation core and into the city structure itself. The bond work that followed took an hour, Xin Feng and the edge working together with the devourer's active participation to reshape the connection. What had been containment became foundation. The jailer's bond became a home relationship. The devourer's vast presence settled into the city's deep structure not as a caged thing held behind formation walls, but as something freely choosing to be where it was, held in place by something far stronger and more permanent than any seal, the desire to belong. When it was done, Xin Feng sat in the quiet of the deep chamber and felt the difference throughout the city. The roots went deeper. The structure was more stable. And at the very bottom of everything, where the formation core met the graveyard's ancient soil, a presence rested. Enormous, ancient, quiet, and profoundly at peace for the first time in its existence. "Welcome home," he said. From the deepest layer of the formation, a warmth returned. Not words, not images. The feeling of something very large and very tired that had put down a weight it should never have had to carry and was finally, simply, resting. Chapter 89. A City Learning to Live. Summer arrived with warm spiritual currents and long, clear days, and new sword heaven began to teach. The first formal instruction session was held in the Hall of Teaching, a space adjacent to the Hall of Resonance that the city's spirits had shaped with considerable attention to the specific requirements of learning, its windows positioned for the morning light that the senior spirits had noted Xin Feng worked best in, its formation arrays tuned to the ambient spiritual frequency that most clearly supported the first stages of sword spirit bonding. 28 students came for the opening session. Some were outer disciples from allied sects, officially assigned to the residency program that had emerged from the delegation negotiations. Some were independent cultivators who had been part of the 43 who had come to the city's opening and had either stayed or returned. And one was a farmer's daughter from the nearest village to the former graveyard who had walked 2 days carrying a kitchen knife, whose small spirit was struggling and had stood at the city gate with the simple determination of someone who had run out of alternatives. Xin Feng had spent a week agonizing over curriculum before Rusthard, deploying the precise bluntness that made him the most effective teacher in the city, told him to stop overthinking it and teach what he actually knew. The thing no one else knew, the thing the city existed to teach. He had listened. He was glad he had. A sword spirit speaks in feeling, he told the assembled students. He was standing without a lectern, without notes, in the simple standing position of someone talking to people rather than performing for them. Not in words, not in symbols, not in the cultivated vocabulary of technique. In the way the metal responds when you hold it, the specific warmth or coldness that is different from the warmth or coldness of the room. In the resistance or ease of the draw, which tells you whether the spirit is alert or tired or willing or cautious. In the sound a blade makes when it moves through air, which changes when the spirit in it is present and changes again when the spirit is occupied or distressed. He held up the edge and felt the great sword extend its awareness gently outward, not overwhelming, not demanding, just a light touch, the way a person introduces themselves by being clearly present. You already felt that. Whatever you felt just now, as the blade's awareness touched yours, that's the beginning. That's not something I taught you. It's something you always had, and it just happened for the first time. The responses across the room were varied, which he had expected, because the void resonance root was a specific gift and most cultivators did not share it. But sensitivity to sword spirits was not limited to those with the root. It could be developed through attention and practice by anyone with the basic spiritual foundation. What the root gave him was clarity and range. What could be taught was presence, the discipline of being quiet enough, patient enough, attentive enough, for a voice quieter than silence to reach you. The farmer's daughter was in the second row, holding her kitchen knife in both hands. The spirit in the blade was old and small, and had been cared for by 3 generations of her family without any of them knowing it was there. It was responding to the city's ambient field the way a person responds to warmth after long cold, cautiously, not quite believing it was safe to relax fully. "May I?" Xin Feng asked, extending his hand toward her. She looked at him for a moment with the specific assessment of someone who has learned to be careful about who they give things to. Then she placed the knife in his palm. The spirit inside was exactly as he had felt from across the room. Tired, small, old, and currently making a very tentative decision about whether this situation was safe. He poured a careful thread of resonance into the blade, calibrated to the spirit's current state rather than his own capability. Not a surge, but a reassurance, the spiritual equivalent of sitting quietly near something that has been alone for a long time without demanding that it come closer. The blade warmed. The spirit, feeling the support without any accompanying demand or expectation, straightened, and then reached back. Tentatively, testing, sending a single clear impression that translated, approximately, as, "This is real. This is actually happening. Thank you for noticing." He handed the knife back. The girl held it to her chest with both hands, and her eyes were very bright. "What is it feeling?" one of the other students asked from across the room. "Relief," Shinfeng said. "It has been carrying itself alone for a long time. It just found out it doesn't have to anymore." He taught for the rest of the morning. The students spent the session simply holding their weapons and learning to be still, not the stillness of waiting for something to happen, but the active, alert stillness of listening. Learning the first discipline, the art of making yourself quiet enough that a voice quieter than silence can be heard. Word spread, as word of useful things tends to spread. More students came the following week. Shinfeng taught when his schedule permitted and delegated when it didn't, appointing senior sword spirits as instructors in the specific techniques that only centuries of lived experience could teach. The formation work sessions were led by the Obsidian Court scholars and the city's formation specialist spirits jointly. The healing work was Feng Shuiqing's domain, supplemented by Qifeng's evolved ability to transmit the direct felt experience of cultivation transitions. Rusthart became the most popular instructor in the city by a considerable margin. Students who came expecting a legendary sword spirit to be dignified and formal received instead a spirit who called bad assumptions out immediately and then spent 40 minutes patiently rebuilding them from the ground up, who had no tolerance for the specific vanity of cultivators who had been told they were talented and had begun to believe talent was the same as understanding, but who was profoundly, consistently gentle with anyone who was genuinely trying regardless of where they were. Starting from, he had spent centuries being a discarded blade in a wasteland. He understood starting from nothing with an intimacy that no amount of cultivation achievement could replicate. The city grew more alive by the day, not in size, in depth, in warmth, in the specific quality of a place where useful things were happening and people were learning, and the distance between extraordinary and ordinary had been deliberately, intentionally reduced to almost nothing. Chapter 90. The last enemy late summer brought the challenge that Shinfeng had, in some quiet part of himself, known would eventually arrive. Not an army, not a political maneuver, but a person who had found her way to the city's door carrying the specific weight of something broken for which she had not been able to find a remedy. Her name was Feng Shuiqing. She was 60 years old, a former elder of a small sect within the Western Alliance's confederation who had left her position 5 years ago after leading an expedition that had gone catastrophically wrong. A spirit beast ambush in a deep mountain range, bad intelligence, worse luck, and the specific intersection of ordinary dangers that had cost her 6 students and her sect's best formation master. She had survived. They had not. The grief and the guilt and the eventual political reality of an elder who had survived when her students had not had combined into a situation that was not hostile exactly, but was no longer tenable, and she had resigned. In the 5 years since, she had gone to the ruins of every accessible sword graveyard she could reach, not to harvest, not to study in any organized way, but because her sword had been damaged in the same ambush that killed her students, and she could not bear to stop looking for a way to fix it. She had tried everything she knew and hired everyone who would take the commission. She had traveled to healers and formation masters across 3 regions. Nothing had worked. She arrived at New Sword Heaven's Gate carrying nothing but a walking staff and a face worn smooth by wind, and the kind of sustained grief that eventually becomes very quiet. She asked the gate guard to speak with the graveyard master about a damaged sword. The guard sent the message. Shinfeng asked her in. She stood in the Hall of Resonance with the sword held flat in both palms, not presenting it the way cultivators present powerful artifacts, but the way someone holds something fragile that they are afraid to set down. "I heard that you heal broken things," she said. "I heard this city was built on the art of resurrection." Shinfeng looked at the sword through his void resonance root without touching it. The fragmentation she had described in the gate guard's message was immediately apparent. Not the extinction of the spirit, not deterioration, but fracture. The spirit's awareness was distributed across the blade's lengthened segments that could not communicate with each other. Each fragment still alive, each one still holding the essential quality of what the spirit had been, just isolated from the others, unable to locate them, unable to knit back together because the mechanism of connection had been severed in the overstress of an impossible act of protection. It tried to protect me, she said, before he had asked. When the ambush came and everything broke at once, the spirit threw everything it had into a shield between me and the worst of it. It worked. I came home, but the effort shattered its internal structure, and I have been trying to put it back together for 5 years. He held out his hand. She placed the sword in his palm with the careful trust of someone who had learned through 5 years of disappointments that trust was a finite resource and was choosing to spend some of it anyway. What he did next was not dramatic. He sat down, positioned himself where the light was good, and spent 2 hours with the blade. The process was closer to listening than to working, using the void resonance route to perceive the precise location of each fragment, the exact nature of its isolation, the pattern of what the spirit had been when whole. The pattern was still present. Fracture did not erase identity. It only prevented the fragments from finding each other. He introduced threads of resonance between adjacent fragments, not forcing them together, showing them where the others were. Each thread was a notification. You are not alone. The others are here. And with the notification, stability, a small measure of the network's ambient energy flowing into the fragment, enough to give it the strength to reach rather than simply endure. The last fragment to reconnect was the core, the spirit's center of identity, which had shattered deepest and had been most thoroughly convinced of its isolation. When Xin Feng's thread reached it, the fragment trembled. Then it recognized what it was feeling, the presence of the other fragments, connected, oriented, waiting. It knew where it was. It knew what had happened. And it knew that someone had spent 2 hours sitting with it in the quiet, finding all the pieces and bringing them back to where they could find each other. The reconnection bloomed slowly over 15 minutes, each fragment drawing towards center as the structure rebuilt itself from the inside. When it was complete, the sword produced a single clear note through the metal, not loud, nothing dramatic, just a resonance resolved, a string finding its proper tension, the sound of something whole again. Feng Suiqing held the reformed blade and shook, silently, for a long time. When she could speak, her voice was entirely steady, which Xin Feng recognized as the voice of someone managing very hard feelings with very good discipline. How did you know how to do that? The graveyard taught me. Sword spirits spend a very long time here, in pieces, alone. I learned to find the pattern in the fragmentation, to look for what something was rather than for what it appeared to be in its current state. She looked at the blade, then at him. This can be taught. Yes, it takes patience and a cultivated sensitivity to spirit resonance, but the technique is teachable. The underlying principle. He paused, looking for the right words. The underlying principle is that broken things still contain the pattern of what they were. The healer's job is to see the pattern clearly enough to support the reconnection rather than trying to impose a new structure. Would you be willing to teach it to me? She asked. And then, if I can learn it well enough, would you consider letting me apply it here, for others who come with what I came with? Xin Feng studied her for a moment. 60 years old, former sect elder, carrying 5 years of grief and guilt, and the specific determination of someone who has decided to do something useful with all of it. Stay, he said. Learn the technique fully. When you're ready to teach it, we'll talk about structure. She stayed. She became one of the most important people in the city, not the most powerful cultivator among the instructors, not the most broadly trained, the most patient, the most precise, and the most deeply attuned to the particular grief of people who had damaged something precious and didn't know how to restore it. She understood what 5 years of failing felt like. She understood what it meant to be told that the problem was solvable. She communicated both with an authenticity that no amount of training could manufacture. The last enemy had not come with a sword drawn. She had come with a broken one. Chapter 91. 3 Supreme Swords. The 3 supreme grade swords that Xin Feng had resurrected at the ancient seal sites during the continental journey had been part of New Sword Heaven since its founding, Tianying the Sky Cleaver, Suihua the Crystalline Bloom, and Qifeng the Red Wind. Each had occupied significant roles in the city's defense and governance from the beginning, their ancient powers suited to functions that lesser spirits could not have sustained. But the autumn brought a development that the city's scholars, reviewing the formation archives, found had been anticipated by New Sword Heaven's original designers and had no less wonder in it for being anticipated. As the city's ambient energy deepened, fed by the settling of the Devourer's presence in the foundations and the progressive activation of formation systems from the obsidian quartz diagrams, the 3 supreme swords underwent what the archives called a second alignment. Not resurrection, which had already occurred, not a breakthrough in the cultivation sense, a deepening of purpose, each sword's already vast consciousness clarifying further, shedding residual confusion about its role, arriving at a specificity and comprehensiveness of function that its ancient designers had intended it to reach eventually. Tianying, The Great War Sword, whose battle intent had served as the primary offensive component in the final engagement with the Devourer, developed what Jiang Lao described as strategic awareness. The sword's consciousness expanded beyond the city's resonance network to perceive cultivation activity at ranges of several hundred miles, with a sensitivity that could distinguish between the broad patterns of ordinary cultivation and the specific signatures of organized formation work, large-scale spirit gathering, or the approach of military columns. It became, effectively, the city's intelligence system, not intrusive into individual privacy, which its ancient designers had explicitly prohibited, but a genuine early warning and strategic assessment capability of a kind no sect had ever possessed. Suehua, whose harmonizing energy had been central to the city's early healing work, evolved in a direction that immediately doubled the Grand Resonance Network's practical effectiveness. Different regional sword spirit traditions had developed, over thousands of years of isolation, different internal languages, different symbolic vocabularies, different emotional registers, different patterns for expressing the same fundamental experiences. A spirit from the far south communicated in certain ways that a spirit from the frozen north found unclear or incomplete, and the miscommunication was a genuine limitation on the network's function. Suehua's evolved consciousness bridged this gap. It could translate between regional spirit languages in real time, serving as a living relay that maintained not just the technical connection, but the meaningful comprehension between participants. Qifeng's evolution was the most unusual and, in some ways, the most immediately impactful. The ancient battle sword had always been the most aggressive presence among the city's senior residents. Its energy was sharpness and force, ill-suited to the healing focus that characterized most of the city's work. What it developed was an ability that addressed exactly this tension, the capacity to transmit direct experience of cultivation states. A student who had been trying to understand the transition from sword intent to sword heart conceptually could meditate with Qifeng's guidance and feel, from the inside, what that transition was like. Not a copy of Qifeng's specific technique, but the felt understanding of the shape of the advance, the quality of attention required, the specific internal shift that distinguishes the two states. The first student Qifeng worked with through the new capacity was a young man who had been stuck at peak sword intent for 2 years, his advancement blocked by an inability to understand what he was advancing toward. He came out of the meditation with a different quality in his eyes, not having advanced, but knowing the path. "What did you feel?" Shenfeng asked him. Like the sword was saying, "You're not wrong, you're just not there yet, and there's a difference between those." The young man looked at Qifeng's battle-scarred form with something between reverence and affection. "It's not that the path is too difficult. It's that I've been approaching it like a barrier rather than like a destination. Those require completely different things from you." Qifeng's spirit, which expressed approval through a specific red warmth rather than any audible sound, pulsed once with the unmistakable quality of a teacher recognizing a student who has understood correctly. The three supreme swords became, formally, the Sword Triarchy, the city's senior advisory body for strategic, network, and teaching concerns respectively. They held genuine authority in their domains and exercised it according to their own assessment of the city's well-being, subject to consultation with Shenfeng and the Edge, but not to direction against their judgment. It was the governance structure that the original Sword Heaven had designed for its supreme-grade spirits, and finding it re-emerging naturally rather than being imposed felt like watching something very old remember itself. "New Sword Heaven governs itself," Shenfeng told Lianyu that evening, and the wonder in his voice was completely unguarded. "Is that alarming?" "It's the opposite." He watched the city's spirit lights drifting in the evening air from their shared tower window. "I think the graveyard chose me because I would be willing to give up being the master when the city was ready to manage itself. Not every person chosen for something like this would be." He paused. "It's strange. That boy who needed to matter would have found this threatening. Somehow he's become someone who finds it a relief." Lianyu leaned against his shoulder with the ease of someone long past requiring the occasion to be significant enough to justify the gesture. "That's called growing up," she said. "Or possibly wisdom. Hard to tell from the inside. Is there a difference?" "Not one that matters practically." The city continued its beautiful, intricate work of becoming what it had always meant to be. And the graveyard master, who had begun as the only thing standing between a wasteland and oblivion, became something harder to name and more valuable. The person who built something sturdy enough to outlast his own necessity for it. Chapter 92. Winter cultivation. Winter arrived early that year, bringing a cold that clarified rather than simply froze. The spiritual currents over New Sword Heaven sharpened in the cold air, and the city's formation systems, maintaining internal warmth through the agricultural arrays, created an interior that was distinct and vivid against the stark white of the plains beyond the walls. The sword spirits moved through the city with increased energy in the cold, which the archive described as typical. Sword intent ran cleaner in cold air, the way a blade's edge is easier to perceive when the light is clear. Shinfeng used the winter for the cultivation he had been deferring. He had been at the peak of nascent soul since the final confrontation with the Devourer, the approach to spirit severing always present at the edge of his perception but never reached. The pressure of the reconstruction, the diplomacy, the teaching, the governance, and the constant responsive attention that a living city and a growing continental network required had kept him from the sustained inward focus that real advancement demanded. The winter's comparative quiet created the opening. He cultivated in the deep chamber for 14 days, the edge's consciousness present throughout as both witness and guide. The great sword knew the terrain of spirit severing and Tao seeking better than any living mentor could, having existed in proximity to countless cultivators who had walked those paths across 10,000 years of Sword Heaven's history. The Devourer's settled presence in the foundations provided something neither Shinfeng nor the Edge could have predicted when the healing bond was first formed, a stability that was deeper than any formation support, the structural certainty of bedrock that had chosen to hold everything up. On the third day, he understood what spirit severing actually required. Not more power, not a breakthrough force through accumulated force in the way he had broken through earlier barriers. Those breakthroughs had been the work of a person pushing, and pushing had worked because earlier barriers were external obstacles. Spirit severing was different. It was not an obstacle. It was a recognition. What needed to be severed was an attachment, the last remaining knot of the boy who had needed to matter, the original engine of everything he had built. That frightened, determined, abandoned child still existed in some deep layer of his meridians, still vibrating with the anxious urgency that had driven him from one survival to the next, from the graveyard's edge to this chamber. He sat with it for 3 days, not attacking it, understanding it, feeling its shape, its history, what it had been protecting against, and what it had driven him toward. Then he understood what it was asking. Not to be destroyed, to be thanked. That small, frightened piece of him had carried him across impossible terrain for 6 years. It had been, for a long time, the engine of everything, and he had never once turned around and acknowledged it. He did so now, with the full presence of his Tao-seeking awareness. With complete sincerity, he said, "You kept me moving when there was nothing else keeping me going. I would not be here without you. The city would not exist. The dead would still be waiting. Thank you." The knot released. The breakthrough was not dramatic. There was no pillar of light, no thunderclap of released spiritual energy, no display visible to anyone outside the chamber. There was a silence, and in the silence a settling, and in the settling a clarity so total and so calm that it felt less like gaining something new than like finally seeing clearly something that had always been there. The sword Tao unfolded before him, not as a technique to learn, not as a power to wield, but as a way of perceiving. He could see the sword intent in everything around him, in the formation arrays, in the spirit lights, in the soil that had held 10,000 dead blades and still carried their trace, in Lian Yu's ice-fire meridians, burning with a sword aspect sharpness she had never been told she carried, in the sky above and the deep current of the world below, where the primordial forces that all cultivation drew from ran in their ancient, indifferent rivers. When he came back from the deep chamber, Rustheart took one look at him and said, without preamble or ceremony, "Finally. You could have warned me it would take 3 days of sitting with myself. I did warn you. You interpreted it takes as long as it takes as encouragement to rush. That's not what spirit severing at 21 years old," Rustheart said, with the deliberate conversational emphasis of someone making a point they have been waiting to make. The greatest talent in Sword Heaven's recorded history reached spirit severing at 29. I may have found this specific development personally vindicating. The old spirit paused. I never had to deal with the greatest talent's expectations directly, which made the relationship much easier. Shinfeng laughed, and the city laughed with him, and in the deep foundations the ancient presence produced the warmth that had become its version of laughter, and the whole building resonated with the simple, enormous pleasure of something going exactly right. Chapter 93. The Grand Resonance begins. Spring came with the first full phase of the Grand Resonance's construction, and Jian Wuhan came back from 3 months of continental travel with a tan and an extraordinary amount of detailed information delivered in a single 4-hour briefing that he gave without notes, pacing, or any visible recourse to written records. The briefing covered 37 signed agreements for relay node placement across the continent, detailed assessments of the political climate in each region, a catalog of spirit populations encountered along the route and their current condition relative to pre-devourer baselines, and a personal observation section that included both diplomatic intelligence and several instances of Jian Wuhan having fixed things that were not technically within his mandate, including the toy sword spirit that had arrived separately by spirit messenger 2 days before he did. Reached agreement with the Jade Mountains Confederation on node placement, he said, ticking through his list with the efficiency of someone who had prepared for this briefing on the road. They drive hard bargains. The agreement includes a reciprocal teaching exchange that I signed on your behalf. I'll explain the full terms afterward. Eastern Coast. Enthusiastic across the board. Worst spirit damage concentration is there, and they feel the benefit most acutely. Central Plains. Cautious, watching, not opposed. Far north, he paused. 2 sects have interpreted the Grand Resonance as a political influence operation and have refused nodes within their territory. I spent a week on this. Their objections are genuine, not political cover. They're afraid. Afraid of what? Zhang Lao asked. Of being connected to something they can't control. They've survived for 2 centuries through isolation, and they've built an identity around it. Jian Wuhan's expression was even. They'll come around. The isolation is a choice, not a need. And when they watch what the network does for their neighbors, the choice will become harder to justify to their own populations. He paused again. The toy sword spirit, by the way, is extremely opinionated for something that has spent 15 years in a child's carved wooden practice sword. I think it's going to be difficult. Rusthart has already claimed it as a student, Shinfeng said. Then it will be difficult in competent hands. The construction began at midsummer. Quietly, methodically, 1 relay node at a time. Each node was placed in cooperation with the local sword spirit community, calibrated to the specific ambient spiritual character of its location. A node in the coastal lowlands was configured differently than one in the high mountain passes, because the sword spirit populations in those regions communicated differently and experienced their cultivation differently. And a useful network had to meet spirits where they were rather than requiring them to adapt to a single standard. The city served as the hub. The edge's awareness extended outward through the growing relay chain, maintaining coherence across the entire network with the patient attention of something 10,000 years old that understood the difference between forcing coherence and supporting it. Suehua translated between regional vocabularies. Tianying watched the network's perimeter for any external pressure that might indicate attempts to interfere with the infrastructure. And Shen Feng served as the anchor. He felt it from the moment the first relay node went live. A new dimension to his awareness, a gentle background presence of the network's participating spirits. He had worried it would be overwhelming. The constant availability of that many presences, each one with its needs and its history and its current state. It was not. It was more like peripheral vision, or like hearing a city's ambient sound from inside a building. Present, informative, not demanding. He could choose when to look directly at any part of it and when to let it run without his attention. The void resonance route, which had always been about perception, had found its natural culmination. The first healing was a fishing blade in a coastal village, whose spirit had been fragmented by the Devourer's passage 3 years earlier and had been failing slowly since. The first relay node in the nearest coastal town connected the network to the village's ambient field, and the shared stability of 10,000 connected spirits reached the fishing blade overnight. The fragments stabilized. Then, slowly, they began to find each other. The family that owned the blade noticed the change within a day. The knife hummed differently. Cleaner. Resolved. The way a note sounds when the string has found its proper tension. They did not know about the Grand Resonance. They did not need to. They knew their blade felt better, and they were grateful, and they treated it with the same care they always had, and the spirit in it continued to grow stronger day by day, sustained now by the network's ambient support and by the generations of ordinary human love that had always been its foundation. Shinfeng thought about that fishing blade for days after he heard about it through the network. He thought about it as the emblem of what all of this was actually for. Not the political victories, not the continental recognition, not the extraordinary cultivation achievements. A working blade in an ordinary household, mended. Its spirit whole. A family that would never know the name of the system that had helped their knife, going about their days with a working tool in their kitchen and no knowledge of the 10,000 years of effort that had led to this quiet, ordinary moment. He thought it was perhaps the best thing he had ever done. Chapter 94. The prodigal return late spring of the second year brought Mei Zhelan, and with her a question Shinfeng had not known he was still carrying until she answered it. She had been a senior outer disciple of Iron Crane when he was a servant there. One of the few who had occasionally addressed him with something approaching human courtesy, in the distracted way of someone who had not considered the ethical dimensions of the social structure carefully, but was not actively unkind. She had advanced to nascent soul in the intervening years, her cultivation reflecting serious and sustained dedication, and she led the first formal Iron Crane residency cohort through New Sword Heaven's Gate with the poise of someone who had prepared thoroughly and was managing the significance of the occasion through professionalism. The diplomatic portion of the visit proceeded correctly. The residency terms were confirmed. The cohort was introduced to their instructors and their quarters. Practical arrangements were made. Then, after all the structure was settled, Mei Zhilan asked to speak with Shinfeng alone. She stood in a small reception room and did not arrange herself in any diplomatic posture. She simply stood as herself and said, "I came to tell you that I'm sorry. When you were taken, when Elder Mu's people came for you, I knew something was wrong. I had heard enough to understand the evidence was fabricated. I did not say anything because I thought it wasn't my place to say anything, or I was afraid to say anything, or I had not thought carefully enough about what it was my responsibility to say." She paused. "Those reasons feel smaller to me now than they did then. I have been carrying this for 3 years. Shinfeng was quiet. He had not thought, in years, about the specific faces of the people who had watched him be taken. The detailed memory of that day had blurred over time into a general understanding. He had been betrayed by Elder Mu. The graveyard had saved him. The life he had now was built on that betrayal and that salvation together, and he had found a way to carry that history as the foundation of what he was doing rather than as a grievance that required ongoing energy to maintain. He had not forgotten. He had just stopped counting who owed him what. But now that Mei Zhilan named it, the memory clarified with the specific precision of an old wound gently probed. Her face at the edge of the watching crowd, not hostile, not triumphant, not even particularly interested. Just watching, and then looking away. "You were 17, he said. "That doesn't change that I knew better." "No, but it explains why you did what most 17-year-olds do in that situation, which is nothing, because the cost of doing something was real and the cost of doing nothing was invisible." He looked at her steadily. "Would you do nothing now?" Her answer was immediate and total. "No." "Then that's what matters. The apology is accepted. The action you would take now is more meaningful than the action you didn't take then." He meant it, not as a diplomatic formula, but as a true assessment. The past was the past. What she had done with it, the 3 years of carrying it, the decision to come here and say it out loud, was the present, and the present was what could be worked with. The 15 Iron Crane disciples who had accompanied Mei Zhilan had been standing in the corridor, visible through the reception room's open door. Shinfeng had been aware of their presence throughout and had noted, as he spoke, the quality of attention they were paying to the conversation. Young cultivators from a significant sect who had been sent on a diplomatic assignment and had not expected to witness an unscripted private reckoning as part of it. Several of them had expressions that were not discomfort exactly, but were the look of people encountering something they would be thinking about for a while. He would later learn that 3 of those 15 disciples requested extended stays beyond their formal rotation. 2 eventually applied for permanent residency. Both came from ordinary families, neither with particular political connections. Both turned out to have extraordinary sensitivity to sword spirits, the kind of perception that no amount of training could manufacture, but that training, given the right foundation, could develop fully. The graveyard had always known its people. It was still choosing carefully and choosing well. Chapter 95. The Edge speaks. A year after the reconstruction, the Edge asked to address the city's spirit population directly, not through Shinfeng as interpreter or intermediary, directly, in its own voice, through the resonance network, without the filtering that their bond normally provided when the Great Sword communicated with the world. Shinfeng agreed without hesitation. He went to the deep chamber, opened the resonance network to its fullest extent, stepped back his own presence within the channel, and created the space for the Edge's voice to come through unmediated. What the Edge said could not be transcribed. It spoke in the deep language of sword spirit consciousness, layered impression, meaning built from feeling rather than symbol, the specific vocabulary that spirits used among themselves, and that even Shinfeng, with his void resonance root and years of immersion, could only partially follow. The full transmission lasted perhaps 30 minutes by ordinary time, though in the resonance network's subjective sense it felt both shorter and longer than that. Afterward, through the city's responses and his own partial understanding of what had flowed through the channel, Shinfeng could reconstruct its substance. The Edge had been alone for 10,000 years. Not alone in the way that a person is alone, without companionship, without contact, waiting for someone to speak to them. Alone in the way that the last member of a civilization is alone, carrying something irreplaceable, with no one to pass it to. knowing that if the carrying failed, then the thing carried was simply gone and the world would never know what had been lost. It had maintained the memory and the intention of Sword Heaven's founders through the long centuries of the graveyard's existence with no audience, no acknowledgement, no evidence that the maintenance would ever be rewarded. It told the spirits what that had been like, not as complaint, not as a claim for sympathy or recognition, as testimony, the honest, detailed account of what 10,000 years of that specific isolation felt like for a consciousness that had been designed and built to be a civilization's center and had spent 10,000 years existing without the civilization. The loneliness of function without context. The strange discipline required to continue caring about something when there was no one alive who understood why it mattered. It told them for a specific reason, which it named explicitly at the end of the transmission, so that none of them would ever again, if they could help it, allow another spirit to face that kind of silence without intervention. So that the network they were part of, the Grand Resonance, New Sword Heaven's ambient field, the ordinary daily contact between spirits in the city, would always be understood as precious because of what its absence looked like, not just as valuable because of what its presence provided. When the transmission ended, the city was very quiet for a long time. Then the oldest spirits in the network began to respond, and the response spread outward in a slow wave, to the newer spirits, to the recently healed, to the distant participants connected through the Grand Resonance relay nodes scattered across the continent. The response was not words and not images. It was a frequency, a resonance produced by many different spirits simultaneously choosing to make the same acknowledgement. We heard you. You are not alone now. We are here. We were always going to be here. We just needed you to wait long enough for us to find you. Shinfeng sat in the deep chamber for a long time after, his hand resting on the blade's hilt, feeling the warmth moving through the metal. Whatever the edge was experiencing as the city's full response moved through their bond, the emotion that had no name in any human language, the state that occurs when something which has been in pain for 10,000 years finally receives exactly the thing it needed, was approximately, imprecisely, incompletely described by the word joy. You've been waiting to say that for 10,000 years, he said quietly. The edge's response was a single resonant pulse, complete and certain, yes. He stayed until the response had spread across the entire network and every spirit in it had received and added to the warmth. Then he stood and felt the city's full weight of gratitude and recognition and collective resolve settle around him like something that had been waiting to be put on properly, and went upstairs to find Lian Yu and tell her what had happened. Some things needed to be said to another person. This was one of them. Chapter 96. The world answers the Grand Resonance's second phase activated at the first anniversary of the reconstruction, with 47 relay nodes live across the continent and another 23 in construction or final placement negotiation. Coverage was not yet complete. The far north remained offline, and several remote mountain regions were still in preliminary discussions. But the network was large enough and had been operational long enough for its effects to be clearly documented and widely observed. Damaged sword spirits were recovering, not uniformly. The most severely fragmented cases still required direct intervention from Feng Suiqing's healing team, and some damage was beyond current knowledge to address. But the broad population of spirits that had been slowly deteriorating since the Devourer's approach were stabilizing across the coverage area. The ones that had been weakened but not broken were returning to full function. The ones that had been broken but not shattered were beginning the slow process of reconnection that the network supported. The fishing village blade in the eastern coast had been, as it turned out, one of approximately 8,000 comparable cases within the first 47 nodes coverage area. 8,000 swords whose spirits had been failing slowly, without any obvious dramatic event, just gradually losing coherence under the accumulated pressure of years of the Devourer's distant effect on the continent's spiritual environment, and who were now, connected to the network's collective stability, finding what they needed to hold on and grow stronger. The two far northern sects that had refused Grand Resonance nodes sent a joint delegation to New Sword Heaven 17 months after the network went live. They arrived with the specific bearing of organizations that have made a decision they are not entirely comfortable with, but have decided to implement anyway, because the alternative has become clearly untenable. They did not apologize for the original refusal. They acknowledged, with direct and uncomplicated language, that they had watched the network's effects in neighboring territories across 17 months and had concluded that their security concerns, while genuine, had been based on a misunderstanding of the network's architecture. The Grand Resonance was not a control structure. It had never been a control structure. Their observation had confirmed what the design documentation said, and they were prepared to acknowledge that their initial assessment had been incorrect. They requested inclusion. Sects are strange, Jin Wuhan observed, watching the northern delegation file through the city gate. They'll watch people benefit for a year and a half, rather than admit a mistake immediately. People are strange, Shinfeng said. Sects are just people with better stationery. He paused. Schedule the survey team before the northern winter. Get them in while the ground is accessible. The Continental Cultivation Council, which had been watching the Grand Resonance's development with the institutional caution of a body that was constitutionally incapable of rapid responses, formally classified it as Continental Public Infrastructure in the second year, a designation that provided legal protection for the relay nodes, created maintenance obligations for participating sects, and established the Grand Resonance as a permanent element of the cultivation world's shared resources, rather than a project that could be discontinued if New Sword Heaven changed its priorities. It was a bureaucratic recognition of something that was already working and would have continued working regardless of the paperwork. But the paperwork mattered politically, and the political protection mattered practically, and Shinfeng accepted the designation with appropriate formal acknowledgement and then returned to the construction timeline that was still 3 phases from completion. The city itself had deepened through the second year in ways that defied simple description. The number of permanent spirit residents had grown to over 300. The teaching program had produced its first graduates, cultivators who had come as students and left with foundational skills in sword spirit bonding and formation work that did not previously exist in the cultivation world's general knowledge base. Fun Suiqing's healing practice had developed a written methodology that was being distributed through the Grand Resonance Network as educational material, reaching healers in remote regions who would never visit the city. Knowledge that had been sealed for 10,000 years was being passed freely to anyone who could use it. The city's original purpose, a civilization of sword cultivators built on shared knowledge and the understanding that every blade deserved care, was being realized, not in a contained location, but across an entire continent. Chapter 97, Spirit Severing. Hearthold 2 years after the reconstruction, Shinfeng stood at the edge of Spirit Severing's peak and felt the approach of Tao seeking with the specific clarity of someone who can see the next step clearly and knows the timing is almost right. The advance had been building since his spirit-severing breakthrough in the winter cultivation, growing steadily through daily practice and the deep ambient support of a city in which the sword Tao ran through every formation and every spirit's presence. The Edge's mentorship was invaluable. The great sword knew the terrain of Tao seeking with the intimacy of something that had existed in proximity to dozens of cultivators who had made the crossing, and its guidance was not instruction in technique, but illumination of principle. What the realm actually was, stripped of the accumulated mythology that centuries of cultivation literature had built up around it. What surprised him was the character of the advance. He had assumed, given everything, the void resonance root, the Edge's cultivation heritage, the entire arc of his life's work, that his Tao-seeking comprehension would take a sword aspect form. The sword Tao in its fullest expression, the supreme understanding that the original sword heaven cultivators had been working toward when the devourer destroyed them. That was the natural culmination. What opened before him instead was something larger that contained the sword Tao as one expression of a broader principle, the Tao of resonance. The understanding that all things have a voice, that the voice can be heard and responded to without imposing one's own intentions over it, that the highest function of awareness is not to achieve, but to listen and then to act from genuine understanding rather than projection. He had been practicing this for 6 years without knowing what it was called. The graveyard had been teaching it to him from the first day. He told the Edge. The great sword was quiet for a long time. When it spoke, the voice carried the quality of someone who has been waiting to confirm something they have known for a long time. I knew this was where you would arrive. I didn't know how to tell you because the knowing needed to be yours. You are ready for it now. Was this always where I was going? Many different graveyard masters could have been. Most would have arrived somewhere different, some at pure sword power, some at strategic sovereignty, some at a healing practice that didn't extend beyond direct intervention. You arrived here because of who you were before the graveyard. The boy who was invisible learned to listen with extraordinary attention before he had any power to act on what he heard. That listening was always the root. Everything else grew from it. He went to find Lianyu. She was in her tower, working through the annihilation intent with the precise, controlled attention she brought to all her serious cultivation. She had broken through to nascent soul the previous month, quietly and in her own way, without ceremony or announcement. The quality of her cultivation was remarkable in its character, not merely powerful but shaped. Every technique she used bore the mark of her own reasoning about it, built from her understanding of her own meridian structure and her own experience rather than inherited wholesale from any tradition. "You're approaching Tao seeking," she said, without looking up from her meditation. It was not a question. "How do you know?" "You've been cultivating differently for 3 weeks. The quality of your presence is different." She opened her eyes. "What form is it taking?" He described the resonance Tao and watched her face as he spoke, not for approval, but because her response to ideas was one of the most reliable indicators of their soundness that he had access to. She listened with complete attention, considering rather than reacting, turning the concept over in her mind with the care she brought to things that mattered. "Appropriate," she said finally. From outside, it was always obvious. You listened to everything. The sword cultivation was where the listening was most visible because the medium was responsive. Dead swords talk back. But the underlying quality was never only about swords. You cultivate differently. Adjacent, not opposite. She stood and moved to the window, looking out over the city. The evening light on the reformed metal streets. The spirit lights beginning to emerge as the day dimmed. Annihilation intent. Precise severance of what must be severed. Resonance. Understanding of what must be kept. A sword that cuts only cuts with purpose. Understanding gives the purpose. Severance makes it precise. She turned to look at him. "We've always been complementary. That was never an accident." He crossed the room and kissed her with the ease of someone who has long since stopped requiring the moment to be orchestrated and has learned that the ordinary moments are the most honest ones. The city held the warmth of it through the ambient resonance, not amplifying, not broadcasting, just noting with the gentle awareness of 10,000 spirits that the people who had built this place were well and were together, and that these ordinary facts were worth registering as the valuable things they were. Chapter 98. The graveyard remembers. On the 2nd anniversary of New Sword Heaven's reconstruction, Shin Feng went to the graveyard's outer boundary alone. He went on foot. In the early morning before the city's teaching schedule began, through the city's streets and out the eastern gate, and along the path that curved around the city's exterior formation perimeter to the point where the former graveyard's edge met the ordinary world. The line was still visible if you knew how to look. A slight change in the quality of the soil, a barely perceptible shift in the ambient spiritual density where the city's rich field ended and the continent's ordinary level resumed. The border stone that had been there before his arrival was still there, unchanged, a flat, weathered rock that had survived everything and asked nothing of anyone. He sat on it as he had sat on nothing else in the past 2 years. No cultivation posture, no formation support, just sitting. He was 23 years old. 2.5 years ago, he had been thrown into this wasteland by a man who expected him to die in 3 days, and he had instead spent 6 years building everything behind him. The span between those 2 points felt both enormous and small, depending on how he measured it. Enormous in content. Every battle, every grief, every relationship, every slow, patient piece of construction. Small in the essential continuity. The same person throughout, changed in form and scope, but not in the fundamental quality that had made the graveyard reach for him in the first place. The edge was with him, present as a resonance rather than a physical weight. It had learned, in 2 years of close bond with someone who sometimes needed to be alone with the larger thoughts, the difference between presence and intrusion. It was there the way a good friend is there, available, attentive, not filling the silence with anything that wasn't asked for. He thought about Yun Zhaoxi, finished and at rest in the garden where he had loved to sit. He thought about the 3 spirits who had completed their cycles and ascended, their blades warm in the walls where they had chosen to leave them. He thought about Rusthart, who was quite possibly at this exact moment in the middle of a lecture, his voice carrying the blunt warmth of a teacher who has found the work he was made for. He thought about Lianyu, sleeping in the tower they shared. He thought about Jin Wuhan and Zhang Lao and Fen Suiqing and the farmer's daughter whose kitchen knife was named Huan Yuan, returned to origin. He thought about the 10,000 spirits who had waited in broken metal, in the dark, for someone to care. The question he had asked himself for 2 years, did we do it right? Was a genuine question, not a rhetorical one. He had made choices under pressure, in incomplete information, under the constraint of circumstances that had not given him the option of deliberation. Some of those choices had cost things. Yun Zhaoxi's 3,000 years had been pointed toward this ending. The spirits who had completed their cycles might have chosen differently if the city had been built differently. Fen Suiqing's 5 years of searching might have been 5 years of something else if the city had existed sooner. Did we do it right? The answer came not in words, not from the edge or the devourer or any single spirit. It came from the resonance network, the city's ambient energy, the distant hum of 47 relay nodes, the specific warmth of 8,000 healing spirits across the continent, the clear note of Huan Yuan in a farming kitchen, the deep settled peace of the ancient consciousness in the foundations, the collective presence of 300 permanent residents going about their mourning. All of it, together, a sound that meant yes, and meant we are glad, and meant this is what we were waiting for, and it was worth the waiting, and we would wait again. He sat on the border stone for a long time. Then Lian Yu appeared, walking along the exterior path with the unhurried certainty of someone who has learned to find another person through resonance rather than search, and settled beside him with no explanation and no demand for one. "Ready?" she said, when the morning had fully arrived. "Yes," he said. They walked back into the city together. Chapter 99. What was written? The note had been written on the last day of Sword Heaven by a young woman whose name was not recorded in any of the historical accounts that the Obsidian Court's archive contained. She was not a formation master, not a cultivator of particular distinction, not a figure in any of the records of Sword Heaven's political or military history. She was a junior archivist, trained in the careful documentation arts of her civilization, present in the city on the day the Devourer descended because this was where she lived and worked, and this was her home. She had understood, at some point during that final morning, what was happening, and she had taken a small square of formation-preserved paper, the kind archivists used for permanent records, treated to resist deterioration for centuries, and written on it carefully, in the clear hand of someone trained to make their writing legible to future readers, 8 sentences. To whoever comes after. We were here. We were real. We loved our swords and our city and each other. We cared about what we were building. We didn't want to leave. We tried to make sure there would be something left for you to find. We hope you build it better than we did. We hope you are well. The note had survived in the Formation Core's deepest archive, sealed in the same matrix as the original design diagrams, not deliberately preserved by the Obsidian Court because they had not known it was there. It was simply present, having survived through the same formation that preserved everything else, waiting for someone to reach the layer where it rested. Zhang Lao found it on his third pass through the archive, on an afternoon in the 3rd month of the first year, when he was doing the exhaustive cross-referencing work that he did every few weeks to catch things missed in earlier passes. He sat with it for a long time before bringing it to Shinfeng. He carried it in both hands, carefully, as though it might not survive the journey, even though its formation preservation was as robust as anything in the archive. Shinfeng read it. He read it standing, then sat down and read it again. He was quiet for a long time after. He placed the note on the Hall of Resonance's central table, where its formation preservation was reinforced by the room's ambient field, visible through the translucent casing to anyone who walked through the hall. He left it there without ceremony or announcement. The city's spirits would find it through the resonance network in their own time. The response from the spirits was immediate and total and completely unlike anything he had received from them before. Not the weeping ingratitude sound of recognition that the memory crystal had produced, not the resolved warmth of the edge speaking, not the collective resonance of the healing announcements. This was different, quieter, deeper, more personal. Each spirit receiving the note in its own way and in its own time, through the resonance, and the collective of those individual responses producing a frequency that Shinfeng could only describe as the sound of a very old grief arriving at a resolution so long sought that the resolution itself felt like mourning. They had waited 10,000 years to be told that someone was coming, to hear that someone had come, to know that whoever came after had been hoped for, had been loved in advance by people who would never meet them, had been written to across a gulf of time that had seemed, to the writers, unbridgeable. He wrote a response that night. In the Formation Core's archive, beside the original note where its preservation was permanent and certain, he placed a second square of formation-preserved paper and wrote on it carefully, "We found you. We remember you. Every one of you. Not just the famous ones, not just the ones whose names survived in archives. You, the archivist who wrote this note and didn't survive. The grand architect who made sure there would be a chance and never saw if the chance was taken. The 10,000 spirits who waited in broken metal for someone who would care. We remember all of you, and your city is alive again, and it is full of people who are trying to be worthy of what you built and what you hoped for. The swords are singing again. The knowledge is being shared. The dead are at rest. We didn't want to be without you, but we are glad we came. Thank you for holding on long enough to leave us a note." He signed it, the Graveyard Master. He sealed the response into the archive. The city's formation systems made a sound when the seal closed. Not the resonance network's hum. Not the ambient spiritual field's steady note. Something older, arising from the core formation itself, from the deepest layer, where 10,000 years of waiting had been transmuted by this specific act of recognition into something that held and gave warmth rather than holding and giving nothing. The sound lasted for perhaps 30 seconds, and then became part of the city's ordinary ambient resonance, absorbed and integrated, present always in the background for anyone with the sensitivity to notice it. The graveyard had been a question for 10,000 years. Is anyone coming? Is anyone out there? Does anyone care? New Sword Heaven was the answer. It had been the answer all along. Chapter 100. New Sword Heaven. On the morning of the third year after the reconstruction, Shunfeng woke before dawn and went to stand on the city's central platform, while the sky above was still the dark blue of very early morning and the spirit lights of the night shift were just beginning to dim in anticipation of the sun. He stood there alone for a while, not in meditation, not in cultivation, just in the ordinary state of a person who has come to a place they love in a quiet moment for no reason except that the place is there and the moment is quiet. The city breathed around him in its particular way, the formation systems cycling through their early morning maintenance routines, the sword spirits of the night watch moving through the streets on their last rounds before their colleagues arrived for the day. Through the edges awareness, which extended across the city and outward through the grand resonance network simultaneously in the way that had become entirely natural over 3 years of shared consciousness, Shunfeng felt the continent waking. The eastern coast's relay nodes, catching the early light, singing with the morning energy of the spirits connected through them. The central plain's steady midpoint hum, unchanged and reliable. The far north's newest nodes, still unfamiliar in their resonance signature, still finding their place in the larger pattern. The 8,000 healed spirits going about their days in ordinary blades in ordinary households, their presences carrying the specific quality of things that have survived long odds and are quietly, continuously grateful. And below it all, in the deep foundations, the ancient presence rested, not asleep, not diminished, but settled into the particular peace that comes after the completion of 10,000 years of struggle and grief, holding everything up with the patient, enormous care of something that had been broken past reason and had been given the chance to heal and had chosen to use that chance to become the ground on which better things could stand. Rusthart's voice drifted up from the hall of teaching, which was visible from the platform and whose windows were already lit. The first students had arrived early, which happened more often now. People who wanted to sit in the space before the day's formal instruction began, who found something valuable in the early morning quality of the teaching hall. Rusthart was clearly already there, and equally clearly already talking. His voice carried the specific warmth of a spirit entirely in his element, deploying his morning's first pointed observation to whoever had come early and would thus receive it without the social protection of a full class around them. He always said everything was better when there were more people to lecture, Shunfeng said quietly, to the Edge's presence beside him. The Edge's response was a warm pulse of agreement. Lian Yu arrived with tea. Not as a surprise. She had long since given up trying to predict where he would be and had adopted the pragmatic approach of simply checking the platform first, because he was there more often than anywhere else for this kind of early morning solitude. She settled beside him with the ease of someone who has been beside another person through enough that ease is not a performance, but a fact. Zhang Lao found something in the archive, she said. He used the word fascinating several times in his message, which you have said correlates with significance. Did he say what it was? He said it was a question. He said the original designers anticipated someone being in our position at this point and left a question for them. She sipped her tea. He seemed pleased by this. Shunfeng looked out over the city, the students and spirits going about the morning, the formation lights warming as the sun approached the horizon, the streets of reformed sword metal where 10,000 faces were always present, always remembered. Huan Yuan, the kitchen knife with 100-year spirit. The toy sword that had decided it was a cultivation blade and was currently being difficult under Rusthart's supervision. The 300 permanent residents. The 8,000 healing across the continent. The 2 northern sect spirits, newly connected, finding their bearings in the network. The Grand Architect's last work. Yun Zhaoxi's resting sword in the garden. Fun Suiqing in the healing wing with her first morning consultations. Jian Wuhan due back from his quarterly continental circuit in 2 days. The Obsidian Court scholars cataloging and cross-referencing with the steady enthusiasm of people who have found their purpose and have more work in front of them than they have years remaining, and are glad of it. And the deep note, always present in the foundation. The sound the city made when it was simply itself, alive and full, and carrying its own history in every stone and formation. The sound that could only be described as the answer to a question that had been asked for 10,000 years. He was 23 years old. He was the graveyard master, the anchor of the grand resonance, the guardian of New Sword Heaven, and the person who had learned that the most important cultivation was not the accumulation of power but the expansion of care. He was also a boy from a wasteland who had once had nothing and who knew, in the specific, unshakable way of someone who has touched the bottom and found it solid, that nothing was survivable when you had the ability to hear. "Let's go see what the original designers wanted to ask," he said. They walked down from the platform together, through the city's morning streets, past students and spirits, and the ordinary work of a civilization that had been dead for 10,000 years and was now, unmistakably, alive. Not just surviving, not just rebuilt, but alive in the full sense, with all that word contained: growth and grief and teaching and healing and the daily small work of being present for each other, which was harder than any battle and more important than any breakthrough. The Hall of Resonance received them as it always did. The walls with their carved histories, the dome above letting in the morning light, the central table where a young archivist's note rested in its preservation casing and waited, quietly, to be read again by anyone who needed to remember what this place was for. Zhang Lao was already there, sitting at the table with a formation crystal in his hands and the expression of a man who has found something extraordinary and has been sitting with it long enough to move from shock to appreciation. He looked up when they entered and smiled, the specific smile of someone about to share something they have been very carefully not looking at until the right person arrived. "The original designers," he said, "anticipated that the graveyard master, if one ever came, would eventually reach the point of asking what came next. Not what came next for the city would know. Not what came next for the cultivation world, the grand resonance would grow. But for the master, for the person." He held out the crystal. They left a question. Shen Feng took the crystal and felt, through his palm, the warmth of a formation that had been waiting for exactly this. His specific spiritual signature, 10,000 years after its creators had designed it to recognize the signature of whoever bonded fully with the graveyard's core. The crystal bloomed in his hand, and the question that had waited inside it for 10 millennia resolved into clear, simple words in the original Sword Heaven script. "When the work is done and the city lives and the dead are at peace, what do you want?" He held the crystal for a long time. The question was genuine, not rhetorical, not a test. The original designers had understood something that the cultivation world's tradition rarely acknowledged, that the person who does the necessary thing is still a person, and their desires still matter, and the work of building something should not consume the one who builds it entirely. "What do you want?" He thought about it honestly, turning the question over with the same care he gave to anything that deserved real consideration. He wanted to see the grand resonance complete. All phases, full continental coverage, every sword spirit in reach of the network support. That was not finished yet, and was the most important ongoing work. He wanted to see what Zhang Lao's question led to. Whatever the original designers had anticipated coming next, he was genuinely curious about it with the clean curiosity of someone who has learned to be interested in what the world offers rather than only in what they have planned. He wanted to watch Rusthart teach for the rest of both their lives, because it was the best thing he had ever seen and he wanted to keep seeing it. He wanted time with Lian Yu that was not organized around anything else, occasional mornings on the border stone, evenings on the tower balcony, the ordinary texture of life conducted with another person you love. He wanted to learn. He had been learning since the graveyard. He did not want to stop. There was more to know than any one lifetime contained, and the resonance Tao he was approaching at the threshold of Tao, seeking opened onto vistas he could barely see the edges of. He held the crystal's question for one more moment, feeling its weight, honoring it with the full attention the original designers had hoped it would receive. Then he sent his answer back through the palm contact, in the impression language the crystal was designed to receive. "All of this. All of it. I want all of this," continued, "for as long as it is mine to do." The crystal pulsed once with a warm approval that had been waiting in it for 10,000 years, then went still, not inert, but completed. Its question answered. Its purpose fulfilled. He set it on the table beside the archivist's note, where the two objects rested together in the morning light. What was asked of the future, and what the future had sent back. The city continued its mourning around them. The sword sang. The living went on. And the graveyard master, who had come from nothing and built everything, stood in the hall of resonance with the woman he loved and the oldest of his teachers nearby, and the weight of 10,000 years of answered purpose settled through him like deep water finding level, and felt, with complete and unguarded certainty, that he was exactly where he was meant to be. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.